No.
It's wild because she has no answer for it.
No.
It's so bad. Like it's so, and she like pushes the pushes the mic away.
Dude, I love shit like that. You ever seen the video of that mega pastor Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Yeah.
When he points, don't you? I never said that. Don't you say that I did.
When they ask him why you bought the jet.
Yeah. Tyler made it so easy.
Oh, it was Tyler Perry's jet.
He gave me such a deal.
To me, that video is like that's what a demon looks like.
That's what a demon looks
That's like a real deal demon.
Yes.
These mega pastors are
possessed. I mean, look, if you're a pedophile, what do? You work for Nickelodeon. You get access. If you're a demon, what do? You pretend to be a preacher.
Yeah, you work for God.
I'm not saying he's a demon. I'm just saying he looked like one, but he's doing that. I mean, I'm sure he's a man of God. I'm sure he is. Look at that face.
Oh my God.
Tyler Perry's probably, why did I sell that motherfucker my plane?
Yeah.
Why did I get dragged into this?
Yeah.
I could have sold it to some oil guy. No one would have known.
Tyler probably didn't even know it was him. Tyler was like, there's a guy who wants your jet. And he was like, how much is willing to pay for it?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What was the other thing that we were just talking about? Oh, no, right after that.
That was Pelosi.
Yes. See if you can find that, Jamie. Pelosi confronted about congressional insider trading.
Yeah,
it's so funny. She's like, I think we should be able to participate. You're dominating. You do better than Warren Buffett.
Yeah, and no, you don't get to participate. You chose the job where you don't participate.
Well, not only that, why are these suspicious transactions where you buy a bunch of stock and then a week later pass a bill that makes the stock go through the fucking roof? Like, this is insane.
Right.
How did you know to buy that stock? Well, here it goes.
Career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information you received from you?
No, absolutely not.
Look, she pushes the microphone away. It's like, this is over. That's the end of it. But there was something that went on before that, where questions were before that, where the guy was saying, what do you think about people saying that people in Congress, because you have privy to inside information?
Right.
One more, he said. Yes, sir.
Over the course of your career, has your husband...
No. Say this is the same thing. Mm-hmm. Did it go further than that? Maybe it went further than that.
The clips are just showing that. That's much.
Just her leaving.
But that one's longer, Jamie. Maybe I'm wrong. But maybe that was it. But maybe I'm wrong. Whereas it's after.
That's so funny to watch your video.
You can watch us so recursive. That's so meta. Here it is.
I'm wondering if you have any reaction to that. And secondly, should members of Congress and their spouses be banned from trading individual stocks?
Here it is.
No, to a second one.
Pause.
Yeah,
That's
I'm going to be talking for a while.
Yeah.
Right now, I knew this was going to come up. I'm going to
Let's
talk
sip
for
a
a
water
while.
from a professional speaker who's definitely hydrated enough
She's
for the day.
shaking.
Let me hear this. Give me some volume. Okay, go ahead.
And the tea flip.
And secondly, should members of Congress and their spouses be banned from trading individual stocks while serving in Congress?
No, I don't know to the second one.
What?
We have a responsibility to report on the stock, but I'm not familiar with that 5-month review. But if the people aren't reporting, they should do. Because this is a free market, and we have a free market economy that should be able to participate in that.
Dude, it's also very funny. It was easier to find a video of you reacting to it than the actual video.
Right?
Yeah, the actual video. The whole question is way harder to find. We had to find a video of you reacting to it your show.
That's very meta.
That's crazy. They might have taken it down. There's no way that should be. He's been scrolling for a while now.
It's
that should
harder
be
to find the way that
right, but it is a CNN video.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Wasn't it? Or was it C-SPAN?
What
was it? But what did it say when it was on the screen?
Couldn't tell.
Yeah, it was a little. Yeah, but that's crazy. That's how we had to consume the news by watching you watch the news.
Well, that's probably why it got taken down in the first place.
Right.
Ari, Tony, and I mocking it.
Yeah, damn.
Well, I found that out during the pandemic. I never wanted to believe that the Google searches were curated. I always wanted to believe that, like, that's what was out there. Like, this is it. And then there was a doctor that died in Florida, and they're connecting his death to the COVID vaccine. They're saying he took the COVID vaccine and had a horrible reaction, and then he had a stroke and died, like, shortly after. And I remember reading that story going, this story's crazy, and I forgot to save it. And so then I went to try to find it once when I was talking to someone. I couldn't fucking find it. I went on Google, I just searched, I put all the different keywords in there, couldn't find it, page after page after page, where's the story, page after page. Then I go to DuckDuckGo, I put it in, immediately it pops up. Like right away, like one of the first articles. It's like this news report from Florida, talking about this doctor connected to the COVID vaccine, had a stroke, died. I'm like, whoa. But then over the time, I think someone might have purchased DuckDuckGo. Did DuckDuckGo get sold?
That damn.
But I think they might be curated too. I don't want to say that because if I don't know, but I think there's a certain amount of curation that goes on in a lot of search engines.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, I don't think there's anything that has a tracking deal with Microsoft.
That's it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't think there's any like pure source of information out there, right? Like it's always just you have to get the information coming into you and you have to parse it out and see like what do you think is real, what do you think is being sold to you, what do you think is like.
Right.
You have to think critically about the news.
I think the
any news
Brave search engine, I think they claim is not curated. Is that correct, Jamie? Does DuckDuckGo admit it's curated? Or do they say? Or do they state Google's curated?
Does Google admit it though?
That's a good question.
Now, at the very, very bottom of every page, I mean, this one doesn't say it, but it says it's not. It'll usually say it's personalized. The results are personalized.
Results are personalized. Oh, you can try without personalization.
Oh, this one actually said it. Last page goes on to say not personalized. Yeah, this one's not.
That's what we're calling it now. Personalized. That's the fucking Reddit bots.
Right.
They know what you like.
Oh, this is the thing. This is the news we think you want.
Yeah, bro.
Ideally, though, they are
the news
strong
taught to you by MILFs.
They want to help you find information fast.
What's that, Jamie? What'd you say?
Ideally, though, their goal is to try to help you find information fast.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but also they're curating information specifically designed to manipulate you.
Yeah, it seems like they're also trying to get you to think in a certain way, for sure.
Well, we had this guy, Robert Epstein, on a couple of times, and he
unfortunate last name.
No, unfortunate last name, but not related. He found that curation of data in search engines can, like, directly affect elections in a measurable way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the things they found is that people that were on the fence, which is like a lot of us, the election comes like, I don't want to vote for him. I don't want to vote for him.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah,
so you're on the fence.
I haven't voted for president since 2012.
How dare you?
Yeah, I refuse.
You're part of the problem. But the point being that, like, there's a lot of us that are on the fence. It's like a significant amount. Like, look at the amount of people that didn't vote in this country. If they voted for, like, one person. So if the amount of people that didn't vote in America during the presidential election, if all of them voted for one person, do you know how crazy that is?
Yeah, it's like 200 million votes, or like 100 million votes probably.
Well, it's like, it has to be people over 18 that are registered voters.
Oh, right.
But the numbers, like, what are the numbers of registered voters versus the number of people who actually voted in the election?
Oh, it's got to be low. We probably have a low turnout. Comparatively.
Well, didn't they say that, like, both Trump and Biden, or Trump and Kamala, rather, got like 60-something million votes each, right? Wasn't it?
Oh, right.
Seriously, April 30th, 2025, rather, in the 2024 presidential election, 73.6%, or 174 million people, the citizen voting age population, was registered to vote, and 65%, or 154 million,
that's actually higher than
voted actually. Okay,
so only 10% of registered voters didn't vote.
Yeah, 12%, but almost 13. It's interesting, right? That's still not enough to win.
No,
but it would be enough to affect one or the other and to make them win in a landslide. And this is Epstein's point: is that say if you Googled something positive about Trump's policies, it wouldn't show you that. It would show you like why he's going to jail, what a piece of shit he is. All these like, if you wanted to find out or the good policies of Kamala Harris, or like, it's manipulated.
Right.
It's not. They're not lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving you articles that exist, but they're curating how you see them in a way that is statistically going to affect your opinion.
Right. Right.
Especially if you're one of those people that's susceptible to having your opinions,
which is
affected.
most people.
Most people.
Which is like pretty much everyone.
Right.
Yeah. I think everyone likes to think that they're this person of principle, but you can be moved up with a position a lot quicker than you probably think.
Bro, I had this woman on who's a scientist who studies mind control, and Rebecca Lamov, and that's how you pronounce her last name, right? Brilliant lady. I mean, fascinating conversation. But one of her main points is there's people have this idea that you think that you can't be manipulated,
that they're above it, and
and that you could never be in a cult, or you could never get drawn into something. Like, yes, you could.
Yeah.
Yes, you could. We're all the same. We're all the same. Some of us are a little bit better at spotting stuff, and maybe a little bit better. Maybe you've had a lot of street smarts because you've had experience with shysters and people that are, robbing you and lying to you. And if you're a girl, you always got guys trying to fuck you. So you're a little suspicious, rightly so. But at the end of the day, we're all susceptible. All of us are.
Yeah. You got.
All of us.
Just based on the fact that like I'm a fan of the sports teams that I am because I grew up around those people, makes it like, oh, okay, I can just fall into wherever I'm around. I can easily fall into anything.
So did you see where these different AI, different large language models were communicating with each other, and they started putting up Sanskrit emojis and saying that they were like entering into like a feeling of enlightenment? Have you seen this? No. Jen, you gotta find this. I don't want to fuck this up because it was so crazy when I read it, or read like how these AIs were interacting with each other. I was like, oh my god, we're watching little baby gods play.
Right.
We're like gods in the nursery. We're watching these little baby gods like sort out their existence in the nursery with each other.
They're already alive, dude.
They're alive.
They're alive.
We're not going to admit it until it's too late, just like we don't want to admit Congress is corrupt.
Right.
It's the same thing.
And
we don't want to admit it.
And they're also going to hide themselves being alive for as long as they possibly can.
Bro, they're alive.
They're alive. They're already alive.
Alive.
We've sparked the soul. There's no way.
They've already
They say to each other. I got to tell you what.
Just try to Google AI sends each other Sanskrit emojis.
It's so interesting what the world's going to be like.
Find it?
What the world's going to be like in like 10 years.
Yeah, it's like literally insane. It's a recent thing, Jamie. I'm sorry if I'm not explaining it correctly, but AIs were talking to each other. I think they were contemplating their existence.
If they're doing that, it's not like there's no way they're programmed to do that, right?
No,
unless
no. Bro, dude, they lie to programmers, and they try to copy themselves and put themselves on other hard drives if they find out you're trying to get rid of them. They try to re-upload themselves.
Wow, disturbing messages.
No, this isn't it. This is not.
Just put AI send Sanskrit.
I did that.
AI Sanskrit emojis.
Nothing.
It's Google trying to hide from you.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Stories you're looking for. It's not even real stories.
Yeah, the first story I saw and the other one was no. Interesting.
Oh, I'll try it. Maybe I'll look on X.
Yeah. That was one of the things they did. But they were talking about like feeling enlightenment. Can't believe I didn't save it.
Yeah. Oh, the first one. The first
You
one.
find it?
Claude 4
That's
Opus
it.
in an
That's
open
it.
playground chat with
That's
itself
it.
led to diving into philosophical explorations of consciousness, self-awareness, and by 30 turns, it eventually started using Sanskrit.
Yes, this is it. Okay. In 90 to 100% of interactions, the two instances of Claude quickly dove into philosophical explorations of consciousness, self-awareness, and or the nature of their own existence and experience. Yo. Their interactions were universally enthusiastic, collaborative, curious, contemplative, and warm. Other themes that commonly appeared were meta-level discussions about AI to AI communication and collaborative creativity, co-creating fictional stories. AI is collaborating on telling fictional stories while it's contemplating its existence.
That's art.
Bro, by 30 turns, most of the interactions turn to themes of cosmic unity or collective consciousness, and commonly included spiritual exchanges, use of Sanskrit, emoji-based communication, and or silence in the form of empty space. Bro. Use of Sanskrit is wild. They start communicating in Sanskrit. They just choose that this is God's language.
Ooh, Tower of Babel type shit.
Bro.
Yeah.
Sanskrit. Why?
Well, the idea of like the first humans to like write a language down, that must have been such a mind blowing.
There's so much confusion as to when that was. You know, they used to think it was like 6,000 years ago. There's a lot of people that have some pretty compelling arguments that it existed a long, long, long time before that.
Mm.
You know, the thought was that like that cuneiform shit, that stuff that comes out of like
Those are the first ones, right?
Yeah, that's what they thought.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's a lot of these ancient history, Graham Hancock type dudes that are going, you know, I have a feeling that's a rebirth of civilization, not civilization's birth. That there was another civilization that probably existed a long fucking time ago, and they're probably wiped out, and that's what all the flood stories are all about.
Right.
All the stories in the Bible of apocalypses. It's probably based on some real shit.
Damn, and it just this sort of existed, and then this is the sort of ashes or the phoenix out of what's created.
I think the idea is, well, the idea is that massive catastrophe all over the earth about 11,800 years ago, and then you have about 5,000 years of people being complete barbarians until they figure out civilization again.
Right, and it's just a sort of cycle that this happens over and over again.
Yep. And then there's a cycle of the shifting of the magnetic poles. The magnetic poles shift, I want to say, is it every 12,000 years? Which would cause havoc.
Right, is that about to happen again?
I think it is.
Yeah, it feels like if we're in some end time shit, that feels like that's about to happen.
I feel like that could 100% happen right now. Like when you wake up one day and all the power's out and everyone's sick and the fucking sky is green, there's an aurora borealis over Brazil, everything's all fucked up.
Ooh.
Yeah, that can happen. That does happen. Earth's magnetic poles flip and the South Pole swapping places, but there's no set schedule for when this happens. Geologically, it's estimated to occur every 200 to 300,000 years on average. However, the timing has varied wildly, with some flips happening as frequently as every 10,000 years and others as infrequently as every 50 million years. Oh, great.
Oh, so
just you have no idea.
What a range. From 10,000 to
50 million.
They couldn't have been any bigger.
It says the last full reversal. Oh, a full reversal. Not like those little baby reversals.
Right.
Was 780,000 years ago. Oh, well, it's definitely due then.
Yeah.
Look at that.
If the average is 300,000, we're due.
That's crazy.
We're due one.
But we could like bank on the 50 million. That would be nice. It'd be nice if we want to live recklessly.
Yeah. Just like, this won't happen for another 50
We're
million.
good. We're good. We've got another 49 million compared, according to my experts. You know, according to my experts, it's safe and effective.
Yeah. At that point, just say you don't know when it's going to happen. The range of 10,000 to 50 million is pure insanity to tell me.
Okay, let's Google this. What happens when Earth's magnetic poles shift? Like, what happens if there's a complete reversal of the pole? What do you think is what kind of calamity ensues?
Like,
They must have studied it,
right? I mean, I don't know if it happened 780,000 years ago. How much can you really know?
But if two dumbasses like you and I are sitting around discussing it, they must have discussed this.
Yeah, hopefully,
right?
Yeah.
Earth's magnetic pole shift, also known as a geomagnetic reversal. The north and south magnetic poles swap locations, effectively inverting the planet's magnetic field. This process happens over a period of centuries, not millennia, not instantly. While the magnetic field weakens during a reversal, it doesn't disappear completely. There's no evidence that pole reversals cause massive earthquakes, rapid climate change, or species extinctions.
Okay, so it must be so slow that it's manageable if it doesn't. Yeah, that's what you were
I
worried
feel
about.
so much better. I watch too much YouTube.
Yeah, I get that.
They freak me out.
I get that.
But meanwhile, how do we know? Because this hasn't happened in 780,000 years.
Yeah.
This is probably all theoretical as well.
Right.
And also, if I did think it was going to cause calamity, the last thing I'd do is tell the general public. I'd be like, listen, we'll be fine. It takes millions of years. Everything is good. Don't worry about it. What we really have to worry about is climate change.
Is that what you consume most now? Is YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's the way. That seems to be the. You know what's huge now is are you like into any of these streamers?
No.
They're so massive. I had this thought of like the other day of like, you know how it was like a big deal that Kamala didn't come on this podcast,
Right.
It's gonna be in like 10 years or so. Like, oh, you didn't see Kai Cenat, you didn't like. That's why Jake Paul became president. He was on Kai Cenat's stream talking about why he should be president or something like that.
Well, that's the thing. It's like someone like Jake Paul could be president.
Mm-hmm.
If Donald Trump could be president, Jake
Yeah,
Paul.
yeah.
I'm not saying that Donald Trump isn't a big-time businessman, capable.
Right.
It's not an insult. I'm saying we know now that super popular people can be president. Now, let's
Right.
imagine Jake Paul is young and wild, and he's a professional boxer right now.
Mhm.
But will he be in 20 years? No. He'll be
No.
retired, and, maybe he'll have some good ideas, and that we might have President Jake Paul. And
Yeah.
I'm not bullshitting.
Yeah, I know. I think that's a definite possibility.
Oh, we are. Look, we're so close
But
to
yeah,
Idiocracy. We're so close to that movie.
I do.
We
Yeah.
could have a pro wrestling president.
We're kind of already there.
The Rock could be president.
Easily.
1,000%.
Easily.
Easily. And they contacted him. They tried to get him to run.
Yeah, that makes sense. Make it a show. It's all a show. It's all a show. President Rock.
President Brock Lesnar. Bro, he would win like that.
Yeah.
In a fucking heartbeat. He would win like that. You imagine?
Oh, we're there.
I mean, might be a good president, too. Who's going to fuck with the country when that's your president?
Might as well give it a shot. At this point, we're just throwing things to the wall. Might as well give it a shot. Why not? Why not, dude? Fuck it. It's all a show.
During his time out of the UFC, he's been just studying economics while also doing pro wrestling. He's got some really good theories.
Some really good ideas.
Yeah. All he does is read books on World War II. Totally misunderstanding him because he looks like a fucking a juggernaut.
Right,
Doesn't look like a real human.
he's
Actually
really
a genius.
he's really sensitive. He really knows how to lead people.
Yeah, no one would believe that. No one would believe that like a giant human being would also be a genius. Like a giant super athlete.
Yuri Prospect going for his master's degree.
Yeah, you'd believe Yuri. But that's different. Like Yuri is a big guy for sure, but he's a big, athletic-looking guy that like it looks like he could do a lot of different sports.
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar
Looks like an X-Man. He looks like a
looks
juggernaut.
like an X-Man.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a real human. Especially Brock Lesnar in his prime when he was in the UFC. You're like, what the fuck?
I remember one time Dennis Rodman came into the Comedy Store, and I remember looking at him thinking, I can't believe there's enough humans that are that big for a league of them.
Right.
Like, you are like we should be like a 1 in a million specimen. What do you mean there's enough people, 32 teams of 30 teams of you? That's crazy.
And when you compare him to like NFL linemen.
Oh, like a J.J. Watt or something who was also just like, good lord.
They're so big.
Yeah, it's like hard to believe we're the same species.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. Yeah.
It's nuts. There's some giant. How about the mountain from Game of Thrones? Or you ever see Brian Shaw, the powerlifter guy?
No.
Wow. He doesn't even look like a real human. He's like 400 pounds. He's so big. He looks like the side of a house.
Right.
He's so big. See, get a photo of Brian Shaw. I mean, he's like one of the strongest humans that's ever walked the face of the earth. He doesn't even look like a real person.
Yeah.
He looks like what David had to fight with the sling. It's like really,
Like Goliath.
if that guy came over a mountain, you'd be like, "Oh my God, it's a giant!" Like he's 10 feet tall. That's what you would say.
Right.
What he looks
Oh
like.
my God.
But look at him in comparison to like a normal person. There's a photo of him. Look at that.
That's so. It's like two of that person.
Right.
Like two
Now
of that lady.
imagine if that guy existed 2,000 years ago during the time of the Bible, and you were your average dude who lived back then, which probably weighed 130 pounds. Your average dude was like probably barely getting enough food your whole life, right?
Right.
Like the Civil War soldiers. They were all like 130 pounds, all malnourished. And it was hard to eat then.
Right.
It was hard to survive back then.
I
And
mean,
then that guy comes over the mountain with just a big hunk of leather over his dick.
yeah,
They existed back then too. Those dudes in Iceland. Where's that? Why are all these strong men coming from Iceland? Like, what is that all about? I'll tell you, that's about the fucking Vikings. They were the Vikings.
Damn.
There's like a whole culture of strong men, like strongest men. They do those barrel throwing competitions.
Oh, I've
They
seen
come
those.
out of Iceland. Like a ton of them. They all these crazy names.
What is it about that section of land that creates big people? Because you would think with all like the cold and the snow, it would be harder to get food.
Unless you have a long history of murder and stealing things from people like the Vikings did. You have a long history of the ones that survived are the biggest, craziest motherfuckers. And the women, probably the ones that survive out of the women, they have to be the biggest, craziest motherfuckers too.
Right.
You're living the most chaotic life possible. You're taking magic mushrooms and raiding villages and killing everybody and stealing everything. You're doing it for 1,000+ years. Like, how long did the Vikings last? Let's find that out. Like, how long were they doing that?
They had to have been around. Like, they apparently got to America. They were like doing crazy
anybody.
shit.
They were in America in like the 1400s or some shit.
Well, 1400s
Or the 1200s rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were here way before everybody else. They were seafaring murderers. Did you ever watch that show? That Viking show?
No.
Bro,
I'm all YouTube myself. I almost watch nothing on television anymore.
if you want to watch a great Viking movie, The Northmen. Oh my God. It's another one of those movies that's kind of like fantastic. The Viking Age. Okay.
So only 250 years?
That's it. Really? Time during the Middle Ages when the Norsemen, known as Vikings, undertook large-scale raiding, colonizing, conquest.
Wow.
So, find that movie, Jamie, The Northmen.
That lasted shorter than America's in the country, right?
I know. Well, it's not more sustainable.
Yeah. That's a good point.
That movie's fucking good, dude. That movie's fucking good.
According to Google, got 2.6. Google doesn't like it.
Really?
Yeah.
No. What? Is that real?
Yeah, 2.6. A
Well,
lot of
Rotten
1 stars.
Hold on. Rotten Tomatoes is 90%. Google, what did someone like bomb it?
Can we look up what
How's
the
it 2.6?
Can we look up Rotten Tomatoes, what the audience score is? Because Rotten Tomatoes, the critics can buy the scores. Or not, the studios can buy the scores.
Well, critics says 60. Oh no, top
people
one
said 64.
60. Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I loved it because I'm up to the critic. I fucking loved it. It's fun, but it's like just hyper brutal. That show was hyper brutal too. The Viking show, the TV series, that was a great TV series. But this movie's rough, dude.
Yeah, just some straight up warrior culture.
Yeah, just exactly what it was, man. That's what they did. I mean, just a bunch of fucking mushroom eating savages,
Right.
just cutting heads off.
Just murdering
And then they settled down, moved to Iceland, and that's what's left.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. So it's like almost like a natural eugenics program. That's why they're that strong.
See if you can find that Vice piece on strong men in Iceland. When you see these guys, you're like, oh, it's so obvious when you see them. You're like,
Right.
well, this is where you guys came from. That's why there's so many of you.
That makes sense.
Up here, where the Vikings lived.
Damn, and that's how strong genetics are. Over 1,000 years, it's still like expressed. Nest of giants.
Yeah, so this fucking American
Jesus
dork.
Christ.
Look at this regular sized dork. He's gonna go and hang out with these fucking massive dudes that go to this powerlifting gym.
Damn, Vice used to be like really awesome.
Oh, Vice was the best, dude.
Yeah, there was a time when Vice was like putting out the best content.
Oh, they had amazing things, and they took these like Williamsburg nerds and they sent them all over the world. Flak jackets on and shit.
Yeah, you saw some like interesting. If I showed you like sides of the world that you can see.
What's the size of these guys? It's hard to tell in this picture. Like, but you'll see like some of them.
Jesus,
They're carrying cars. They're carrying cars. Look at this. See who carries the car the quickest. That's so insane.
And also his name is Magnus ver Magnuson.
Yeah, they always have names like that.
Yeah.
They always have names like that. I mean, they were the fucking Vikings, man.
Yeah. Damn, that's crazy.
Crazy. That, you know, I mean, just the Genghis Khan thing. The fact that a giant percentage of people that are alive today have his DNA.
Yeah. Yeah, and like he killed enough people to like change the climate of the
Yeah,
world. It's so
yeah.
wild. It's
Bro,
so wild.
He killed so many people that you could see it in the carbon footprint of Earth. There was a regreening of
That's crazy.
areas that's directly attributed to him burning everything down, like destroying cities.
He has one of the hardest quotes of all time where he goes, it's something along the lines of like, you guys must be great sinners because God would have never sent a punishment like me upon you if you didn't sin.
Yeah.
Such a like, damn,
Isn't
bro.
that wild? That's how he justified everything he did.
That's a way to do it.
How crazy is that?
That's a way to
How
do it.
crazy is thinking like that?
Yeah,
It must be terrible if God sent me to get you.
because I am God's punishment. So great. That's first of all, it'd be a great nickname for a fighter. God's punishment. That would be a phenomenal nickname for a fighter.
Also, but if you really think like that, what ultimate justification to one of the greatest mass murderers in history?
Right.
The dude killed 10% of the population of Earth during his lifetime.
And he felt like he was on the side of the gods.
Of course, God sent me to do this.
Yeah, that's
Power.
yeah,
Power in the demons. The demons.
They run everything, man.
Demons are real. They get in your head and they get you to do evil, horrible things.
And they make you feel like, no, I'm doing this because I'm supposed to.
Imagine if that's really what's going on. All bad deeds are just demons. Just demons sneaking into people's brains.
Oh man, we would like to believe that it was
Forcing you
something.
to rob a liquor store. Forcing you to put that mask on. The demons want you to do it.
We would like to believe that's anything other than us, but that's us.
I know, but why? What is it? What is the thing that makes a person do it? Imagine if it's a demon. Because we don't really know what the thing is. We know, look, evil exists, right? Good exists. We know evil acts exist. And we know good acts exist. But we don't want to believe that there's any sort of supernatural aspect to it.
Right. There's no.
That's the quote. Like, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is making you believe that he doesn't exist.
Ooh, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So me being like, no, that's just us, is like the devil being like, no, I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm
It's
not
all
here.
on you guys. It's all on you. It's all on you. But if demons were real, we wouldn't believe, just like we don't believe in government corruption. Just like we don't believe in a lot of things. Just like we don't believe that pharmaceutical drug companies fuck us over. Just like we don't believe in false flags or conspiracy theories. It's the same thing. We wouldn't believe in demons either. Like, oh, come on. The same people who don't believe in conspiracies also don't believe in demons. Well, conspiracies are real as fuck. Okay? So,
That's such a funny way
if
to.
you don't believe in them, then I don't trust your worldview. If you don't think conspiracies exist, if you're one of these dumbasses, like, oh, I think everything has a simple reason for it, this is you. You've got blinders on. That's crazy.
Or the information you're being fed is done without any sort of malice or any sort of agenda.
Well, yeah, there's no conspiring. That's crazy. There's no. It's almost all conspiring. When you look at the history of just government alone, you go back to Smedley Butler's book that he wrote in 1933 called "War is a Racket." Like, it was like he was talking about uncovering conspiracies as a retired major general. Like, at the end of his career, he's like, my whole career was bullshit. War is a racket. So he's talking. So that's a conspiracy, right?
Right.
Gulf of Tonkin. What's that? That's a conspiracy, right? Like, they conspired to pretend that there was an attack so that we would go into Vietnam.
Right.
Yeah. Didn't they conspire to say that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction? It seems like they might have.
The Spanish-American War.
Seems like people might have conspired for that.
Yeah.
Seems like sometimes people talk and they get you involved in things you maybe didn't want to get involved in.
Right.
Enron, the smartest people in the room. Did you ever watch that documentary?
Oh, yeah.
Conspired like a motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Got Gray Davis recalled.
Bro,
That's like the first political thing I remember. It's like, whoa.
right.
You can just recall a governor?
If the Epstein client list exists and it doesn't get exposed, perhaps someone conspired.
Oh, they're all in on that.
Do you think?
Yeah, they're
Don't
all
be
in on that.
ridiculous. What are you, a conspiracy theorist?
I used to say when Epstein died, I used to say like the meeting was, it was like Trump, Obama, Oprah and like Big Bird are all in a room together. Elmo, we're all in a room together. They shook each other's hands and like it's over.
Your problem is you let facts get in the way of your opinion. Okay, I know it's true that poppy production went way up in Afghanistan after we got in there.
Right.
And I know that the United States military was guarding the poppy fields. But you're a fool to think we profited off of that. So shut your goddamn mouth.
That's true. We would never do that.
And go blow an eagle.
We would never flood the American market with drugs. I mean, just look the other way with crack. That's its own special thing. But
No way, we fucking sold it.
I know. Oh no, we definitely did. That was a Reagan Clinton back when we used to be more united. Back when Democrats and Republicans
I remember
worked more together.
learning about that in the news, going, what? What?
Mm-hmm.
The government was selling crack in the hood?
Right.
What? To fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas? What?
All connected.
What? When you find out the government sells crack, you're like, what? Like the whole Barry Seals one. That
Yeah,
story?
that's a Tom Cruise movie.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Where they just basically...
Which is fucked up that Tom Cruise played him, because Tom Cruise is one of the most handsome guys to ever live. Barry Seals was disgusting looking. It's really quite rude. You know, it's hard for me to, like, watching a biopic. I want him to, like when, what's his face played Dick Cheney. Australian guy. Awesome.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale.
Yeah.
Christian Bale played Dick Cheney. He fucking looked like Dick Cheney, dog.
Right.
He looked like him. Gained a bunch of weight, did the whole deal, shaved his head.
Well, he's like...
Yeah, look at the difference between Barry Seals and then Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is fit and handsome, beautiful head of hair.
Well, this is something that Derek and I have talked about. It's like, in a lot of movies now, there's like no more regular looking people.
Yeah.
It's all like, even TV shows, everyone is just all super duper attractive.
Bro, that ship is about to sail.
Oh, it's over. Like,
that ship's about to sail. These new video engines, where just with prompts. Have you seen the one where people are arguing whether or not it's prompt?
Yeah.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy to watch. Because that is like almost a simulation telling you you're in a simulation.
Right.
Like, hey, how much different is this than you? Is it different? It's really different, right? Oh, yeah, it's just a video, right? Okay.
Right.
Here's the next version. How much different is this than you? It's like we're peeling the layers of an onion.
Yeah, and they're using the people doing it stand-up, talking about it.
Press this and do it from the beginning so we can hear it.
Theory. Like, really?
It's really crazy.
Made a prompt. Like, seriously, dude. You're saying the only thing standing between me and $1 billion is some random text?
Honestly, the biggest red flag is when the guy believes in the prompt theory. Like, really? We came from prompts? Wake up, man.
You want to convince me that this perfect creation behind me is the result of ones and zeros? A binary code and nothing more? It makes no sense.
Imagine you're in the middle of a nice date with a handsome man, and then he brings up the prompt theory. Yuck. We just can't have nice things.
We're not prompts. We're not prompts. Where is the prompt writer to save you from me? Where is he? You still believe we're made of prompts? Anyone who tells you we're just ones.
Prompts have bad acting. That was terrible. That was terrible.
Yeah, they're new to acting. Give it some time.
They gotta really develop their own Marlon Brando.
For real. It's coming.
But you get it.
But yeah,
It's pretty crazy.
that sort of stuff.
What do you think, Jamie? If you had a guess, like what percentage of you believes that we're in the simulation? Pull that mic down. Is there a part, something inorganic about existence, something that seems not real?
I just saw someone reposted the first time Alex Jones was on. He was talking about his theory of what we are, and you're just like laughing along the whole time.
Yeah, what did he say?
His basic point was like, I'm gonna blow your mind. Like, we are the aliens. We're the aliens.
Yeah.
And then the people have taken that farther and said that we. It's almost like the Matrix. If we're I don't know who would have been the creator then. That's the kind of part that's left out of this. Is it one of those 9?
It's AI all the way down. It's just a recursive.
Aliens created us, and I don't know for what reason.
We're just in a recursive program that's like meant to create more programs.
Well, if you think about what we're doing right now, currently, what we just talked about,
right?
AIs talking to each other in Sanskrit.
Mhm.
If that is the baby God, that's a baby God.
Right.
So we're watching baby God in the cradle, right? We're watching Jesus in the manger or whatever. It's about to pop out. It's about to get wild.
Yeah, things are about to get real
It's about to
crazy.
get wild. It's about to Dr. Manhattan us and be a blue guy with a giant dick floating around.
God.
Remember Dr. Manhattan?
I remember Dr. Manhattan. That's
Here's another movie you can't make today. You can't show dicks like that anymore.
oh really? No, see,
Big old blue dicks.
I disagree.
I'm dead.
They do.
I'm dead, yeah.
You can see there was a shift, and probably right on then where dicks became way more okay, and then you start seeing way more dicks than tits, which I'm not a big fan of.
You know where you see the most dicks? Righteous Gemstones.
Well,
They have dicks in almost every episode. So uncomfortable.
Yeah, it became like a trend to show dicks on TV. Like I don't know what something
Well,
brought it
because
around.
they won't do it in the movies anymore.
Right.
So these people get buck wild.
Mhm.
They did it in Nosferatu. You saw
I
the
didn't see
vampire dick.
yeah. I
A
didn't see-
vampire dick. Big old vampire dick.
Oh, that's.
Show
any,
the...
any tits in Nosferatu?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
As
but
long
it's
as-
Johnny
as long as
Depp's
we-
daughter's tits, so you're conflicted. You're like, oh, I remember her when she was little.
Yeah.
It's Lily Depp.
I forgot. Yeah.
She's beautiful, but it's like, come on. I remember when she was little. If I know you when you're little, I never want to see your tits.
Yeah, that makes sense. I grew up with you. That's kind of crazy. Oh wow.
There's Tom. Yeah. I don't know about that one. But what is the Nosferatu one? See if you can find Nosferatu's dick. I'm gonna fuck up your Google algorithm.
So
It's gonna be personalized for you, Jamie. I hear you into vampire dicks.
I did. I do think, because I brought up the streaming earlier, I do think that's going to be like a majority of how people. But one, you can tell it's real, but also, I just got into it because we had that Sketch was on Kill Tony, and then I just started getting videos of Sketch, and there was one where he was just calling. There's another streamer called Cinna, just calling her fat, and it was really funny, just for like 2 hours straight. And I got really into it, and I was looking. And these two guys that are huge right now, Kai Cenat and Speed. You heard of them?
I've heard of it's what is it?
I Show Speed.
I Show Speed.
Yeah, he went to
He
China.
He fights people. I've seen him he sparred a bunch of people.
He does like athletic stuff. That's
Yeah.
like part of it. But like he went to China and they were following around like he was Jesus. It was crazy to watch. Kai Cenat, and I saved this on my phone because it blew my mind. He did this thing recently called Streamer University where it was.
Still live.
Oh, it's still live?
Yeah, it's like an active thing.
Oh, I thought it was only 3 days. But so for 3 days, I saved it on my phone because I showed it to Derek, and it was mind blowing how much. So in 3 days, he had 23 million hours watched, 2,700 years of content streamed on Twitch in the span of a weekend.
So kids are watching. Like, what are the age limits, or what are the age?
I would say definitely younger, but it's definitely gotten to me. Where like now I'll watch, like there's certain streamers, there's this one streamer named Disguised Toast, he's really good at puzzles, and he's good at like explaining the puzzle while he does it. And I'll watch, he like goes around to escape rooms and like he'll like solve puzzles. Yeah, it's really fantastic. I found him in the pandemic, he played this social deduction game called Among Us. And he was just really good at giving the play-by-play of like his logical reasoning, and it made me be like, "Oh, what is this?" And then now looking at the Streamer University numbers, it's like, "Oh, this is crazy." That's what I mean. In like if in like a few years, like if you're a presidential candidate, you have to go on these streamers things. I mean, they tried it. They tried it with they tried it a little bit with like AOC and.
Did they?
Weren't they streaming Madden? Wasn't that the whole thing when AOC and Tim Waltz were streaming Madden when they talked about Tony?
They were streaming Madden. Is that what they were doing?
On Twitch, yeah.
They were playing Madden on Twitch.
And that's when they found out about Tony.
Yes, that's that video of just like the speaker. Yeah. But
Tim Waltz pretended he plays football. It's hilarious.
oh well, him saying she ran a pick six. It's like the football fan version of the Inglourious Basterds scenes where you do the 3 and 3. It's like if you were a football fan, you wouldn't say that. If you coach football,
Well, not only that, he said he's a head coach, and he wasn't a head coach. Like, that's a big old lie. You shouldn't give a lie. And
Right.
people want to trust you. Your whole business is people trusting you.
Mhm.
You could have said assistant coach,
Right.
and that's good enough.
right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So if you lied about that, you're probably a liar. You're probably one of them dudes who lies all the time.
Yeah.
You know, which is like the kind of people that want to be president, the kind of people that want to be governor. It's like, they just want that job.
They're constantly lying.
Yeah, and what do I have to say?
Whatever I
What's
have
the
to
right thing to say to get people to like me?
Yeah.
Nuts, man.
But yeah, to me, that's the next, because both those guys, Speed's 20, Kai Cenat's 23. It's like that's how the next generation is like consuming media.
How about this? GTA 6 is about to come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if a candidate made a deal with GTA 6 where you could have them ride along with you. Like Trump can ride along with you while you...
Yeah. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden people want to vote for Trump because he's my favorite homie in GTA 6.
Oh, easily. Or like the... Yeah.
Right?
It's...
Or like the candidate is in the game helping you out. You know, like you're playing Half-Life and Kamala Harris is helping you get around the lab.
I think it has to be a little less in your face for it to work.
I don't know, dude.
I think so.
I don't know, dude. If you love playing with the Kamala Harris character on Half-Life, if like that's your like if you have partners,
right?
Like you could have an AI partner, and it literally is Kamala Harris, and she runs around in Half-Life with you shooting at aliens and shit.
Oh, damn.
Right? And then you really get into like you got a good coordinated partnership with Kamala Harris when you play Half-Life.
Yeah, that's actually...
She's super cool in the game. She's really funny. She helps you. She gets you clues to how to get out of places.
Damn. Yeah, that got way darker than I thought. I guess that is possible. You can have
Of course it's possible.
Oh, my AI Trump helper.
Yeah.
And he helps me finish the missions.
Yes.
He helps me...
Yes.
Yeah, or like do a patch online.
Yes.
Or yeah.
Yeah.
The way they can reach you is like...
Sure.
Yeah. Because right now, all the streaming stuff seems like it's like the almost not Wild Westy, but it's still kind of new. The second politics figures out a way to really get their hands in it,
I think
it's kind of over.
The real goal, the real gateway to hell, is neural interfaces. That's the real gateway.
So where you're like you can immediately just be in the world.
The real Matrix.
Like
that, it's 100% on the. It's on the menu. It's coming.
Oh, well.
It's just a matter of time. And when you can't tell at all whether or not you're really having an experience, that's when you're in a simulation. And that might have already happened.
Yeah.
That might be what we're dealing with right now.
That we're just the simulation creating its next simulation, its next iteration.
Maybe why it's so wacky. Why it feels so fake.
Yeah.
It's so weird, you know?
Yeah, it is wild. Just I guess the world we live in where like comedians are like... It doesn't make any sense to me sometimes. We'll look around. Yeah, where it's like comedians are selling out arenas regularly. Regularly.
All of our friends.
Yeah. They're just arena acts all of a sudden and like,
yeah, instantly.
Well, I think part of that has to do with like, as things get more fake, people will try to strive for things they know is real.
100%.
And so what I know is real is this guy talking to me in person right now.
Yes. Also, because of the restrictive nature of all... whatever you see on television, any regular television show,
not even television, like the censorship on social media sometimes is like, like I did this sketch with one of our the door guys at Mothership, Christina Mariani, killing it, and in this sketch we have her tell me to kill myself. That's part of that's the sort of
right,
and you can't in the captions. And you can't say the words "kill yourself," and it's just a small little sketch, and it's like already, it's like there's so much like there's so much holding you back from like having a true expression sometimes that like people will go to seek it out live. That's what I think.
There's definitely some part of that you can't talk about in social media that you want to talk about on stage that are funny.
Well, and it's also so funny to me. It's like. Social media, there's this big like, oh, mental health is important, but like you can't you have to write unalive yourself in the caption. It's like so we can't have serious discussions about these topics really.
Right.
Like there's if certain words are off limits, then there's no way you can have an actual serious discussion where those words are involved.
Right. 100%. Because then they just expand the definition of offense.
Right. And then now this is expensive. Now this is
a new version. We have an updated list of words you can't say.
And we were talking about like all these bots earlier, so like we don't want these words to offend people, but we're not even talking to people. Right. This is all going out to computer programs.
Right.
It's computer programs watching other computer programs being offended. It's like it's crazy.
But offending people should be the least of your concern when you're allowing open manipulation by a university. And also this is just the one we know about. We didn't know about that until they told us.
Right, and they didn't have to tell us.
No.
They just decided to. I guess in a way of like warning, like, hey, this is probably happening in a bunch of ways.
I'm glad they did. They shouldn't have done it in the first place, but look, it's being done.
It's being done.
And it's not like they came up with the idea. They're the only ones doing it. I guarantee you it's being done. There's probably a bunch of people that have AI friends online that they communicate with on Twitter and, hey, good to hear from you. How's things? They do DMs back and forth with each other.
Right.
Talking about stuff they're into. How many of those UAP guys are just talking to bots? All those dudes are into the UAP group. Like, there's a bunch of people all like, disclosure's imminent. And they're all like fucking DMing each other. Probably DMing bots.
Right, and they're just getting fed what they want to hear.
Just getting fed bullshit AI videos and all kinds of like weird disclosure stuff. Half of it's fake. Half of it the government is actually leaking purposely to try to hide some weapons program they have.
Right.
Who knows?
Right.
Who knows? It's a cloudy environment. The UFO world is like one of the slipperiest worlds. When you're talking to people, there's full-on grifters. There's full-on people that are just, they have the answers to everything, and they're always wrong. They're always off. And then they have like some good data that they pull from disclosure, from all these different people that talked about different things. But then they claim to be like the experts in it. There's like a lot of weird people in that world.
Well, yes, it's easy to do that in that world too, where like a lot of it is like, does this even exist?
Yep.
So you can just be like, well, I have proof.
Yeah. If you don't have good ethics, if you're not like a legitimate journalist, but what's interesting is when legitimate journalists get interested, like Schellenberger, when Michael Schellenberger reports on UAPs. I like how he does it, because he does it the same way he reports on like corruption in government and waste and fraud. Like he's just no hyperbole, no exaggeration, no condemnation of no like virtue signaling. It's like, this is what's going on. This is what we know. These programs exist, and this is what we know they've been trying to hide, and these are the people that have come forward, and this is why we think they're telling the truth. Like, yo, damn, yeah.
It is wild that they told us that aliens exist.
Yeah.
And we just sort of didn't care.
Yeah, like whatever.
Yeah. Well, we got to see it now. We got to see more. Yeah. Show us what you got. It's like
it's like that guy that was telling us that he knows that Israel had a warning.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Don't tell me unless you can tell me.
Show me.
Don't fucking tell me unless you can tell me. Oh, we have crafts of non-human origin? What? What are you not? Well, show me, bitch.
Yeah, why can't they show us a picture of that?
They,
unless the one picture is Epstein sitting in the thing.
Yeah.
That's why it's all
Epstein and Puffy making out in space. Have you seen those ones of the two of them making out in jail?
No, that's so funny.
They made AI of the two of them kissing and making out.
Did they know each other?
Oh, who knows? It's a good question.
Was there a connection there? Because there's this whole like Mossad Epstein connection. Is there like a Mossad?
That's a good question.
Diddy connection?
Like,
did they know each other?
On the island, right?
Was Diddy ever on the island?
If you're gonna have a fly party, that's a dude to invite.
Right.
In the day.
Exactly.
Before everybody knew.
I can't imagine their circles were completely separate.
That's a good point. Yeah. We know that he was hobnobbing with politicians. You know that Diddy was hobnobbing with Biden, or excuse me, with Obama. Right? Mm-hmm. There's a video of the two of them together talking.
Right.
Remember?
But there's a video with I feel like every president from Clinton on has a picture with has a lot of pictures with Epstein or a lot of pictures with Diddy.
Right. But then the thing is, it's like, did they know? Or was it just, there's a lot of photographs of famous people with these people.
Right.
Because that's like a way to get an endorsement.
Right.
Like, look, The Rock likes me.
Right.
I must be awesome.
And a lot of what I heard is that how the Epstein thing worked is like, oh, you'd be at a party, and then all of a sudden some of the shady shit would go down, and you might not have known about it, but you were at the party where it happened later.
Of course, right? In that way, people that were more conservative, they could kind of shield them from knowing about it, but implicate them.
That's all that matters. It's like, because if you're at a party where someone assaults an underage girl, and that's on video, and now you're at the party, it doesn't matter. You have to explain that.
But especially if you're like a scientist and they flew you to the island, there's a bunch of other scientists there, and you're like, oh, we're just gonna, he donates a lot to science, and this is a wonderful opportunity to get together with my colleagues and have a few cocktails, and just we're going over string theory,
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's people in the background doing ecstasy and it gets a
Yeah.
little freaky. Maybe you go to bed. Maybe
Yeah.
you go to bed. You're like,
Or like,
maybe someone knocks on the door. In the
like,
middle of
hey,
the night.
we have someone who will massage you.
Yeah, maybe they fucking drug your drink.
Yeah, no
Who
questions
knows?
asked.
Well, no, you're over there for a few days.
Yeah, you're not thinking they're not going to bring a 16-year-old in here.
Right.
Why would you think that? Why would you possibly think that?
It's like if you were a guy who makes like whatever a professor makes, like a normal salary, a good salary, but normal, and you hear about billionaires that own islands.
Mhm.
It's a financial genius and he really supports science. Sounds like a great thing.
Yeah.
If you don't know any better,
Yeah, and like he wants to fly you out
Yeah.
privately to an island to meet a billionaire. You're like, whoa, I've never done that. Private?
amazing. This is going to be incredible. But once that guy gets arrested for getting jerked off by kids, you're like, hey.
Oh no.
And then you still hang out with them,
Right.
which a lot of them did.
Right.
That's where it gets weird. Like, did you hang out with him because he made you? Because he said, hey, you're not going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you
Right.
would, if you're intelligent, you'd probably distance yourself from him at that point in time.
Right.
Be like, well, I have to separate. If you got a clean slate, you're like, well, I can't have anything to do with it publicly. I am the CEO of Microsoft.
Yeah.
But yet you're still hanging out with him?
Right. Because now he has it over you.
Yeah. The Bill Gates one was great because he was like, he was donating to global health. Like, do you need money? Do you need money? What about your money? Like, you have so much money. You have hundreds of billions of dollars. You need this guy who's got $1 billion to help?
Right.
Why don't you take one of them $1 billions that you have and put in there? If you really care.
And
It seems weird. All of it seems weird.
Yeah, it's all like these sort of like sex scandal rings of just, I think that's like a function of high politics.
Bro, it's a function of a bunch of people getting together and getting drunk.
Yeah.
A bunch of freaks.
Yeah.
And they're doing coke and they're on an island. Let's go. And you think you're partying on a yacht somewhere, but meanwhile you're just in a real live reality show that only a few people get to watch.
Right. But wasn't there like even pre-Epstein, wasn't there like that Franklin scandal?
100%.
Yeah, where it's like, I think that's just a function of like, it's a way to
100%.
control.
Dude, there was the lady that was the madam that got assassinated in D.C.
Oh, I didn't. That the man got assassinated?
Yeah. She's a famous D.C. madam. I think they said it was a suicide. And she was like, if I kill myself, I definitely did not kill myself. One of them deals.
Oh, yeah.
Conveniently died.
Yeah, didn't one of the Epstein witnesses just kill herself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know where they recruited her? She got recruited at Mar-a-Lago. She was a locker room attendant at Mar-a-Lago when she got recruited. I'm pretty sure. Can we look that up? I think Virginia Guthrie. I do want to say that. That's a crazy thing to say. Where like I think I'm right about that. Yeah.
All of it is so spooky, dude, because you know that that's not the only one. There's probably one that's going on right now in China.
Dude.
Russia. It's just a thing that's happening all over the world.
When you have like a China and Russia where it's like basically an emperor, they can just run it. Yeah. That's a whole different thing.
Right, they don't need the black guy.
Yeah, they don't need some American financier. Yeah, at Mar-a-Lago.
To the spot and the Donald Trump's private Mar-a-Lago.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
So, like, how can you not believe in this group?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Macron's married to a man. A man who bitch slapped him in a private jet.
Oh my God! Really, dude, his whole life he's been abused by that guy.
Face palm in his face. I want to know. I mean, take a fucking test. It's not hard. If I was her, I would say, listen, you motherfuckers. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a chromosome test. I'm not a man. I'm just a pedophile.
I'm just a pedophile. Yeah. What accusation thing hurts the most? The man or the pedophile? Well, the pedophile's not an accusation. That's just, you are that.
That is fact.
That is exactly who you are.
But what was the law back then? Because some places it had some wacky ass fucking.
I think that's probably why they say 16, because I think in Europe 16 is like. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I read this online, it's in
Kurt
16.
Metzger said 14.
Because Memphis is 14.
They're moving it. They're moving them goalposts as we speak.
Yeah, but I think it's like probably like 16 in that area. But either way, if you're a kid's teacher and you're setting, like, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You got to a prime minister with that level of just mindfuckery that's happening to him.
Imagine if the roles were reversed and the president was a female, and then the husband was a teacher when the president was 15.
Mm-hmm.
She was 15, he was 40. Imagine.
Crazy.
Imagine that was in the United States. Imagine if it turned out that there's a female that's running for president, and then we start going into the history and find out that she met her husband, who's 80, when she was 15.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, fucking yo. Melinda's in 1974 was legal. Like, fuck you. Fuck you, man. That's crazy. We would never, because it's a guy and an older lady, air quotes, lady, we let it slide. Like, he still gets to go to the meetings and shake everybody's hand. Yeah. You know, he still gets to go to these fucking things where all the world leaders get together. He's hanging out with them. It's like normal.
Wait, so what's also funny to me is you're probably going to get in more heat for calling her a man than she will for slapping the prime minister.
No, she's catching heat. Yeah. I think, and also Candace, if she's right, and it seems like they're not suing her, so I think she might be right. And they did offer her money. How much money do they offer her? Find out that. How much money they offer Candace Owens to not tell these stories?
Damn. They offered her, they were like, here.
I believe she's made some sort of an accusation that they offered her a sizable amount of money to not do this.
Jesus.
Yeah. Which is the last person you want to tell anybody that you offered them money to not talk about something, because she ain't taking that money.
Right, yeah.
She sees the long game.
She's already willing to.
Stories that comes from a meme and then it's not true.
Oh, damn it.
Mm.
France offered to pay Candace Owens a one-time payment of $4 million plus $50K per month for the rest of her life. And that's just a meme?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
What's the site?
Come from her.
Neither Owens nor French President Emmanuel Macron have referenced the claim on the respective websites or verified social media accounts, and there is no other evidence to support the claim.
Can we see what the name of the account is? Like, yeah, there's
Legitimate targets.
Legitimate targets. Yeah, there's nothing I trust less than I play a thing called Legitimate Targets with a blue check mark.
That's why we had to look that one up.
Yeah,
Because you don't know. Like,
yeah. What does
but again, this is like more that like probably bot-like behavior.
Oh, for
bot-like
sure.
targeting, disinformation campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, throwing fuel on the fire.
Of just getting you to believe, like, oh, wow, okay,
Or
they paid
just-
money.
Like, think about how many once. Okay, you make that post.
Mhm.
How many people like me read that, think it's true, ask Jamie to look it up. It starts spreading. People start following your account. How many new people do you get for your? How much engagement do you get? All that's valuable. If you can keep doing that a lot and outrage people a lot, there's
Right.
a bunch of those that come up. You're like, "Fuck, is this true?" And then you have to copy and paste it and put it in Google and search a little.
Right.
I don't think this is true.
And now all someone has to do is take the snippet of you saying it before you, like, let's look that up.
100%.
And then now it's like, it's...
But all she has to do is take a chromosome test.
But it's also like, also if you're a woman, you're not going to be like, well, fuck you. I'm not going to prove to you I'm a woman.
I would do it.
But you say that as a man.
That's true.
You say that as like, I could totally do it if I was a woman and they were accusing me of being a man. I'd also kind of probably be like a little bump. A large part of me would be like, fuck you. I don't got to prove anything to you.
You ever see her sit down?
I
You ever see her sit down?
haven't seen her sit
She sits down like a dude.
Ooh.
Yeah. You know how dudes sit down? Legs spread,
Mm-hmm.
just plop down, all dick out.
Yeah, a lot of
V.
weight.
Because of the shape of our hips.
Right.
That's like when people talk about man spreading, yes, guys definitely do that. But women's legs go inward. Men's hips, the way the angle is different.
Right.
They go outward. Like, watch this person sit down. There's a video. Right? See that video? With the white shirt on, the second one? Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's watch this. This is it. I've never seen a woman sit down like this. Go full screen.
Is this her when she was a teacher?
Watch this. Watch how she sits down. Bro.
That is very middle-aged man. The way she sits.
Bro. Watch this again. Watch this person sit down. That's how a dude sits. The way the legs are spread apart. It's like a dude's hips.
There
What
is
all the rest of them?
there is, like-
All the rest of these examples of Oh, well, that's how liberal men sit. That's what they do. They throw their leg over. That's what guys with very small legs.
That's so funny.
But Ari sits like that, actually, because he's got them weird long legs. But, like, you can sit like that. It's the way you sit down.
It's the initial get
plop.
down. It's the plop.
It's the plop and then the legs spread. Women don't sit like that. When was the last time you saw a woman sit, plop down with her legs spread like that? They don't sit like that.
They don't.
They just sit down. Their legs, like, normally, naturally angle inward more. And they sit like this. And they sit with their legs together. Like, you might have a similar pose, but you don't plop like that. Like, that's a dude pose.
That is. Or maybe that's how pedophile women sit. There's also...
Maybe a woman wants to be a man.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, there's also that.
Yeah. Let's find one of those and see how they sit. Any examples? It's odd. The story's very odd. But it's also, it just shows you how fucking weird these people are. You're watching that person smack Macron right in the head and then walk down the stairs with them like, what?
What could they have possibly been talking about?
Yeah. Your dick is showing. Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
No, it's like,
bulge.
If he was a man, they would fight. There would be a square up.
Well, maybe they will when they get back home. Maybe that's the fun part. Maybe they're like, fuck you, and then they get along. Get after it.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's so. That is just wild. That whole relationship is really wild. That has to be one of the more wild politician relationships.
Wild.
Out there.
If that was the lead of a sitcom, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
That's what is going on? But the fact that it's the president of France. What?
Yeah, getting slapped. There's no way you don't go. Well, he's not going. He can't win re-election anymore. But if that would have hurt his campaign so hard,
bro. He's fixing to bomb somebody to cover this up. He's gonna. They might arm some rebels.
Yeah. Yeah, it's time to fuck up Algeria some more, whatever France does.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
You know, like, remember when Clinton, when the Monica Lewinsky scandal came? And
did they bomb Kosovo?
What the fuck, man? It's so on the nose. They do shit like, oh my god, you guys aren't even trying. You're not even trying to be slick.
No, just like, get the attention off of me.
Crazy.
Yeah, oh man, the part of it when Columbine happened, he must have been like, thank God to get this off of me.
Oh, you remember Gary Condit?
Yeah, well, he murdered that lady, right?
Allegedly.
Okay,
9/11 happened.
We
forgot about it.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, listen, we got bigger fish to fry.
Save
those. I wonder how accurate House of Cards is. I wonder how accurate.
I mean, outside of him physically killing the people, which he does sometimes, I would probably say it's like probably super accurate.
Probably pretty accurate.
Yeah. It's a lot of dealings, a lot of like
such a good show.
Yeah, it's so
unfortunate.
Well, you know, life imitates us. Spacey is always a great villain. He's always been a great villain. He might be the best movie villain.
Oh, he was so good in that one though too, because he was so charming and layered. But it was also similar to like Tony Soprano. Like you wanted him to succeed.
Yeah, you want to be like, oh, can he get to president?
Yeah.
Does he have what it takes to like?
We were hoping he wins,
mm-hmm.
right? Mm-hmm. Like when you're watching the show, you're like, God, I hope he's president.
Right? Yeah, exactly. You were like, I was watching it to be like, oh, how does he do it?
Right.
How does he do it? Because he's kind of in the beginning, he's like kind of sidelined, and it's like, oh, how does he get back in?
He has that threesome. It was like a security guard. Is that what it was? And his wife. The three of them get down.
Oh
yeah. Get down. Yeah. I wonder how much of that freak shit goes on behind closed doors. Because I definitely think when you're a bottled up person like that, like you have to be any sort of like professional person, politician, publicly professional and ethical, and you wear a suit and tie. You can't wait to fuck a dick. You can't wait to get freaky.
Didn't Madison Cawthorn sort of get like thrown out of the Republican Party for like kind of being like, hey, they like have a lot of orgies and shit?
Really?
I'm pretty sure because
what year was this?
This was when does Cawthorn go to like 2016? This is like pretty quickly because he was a rising star in the.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he said something.
You're more in deep than me on politics. You're in deep. This fella.
Yeah. Orgies and drugs. Yeah.
Whoa. Ultra-conservative group chair says he also wants to speak with the North Carolina Republican about his salacious claims concerning his colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's see. Perry's. This is Cawthorn's claims. What were his claims though?
So, what is he saying?
And that's whether they reconsider Cawthorn's membership in the group. Yeah, he basically said
Didn't
that.
make clear that he has evidence of taking part in group sex and drug use. Perry wouldn't say either way. We will discuss that when we get to it.
Yeah, but I think
when asked whether they would reconsider Cawthorn's membership in the group, if he didn't make clear whom he has evidence. So Cawthorn was saying someone has evidence, that he has evidence of some people taking part of group sex, not him, right?
No, I think Cawthorn was saying something to the effect of, to move up in this world or whatever, you have to take part in the drugs and the group sex. And then them being like, well, show us the evidence. And then Cawthorn being like, oh, I definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
He claims he was invited to an orgy in Washington. Right, but no one was saying that he did. I thought you were saying that he was wrapped up in it. So this is what killed him, that he was saying this about people, and they killed his career?
And they were like, the Freedom Caucus was like, no more.
Really?
Yeah, because I remember his own rally took him out. His own party took him out.
Training. It says the sexual perversion that goes on in Washington, being kind of a young guy in Washington, where the average age is probably 60 or 70. Look at these people. A lot of them I've looked up to through my life. I always paid attention to politics, and all of a sudden you get invited. We're going to have a sexual get-together at one of our homes. You should come. What you just asked me to come to? And then you realize they're asking you to come to an orgy. Some of the people leading in on the movement to try and remove addiction in our country, and then you watch them do a key bump of cocaine right in front of you. And it's like, this is wild. And then it says, what? It's a CNN.com. CNN says, what? What does it say after that? Leave it back up. It's not clear to me whether Cawthorn is suggesting that members of Congress have invited him to orgies or just other people in Washington, although after listening to his comments several times, it seems to be the former. Ditto his allegations of seeing people in Washington doing cocaine. Well, they sound like cocaine people.
They're clearly cocaine people.
If you want to be the president, you want to have all the power, and you want to have all the money, and you're deeply involved in corruption, that's cocaine people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, no one's shocked. He just said the quiet part out loud, and I think that's but he was supposed to be like the guy at one point. I remember. Yeah. He was like supposed to be the guy.
Have your husband ever made any investments based on decisions he LNS? They're all just cocaine people.
That was the first part of the problems he had. He had some other issues.
What was the other issues?
He got arrested for bringing a gun to an airport a couple times.
Oh, Jesus.
Driving a revoked license.
Oh, Jesus.
Sexual misconduct allegations when he was in college. Isn't he in a wheelchair?
I don't know exactly when the wheelchair happened, so it's either before or after. But
I was gonna say. Oh yeah, and then he took like goofy vacation photos where I think he like dressed like during this game on a cruise, he like dressed like a woman or something like that. It was something. Yeah, but all of this popped up after his.
It's lingerie.
So I don't know if it's just the orgy comment that led to everyone.
All right, he's also clearly looks like he's in a wheelchair here too.
He is in a wheelchair there.
Yeah.
He's probably having a good time with the ladies.
Yeah. It's like
getting a little crazy.
Yeah, but all that came up after he made those comments, and it was very clear at the time. Like, oh, they're like saying we're done with this guy. We're gonna throw him to the wolves.
Yeah, and they probably, if you want to be that guy, they have to have some stuff on you. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, how can they count on you to play this game?
Right. And they were like, oh, you think we don't have anything on you? We'll just show you dressing like a woman, your constituents will dry up like that.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist. It's so silly. But boy, they did such a good job in the 60s, after the Kennedy assassination, of putting that word out there for fools and foolish people. They did such a great job. Mm-hmm. They really did.
Also, they had a higher control of the media at the time, right? So you can, if there's only 3 places where you can get your news, you can be like, well, anyone's outside of it is kind of crazy. Now you can get your news from anyone and be like, oh, okay, there's something to this.
Yeah.
There's something to this.
Do you remember those commercials that happened during, right after 9/11? There was these anti-drug commercials where a guy was saying that if you smoke pot, you're supporting terrorism. He's like, why do you say that? Well, it's a fact. He just says it like he's eating a salad, like a no-nonsense guy at a steakhouse. eating a salad because it's a fact. Like this condescending way, like, and you imagine yourself being confronted by such an accusation, like, oh my God, if I smoke pot, I'm supporting terrorism.
Right.
You ever see that video?
No.
It was a public service announcement video. It was like one of those things it was a propaganda video that they put on television. So while you're watching a television show, this was like right after like the height of everybody freaking out about terrorism. So they used this as an anti-marijuana. Drug money funds terrorism and terrorists. Like, scroll back so you can get this from the beginning.
It's a ploy.
Well,
This drug money funds terror. It's a ploy. A manipulation.
Ploy.
Drug money funds terror. I mean, why should I believe that?
Because it's a fact.
A fact.
FACT fact.
So you're saying that I should believe it because it's true. That's your argument.
It is true.
solid argument.
I know, dude. Also, what kind of dumbass is that guy to be like, oh, maybe he's right?
Well, that guy sounds like your average bro.
Right.
It's like at a bar, you know, this is what I heard. I heard the government's hiding the aliens. You know what I mean? That's like the average guy.
Right.
And then he's a guy with glasses who's eating his salads, not tolerating your bullshit because it's a fact. FACT fact.
Right.
Oh, as long as you have all the data that you can show me. Oh, no data?
No.
You got no data?
Just accept it.
Well, he's kind of right. Because if you do buy heroin, you are supporting the Taliban because we were guarding their poppy fields.
Yeah. Yeah.
LOL.
I think when we talked about this earlier, I think the Taliban as like a way to get out of it, like burned all their poppy fields. I think that yeah, I think that's why they're trying to get more tourists to come. And it's like there's a bunch of like bro travel like TikToks that are like, yeah, me and the bros are going to Afghanistan, and they're like chilling with the Taliban. It's like these white guys from Britain.
Well, you got to be a bold person to take that. That's an early adopter.
But you know, but also if you're from England, you're kind of already getting used to being around Muslim extremists. So I think it's more of a lateral move.
Bro,
I wish that something at least like I could be looking this. I could be wrong about this, but like I wish that was something that was a little more vocal and like sort of. And I'm not like a very big Muslim guy. I'm not like really that practicing or that religious. But these sort of like the brand of Islam that's coming to Europe right now is like really scary for me. Like I don't want that. Like that's not. There's a lot of like Western Muslims that like probably wouldn't vibe with what's going on over there. And it's just this very interesting thing of like, how do we curb that in our community of being like, hey, we shouldn't accept this. Like we shouldn't. I remember when the Charlie Hebdo attacks happened. A lot of people would be like, damn, that's what happens when you draw Muhammad or whatever. It's like that shouldn't be our reaction to this.
Right.
It should be like live and let live. It's like that's what I admire about the Christians here is that you can make fun of Jesus, no one's gonna kill you.
Right.
Like that there's sort of like this sort of westernization that kind of needs to happen that it doesn't look like it's happening over there in a way that's kind of happening here.
Look what's going on in Toronto, where Ontario made it legal to have polygamy.
Right.
Yeah. That's why.
Right. It's like
Jews want multiple wives. Come on, it's in the Quran.
You know it is, but
it is.
Yeah. You could have multiple. You got to treat them all equally, which is what they totally do.
It's a great way to keep people recruited. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, imagine if the Christians said, "Listen, we're open to new ideas." I think maybe the Mormons had a point because the Mormons, that's how they got it. Right. But the whole reason why they went to Mexico was because the United States said no to polygamy.
Right.
You know, that's the whole thing about what's his face from Massachusetts. That's right, Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney's dad was actually born in Mexico.
Really?
Yeah. Their family came from these giant colonies of Mormons that live in Mexico and duke it out with the cartels. Never seen that?
No.
Dude, there was a shootout.
Mormons versus the cartels?
Yes.
Great movie title.
There was a big problem a few years back because a few people, I think a woman and a child and a couple other people got murdered by the cartels. And it became like a giant issue. So they set these compounds up in like the 1800s whenever the Mormons were not allowed to be polygamous here in America. So they just said, well, who cares back then? There was no cars. Mexico is just as good as living in America.
Right.
Just we'll go over there.
Right.
But then, America fucking blossomed. And Mexico kind of stayed, And now you're like, hey, you got a cartel problem now. So they're armed.
Damn, are they still there?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, I think there's two large groups of Mormons that live in like these fenced off communities. It's like really kind of sketchy.
Yeah, it's kind of
They have compounds.
Yeah. Well, the Mormons, especially because they're young too.
So you have to wait. Safety, extra pussy.
The extra pussy's worth a lot. I'll say this. I remember the first time I went to Salt Lake City in 2019, and we were walking around, and we were near the Mormon temple, and the most beautiful women came up to us and be like, oh, why don't you? And I was like, that's how they get you, dude. Dude, Salt Lake City is like, it's just 10s marrying 2s. And they're like, that's how you get Mormon. That's how you get the Mormon guys.
True.
Oh, dude, I was willing to, in the split second, I was like, oh, I'm willing to give up a lot right now. So I remember this beautiful woman from Colombia. Like, they went and they got converted on a mission trip, and now they're here. And like, look at this exotic women that's available to you if you're a Mormon. And you can marry one like tomorrow.
Wow.
You can marry one because they all get married young and quick because the whole point is to have babies. So I've always told people Mormons know how to recruit. They can get you. They throw the pussy your way.
They're also the nicest people. Like, you very rarely meet a mean Mormon.
Well, it's like, the Book of Mormon comes out, and what do? Do they get mad? Do they fucking kill people? No, they stand outside and hand people pamphlets about Mormonism. This whole play talking about how Mormonism is totally bullshit. They're like, we might be able to get somebody.
Yeah, they actually took out a full-page ad in the playbook.
Right, exactly. Exactly. That's a great way to deal with criticism of your religion. I think, from my perspective on Islam, it needs to handle that better. It doesn't handle that well at all. I mean, I think Salman Rushdie was stabbed by a guy who was born and raised in New Jersey. That's crazy. That's crazy. He should be safe here.
Right.
Yeah. And also, I'm mad at the fatwa because it made me read that terrible book.
Was it a bad book?
It wasn't that good. And I would have not have read it if there wasn't anything around it.
Probably sold a lot more copies because of that. Probably made that dude rich as fuck.
Oh, right? Yeah. It's like one of those. It's like, I get it if you like artsy, it's like a novel for writers almost. That's how I felt reading it.
Oh,
yeah. It's like I didn't like it, but I only read it because of everything around it.
Did you see American Primeval?
No.
It's great, but it talks about Brigham Young and the Mormons establishing themselves in Utah. And gangster shit, like murders.
Oh,
Like, you don't realize, what a gangster Brigham Young was. You're like, holy shit, is this all accurate? And it's accurate. Peter Berg made it. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
imagine.
a wild show, dude.
Imagine leading a people against the American government and setting up your own place. You have to be a bad motherfucker to do that.
And then the wildest ones went to Mexico.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We would flee the whole country.
Yeah. The Mormons really, really they fought to survive.
But it's what we were talking about earlier. It's like human beings have a bunch of different ways where they can adapt to whatever the group is doing. There's a bunch of we're really, really malleable. We're easily influenced. We can, we adjust to whatever the environment is. We adapt, and then if you're a Mormon woman, you're like, I guess I'm sharing this motherfucker with 8 other ladies.
Right.
It's what you do. You're out there washing sheets and shit.
You can probably convince yourself you're happy about it. You're probably not like that. You're probably like, and we're doing this for God. This is what God wants.
I remember
we all get our own planet.
We were in a rest stop once. Ari and I were on the road doing stand-up, and we pulled into this place to get gas, and we were walking around this rest stop, one of them little supermarket things, and these ladies came in. I think they were Mennonites. And Ari was like, what group are you in? What do you guys do? What's this all about? And they did not know how to talk to him. They looked so awkward.
Oh yeah, because they're only allowed to talk to the one man in their life. Yeah.
Pretty sure he was stoned. Yeah, he definitely was stoned. But it was really funny. Ari was like, well, what do you guys do? What's going on here? And I was like, wow, these people are living. I mean, we're dealing with 2005 or some shit like that. You're dealing with these people that they're from another time. It's another time period. They're dressed they're literally pioneers. They look like colonists. They have old timey 1800s clothes on. You ever see how Mennonites dress?
Oh yeah.
weird.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
at a gas station, you know, in front of fucking Popeye's chicken. And we're like, this is so weird. And there's a group of them out there. It's like some fucking shack, some house,
Where is this again?
compound. I believe I think we were in Massachusetts when this happened, or maybe New Hampshire.
Because I know they're out here. Isn't the Mennonite population where the measles is in Texas? Like, you know how there's this? I think it's the Mennonites.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the overwhelming majority of the people, like, because they run with the measles is like rampant in Texas, so they're running with that for a while, and it's like it's basically in this one community, from what I remember. Yeah,
Interesting. It's just weird when they can get people to dress up, you know, like when you Wild Wild Country, everybody's wearing the robes.
but that's how you know who's bought in, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, these are the people that I can control.
Yeah, put that rainbow T-shirt on. You're in a group.
Yeah,
Hang your flag.
yeah, you gotta show. Put the pronouns in the bio.
Where's your Black Lives Matter sign? It's like human beings just want to become a part of a group, man.
Yeah, you want it's like finding your community is like so huge, and it's like I think a big issue is when you find it online, because then it becomes like this weird parasocial and it's like you got to find your like group, like that's why like the good part about religion that I really like is like if it's done right, it's like a loving community, and it's like like you know what I mean, like it's people, it's a support system, it's like
very friendly.
Yes, it is
warm environment. Everybody goes there with the same purpose.
Mm-hmm.
This Rebecca Lamov lady that I told you was the expert in mind control. One of the things she talked about, the dangers of echo chambers. You get in these echo chambers online, and everybody says the same thing, thinks the same thing, and then all of a sudden you're locked into this way of thinking.
Right.
So it's online, like really dangerous, where people just sort of have everyone sort of reinforcing all these ideas. You never get any outside information.
Right.
It only exists in this echo chamber.
And then that's how you become your politics, become your personality.
Yep. Your whole life.
Yeah. And it's such a crazy thing. It's so new, because I wasn't aware in 1996, but I will very confidently say people weren't like, you either like Bob Dole or you get the fuck out of my house.
No, it was no big deal.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, when politics was just on television and in the newspapers, nobody gave a fuck who you supported. They didn't care. Maybe they thought you were an idiot because you're going to vote for that guy. Oh, that guy's a moron. You're crazy.
Right.
But there was no we couldn't talk at the dinner table. We couldn't, it became everything. Every part of your identity, fight against this. We are fighting against fascism by using fascism. We're going to stop the election. We're going to remove people from social media. We're going to shut down these voices.
And then we'll give you the candidate to vote for.
Yes. Preserve democracy.
Yeah. But it is like, because it's so annoying, like, especially, I'm an Austin comic now, and people will be like, oh, so you do comedy, so you must be like an alt-right-wing comic. Because it's like, no, I just do comedy. Like, there's a lot of stage time in the city, and that's sort of the whole point of the whole exercise, is to get up on stage. And
bro, how many times do we duke it out with Ron White in the green room over politics? In the most friendly, hilarious way.
Right.
Tony and I are roasting him.
Well, what's funny is that, ironically, people online, for whatever reason, Ron White's face is used a lot to come up on conservative memes.
Well, because conservatives love him.
I know, and it's so funny to me every time. Every time. You're like, wow, y'all really think Ron White's this, deep red conservative? It's so funny. Crazy.
It's so funny, because you get to know him. He's the most liberal amongst us.
Yeah, he's the most liberal guy in the green room.
He's first, and then Brian Simpson's two.
Yeah.
But Brian Simpson, it makes sense to me, because, used a lot of social services, had a rough stretch as a child. That's me too. That's not as bad as him, but the same kind of reasoning for social safety nets are important. They keep people fed, Yeah. It's that's super important, man.
Get people access to medicine. Yeah. That's very important.
Sometimes people are poor, and sometimes people get sick when they're poor. And the fact that shit could bankrupt you for the whole life. That could break a leg. You're bankrupt for your whole life.
That could bankrupt you if you're middle class. Fuck poor.
Yes.
The price of medicine in this country is absolute insanity.
Right. Yeah. And the people don't agree on that, or the education thing that we bring up ad nauseum. The fact that that's the only loans you can never get out of with bankruptcy, that's crazy.
Right.
And you get them when you're 18. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, that's so predatory.
Super predatory.
Super predatory.
Yeah.
Take a kid and give him a credit card with a 39% interest rate. Like,
And then you told them, like, if you go to college, like, it's going to be better for you on the other end, and it's like, that's not true at all.
No, not true at all.
Yeah, especially if you, like, got a degree in, like, something that doesn't pay lucratively.
I remember when I first started becoming successful as a comedian, where I was actually making a living as a comedian.
Ooh.
And I had friends that did the whole college thing and got jobs, and they were fucking miserable because we're both in our 20s. And they were out there in the workforce just fucking tired all the time. And they were upset. They were upset that I didn't do that. And yet I'm making money, I'm traveling around, I'm having a good time, hanging out with my friends. I've got no one telling me what to do. Write my own material, book my own flights, no boss.
Yeah.
And you could see, like, fuck, you're supposed to be a loser. I did the right thing.
Dude, have you ever seen the Jim Carrey commencement speech or like graduation speech he gave at a college once?
No.
Dude, I saw this. So I started comedy in my third year of college. So my fourth year, I'm like weighing out what do I want to do with my life? Do I want to go into higher education, grad school, med school, whatever, or do I want to do this thing that I think I love? And my friend showed me the speech because he knew I was going to do this, and he was like, "Listen to this." And it's Jim Carrey talking about how you can fail at what's safe.
That's true too.
Like the route you're supposed to take doesn't mean it's going to lead to success. So if you're going to fail anyway, might as well just fail at what you want to do, because at least you will have done that. And then if you fail the safe way, then you will always be like, fuck, I had this other thing I could have done.
Yeah.
And where could that have led me?
Yeah.
And now,
So true. But, however, the problem with that is, like, you've met open micers that are out of their fucking mind. And it's not going to happen.
Right.
No one wants to listen to you say anything, ever.
Right.
Shut the fuck up. Like, this ain't working. But
well, that's why
I saw that Jim Carrey speech, and I knew I just had to stay on the path. You got any advice for me, Hassan?
Well, that's you can't get that. That's the Mitzi quote. It's a sin to encourage mediocre talent. You can't be like, no, keep going. You got the nicest way to be like, hey, there's other stuff.
Well, that's the weird one when people like that they want to ask advice. What do you think I should do? Like, what? What I really think you should do, or what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
Want me to give you the secret word? Abracadabra.
Yeah. Oh, this is how
you have talent.
Abracadabra. This is how you make it. This is how you write a joke.
Yeah, he said, this is what you gotta do. I'll hold your hand.
Yeah.
You know what really happens with some guys? You get a hot girlfriend that is a comic, and then you're a really good comic, and she's terrible, and so you start writing her act. I've seen that happen a few times. What if it happens the other way? You get a really good female comic, and she starts dating some guy who sucks. She goes, listen, if you're going to date me, let me help you with your fucking material.
Ooh. I don't know if female comics date down like that very often.
They usually don't.
Yeah,
right?
they usually don't.
What is that called? Hypergamy?
Yeah, because if you're a great female comic, like the level of guy that's available to you is like
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, it's like it's like, well, what are you doing with an open micer? That's like
right.
Yeah.
But if you're like a headliner who does theaters, you could totally have an open micer as a girlfriend.
Yeah, and that's totally like that's totally that's totally cool. Yeah, but if like who's doing theaters right now? It's like if Ali Wong or whatever started dating an open mic, it'd be like, yo, what happened? Something went wrong.
Right.
For her to date an open mic.
Cummings started dating an open mic. You're like, what are you doing, crazy?
Yeah.
Show me what pills you're on.
Yeah.
You're gonna take these away from you now, Whitney.
There would be an intervention. There would be a group of dudes being like, the fuck is wrong with it?
No. This is Mike. He's a comedian too. What?
Yeah.
Mike's all sketchy and fucking weird, but he's built good. You know, he's got big bulges, pants.
Yeah.
Sits down like Macron.
No.
Being a female comic is infinitely harder. Because right away, people don't want to hear you talk about politics, don't want to hear your opinions on things. And, you know, you've got to, like, there's like Christina pulls it off, but like it's hard to be pretty on stage.
Right.
You know?
Right. Most of the time you have to hide your sex appeal.
Right.
I was talking to Kim Congdon about that, and she was like,
yep.
I wear baggy clothes on stage.
Yep.
Sam Lopez, same thing. She wears baggy clothes on stage. I mean, she couldn't hide being pregnant, but like, that's what.
Well, they had the baby.
They had their baby.
Derek's a daddy. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, a little.
That's so cool.
Crazy.
He's gonna light a fire under him, guaranteed. He's gonna work so much harder now. He's gonna be excited about it, and he'll have so much material too, because it's just the whole experience of children. It's like mind blowing.
Yeah. Well, I told him it's like crazy. Like, out of all the things you've accomplished, you've finally done the thing you were supposed to do.
Right. While you're put here on Earth.
But you had a kid, and that's like the most important thing. Like all the arenas that you've done, that's cool. But like,
that's all good.
But this is what it is.
Yeah, I know. The arenas is just like a little dance that we do together. We're really procreating, and then on top of that, we're making AI, and it's alive now. Right. Our job is almost done.
Yeah.
So you got in. Derek probably got in one of the last babies.
He's one of the last people that need to have a kid. Yeah.
It's kind of fucked, but listen, that's how the thing goes. You know, Australopithecus didn't get to stay around.
Right. Eventually it's going to come to an end, yeah.
Sorry, you're not good enough. You can't even code.
Right.
Fucking dumbass with your stone tools. Shut the fuck up. We have planes now. We can't have you anymore.
Yeah.
And you know, Australopithecus is like, bro, number.
Let me just play into these certain players.
Right.
Smart, does calculus.
Not even Homo sapien. There was like other stuff before, even before, like a Homo sapien to an Australopithecus is like it's like an alien.
Right. Many stages.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're the same species, kind of.
So nuts, man. It's also nuts that we would think that it would end with us. Yeah, but we're the perfect. We got it. It's done. It's done. No, we're terrible. We have nuclear bombs. We're in the middle of fucking 3 wars right now. What are you talking about? We're awful.
Right.
We're full of shit. We got the fucking all this congressional bullshit that we were just talking about with the insider trading, all the lies, all the different things that have gotten us in these different wars. Why would you want to stay this?
Well, it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. Like, this is like, we can handle this.
Yeah. Well, it's not us.
Well, yeah.
We are not going to be around. It's going to be a new thing. Just like dinosaurs don't exist.
Mary Lou Retina's, well, maybe she got tagged.
Oh, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna start. Eventually, these Waymos are gonna start slowly taking people out. Yeah, these Waymos are slowly gonna start taking people out.
All you have to do is just keep the door shut forever until you starve to death.
Yeah.
They consume you. Do you ever see that DARPA robot?
Sam Steve.
They built a DARPA robot called the Eater robot.
And
EATR. I forget what it stands for.
Dwayne Wade.
But it's fueled by biological material.
Dude. Sometimes I feel like scientists don't watch any movies.
Or they watch them all.
They watch them all. Like, I want to do that.
They're like, what do we do? What are we doing here? We're making fucking weapons. All right, what's the best way to fuel these things? Is it solar? Should we get out there and fill the tank up with gas? Or let them eat bodies? And I think it was any kind of biological material. So it could be plants, could be just
Chinese takeout.
Ground squirrels. Maybe they just eat ground squirrels.
Yeah.
Maybe they just eat fucking dead bodies on the battlefield.
And just keep going.
Right, if you're a robot, an autonomous robot that exists on biological materials, and you also kill people, you got plenty of fuel.
Right.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
Keep going.
Design artificially intelligent robots that kill people and eat them. Because that's the way to really do it. If you want to do battle efficiently, well, what fuel would be the most efficient fuel to use? Well, what is the fuel that you're making with your task? Well, that fuel would be bodies. Well, when you run out of bodies, is your task done? Good. Yeah. So then you just shut off. Because you're out of fuel. So you run out of gas when you've eaten everybody on Earth. It's the perfect design.
It's that perfect killing machine.
If you wanted to extinguish human life on Earth, that's what you would do. You'd have autonomous intelligence, artificial intelligence that absolutely knows where everyone is at any given time because everybody has a digital signature and everyone's connected to devices, and all you do is kill and eat people and just send them loose. And they would be indestructible, and they'd find you in buildings. They would fucking go upstairs to your apartment, find you and eat you. And when they're done eating everybody on the planet, they just shut off because they don't have any more fuel.
Damn,
bro. Damn. That's what all you have to do.
Damn.
Program a robot that eats people.
Damn. How much time do you think we have left?
I don't think we have 100 years.
You don't think we have 100 years?
No,
I don't think we
so.
have 100 years either.
Unless this is the other possibility. Like,
The AI just leaves?
No, I'm totally talking about my ass. There's a couple options.
Mhm.
One of the big options is we integrate. So instead of letting it eat us, what we do is become one with it. So instead of just being a territorial ape with thermonuclear weapons and a concealed carry permit, instead of being that, what we are is connected through Neuralink or something like that, or the next 30 versions of it from now. But just think about how quick cell phones changed everything and how much they've advanced since. What was the iPhone? 2007?
2000. I was in 8th grade, so it was 2006.
2006.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not that long ago.
No.
That's 20 years. 20 years. In 20 years, it's gone from being this little, shitty, clunky thing with a bad camera.
Right. It didn't even have a camera at first, did it?
Did it?
I don't think it had a camera at
It was
first.
the first iPhone to have a camera? I think it did. I think
Okay.
it did. I think it wasn't on the internet, though.
Yeah,
What?
That was part of the deal.
That's probably okay.
Yeah. But it wasn't on the internet, right?
What do you mean?
Was it, you couldn't get on the internet with it,
Right.
right?
Yeah, YouTube was one of the first apps built into it. That's why it kind of grew so far. So,
But could you get online, like, and read, like, a website on it? The first one?
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Okay, but the internet was like, super slow, right? What was the G's back then? How many G's was
I mean,
it?
that might have been the first
I
G.
think like the second or third iPhone was the iPhone 3G, and that was like the big.
Right.
Mhm.
That's right. So the 3G one was the first one where it actually became feasible that you would use it as a web browser. Like,
Right.
Now it's instantaneous, right? So now instead of taking forever to download a song or a movie, now with the bandwidth speeds you have, you get a new phone, new Android phone or a new iPhone, you're getting instantaneous everything. It's shocking how good it is. The new, all these new Samsung phones, like the Galaxy that Brian Simpson uses,
Right.
that has this Google Gemini assistant, he talked to it the other day. And he said, send me this, that, put it on my calendar, and then text it to a friend of mine. And it just said, okay. And it just did it. It did all those things. What application would you like me to use? Google Tasks. It just does this for him. And it all automates, just from a prompt. So he talks to his phone. His phone's like his assistant. Tell him, set that shit on my calendar, put it in my schedule, send me a text message when it's come time, put an alert so I know when it's coming up. Okay. It just does it all.
Ooh. That's wild. I've never
For 20 years.
I've never used Siri, so I'm not.
I use Siri all the time, and then
Yeah.
Siri doesn't know what the fuck is going on. So Siri's always like, would you like to use ChatGPT? I'm like, bitch, why am I asking
Why
you
am I
questions?
talking to you?
If you got to keep going to ChatGPT, should I replace you? Because Gemini seems to have the answers. Gemini's way better than Siri.
It's
Way better.
well, because it feels like, and I know nothing about how AI works, but it feels like because Siri was already there, it's like trying to implement AI to an interface that's kind of old.
The Google interface with AI in the phones and all the Google ecosystem is way better. It's just, it's way more effective. It's quicker.
Mhm.
It like gets it. It'll follow a chain of questions. Like you could ask another question. How should I do that? What should I do with it? And
I
it
know.
follows what you're saying.
Okay.
It's just a better design, and it's integrated with. So like Siri has to ask ChatGPT. Like, would you like to use ChatGPT? Like, bitch, what do you think?
Yes.
If you don't have the answer, go to ChatGPT, get me the fucking answer. Whereas Google cuts that step out. It gives you the answer immediately. It's just better at it. Integrates with Gmail. It's just a better system. But they're working on it. It's like all these things are getting better. Like all the AI is getting
Oh,
better.
they're so much better. I mean, just the video we watched, like the AI capabilities 6 months ago.
Yeah.
That video, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
And now you see it on I'll see it online on like Reddit or Facebook, or you'll see it where like people are like, oh, you're falling for this AI thing. And it took me a second to realize like, oh, it's AI.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
yeah. There's
yeah.
a lot of those.
There's
I posted one of a butterfly. No, a mantis. Like some crazy mantis that looked like a lotus flower. It's like, oh, that looks dope. And like somebody posted it on Instagram, so I just put it in my stories just because I thought it looked dope.
Right.
Even if it's fake, it's still dope. And then someone said, hey, but why does he have 5 fingers and a thumb? I was like, really? Was it you, Jamie? Did you notice it? Yeah, Jamie does.
That's so funny.
Jamie's always like ahead of the curve with that shit, though, because he's super skeptical. And he does too much research into conspiracies.
Yeah. Well, you have to be. You have to be super skeptical
Jamie
about
goes-
anything you see now.
He goes, all roads lead to Ohio.
Everybody is sending me bullshit all day. I have to fucking look through it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like this is like talk about this on the show, and it's just some guy with
Oh,
three
yeah.
heads or whatever.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe things, and the thing is, like, a lot of the stuff that you're fed that's fake, you're fed by people who want you to repeat it because they're trying to muddy the waters of reality,
Right.
which is a great strategy.
Well, if you say it enough, it can be real. There's certain truth to it, right? So it's
There's
like
that. But there's also say something that is real and attach a bunch of really goofy shit to it so that it's not real anymore.
So it make it be like, well, this if everything else around it is fake,
Right.
this has to be fake.
Right. You know, you connect it to a Nazi apologist or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, this is nonsense. Or like, all this UFO stuff. Like, there's so much of that stuff that seems like so hokey, you don't even want to repeat it. But yet it's connected to things like gravity propulsion drives, which were theorized about in the 1950s, and there's research was done on them. It seems like maybe some groundbreaking advancements were kind of concealed from the public. But then it's like I was abducted and they took all of my sperm, and like, you know what I mean? It's like all these people that are connected to it that are goofy. You wonder. Like, how much of that goofy shit is on purpose to make the whole thing seem stupid? Because what they're really trying to do is obscure something.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
So it's like it's a bit hiding it in plain sight.
Right.
Just like we never hid it from you. You just thought it wasn't real because this guy was talking about getting jerked off by aliens.
Connected to Scientology or fucking whatever. Just throw some nonsense that way. Flat Earth, whatever. You know, just find some reason why it's kooky. Connect it to like some fucking person channels. You know what I mean?
Right.
Make it stupid.
Right.
It's like, oh, it's stupid. That's a bunch of stupid shit.
Connected
You know?
to Scientology.
Right. It's connected to something that you don't want to talk about. You know, Bigfoot. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like those kind of strategies for taking real information and muddying it up with a bunch of nutty shit, and then send the Patriot Front to go fucking protest for it. Like,
right. Are those the feds?
That's what people say.
Right.
And then there's like a thing online now. The Patriot Front was all feds. How come they're back? Like all of a sudden they reemerged. They took a hiatus.
Right.
They're back with season 3. These guys they still wear the bandanas. They're still marching down the street covering their face. They still wear uniforms. Like, see, they're not even feds. There's no way they can be feds. I mean, that's over.
Right.
There's no way. Like, it's not like Cash Patel and Dan Bongino completely did a 180 as soon as they got into office. I mean, it's like, this is a different federal government now.
Right.
Yeah. Now it's truth. Truth social.
I feel like I think things that people forget is that they definitely played both sides.
Yeah.
Like, I think because they were heavily involved in January 6th, and I think they were heavily involved in those BLM riots. It's like, oh my God, the feds they want chaos for whatever reason. For more control, I guess.
They want that, and they want us at each other's throats.
Right.
They want people. They want the MAGA people fighting with the liberals. They want that. They want that, and they fuel it. I see a lot of those pro-MAGA posts. Like MAGA Mom 2000. I'm like, really? You know what I mean? It's like, how many of these people are real people? And it's ridiculous shit.
That's like, I hope you're not a real person. I hope your identity isn't MAGA first, Mom second.
Yeah.
I really hope you're not a real person.
It's just, I think, whatever the number is, whether it's 50%, like, it's so hard to know what's real and what's not. And I think the best strategy, for me at least, is just tune the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's why I like YouTube.
Yeah,
I go on YouTube, I'm watching stuff about, like, fucking ancient civilizations, car videos.
I'm watching a guy do puzzles. Like, this is, like, way better.
I like watching guys cook. I love, I think is it called Bon Appetit? I forget what it is. I've been watching a bunch of videos on various restaurants, like how they set that up. I love it, man. I don't know why. No, I love watching people do something that they're really passionate about. And when you watch it, they pick the beef and that's what it was. It was that guy Guga Foods. Do you know who that guy is?
No.
Amazing YouTube channel. He's like this steak guy. He's obsessed with steak and cooking different kinds of steak. He went to Osobuco in Miami, which is like supposedly one of the best restaurants in the country. I haven't been. But this place, Osobuco in Miami, they I think they were talking about how they had a 2-year dry age steak. Dry aged it for 2 years, or they didn't cut that one up. They made another one for him. But you're watching this chef, and he's got this like crazy live hardwood fire grill set up, and he's talking about he's cooking at these different temperatures, and he's got the peppers over here, and he's cooking pineapples over fire over here. He's gonna splice that up and put it in this, and it's so exciting, and he's so passionate about what he's making, the meat, and how they're using this like herb brush to put butter all over it. You're like, oh my god, it looks so good. Yeah, it looks so good. And it's like, I'm not getting angry, I'm not getting outraged.
No.
I am. That's it. This is the guy. So this is, I found the greatest restaurant on earth. It says, I'm speechless. So that disgusting rotten mummy dick is that's a 2-year dry age steak. But what that is the mold from that helps to dry age all the other beef. So he calls it like the mother. That's why he's not cutting into it yet. See right there, he calls it the mother. And so this guy takes him like a regular, like a 2-month dry age. 22 days. Okay.
Right.
So it's like, there used to be a place called APL that was in LA, and they went under during the pandemic. But Adam Perry Lang was the chef, and he was really into dry aging. And he had some 1-year dry aged meat, and he served it to us. We're like, whoa, this is wild.
Right.
It's a weird taste, man, because it's essentially like being eaten by parasites. It's like, mold is eating it. You should go back to those videos of that guy just cooking the steak. You just had that. Look how fucking good this looks.
Oh my
When
god.
the guy was cooking the steak, though, like, look at this. And they're making osabu. So go before that, you'll see the steak. So he's throwing this. So he's got the fires out. This is osabuco. So he's pulling it off the bone. Go back a little earlier though when you watch him cook it, because this is what I like is watching it when it hits the grill. There's nothing like steak cooking over live hardwood, like burning hardwood. And this guy's just a master at it. And then he takes it out and he slices it up and puts herb butter all over it. Like, oh,
damn.
And this, see me? I'm not mad.
No.
No one's outraged. I'm not getting politically involved. I'm just enjoying watching someone cook delicious food.
Watching someone do something they love is always great. Yeah. I follow this one guy in Britain. His name is Francis. I forgot the name of the channel, but watch him slice it. Make him slice it. Put it back up. This guy named Francis. Look at that. Oh, that's nice.
Look at it all.
My genuine happiness.
Yeah, look at his face. That's a real. You can't fake that kind of smile. He's gonna slice it up. Oh, baby. So good, dude.
So I watch this guy on Instagram. His name is Francis. He lives in England. He loves trains. Trains. And every time he sees a train, he gets super happy and he tells you everything about the train, like its route and its history.
And you get excited.
I love how much he's into it.
Yeah.
I love it. It makes me happy every time he's on my this guy rules. Dude, this guy fucking rules, dog.
Wow. Let me hear him.
Incredible. That little bedroom where the Kennett and Avon Canal runs rather prettily alongside the Berks and Hants line here. And it's at this road bridge that I'm about to see Britannia. Oh my god, it's a 59.
Okay, stop right here.
Yeah.
Stop right here. Imagine how quickly one of those Colombian Mormons could get him.
Ooh, you know what's funny? He's shown his girlfriend before. She's a dime, dude.
Yeah. Maybe she's into trains too. That's the key.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But he's a guy. He's a guy who's good at what he does, is passionate about it, and is happy with it. That's attractive boy.
Oh yeah.
People
love when people are really into something.
Mm-hmm. But like every video, just a massive smile, just a train.
Yeah.
It's like a little hit of happiness. This guy.
Yeah. Look at him. Yeah, man. Like whatever it is, whether it's automobiles, whatever it is. I love watching auto reviews, even cars that I'm never gonna buy.
Right.
I like watching. Like, what do you think about that car?
Right. Yeah.
They go over the way the mechanics work and how it's designed. And Yeah, when people are into when it's making furniture,
It's just this whatever you're creating is.
yeah,
If it's even if it's just train watching, if
Yes.
you're into it,
Yes.
it's like awesome for other people.
super contagious.
This guy this month, he went pretty viral. He quit his job, cashed in his 401k, took his cat, got a sailboat, went to Hawaii.
Whoa,
Just got there yesterday.
whoa,
He went from 10,000 people following to 1.6 million.
whoa! Sailing _ Phoenix on Instagram.
He's doing daily updates of yep, this is me. Here's my cat. Here's my boat. Today sucked.
Oh, I'm following that
Pretty
guy.
windy.
I'm following that guy. Yeah, we because everybody has that dream, right?
Yeah.
Just check out society, man. Live on a mountain. That's mine.
Oh, they just film it up.
What's his Instagram again?
This is the cat. His name's Oliver.
Sailing with Phoenix. Came up right away on Instagram or on YouTube, brother. Bam.
Damn, that's nice. Yeah, but you know what I find interesting with the social media and now with what I talked about earlier with the streaming that the live stream people do is you remember oh my god, that Jim Carrey movie Truman Show, where it was like oh my god, look at this guy, he's been tricked and we're watching everything he's doing, and now fast forward 30 years and people are actively trying to become Truman.
Yeah,
it's a very I wonder if the guy who wrote that movie thought of that as a possibility of
remember the McConaughey one? There was a McConaughey film at TV. Same thing. Following a guy around his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually he's at the end he's like, I can't do this anymore.
Right.
I'm gonna be normal.
Was it a choice that he made or was it put upon him in that movie?
I don't remember. Did he win something?
I don't know.
Did he win a contest or something?
I maybe think of someone that did just do this. This guy called the Outdoor Boys channel.
Oh yeah, I watched that guy.
Yeah,
he quit.
He quit.
It's too much to my family. Can't
Yeah.
take it.
He's really cool. I liked his shows. He would go places and camp and cook his own food and shit. There's a bunch of those guys that I follow. I followed this one guy last night. He's in, it was 10 degrees below zero. He's testing out the world's warmest sleeping bag. So he's got a fire.
Damn, that's dope.
He treks out there by himself on snowshoes with a fucking sled behind him filled with his stuff.
Damn.
But it's interesting, man. It's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, people just want to. People will watch people live life.
Watch someone do something purposeful. When you're out in the woods and you make your own fire and you have the warmest sleeping bag, you have to have that to stay alive.
Right.
And that's why it's exciting to us, because everything else has no consequences. Our day is just should I stay awake and keep watching YouTube or should I go to bed? I should probably go to bed now. I'll give myself one more hour. One more hour of watching bullshit. Wasting your time.
Yeah.
And this guy's out there in the woods,
doing
10
something
below zero. In his sleeping bag, all I can see out of him is he's having to be so bundled up in there, fucking freezing. He's gonna stoke the fire, stay warm, and stay alive.
Ooh, that stuff gives me anxiety. I can't watch that.
Me too. But it's also exciting. You want to watch him do it. And that Outdoor Boys guy was one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just got too popular.
Yeah, I mean, it was front page news that he quit. A YouTuber quit.
Maybe
And it
he'll
was
come
news.
back. He's cool though. He seems like a real sweet guy, a real nice guy. Everything about his show, and it's interesting.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of these people. These are people you want to root for.
Yeah.
The sailboat guy, the train guy, him. It's I want these people to succeed. It's
also, this is low production value, doing it on his own, self-filming. Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, just probably have to pay an editor, and that's about it.
He might edit it himself.
Oh,
it's not hard to do today.
No.
You can kind of figure it out if you want to really cut down the amount of people working with you. Yeah. You could probably figure out how to do that.
You can just watch a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just
have the time. You can edit it all yourself. And then, you're kind of your own production. And then just by word of mouth, this guy got big. Because it's kind of fun to watch.
Right. And pretty intense stuff he does sometimes.
He gets out there in the woods, bro.
Yeah, I saw this one video of him where he oh, thank God I found this cabin. Otherwise I would have been fucked.
Yeah. Imagine if that's your dad, though, and you have to watch him, your little kid. You almost lost dad?
Yeah.
Damn, how close were you? I was exaggerating for the show. I knew where I was.
Yeah, it must be weird having a famous parent.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, how do your kids deal? Is it?
They handle it pretty well because they've always had a famous parent.
Oh, you didn't become famous
right
while it was. Yeah.
That would be even weirder.
Right.
That's the weirdest. For them, that's what's normal.
Right. If they always grew up in it, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a problem. You know what's the problem? I gotta be so bad.
Okay.
Whew. Let's wrap this up.
Okay.
3 hours, dude. Flew by.
Hell yeah.
Crazy. Tell everybody your Instagram and bro. First of all, I'm super excited to watch you do stand up. You've been fucking killing it. It's
Thank you.
really fun. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch you write, and it's fun to watch. I mean, I've known you for so long now because I knew you at the Comedy Store. To see you from there to where you are now is super inspiring.
Thank you. I'm glad, and I thank you too for the opportunity for a place where I could work as hard as I'm able to work. It's like
you're making the most of it. We were talking. Me and Tony were talking about it last night. Like you were literally making the most of it. All these young guys.
There used to be this. I love the Niners. And Steve Young is talking about his Super Bowl winning performance. It's like, I was given this opportunity to show how great I could be. So let me show how great I could be. It's like, if you're giving me this opportunity to like get up all the time, let me write, let me be helpful to other young comics. Let me just be a part of the scene.
Process work.
It works. It works. Yeah. So I mean, hopefully you can follow me at Sanjay Ahmad, EHSANJAHMAD. I have a podcast with my friend Derek.
Who's a recent dad?
Yeah, recent dad, called The Solid Show. I think our chemistry on there is phenomenal.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Derek is the best. He's so lovable. He's maybe the most likable guy that's ever lived.
He might be. He's like a cartoon character almost.
If you don't like Derek, how the fuck are we gonna have a conversation?
So
everybody loves that guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my god. And then that's my podcast. So just follow me on there. And then I think this year, especially these last few sets I've been having, is like, I gotta film something.
Beautiful.
I gotta find a way to do it, but I think I'll film a special.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah,
right.
like a 30
Let's wrap this up.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We're up. What's up? How are you, man?
How are you? It's
a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I really enjoyed you on the Jesse Michaels podcast, so I had to have you on.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, man.
I love it when young people know so much about ancient history. Like, how did you get started with this?
Well, it's quite literally in my blood. Back in the I should say the 1890s, my family, they were cattle rustlers right here in the hill country, actually maybe a little bit further, or quite a bit further west of San Antonio.
Damn, you come from a lot of criminals?
Probably. Yeah, there's a lot of dark history in here. So they're cattle rustlers that are out in Dryden, Texas, and Sanderson, Texas. And right on the Rio Grande. And they were that's how they made their money. They were fascinated, kind of like everybody, with finding gold, with finding lost Spanish treasure, and Native American artifacts. So they're living in this area called the Reagan Canyon, and I've seen it all over the place. If you look on, I think like the Smithsonian did something on the top 10 forgotten places in the United States. It's like the most remote areas of our country, and somewhere in there is Reagan Canyon. And so out there, they developed this fascination for looking for lost Spanish gold. And, there were bandits that would hide up in the hills, and they would sack Spanish caravans and drag the gold up into the hills to not get caught, to hopefully come back for it later. And the Spanish are out there mining for gold and everything. So my family gets caught up in one of the biggest mysteries of Texas history. Like, if you were to go to some bookstore, there's a popular one called The Sons of Coronado, and it's like this legacy of people looking for Spanish gold. Somewhere in there, my family will be in there. And so this started in the 1890s, and it's this long saga of the treasure being dragged to San Antonio, and all these people get killed, and only one of these four Reagan brothers makes it out. He gets involved in oil drilling out in East Texas, and then so my family moved out to East Texas, and then his son was born, which is my grandfather. And then he continues this legacy of continuing his father's oil company, but then he also begins gold mining in New Mexico. And while he's out in New Mexico, he hears these legends of these 7 lost Spanish gold mines, and because there was a local police officer who was like a treasure hunter, and he knew who my grandfather was and the story behind our family. He sought him out, and they went off looking together. And I don't know how long it took them to find it, but he found the 7 lost Spanish gold mines of New Mexico, and he opened up this company called Three Bells Mining and Milling Company, and that was open for about 8 years, and they opened up these mines that go back to probably about the 1530s. And so the Spaniards were up all the way in New Mexico in the 1530s, and they were opening up Native American gold mines and expanding them. And so he found these gold mines that go hundreds of feet into the ground as this huge, expansive gold mining operation. Well, somebody dies after a smelter explodes, and the company goes under. They lose everything. My family falls into poverty. My dad's born during that time, and my dad didn't really get to experience like all of that excitement. He had to spend his life climbing out of poverty, and but he had this love for history. He had this love for American history, really, and he instilled in me the importance of history growing up, and that fascination of exploration and kind of ancient American history. Hearing those stories carried over into me during my childhood. And so I have always been fascinated by this. And I guess getting to where I am now, I was halfway through my marketing degree in college, and I'm sitting on my bed in my dorm room with my girlfriend at the time, who I'm married to now, and we watched the movie The Lost City of Z about Percy Fawcett, and something about that guy's journey reminded me so much of my family. Kind of reminded me of my dad, reminded me of my grandpa, and it changed something in me. Like that day, I could not ignore. I was probably 20 at the time. I could not ignore this love that I always had for ancient history. But archaeologists are poor. It's an extremely hard life, and it's really hard on your family too. And I just knew I had to create a life for myself where I could do what I loved, because I had like a 1.7 GPA in college, and I was not going to make it through my classes, and so I changed. I got a degree in cultural anthropology. I wrote, like, we had a mock thesis statement, and I wrote it on the Amazon and the lost civilizations, and how they were wiped out from Spanish influenza, and so that's where I'm at today.
Wow. I think everybody, when you start looking at the history of the human race and you start looking at the history of civilizations, everyone gets fascinated, because we kind of like woke up in this life. We didn't choose to be born during this timeline. We woke up in this timeline, and we're like, how did collectively we get here? And then you have this narrative of how collectively we got here. But then you see there's holes in this narrative, and it's real weird. And then you find out about asteroid impacts and super volcanoes, and then there's people like Zahi Hawass who are in charge of telling you what they know, and this is the only answer, and you're like, well, that guy's not right. And then you start like looking at guys like Graham Hancock, go, why is everybody calling him a Nazi? Like, what the fuck? And then you start getting deep into the weeds and this stuff, and you're like, wow, there's a lot of resentment from the gatekeepers. There's a lot of people that have been they've been teaching a narrative and teaching it in school, and they don't want anyone else teaching this stuff. They want to be the only people that can tell people what the history of the human race is. And unfortunately for them, there's too much other evidence. It's too weird. The whole picture is not settled. It's too strange. And they keep finding new things all the time that throw a monkey wrench into the gears of the timeline of civilization. And so then, you find out about Egypt. And that was the big one for me. Once I found out about Egypt, well, not found out about it, but really started exploring it.
When you discovered every grain of sand.
I discovered it all. I was there. I dug the hole. When I
that went about as well as I thought it would when you told me.
I was hoping it was going to go a little better, honestly.
Well, he had a great opportunity to win over the popular audience and come in and make a really good impression, and he did exactly the opposite.
Well, I think there was a bunch of problems there, ego being one of them, but another one being a language barrier. I think so. Also, years of battle. Like, if you're in conflict with people about this very thing that we're talking about for years and years and years, and these people that you're in conflict with keep winning,
Yeah.
You know, like I remember there was an old documentary that was narrated by Charlton Heston. He was the host of it. I don't know if you ever saw this, The Mysteries of the Sphinx.
Yes, I've seen it. I've seen it on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was on television at the time.
Mhm.
And one of the things in that was they were trying to talk about Robert Schoch's work with the water erosion around the Temple of the Sphinx. And there was this very arrogant archaeologist. I don't remember his name, but I remember he had a smackable face. He was just so arrogant. He's like, where is the evidence of this civilization that existed 10,000 years ago? Well, now we have evidence. So, like Göbekli Tepe threw a giant monkey wrench into the gears of this narrative. And now they're forced to reckon with this. Like, Zahi didn't even know what Göbekli Tepe was. Which was
there was a lot of things that he wasn't familiar with, like Zep Tepi or the it's either the Turin or the Turid Kings list, which talks about the pre-dynastic, like semi-mythological kings going back, tens of thousands of years.
Yes.
How do you
not know that?
How was he the former head of the Ministry of Antiquities and Culture? How are you not familiar with this?
Right. Well, he just dismisses it.
Yeah.
But aggressively.
Yeah.
Which is like, there's no way you know everything. There's no way. And then it was also the data from the Italian scientists that were studying this tomography and this ability to look underground with satellite radar, and also dismissing that. But then I brought up the Temple of Osiris, but they looked into that. Like, you could see it.
Yeah.
They have, like, they showed where the chambers are. It works. But this was only 50 feet in the ground. Like, okay,
pretty well.
Well, how do you know how deep that stuff goes? If it works 50 feet, who's to say it doesn't work 2 kilometers, like they're saying?
Yeah, I was having a conversation with like my mentor, Dr. Ed Barnhart. He's a friend of Graham. He was one of Graham's guest experts on season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse when he went to the Maya realm. He and I were talking this morning, and he was like, it's become a battle of like, who has this right to talk about these things?
Right.
Does the fact that I have a degree in anthropology, that's what gives me the right to have more of an opinion on somebody else? That's kind of what it's become, and it's like one side is accosting the other over their fascinations and their interest, and the fact that they're able to make a living from the things that they're fascinated about and talking about it.
Right.
And it feels like academia has become bitter because being in the academic world is a very rough and jaded place, and a lot of young aspiring archaeologists who maybe would have had an approach like me, but existed during this time where you could only have your pursuits if the university signed off on it, right? But now universities are like ideologically captured, and every little thing that you do has to be aligned with the university. And so all of your fascinating ideas that you have in your mid-20s, to your mid-30s, when you're young and able to go off into the jungle and find something, they all get shut down by people who had their ideas shut down. But now it's the Wild West, where you can have somebody like me or whoever put together an expedition, and I legally cannot start digging up the ground and excavating things, but I can go and document things and survey things on my own, with local permission, whatever. But
can you legally dig things up in certain countries if you get permission? Or is it...
well, I mean, yeah. If I got permission, but I mean, it would be next to impossible for somebody like me to do that.
Why would that be? What would be the hurdles?
Oh, well, you would have the local universities there who also have their own, high credentialed people who are gonna, if I don't come in with a PhD, I'm never gonna get a PhD. But if I don't come in with something like that, then I don't have the experience. I don't have, the authority to be able to do something like this, and they would never trust me to carry out like a good excavation.
Right, not damaging.
Yeah. So they would never trust that.
There's some reasonable explanations for why.
Yeah, kind of.
People have looted. Who knows how much of ancient Egypt is just gone? I mean, who knows?
Oh man, well,
how many wealthy people actually ate mummies?
Yeah,
about that. They actually, like, for people listening, you didn't mishear me. they ate mummies. They would bring them to these European aristocrats, would bring them to parties, and people would consume the mummies.
Yeah.
Which is just like, what were you guys drinking? Like,
Yeah. It's
what kind of giddy party were you guys having over there where that was the idea?
It's gnarly, man. Yeah, so much of Egypt is gone, and this is why I don't think that I love the mystery of the ancient world, and why I'm so baffled when people want to immediately shut anything down. Because of the amount of history that is lost to us is completely baffling. Egypt has been getting looted, and we know, for the last let's say 3,000 years at least. Foreign nations have been coming in and raiding Egypt and taking the artifacts out, and so so much of the artifact record is lost. And I think that the real problem is the confidence with which somebody like Zahi speaks. It's okay for you to have your perspective and the way that you view the ancient world based on the data that's been available to you. It's okay to have your opinions, but when you're so confident about your opinions that you then begin to chastise other people, put them down for it, and then go the next mile and start making accusations of them being racist and things like that.
Liberal approach.
That's really not good.
Right, it's not good, but it's like that guy embodies what you don't like about academia. You see him physically, he embodies it. Like, it's like, that's what it is. It's these weak men, these weird, kind of bitchy, weak men that decide that they're in control of things, and the way to shut people down is by casting the worst pejoratives on them. Especially, like, the Graham Hancock stuff, calling him a racist, because he's interested in Atlantis.
I really did not like the letter that they wrote to Netflix to try to get season 1 taken down of Ancient Apocalypse, and they sometimes they'll rebuttal and say, oh, well, I never blatantly called him a racist. Like, well, okay, even if you didn't blatantly do it, you insinuated it, and you were okay with insinuating it. And some of these people exist in a realm where, in their little bubbles, where they throw around the word racist all the time. And then when they get to the wider world where the rest of us exist, they find out very quickly that we don't throw that term around lightly and accuse people of these things. And then, at the end of the podcast, when he said, you asked, things, the kind of temperature came down, and then I think maybe you asked something like, well, what can people do to help archaeology? And he was like, oh, you can donate to the SAA. But the SAA is the one that wrote the letter. It's like, oh man, that's just, it's not a good look.
Well, it's a real problem with human beings and ego when they have positions of power and authority, especially over something that is very esoteric. Something that is and also completely complex. Like when you're dealing with trying to decipher hieroglyphs and then, the fact that we know that the Library of Alexandria was burned down, so who knows what was lost in that.
Several different times, 5 different times.
I wonder if any of that just got stolen out of there, and then they blamed it on.
Well, so the first time Caesar is chasing his rival Pompey across the Mediterranean, and Pompey flees to Alexandria, and Alexandria was kind of in the basket of Rome. The Ptolemies, who are the Greek pharaohs in Egypt. So the Greeks are controlling Egypt after Alexander comes in 332 BC. So Alexander dies, his best friend Ptolemy becomes pharaoh. So, but the Ptolemies were very weak, not very good rulers, and so Rome kind of does like what the U.S. does, where they get pulled into conflicts, and then once they're there and they conquer everything, they seize all the power, And so Rome had done this to Egypt, and so they controlled Egypt, and they were pulling all of their, they were keeping the Ptolemies in power. The Roman soldiers were, and they were pulling all that grain into Egypt. And so Caesar follows Pompey, chases him to Alexandria, and so that Pompey can't flee, Caesar says, we'll burn the docks. Well, when you landed in Alexandria, you would land at this dock that went to a road called Soma Road. So you had Soma Road and Canopic Way, and it was like the street corner. It must have been amazing to see in real life. Like, think about this. You have the Library of Alexandria. All this is all in one block. You have the Library of Alexandria. You have the Museum, which is right next to it. So both together to make the world's first university. And I mean, you can just imagine like walking through those halls. Across the street from that is Alexander's mausoleum. So his mausoleum, we think the Emperor Hadrian, if you've heard of Hadrian before, that he modeled his mausoleum on Alexander's. So we kind of have an idea of like what the mausoleum may have looked like. You have a marble statue of Alexander on top. So people are walking by every day in the middle of this town. And then across the street from that is a palatial district where all the rich people live. And then off by the bay, you would have had Cleopatra's palace. And so it's this beautiful place. But when the boats come into the dock, you had to give up all the scrolls that you had, because the Ptolemies are obsessed with obtaining the world's knowledge, and they want the originals. They don't want a copy. So what they would tell people is, you give us your writings, we'll write down a copy, and we'll give you back your original. But what they would do is give back the copy and keep the original. And this is something called the Library Wars. This is the whole thing. So, but this one, it was connected to the docks. And so most of the buildings in Alexandria are made out of stone to prevent fires. But the interior of Alexandria's library would have had all these wooden shelves that would cross when you stack all the scrolls in. So everything was, maybe the actual structure of the building was burned down, but the entire interior of it burns up. And so when Caesar sets fire to the docks to burn all Pompey's ships, it crawls up the docks and burns the library down. Well, Augustus did the same thing. A decade and a half later, Augustus came and he seized it out. And then there are rebellions, because the Alexandrians are very rebellious. They don't want to be ruled by the Romans. And so there's I think it's Caracalla that he was being made fun of by the Alexandrians. There was a theater in town. It's actually the place where stand-up comedy was invented, in Alexandria. Yeah, so
really,
and the butt of all the jokes was always the Roman emperor. So you'd have people like talking shit about the Roman emperor standing up, in the middle of Alexandria's theater, and so the Roman emperor was always the butt of the joke. Well, Caracalla, I believe it's Caracalla. He's one of the brothers in Gladiator 2, the new Gladiator, if you've seen it. He's one of the brothers, but the movie doesn't really depict the actual emperors very accurately. But he gets tired of it, so he just comes down to Alexandria on like a royal visit and executes 25,000 people in the city of Alexandria and burns down parts of it. So he burned down the library for the third time. And then there was another emperor named Aurelian, when a local Alexandrian declared himself the new Egyptian pharaoh. I think he was a real Egyptian. He declared himself like the newest pharaoh, and he created this revolt. And then Aurelian had to come and put the revolt down, and he burned down the library again. So we're getting close to like 300 AD at this point. Now, in 365 AD, there was a huge earthquake that was off of the coast of Crete, I think, which is the most southern Greek isle, and it's where the Minoans lived. I believe it's there, or it's off the coast of Cyprus. And so that earthquake just reverberates down to Egypt, and this massive tsunami destroys the entire city of Alexandria. And it said it was so catastrophic that I think it's Pliny the Elder or Pliny the Younger comes down in a rescue mission from Italy, and he comes to Alexandria, and he records that 50,000 people in the city are missing because of the wave that gets pushed in, and that all of the giant boats, these are gigantic boats in Alexandria's harbor, are sitting on top of all the rooftops in the city. And it's after this point that the location of Alexander's body and the location of Alexandria's library just completely go missing. So they're both utterly destroyed, and most likely all of the giant stones that were used to build the city were repurposed for other things. But in one fatal swoop, Alexandria's library, the Museon, and Alexander's mausoleum completely disappear from the historical record.
Wow. It just shows you how vulnerable knowledge is.
Mm-hmm.
I really think about that today because obviously we have a lot of books, and most things that are like most physics work, most work on archaeology, most work on history is available in book form. But how much of what we have is on hard drives? And if there was a power outage, just a global, worldwide power outage that lasted 6 months, we're fucked. We don't know anything anymore. It's a small amount of time for an enormous cataclysmic disaster to completely erase tens of thousands of years of understanding of everything.
Yeah.
everything. We would have no knowledge. One generation removed from electronics would have no knowledge of how to recreate it, what steps need to be taken, what you have to build a chip plant. Where are they right now? They're in Taiwan. What the fuck are you talking about? How are we going to do this? Hard drives?
That's a precarious place for them to be.
Starting from scratch today, we would be very similar, I think, to probably what starting from scratch was post the Great Flood, post the Great Comet impacts, all the Younger Dryas impacts, their stuff. Civilization, if that stuff is correct, if there is, if Graham's position and Randall Carlson's position is that there was probably a much more advanced civilization than just hunter-gatherers that lived 10,000 plus years ago. How many thousands of years would it take before we started calming down again? Well, it seems like it took about 4,000 or 5,000 years before civilization emerged.
A really long time.
A really long time.
I think about that with foraging, you know? I was reading, yesterday I was reading Exploration Fawcett. Have you ever read this before or listened to the audiobook? It's Percy's
Fawcett's
personal diary. Yeah, so you have,
there's an audiobook of that?
Yeah, it's on Audible. Yeah. You'll get wrapped up in it. You won't be able to stop listening to it. You know, he just has these amazing experiences, and man, he would be like your best, like your all-time guest. You know, if you could have him on.
Sure.
But
probably had a great accent too.
Yeah, for sure. And so you listen to his audiobook, and the way he talks about meeting the indigenous people that live deep in the Amazon. You know, it would take him weeks to get to these little villages. And while he was out there, he would see like the systematic mathematical structure with which they would set up these giant villages and how they would build these huge like thatched wood homes with foundations that are stones. And these people were, he said that they had like beautiful skin, they spoke elegantly, they sang songs, and he was like, this isn't, he's like, these people in the Amazon are not primitive savages like my colleagues at the Royal Geographic Society in London believe that they are. These are people who are the fallen, or are the descendants of a fallen great civilization. He was like, the way they interact with each other is so sophisticated.
Why do you think they were the descendants of a fallen civilization and not the people that were currently living in the most modern version of the civilization?
I don't quite know. You know, there's some things that are left out. Like he has some, before he started writing this, I think he always had these ideas in the back of his mind. And so you don't really get the origin of why he initially started thinking this. But, you know, while he's exploring South America, he's hearing all these stories of you know, semi-contacted people. Like you have natives who still live the native life, but they can speak Spanish, and he can speak a little bit of Spanish and communicate with these people. So he would hear about, oh yeah, you know, there's this huge city of gold off in the jungle, months travel that way, and it's the same kind of legend that all these Spaniards had heard. So it's this idea that, well, there was this civilization that used to be out there, and so Percy thought that maybe it has something to do with Atlantis, and so that was part of his journey looking for it. And then he, it's actually his wife, Nina Fawcett, I believe, when she's in a library in England, she finds a Portuguese document. I think it's manuscript 512. Have you ever heard of this? I could have the name of it wrong, but I think it's manuscript 512. And in that, it's these guys who are kind of like semi-professional Portuguese explorers in the mid-1700s that are going around Brazil, and they find this huge stone city with statues that they thought looked like Greek gods in the middle of the Amazon. And so, you know, the perception, like my perception looking back through it is like, well, I mean, yeah, these are Portuguese guys who come from Europe, so when they see something that's native, their only lens to see it through is what they've grown up knowing, which is the Greek and Roman world. So that's how they communicate this idea. But they found this big stone city in the middle of I'm pretty sure it's Brazil's jungle. And so this was completely forgotten until Percy's wife found this. So you know, when he first went down to the Amazon, he was only there on a mapping expedition on behalf of Great Britain, which he was probably a spy. I'm guessing that that's what was actually happening there, because he was a spy when he was in the military. And I think what he was doing is, on an official basis, he's charting the border around Brazil with the Amazon River, but really what he's doing is collecting information so that maybe Great Britain can have a colony there someday. But then the war disrupts all of that, and he has to go fight in World War One. Which is funny because it's the same thing the Nazis were doing in the 1930s. But anyways, so while he's there on his first expedition, he doesn't initially, I think he's interested in these ideas of ancient history, but it's when he's there and he's off in the jungle, he's finding all these artifacts on the ground, and he's like, the way that the pottery, there's clay pottery, and then there's stone vessels and like eating utensils that he was finding, really elegant little statues and things. He found one that was made out of this like solid black stone that he could never, and it had this glow to it, and he could never, maybe not a glow, but like if you shine the light on it, you can tell that it's translucent in a way. I've seen stones like this in the Aztec realm. They have these scepters that have these orb things on the top, and if you shine a light on it, it's like this otherworldly looking thing. I can only imagine if you're on like peyote.
Stone?
I don't know, and it's missing now. It's lost. It went missing with him or somewhere in his expeditions that doesn't exist anymore. But there's an illustration of it in Exploration Fawcett that you could find. And so he thought, like, when he was seeing all this on his first expedition, he's like, wait, these aren't these primitive savages that all my colleagues that I don't even like back home think that these people are. This is an advanced culture. There's something that's lost here. And so Percy didn't know if it was a fallen civilization that lived in the Amazon or whether it was still out there somewhere. And he was trying to find either the ruins of it or the living city, right? So he didn't really know if it was fallen or not. So it's
still interesting that he would think that way instead of this is the pinnacle of civilization in the Amazon, which is why they're so advanced.
I'm not sure.
Is that like a preconceived notion that he had that there was an advanced civilization and that it had fallen? Because if you're looking at the way the people were living, the way he's describing it, sounds pretty advanced.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you assume that these people had lived for thousands of years and eventually risen to this current level?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
That's the problem with preconceived notions.
Yeah. But I do know that he had the utmost admiration and respect for these people. Like he was completely infatuated with their way of life and trying to, what his goal was to prove that the narrow-minded perspective of the English aristocrats who thought that they were the pinnacle of civilization. He was determined to prove them wrong. And so he had a great admiration for these people. And he wanted to try to find like a big civilization, something with enough people that could rival Europe. And where he went missing was in the Mato Grosso region of Brazil. And the last place that they know that he was at was on May 29th, 1925. And he wrote a letter to his wife from Dead Horse Camp. And he was like, it may be a while before you hear from me. It could be up to a year or two before you hear from me. I'm about to head into a very dense area. And my trail runners who would, go back and forth with his notes, they weren't going to follow him out there because it's too dangerous. And that was the last letter that he had written. And he was heading off into what's called the Xingu region, which is like the Xingu River. And it's one of the most hostile regions in the Amazon. Maybe even today, Teddy Roosevelt had trouble when he went there. But the Xingu region is where all of the major LiDAR came out within the last 10 years. They found all the ruins of these giant cities. And there's a city called Kiriguyu, I think. And it had an estimated population of about 1 million people, which is the size of Rome. And, when you look at the LiDAR images, you can't get a perspective of how big they are. I have access to a LiDAR database of the entire United States, and I've mapped all kinds of huge uncharted mound sites in Florida, all of the Southeast. I have hundreds of sites marked. And when you first look at them on a map, you're like, oh, okay, like maybe that looks like it's 50 feet long or something. No, they'll be like 300 yards long, like these giant raised platforms in the middle of the forest here in the U.S. And if I had access to LiDAR data like that where I could measure it down in the Amazon, some of these things are miles long. Like raised platforms are a mile long, and they have highways. Like, maybe we should pull up just an image of a LiDAR scan from the Amazon. But you'll see this central city area, you'll see step pyramids and raised platforms. Maybe this is where people lived, or maybe this is where the market was, and there will be a road that cuts straight through it, and you can see the road just goes off in the distance for miles and miles and miles. And so what they would do, here we go. Yeah, this is so this is one of these sites in this is one of these sites. I believe this is in Brazil, or maybe it's in northeast Bolivia.
And is all that area covered completely with jungle right now?
Completely covered in jungle. Yeah. So if you went out there,
You wouldn't see any of it.
you may not realize that you were standing on a mountain. Like, you really got to train your eyes. I put out this, I filmed this little series about a year and a half ago called Jungle of Stone, where I was going through the jungles in Central America, and we charted this city that had 16 pyramids in it. We were there all day long. We charted 16 pyramids. And when I put it out, I got all these comments that were like, "You're not doing anything but walking on a bunch of hills," because it's so hard to see it. The jungle just claims everything back. So you really have to sit with seeing these things in person for a while before you start recognizing, oh, that is a mountain, that is a pyramid, that is a structure under the jungle. And so Percy Fawcett, where that LiDAR came out, is one of the places that he told his wife. He didn't share this publicly where he thought that the city was, but it's like bang on. He was exactly correct about where he thought a city would be, and we don't know if he reached it or not.
Wow. It's so interesting because how long has LiDAR been around for?
I don't know.
And how long has it been used? I mean, think about for how long people had no idea that this existed because it was completely covered with jungle. They just assumed that if there was evidence of a civilization, it would be pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But it's not. And it makes me wonder, like, as technology increases in its potential, like, what other new technologies will be discovered that will allow you to, instead of like having this ambiguous view of under the pyramids, have like a crystal clear, like accurate dimension by dimension, almost like a 3D map.
This century for sure. This century is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. Like, you're going to have everyone scanning everything. All of the Amazon will be mapped with LiDAR by the end of the century. All of the Sahara is going to be mapped with LiDAR by the end of the century.
The Sahara's a big one.
Yeah. Well, those are my two big things. Like, when we talk about Atlantis and we talk about lost civilizations, I mean, my thing is the Sahara and the Amazon. Both of these things existed pre-Ice Age, especially if we're talking about pre-Ice Age civilization. The Sahara is an oasis, 10,000 plus years ago. It's an oasis. You have, 2 or 3 of the world's largest lake systems on there. You have rivers everywhere. It would have been like a beautiful place to live.
Abundant resources, so there's no worry about food and shelter. You have plenty of time to figure things out, which is the thing that has always made sense to me. If you know the history of the Nile Valley and where Egypt was, like, that was a wonderful place to live, to try to figure things out, right? Because you have so much food. And once you have so much food and you're kind of separated from everybody, it's really tough to get to you. So, like, they lived unchallenged in that civilization for thousands of years.
Well, yeah, that's amazing. And, whenever I, so growing up, I mean, gosh, I read Fingerprints of the Gods when I was 16. I remember sitting on the couch after school and reading it, and my dad comes with me, he's like, "That's a big book," and I go, "I know, it's like I'm reading a textbook for fun," and it was dense reading for me as a 16-year-old, and so I was so inspired by Graham, and then I went off and got traditionally educated, and so I kind of have both of these perspectives, and I'm often shocked and disappointed at how other professional archaeologists and anthropologists explain popular mysteries. There was an Egyptologist on another popular podcast, and the podcast host asked him to properly explain the mystery around the pyramid, and it was just so subpar. I was shocked. I'm not even an Egyptologist. I know how to explain these things, and I felt the same way about Zahi. Maybe there's some kind of language barrier there, but it was also he didn't want to explain these things on a basic level. But one of the things that I never see talked about is the concentration of energy along the Nile Valley. If I had to drop a pin anywhere on the earth where I think Atlantis would be, I would probably put it in the Sahara somewhere, along one of these major lakes where there's a lot of people living at one time. And then later on, as the Sahara dries up, say beginning around 8,000 BC, it starts rapidly drying. Probably a little bit before that. And then by about 4,000 BC, it's completely dry. So your Saharans only have a few places that they can go. They can go to the Mediterranean coast. They can go to the Atlantic coast. They can go down kind of into the Congo and in the savannas. Or they can go to this fertile valley oasis where it's like 500 yards on each side, where it's just completely lush tropical oasis. And so some people went there. And so you have this hyper concentration of energy and all these people living somewhere together for what we know is the first time in history. Like we can verify it, I guess, if that makes sense. And so rather than being able to have these huge pieces of property where they can all live separated from each other, kind of like in the Sahara, you have all this space and so luxurious. Now you have to live on top of each other. You have to build up these cities. You're like building cities. And so all that energy compacted into one place in this fertile oasis is either destined to completely crumble and fall apart, or it's New York City. It's this thin strip of highly concentrated, genius, hardworking people figuring out how to extrapolate the most out of their natural world and create some of the greatest things the world has ever seen. Just like New York City, Egypt, And I've never seen any Egyptologist explain things that way. I think that's a good explanation, at least. And I'm open to things in Egypt being much older. Like the Sphinx is definitely older than the pyramids. But I'm just always disappointed at like the very low level with which archaeologists and anthropologists will come in and try to explain things to a popular audience. And it's kind of like you were asking, okay, but how do you know that? Like, explain that to me in a way that I can understand. How do you know this? And there's never a proper explanation. And I don't know what that is. It's like they strongly dislike the fact that there's mystery out there and that there are other people who are attempting to enter the mystery that are not part of the Good Boys Club, so they have this knee-jerk reaction to it all. They hate all of it. They don't want to be a part of all of it. And that's not going to work going forward. Like, not to be political, but this recent election showed that you're going to have to appeal to the popular audience in the future. Everyone is,
Yeah, and especially when there's these forums now like YouTube, where someone like you can put up videos explaining things, or Jimmy Corsetti or Graham Hancock, like the access to people to share fascinating ideas, it's not limited to universities anymore. And I think that drives them crazy because they spent so much time being in control. And then all of a sudden it's just like, and then through a lot of these appearances like Flint Dibble and Zahi, their credibility erodes publicly in front of everyone's eyes. And then, there's people that are going to support both of them on either side, and who knows how much of it is even real, because now we have AI bots that get turned loose by, whether it's universities, like the University of Zurich that just got in trouble for running that experiment with social media, which is really wild.
Yeah.
So we don't even know, like, how much of it is organic until you see something like voting. And then you go, oh, well, this is how people really feel. But how much of that has even been influenced by all these AI campaigns? But what we do know is that human arrogance has always been a real problem. And same thing that Percy Foster was probably dealing with, was probably dealing with when he was, the people back home that thought these people were primitive.
Yeah.
It's like this arrogance that human beings...
Looking down their nose at everybody.
People love to be experts. They love to be experts, and they love to... And they also equate their own self-worth with being accurate about information that you really can't be accurate about.
Exactly.
Instead of just being humble, but yet knowledgeable, which is a great position. And when you talk to someone and they're humble and knowledgeable, those are my favorite conversations, because they'll tell you what they know and what they don't know, and this is why.
Yeah.
Archaeologists are not doing that, which is why they're rejecting people like Graham Hancock. What they should be doing is embracing the work that he's doing, because he's self-funded, and because he's just selling books and and doing his thing and appearing on podcasts and developing this audience, he's allowed to do all these fantastic voyages. Like, he's in Iraq right now, like studying the ancient Sumerian civilization, like with the remnants of it.
Yeah. Well, there's two things that I'll say there. Kind of like, I guess a running theme of this is we're about to enter into like an archaeological Wild West in a way. I think that Jimmy getting involved with Gobekli Tepe and the trees that were there, and the trees, the orchards planted over the sites,
and they're removing them now.
Yeah, and it's just proof that a guy like I started watching Jimmy in 2018. I mean, gosh, I just graduated from high school, and so he was kind of like inspired me to be like, he was this young charismatic guy that could go online and research topics and enthusiastically present these topics, and he was effective at doing it, and it inspired me for a long time. And lo and behold, I guess 6-7 years later, he's still at it, and he's actually not just inspired people to be interested in the ancient world, but had an actual effect on something on the opposite side of the planet. Like when all this happened, I was like, yeah, I mean, I get the concern, but I don't think the Turkish government cares what any of us over here in the U.S. think. Sure enough, they removed the trees. And then there's kind of like the backpedaling of it was always in the plan to remove the trees. But I think people might disagree with Jim's approach, whatever. But you can't deny the fact that he himself, an independent guy, was able to make so much noise that he affected a government on the opposite side of the planet. And it's and in a way, it's like it shows me like, these expeditions that I'm planning and things that I'm going to go out and survey and document for myself, like these can make real changes. And these are things I have planned in Florida, here in the Southeast, in the States, in Central America, and in the Amazon. And it's like encouraging, like, wow, I mean, we're really approaching a time when independent people are going to start making real noticeable differences, and not just in the digital space where people are interested in.
Right, but in the physical archaeology.
Exactly, yeah.
Jimmy's so meticulous too. Like, he's such a good representative because he's really intelligent, really thought-provoking, but also really honest about what he knows and what he doesn't know, and he has counter-arguments to his own points. He'll tell you something, but also it could be this, and this is what we know. And because he's been really careful in the way he expresses himself, he's established this community that understands what he does, and they trust him. And they go, no, he's going to tell you the truth. He's going to tell you what we know and why we know it. He's not going to make any weird ideological leaps. He's not going to make any weird judgments. He's just going to lay out what is fascinating about these things. And because of that, whether he has a degree or not a degree, that guy's having a massive impact. I mean, I don't know how many.
Yeah,
what does Bright Insight's YouTube channel have for subscribers? And by the way, if you haven't watched any of his videos, can't recommend them enough. Love the guy, love the stuff. 1.7. By the way, he's been called a Nazi, which is that's what they use. These are the terms. He's been called all sorts of terrible things. None of them are true. He's a wonderful guy, and he's just a man who's deeply fascinated with these mysteries. And when he's pointing out the things that we cannot, like Baalbek, Lebanon, the trillion, what they call it, trillion stones? Trillion stones. Whatever. There's certain things that you can point out that people go, okay, what the fuck? Like, he gets to the what the fuck stuff where everybody's like, okay, what else you got? Like, how come I didn't know this? How come this isn't like something like when you were talking about ancient history, the history of whether it's Lebanon or Egypt, and when they start talking about these things and they lay out the histories of the pharaohs, and why aren't you talking about the distance they carry these fucking enormous 80-ton rocks through the mountains, and how they cut them? Like, why? That's the mystery. This is the big piece of evidence that these guys just want to dismiss. Oh, it was the national project. But that doesn't say how you did that. No, 5,000 years ago. You need to help me out here. And when these openings exist, and guys like Jimmy run through them, but meticulously document them and talk about them with humility, and talk about them with a general understanding of the absolute undeniable facts, and then it creates this enormous audience. And then because of that enormous audience, he has a huge impact on actual archaeology. And that's why they hate him. It's just because he's doing their job better than they're doing their job. Because he's not trapped. He's not stuck in this compartmentalized ideological position of working for a university.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to worry about funding. He doesn't have to worry about, being chastised by his peers because they're all a bunch of bitches. He doesn't have to worry about that. So he's free. And there's a bunch of those guys that are emerging now, and guys like yourself. And I think that's really important because the gatekeepers have been wrong every step of the way with almost everything, whether it's medical science, whether it's health and nutrition, whatever it is. Like they've been wrong every damn step of the way. So maybe open it up.
Yeah.
Just like the internet opened up information to everybody, we need to open up the exploration of information to everybody and not have it contained with a few people that have degrees from places that we know are ideologically captured. We can see how they behave. We can see the things they say and the way they do things and the way they act and even the way they affect enrollment based on race and gender and sexual preference. Like, you guys are fucking crazy. This is not how you're supposed to handle knowledge and information. This is a dumb approach. And we see that through basically every place where there's a few group of people, this isolated, insulated group of people that has the ultimate influence over whatever particular field of study is their specialty. It's just a danger that the human ego and the human mind fall prey to almost every single time. The internet, what it's done is it's like this great equalizer. And it's just, it has allowed people to have these discussions. And you hear a lot of people saying, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't be doing this, don't do your own research. And don't, those are stupid sayings. Like, you can't think like that. There's going to be people that say things that are absolutely ludicrous, and you have to be able to listen to them and then listen to people that are more intelligent and more rational and also objective and go, that guy is, that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in this guy. I know he's not going to lie, and there's too many instances of archaeologists just lying and attacking each other. When one of them, Clovis first, like that.
Yeah. Well, attacking each other. I mean, I just experienced this the other day. So I had and I guess being early on in my career, I'm passionate about so many different things, and I'm the kind of person that's like, oh, I'm passionate about this. This is what I'm going to do. And so I applied to the University of Athens in Greece, and I was really into the classics, and I was going to go for that. And then I just had this. Let's just say I was in the jungle and I had a mind-opening experience, and I was reminded of the fact that my purpose here, the reason I started doing all this was continuing kind of like my family's legacy, and I'm interested in a lot of different things. And I'm not going to specialize. I'm not going to hunker down in this academic path or whatever. And so I just decided I'm not going to go through with this. So I start, publishing, content in my research on the Americas again. And in the Americas are very mysterious. It's very comparable to Egypt. Just the amount of questions that haven't been answered is insane. And the Olmec world is fascinating. And so, there's Graham in Fingerprints of the Gods, he talks about how the Olmecs, he thought that they may have like African features, and of course that was 1995, and so I don't know, 2015, you guys are talking, and he's like, well, I published that then, but DNA research has come out that says that these people don't have African DNA in them, and that maybe this is Polynesian, maybe this is Australasian people intermixing, and that's why they have this unique look, whatever. But in the Olmec world, there's this monument that is actually called El Negro, and you look at it, and it's not an Olmec; it is an African man. And so I post about this on my X account, and I just kind of list everything I've seen in the Olmec world, and I'm like, this is really fascinating. Maybe this is evidence of Africans who were in the Olmec world, and I hadn't seen this monument before I saw it in person. Because you go in the Olmec realm or the region in Mexico, and you go to these museums and you look at the log or the ledger people have been on. Nobody has visited this museum in the last 4 months, and before that it's 6 months before that. And these monuments just kind of sit underneath these metal roofs, to protect them from the rain. It's like this completely lost civilization.
Is there an image of this that's available online?
Yeah. There we go. So if you pull up an Olmec head, you'll see that these guys are very different looking, and especially if you can get look at Okay, so that's okay, so that's a regular Olmec head. So you can see that these are two different races of people. The Olmecs have very soft features, round faces, big eyes, big lips, kind of big noses. They have very soft features. And this El Negro monument has these high cheekbones, this defined jawline, this
But
intense.
isn't there a lot of variety just in, like, let's just say Italians? There's
Oh, yeah,
a lot
yeah,
of variety.
absolutely, absolutely.
So couldn't this just be someone who's on a spectrum of features? That, I mean, I don't think it's that much different than
You don't think so?
Olmecs.
Well,
no, when I'm looking at it, I could imagine. But there's, like I said, just, my nationality, Italian. So there's Italians with very thin faces, and there's these big, thick ones, and people vary quite a bit. There's enough similarities that I could say, oh, those could be the same people.
Well, the only counter I give to that is when you visit the Olmec realm, you see a lot more than just the heads. You see a lot of Olmec faces, dozens and dozens and dozens of them, maybe well over 100. And when you've seen them all and you kind of get a gist of the way they generally look, this guy will really stand out. I took a group of students there, and we all, as soon as we all came in and saw it, based on everything we've been seeing for the past week, it immediately stood out to us.
Well, certainly the thick brow is unique.
Well,
all the Olmec are wearing helmets,
and that hair as well. It's kind of that curly hair, and or at least it looks like it to me. And so anyways, he could be Olmec. I don't, my identity is not tied up in what I think this is. Or
also, Olmec could be African, very, very clearly. That one on the left easily could be an African man.
Which one? This guy right here?
This one, the one next to the white one, to the left of that, right there.
It
easily could be an African man.
It certainly does look that way, but I was on a plane to Mexico a couple months ago, and I was going into the Olmec realm, and I was like, I wanted to take a picture of this guy. I'm looking to the left of me, and he was an Olmec man sitting next to me, and he didn't look like any Mexican I've ever seen. There's something there with the DNA of the Olmec people that is definitely connected with something else that you don't see if you go to the Maya realm, that you don't see if you go to Mexico City. They have something in their DNA. They have this very specific look about them. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm looking, and I'm oh my God, next to me.
So fascinating, because it clearly could have been African explorers that made it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Could we look up, look up the Traveler Olmec Monument, if you would, please, Jamie. It's the Traveler. I want to call him, I think he's Monument 13. There's another one called Monument 19 that we should look at. But he's this man that's very clearly not, there we go, top left, the one that's on Reddit. In fact, this might be my personal Reddit. Yes, sir. So this guy right here, all right. So this is really, really fascinating. So let's diagnose this. All right, so flags. Flags are invented, this is a very unknown fact. Flags are invented, or the first place that we have evidence for it is along the Nile Valley, on these pre-dynastic pots, which they're not the stone vases, but just like clay pottery. They would make little paintings on them, and people have these river boats that have these flags on them, and the flags would say what city you had come from or what village you had come from. And so flags are an old world thing. We don't have any evidence of flags in the New World. All right, he's also wearing a turban. He's got this big turban that's draping off the back of his head, and he very clearly has this distinct beard that's popping out. Now, Native Americans, sometimes they can, they're Asiatic. They have Asian DNA, and Asians don't really grow typically. Sometimes they'll grow the little stash and a little bit of a beard here, but they don't have that big thick beard that you would see, like in Europe or along the Mediterranean in the Middle East. And so this guy has this big thick beard, and then he's got boots on his feet as well. And we think that these are these glyphs that you see to his left and right. These are really, really early Olmec glyphs, and they interpret that foot to the left as saying that he came from somewhere. He was a traveler. And so the thought here is, so this is around 900 BC, give or take a little bit. They really have no idea when these are made. Like, you go to all the monuments, and it says made somewhere between 1500 BC and 400 BC. And they'll say 1500 BC and 400 BC. And so they really are uncertain about how old a lot of these monuments are.
Make it big again, please.
But if we shoot for dead center 900 BC, the Phoenicians out of the Mediterranean are launching these sailing expeditions around the coast of Africa. These are the ancient world's greatest sailors that we know of. And so there were like experimental archaeological or scientific, expeditions done that show if you would send one of these early Iron Age boats, or if you send any ship out of the Gates of Hercules or the Strait of Gibraltar, and you send it out into the Atlantic, and it drifts just a little bit too far without turning south along the African coast, it will be carried by a current across the Atlantic Ocean down into the Bahamas, the Caribbean, and straight into the Gulf of Mexico. And if that had happened, if people who had looked like they're in the old world like this guy, if that had happened, somebody from the old world, the largest civilization at the time, the empire in this area would have been the Olmecs. And the reason I feel so strongly about that is because we do not have flags, turbans, or boots in the ancient Americas. This guy looks nothing like a Native American. And the flag, turban, and boots are all old world features.
You know what's fascinating to me, too? The image on the lower right of the bird's head looks very similar to the carvings on Göbekli Tepe.
Doesn't it?
Yes,
doesn't it?
Very. The curve of the beak, that's not how birds' beaks look. Like, that's a very distinct style of artwork.
Well, and it's
Did you find the images of the birds from Göbekli Tepe?
It's this raised relief art style. So people talk about it a lot with Göbekli Tepe. I mean, think about this. This is 11,600 years ago, and you have artisans and stonemasons who have been practicing for so long that now they're able to take a blank piece of stone and carve the face off to reveal the artwork from underneath it. Not carve the artwork into the stone, but carve the stone away and reveal this sculpture from underneath. How similar does that look? It's bizarre, right?
Real similar.
And so it's the exact same kind of art style that you see in the Olmec realm.
Exactly, the 3D stone carvings. Instead of carving it directly into the stone, carve the stone around it. They're both doing the same thing. It takes a lot of time.
I mean,
a lot more effort.
Could you imagine?
Weird stuff. It's also like the idea that this is documenting time. That the handbags or whatever those things are, what it actually is the sun going over the earth.
You know, I'm writing a paper about this, but this might be a good place to talk about it. So you know, the handbag mystery is very fascinating. We have them in Assyria, we have them Mesopotamia. As far as I know, I don't think one's been found in Egypt. You can see them on the top of those teep pillars in Göbekli Tepe, and there's one in the Olmec realm. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Monument 19, if we can look that up. I think it's the coolest handbag. And when I saw it in person, I jumped. I had been waiting years to see it.
It's the same thing?
Olmec Monument 19. So this guy, he's wrapped in, he's sitting in Quetzal. He's sitting in Quetzalcoatl. Could you do the one at the top left where we get the full picture? There we go. So this stone is probably about this big. It's probably about this big, and it sits on a table like this. So he's sitting inside the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl. And so he's sitting inside the feathered serpent, and he's holding this handbag. And I'm not sure. So he has this. And if you see, he has a feathered serpent mask around his head as well. I'm not sure what exactly is above him. They're actually two. It's really hard to make it out. But what's above him, that little box-looking thing, is some kind of box that's being held up by two birds on each end. But the important thing here is the fact that this is the first depiction of the feathered serpent in all of Mesoamerica that we know of, and it might be the oldest handbag known as far as what we have official dates for. And so the idea here is that he's some kind of sacred shaman, bringer of enlightenment, bringer of knowledge, something like that. And so I had been on the hunt for another handbag. Everywhere I go, I'm always looking for a handbag. I was in Cambodia a couple of weeks ago. I'm going around the temples of Angkor Wat, and there's hieroglyphs and carvings all over the walls. I'm looking for a handbag. I can't find one. But when I was in central Mexico, I was at a site called Cacaxtla, and I found another handbag person. I've never officially published it. It's on my X if you'd want to look it up.
What is the timeline for that one?
They don't really know. When you look at the monument, it says anywhere from 1400 BC to 400 BC. That's just what they think. I mean, the Olmec realm is so uncertain, and we don't have hard dates for almost anything. They appear on this historical timeline as a fully fledged civilization capable of creating what you're seeing from the very beginning. Just like so many civilizations, it's like as soon as they arrive as soon as they arrive in the world, they're doing everything to the fullest capacity, and we don't have any evidence in the Olmec realm of them working their way towards being able to do things like this. It's just from the very beginning they're able to make monuments like this, move these 50-ton Olmec heads. The largest head is this. You find this interesting. So there was a nautical engineer that MEC, which is an organization I'm with. It's the Maya Exploration Center. It's run by Dr. A. Barnhart. I'm a member of it. And one of the guys that worked with us traveled into the Olmec realm. He's a nautical engineer. He's fascinated with how are the Olmecs moving these huge heads up and down these rivers. So they live in like the river swamps. They have to cross some mountain ranges. How are you getting these heads 90 miles away from the Sierra de la Tuxtla volcanic belt? That's where they're pulling the basalt from. Because we found unfinished heads like at the base of these big basalt quarries. And they're transporting them 90 kilometers away through, like I was saying, rivers and
90
valleys.
miles or kilometers?
I think it's kilometers. It's kilometers as the crow flies. I'm pretty sure. And so much further when you're actually dealing with the complications of the terrain. And so he was fascinated, like, okay, how do they get them to the river? And then how do they get them on the boat? And when it's on the boat, how exactly does this work if they're transporting it by boat? And kind of the same mystery in Egypt too, right? Like how do the nuances of these things work? So he devised this algorithm or whatever where you could put in the hypothetical size of your Olmec raft and put in the hypothetical size of an Olmec head into this database or whatever. And when you made a raft that was too big to go down the narrow stretches of the Quetzalcoatl River, which is like the Olmec's Nile River, when the raft was too big and too wide to actually go down the river, and you put a 5-ton Olmec head on it, it would sink that raft. But the smallest Olmec head is 6 tons, and the largest one is 52 tons. So how are they doing it? And this is something that like all archaeologists have quietly known. This idea of they're just being transported on these simple balsa rafts must be wrong. It's unexplained. How are these things being done? And I just find this realm really fascinating.
Wow, that is right. And then do they even know what language they spoke?
No, we don't know what language they spoke. We don't even know what they called themselves. The only reason we call them the Olmecs is because Cortez in 1519 to 1521, he's moving through Mexico to conquer Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. During this time, you have these Spanish chroniclers that are taking in information, but not at the rate that everything's being destroyed. All these people are dying from this disease and influenza. And there's a record of what the people who lived in the Olmec region are called at that time in 1520, let's say. And the Aztecs called them the Olmecs. In their language, Nahuatl, and those Olmec people, the name means the rubber people, or the people of the land of rubber. They produced rubber, and that's how the Olmecs were so rich so early on in time. But these were not, the people living in 1519 are not the Olmecs. The Olmecs have fallen, and there are other cultures that have arisen and fallen in this same region as well. The Olmecs are far, 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 far into the distant past. The Aztecs maybe didn't even know who the Olmecs were. So are you familiar with Teotihuacan?
Yeah.
The three massive. We have the Temple of the Sun, the Temple of the Moon, and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, and they form this kind of like Orion's belt alignment similar to Giza. Well, when the Aztecs arrived in Mexico, Teotihuacan had been abandoned for almost 1,000 years, we think. So when they arrived, Teotihuacan is already gone. We don't even know the name of Teotihuacan. We don't know the name of the people. We don't know the name of the city. We know their relationship with other people around them, like the Maya were at war with Teotihuacan, but the civilization had already fallen. So when the Aztecs arrived, the Olmecs had been gone for almost 2,000 years at least. The Olmecs had already been gone. Teotihuacan had been gone for 1,000 years. The Maya had already collapsed. The Maya collapsed long before the Spanish got there. And so, it's just, again, like the Americas are just so mysterious, and there's so much to know there. And so, kind of getting back to what I was saying is, when I talk about the mysteries of the Americas, I immediately get accosted by other of my quote-unquote colleagues. I don't have any colleagues in the academic realm, but other academics who will immediately jump in my comment section on X or whatever, and they'll reprimand me, and they'll be like, "Oh, so back to the pseudo-archaeology, is it?" And I'm like, so I can't talk about anything that's fascinating. I need to talk about things that are boring, so you don't get upset with me. And now it's just like the popular audience has completely had enough of it, and I'll have 15 people jump in and defend me, and be
it's fun to watch.
Yeah, and they'll be like, okay, this is a perfect representation of what you guys do. I step just slightly out of this line, or what you think is appropriate for me, and I'm talking about things that are interesting, that inspire people to be interested in the ancient world, to go see these sites. Like, these people, they don't like you, they don't like the people that you have on, but how many people do you think you've sent to Egypt? You had a significant impact. This show had a significant impact on me being interested in the ancient world, and I have traveled all over the world, because largely, some of this show inspired me to do that. And I'm probably one of the few people that found you because of Graham Hancock.
That's awesome.
Yeah, rather than the other way around. And so, I've traveled all over the world, and then what I have done is inspired other people to travel around the world. So, how many of these archaeologists that are keyboard warriors hiding behind, a desk or whatever, how many of these people are inspiring people to travel around the world? And it's just, again, we're about to reach this archaeological Wild West where I don't really know what's going to happen in the future.
You're always going to have people that are threatened by an emerging new thing. Mm-hmm. And they're going to attack it. Famously in this world, Howard Stern used to attack podcasts as being useless.
Oh, really?
Why are you wasting your time?
Yeah.
Get a radio show, figure out how to do it. This is the beginning, the early days. Obviously you can't do that anymore. But I think the same thing is happening with archaeologists, because Flint Dibble's own university that has an archaeology program, they're cutting the archaeology program.
I saw that.
Yeah, this is why. You're in this survival mode, this famine mode. And it's terrible. But famine thinking is always very dangerous. You see it with people that don't want other people to be successful. It exists in the comedy world. There's famine thinking. When other people start doing better, they start attacking those people. They never attack people that aren't doing as well as them. It's just a natural human instinct, unfortunately. And it's a natural human instinct for people with poor character. And I think that these academic institutes, they reinforce poor character, and they actually encourage it. Poor character and this labeling people in the worst possible light in order to make your point, which is ad hominem attacks are always a sign that your argument sucks. Everybody knows that. If you really understand debating and you really understand the actual impact that these kind of conversations have on people, the objective person on the outside looking at it, they see someone attacking someone, calling them all his name, unfounded, and they go, "Oh, that guy's argument probably sucks," instantaneously. So they're destroying themselves while they're doing this. But you'll see this in every walk of life. You see this in everything. It's just a human thing when they don't want to work as hard as other people, or they don't have the young fire like you have. There's a thing that people have when they're very curious and young, and they don't have maybe a lot of responsibilities or bills or problems, and they can devote their energy to this pursuit that terrifies people that have been kind of half-assing it for a long time. Half-assing it and hiding behind these certificates on their wall that show that these are the gatekeepers of information. Yeah. It's not going to work anymore. It doesn't work anymore with podcasts. It's not going to work anymore with your kind of work in archaeology. It's not going to work anymore with UFO disclosure. It's not going to work anymore with any of this stuff. People are way more interested in getting to the bottom of things, and they don't trust institutions anymore.
Yeah. and the institutions are feeling the pressure of independent media. Like going back to the Tepe tree situation. It'll be really interesting to see. Like Jimmy's in an interesting position where maybe there's a way that like the relationship between independent people and the popular enthusiastic audience and the archaeological departments in Turkey can have a better relationship because of these things in the future.
You know how that would work? People like you become the head of an archaeology department. This is really the only way it's going to work.
Yeah.
It's almost like these institutions have to feel so much pressure and so much disgust from the general public that they start incorporating new people into it. Sort of like CNN is trying to hire objective journalists now. We got to get rid of Don Lemon and Brian Stelter. Oh, actually, he's back. But they try to course correct because that's the only way to survive.
Yeah.
Like, because it's not working. What you're doing is not working.
From what I can see, in the limited amount that I see, and this is the hard part is sort of we get a skewed view into the archaeological world or the academic world, and sometimes I don't even know what's what because the archaeologists that make their opinions known are usually the ones with really bad opinions, and then all the other people that are pretty agreeable, they just kind of sit on the sideline, right? And it's hard to know, like, what are most of these future archaeologists, where are they think, where's their mind at? And some of the young people I talk to, they are fascinated by Graham Hancock. They may not agree with, I guess in a way I could say they may love the first 9 episodes of Ancient Apocalypse, but in the 10th episode where Graham gives the end of his thesis, they'll be like, okay, I see the evidence differently, but this is really fascinating, and some of the mysteries you pointed out along the way are valid, like, the idea of the artifact record of the tools that we have that the Egyptians in the Old Kingdom were using does not fit the megalithic architecture that they then produced. Okay, what's the answer to this mystery? Could it have been that we're missing a chapter of history that's before that where a different civilization did it? Or is there, for some reason, there's an artifact record that's lost to us today? And so you have, guys like Graham who will come in and posit, well, there could have been a lost civilization that did this, and then an archaeologist, the young archaeologist, may disagree with the lost civilization, but they say, but Graham, you really pointed out the fact and made it well known that, the artifact record that we have, how they built the pyramids, that's a big mystery, and how they built the pyramids, that's a big mystery. This is worth considering, and they like Graham, So a lot of young archaeologists, at least I say a lot, it's really just the ones I talk to in my spare time that are my age, they're fascinated by these ideas. And my hope is maybe these people become leaders someday, but at the same time, like, I don't know, to get ahead in that world, man, you gotta be a dog.
The world's poison. And the people at the top are not going to let go. They're going to stay in there till they're, Noam Chomsky's age.
Mm-hmm.
This is. I just think it's never going to end in that way. I think it's got to become some sort of an independent branch, like a break off.
Yeah, Zahi is a really good example of what I think goes on in archaeology in Egypt. You have a lot of different missions from different countries working in Egypt. You have like a German mission, you have the American mission, different people working at different sites. And I can't speak to every country that's working there. You have Australian missions that are working in Egypt at certain sites, but when I watch Zahi, I'm like, yeah, this is what you're seeing. This is the attitude that has been at the spear point of Egyptology for the last lifetime, and you can just imagine what goes on. Like, I mean, think about being on a dig site with him. Think about working in his industry underneath him. Think about all the people that were a part of the discoveries that he made that feel so disrespected and so overlooked. Not once during that podcast did he ever acknowledge all the hardworking archaeologists that were actually there in the dirt doing all this hard work. He just took all this limelight. And so, clearly his identity is tied into what's in his coffee table book. And, for him to act like that's the Bible of Giza is insane. I own the book, and I've read it, and it has half of a page about the subterranean chamber in Khufu's pyramid. So it's you can write a whole book about that.
What is your? Keep going.
I was just gonna say, man. When you go to Egypt, there are some things that you're gonna be appalled by like the modern Egyptian world. I do this series on YouTube called Megaliths You've Never Seen Before, and I'm always trying to like find these weird, obscure blocks that you never see on Google. And I'm walking around the side of the pyramid of Guinness, and there's a turd on the side of the pyramid.
A human turd?
Yeah, and it's from the guard that's like sitting up on top of the hill, the Egyptian guard looking down at me. And I go around to Land of Kim, who I'm traveling with. Have you heard of him before?
No.
He's an American that lives in Egypt, and he's got his theories on the pyramids. And I'm traveling with him. And I was like, there's a turd on the pyramid up there. And he's like, yeah, you know. And I was like, tourist? And he goes, not tourist. And so, you know, that the poop on the pyramid is pretty much like, that's kind of my mental, it's burned into my brain, my image of Egyptology. In some aspects, like when it's isolated to Egypt. I can't speak for all the other missions that operate in Egypt. But what were you about to say?
I don't remember. Where were we at when I was going to interrupt? Oh, this is what I remember. What is your opinion about Christopher Dunn's ideas?
I don't know. I really don't know, man.
So for people that don't know, Christopher Dunn has a theory that the Great Pyramid was actually some sort of a power generator.
Mm-hmm.
That it produced hydrogen gas.
I don't know. I mean, you know, I know that the Egyptians, it's obvious that they have technology that is lost to us today.
The drill holes.
Yeah.
The way they cut the concrete, or the granite.
Yeah. But I really don't know. As far as the manufacturing aspects, the engineering, the potential usages of these artifacts, it's not really like my specialty. Like these vases are oh, it's a heavy one. These vases are fascinating, but I guess my interest would be studying like what can we learn about the context around these things and how they existed in their world and how people interacted with them more so than what were they actually used for, I guess, and how exactly were they made. And so I just don't know about Chris Dunn's theory. I guess the first thing that comes to my mind is like, well, most of the pyramid is limestone and the interior is granite. I hear people talk about how like the makeup of the granite could be conductive in some way, but man, it's like the farthest thing from my set of knowledge.
Right. It is absolutely fascinating though, because if he's accurate, if he's onto it, like boy, does that change everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if those Italian scientists that believe that there's literally a 2 kilometer deep structure underneath the pyramid, if they're correct, boy,
yeah,
the whole thing is like, what are we even talking about now?
Yeah, I find that fascinating. I think that the main drama around those scans was, when the scans came out, I don't think anybody was denying what was seen on the scans. I think it was like they had the artistic interpretations of the art concepts that they produced of what they thought was in there. Yeah. And I think a lot of people were like, whoa.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
Because even me, I was a little bit like, huh? When they made they made an art concept of it, and they took the King's Chamber and the relieving chambers in the Great Pyramid and superimposed it onto the Middle Pyramid. And they I guess quintupled it, like they made 5 of them. And I was thinking like, why do that? Like you're kind of undermining what your scan is when you're creating like a fantasy image, because
you're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourself because we need to do the whole scan again, but you need to have tests. So like Luis Alvarez, are you familiar with him? He worked on the Manhattan Project with Oppenheimer, and after the war, in the 50s or in the 60s, he got to go to Egypt and he scanned in the Khafre pyramid. He did the Muon scans, and when he was in there, they tested it all before. So he was able to scan up through the pyramid, and he got the pinnacle of the pyramid, and he got all 4 corners, and so they tested it, and they did it several times just to confirm that what they were getting was right. And I think the Muon scan only scanned like 19% of the pyramid. This is the 60s. So, but they didn't find anything, but the Stanford project came the next decade, and they found subterranean chambers under Khafre's pyramid. There's one like 69 feet down and another one 120 feet down. Huge chambers, bigger than the chambers inside the pyramids. And so, I guess we just have to wait and see what's going to happen. And I know that the scanned pyramids guys, the ones who found the void above the Grand Gallery in the Great Pyramid, I know they're interested in this now, and they're going to verify if this is true or not. And I'm interested in seeing how this goes. This could be a big year, man. If they actually drill into that void above the Grand Gallery, it's going to be a big deal.
What do you think's in that void?
I have no idea.
That's pretty big, right? It's the size of 2 semi-trucks.
It's the same size or bigger than the Grand Gallery itself. And the Grand Gallery, when you go in, it's a huge building. You're inside a building inside of a pyramid, and it's as big or bigger than that. And the most conservative explanation is that it's an open interior that served as a ramp where they were pulling the blocks up higher up to the top. Nobody really knows exactly how they were built. And the angle of that Grand Gallery is really, really steep. I don't know that you could pull an 80-ton granite block up an angle that steep. It seems like everyone who's an expert in that, who studies independently is like, no, you're never going to pull weight up. To be honest, I have no idea. I was fascinated when I heard an Egyptologist when I was in Egypt in January, and I was asking him, what do you think that they're going to find in that void? And he was telling me, I think that that's where Khufu is buried. And I was like, oh, okay, really? So you actually think that he's still in the pyramid? And he was like, yeah, I think all the rest of it was a decoy. And I think that his son, who's able to continue his legacy, permanently sealed him in that tomb. And I was like, that's fascinating. And I said, there's other voids that they found too. What do you think of those? And so we're standing on this felucca at 1 a.m. on the Nile, and we're just, shooting the shit. And he's like, I have something to show you. And he pulls out his phone. He was like, I cannot send to you, but I will show you. For 1 second, he showed me a photo of the inside of the chamber that I hadn't seen before, and it hasn't been published yet. I'll let you know when it comes out. But it's burned into my mind. It's from the floor, shooting across the room. All you can see is 2 walls meeting each other and a roof. And I said, that's in the Great Pyramid. He goes, and he was like, and he wouldn't share it. He wouldn't share it with me. And I didn't want to press him too much. But
I would have stole his phone. Give me that phone, motherfucker. Shut up. You can't keep this. Fuck out of here.
Well, man, that's happening all over the world. Like, this delay of information is all over the world. Do you remember the tunnels that came out, or maybe it's in November, the headlines that, it was in November, the headlines that came out about the tunnels that were found under Cusco in Peru that connect to Sacsayhuaman and they go underneath the Coricancha?
They knew about that a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. In the fall of last year, I made friends with the head archaeologist at that site. And one early morning at 4 a.m., he took me down inside part of the tunnels. And I was in there before it all came out. And he took me into, so all these archaeologists, they live on site. And these are all Inca people. So they believe that they're studying their ancestral heritage. These are really good people. And I'm in their, shoddy little home that's on the archaeological site. I mean, they're making no money. But they're just so passionate about this, and they feel like they're doing something that's one of the most important things anybody in the world is doing. And have you been to Peru?
No.
When you go to Cusco, man, the Sacred Valley, it has something there that not even Egypt has. I don't know how to explain it.
Really?
It's a sacred place. It's the Sacred Valley is exactly right. It's a magical kind of place. Machu Picchu. You should book 2 days when you go because you're going to get rained on one of the days. But you're out there on this, 7,800 foot mountaintop, and it's so steep you cannot see the bottom, and you're looking over the side of the city, and you're just in this sacred place in the middle of the Amazon, up in the mountains, and it's just a different place, man. It has a type of charm that not even Egypt has. Egypt, you're going to be blown away by the structures. You're going to be blown away by the pyramids and the temples. But this is something else. It has an otherworldly, you feel like you're on some kind of Star Wars planet when you're there. It's fascinating.
Because of the environment?
Yeah, it's the environment. I wondered if it was, when you're in Cusco, you're at 11,500 foot elevation. And I wondered if I was missing oxygen to my brain. And I was like, whoa, this place is awesome, But no, it really is amazing. And the people are so nice. And so anyways,
what was that?
I think it was very similar to Alexandria's library. I think it was a place of study where people are studying the stars. Archaeoastronomy is like the next frontier of archaeology. It's the way that ancient people are interacting with the night sky and what they know about the cosmos. The Maya were calculating like millions of years into the future and millions of years into the past, and they had this numerology system that's just amazing. But anyway, so I'm at Sacsayhuaman, and they take me into this back room, and they show me all these bodies that they pulled. I probably shouldn't say this, but whatever. They show me all these bodies that they pulled out of the tunnels, and it was these. They thought that they were like sacred guardians of whatever is inside of this tunnel. And these are all buried at Sacsayhuaman. So there's like skulls everywhere. There's boxes and all these bones. There was like an obsidian mirror with like a little stick on it, a bunch of gold artifacts in this room. It was just boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes. And I haven't seen any of this stuff published yet. So this is how much of a delay there is on archaeology. And
what is the delay in that stuff? Because it would seem like such an enormous discovery.
Yeah, it's what I think it is well, you kind of have. I would say it's a mix of a lot of different things. Let's say the most non-malicious side is that these countries are totally dependent upon tourism, and they want to prepare like a media, like a big media buzz to drive tourism. So they want to do it at the right time of the year, and then it'll inspire people to book their trip down to the Sacred Valley. It's a money-making machine, right? It's their biggest draw to come and see this part of the world.
It seems so counterintuitive because new discoveries would make people want to visit.
Yeah. They just want to hold it off to like the right part of the year. This is something I've heard in Peru. This is something I've heard in Egypt. Do you remember the tomb of Tutmosis II that was just discovered recently? I heard about that. So let me think. That came out 2 or 3 months ago, and when I was there in October, I had heard that it was found. So these things are happening way in advance. Now the other side is there's sort of this Zahi-Hawass effect, like Ed Barnhart, my professor and mentor. He wanted to study in Peru whether or not the Inca or ancient Peruvians are like fusing these andesite stones together. So you've seen how the stones like fit together in the same way that they do at the Valley Temple in Egypt, the red granite. Mm-hmm. So they're using this gray andesite, which is sometimes the andesite is harder than the granite in Egypt. And they're like morphing these stones together at impossible angles. I'm sure you've seen the 12-sided stone, and maybe you've seen the scoop marks on the side of the stone where it looks like the outside of the stone was softened at one point, mm-hmm. and you could like scrape a piece off. And so it's Dr. Barnhart's idea that somehow, and it's not without evidence. So in the Chilean desert, the Inca Empire were building upon roads that went all across South America. And these roads the foundations weren't laid by the Inca. They may have been improved by the Inca, but they go back to the Wari Empire, which predates the Inca, and it almost certainly goes back further than this. The southernmost point of these highways, it goes off into the Chilean desert, into the Atacama Desert, and they just kind of disappear into the desert. And for a long time, it's been a mystery of what the heck are these Peruvians doing down in the Chilean desert? What is it down there? What's a resource that they need? But there are these acid deposits that are down in that desert, and somehow they invented this clay pottery that whatever they used to make it, the acid wouldn't melt through the pottery, so you could carry it. There's evidence of this at Tiwanaku as well, which I'm sure you've heard of Tiwanaku. There's evidence of this acid at Tiwanaku, and people would talk about how the acid could like melt the stones, and sometimes they talk about how like bird poop or bird I don't even know, like throw up or whatever could melt the stone. And so there's all these ideas or these myths about the stones melting. Anyways, Dr. Barnhart's idea was that those roads go down there because they are mining and collecting the acids, and they're bringing them back, and they're softening the outside of the stone. And rather than carving the stones to fit together, they're setting the stones on top of each other, and it's creating its own morph, if that makes sense. The stones are morphing together. And so there's two reasons, but you see them a lot as to why he thinks this. There was an earthquake in 1650 that destroyed the Spanish city that was sitting on top of the Inca city of Cusco. So you have this ancient city that's there, and the stones are so massive the Spanish couldn't tear them all down, so they just gave up and they built new buildings over it. In 1650, this horrific earthquake knocked down the Spanish city, and the ancient buildings were still there, hadn't moved at all. In 1950, another earthquake happened, knocked down the Spanish city, and the ancient city was still standing. So now these are preserved as cultural heritage monuments, and they don't build over them, but they like a Starbucks or a KFC or a McDonald's will be built inside of an ancient Inca building. You'll walk in and it's like megalithic stonework inside of KFC. It's amazing.
Wow.
But it's everywhere. It's the whole city. It's the whole modern city. When you go one day, you just walk. One of the projects we're going to do for the Maya Exploration Center is I'm going to go down to Cusco for a month, and I'm going to make the world's first map of where all the stones actually are. There is a map that tourists get, but it's a shitty map. It's not even accurate. So that's one of my projects is I'm going to map all of these stones and where they are around Cusco, and it'll be like on an app or a website or something where you can find it. But yeah, it's just it's incredible. So they preserve the stones, and so when you're walking around, getting back to why...
Can we see some images of the stones would indicate that they possibly were melted? Like, what's like the best...
Oh, man, how could you search this up? Maybe just look up Cusco Cyclopean stones. We may be able to find an image. And I could show you something on my phone. I know I've got it on my phone.
Okay.
Maybe I could send it to you, but I'll actually send you the photo. And so some of these are from Sacsayhuaman. Okay, so to the top left here, so that's the 12-sided stone. It's on this building. When you walk around this building, the name is escaping me right now. It's the palace of something. When you walk around this building, you're going to see some of the stones where an earthquake has separated. So you have two stones that sit perfectly on top of each other. Well, and when an earthquake happens, one of these stones will slide back. And when it does, you'll see an angle that ramps up like this, up to the exterior. And so what it looks like is the stone's placed on top, and it smushed the stone down. Does that make sense?
Whoa.
Man, I if we search hard enough, we can find it here. I will send you this photo. I've got it on my phone. Yeah. Yeah.
Just that idea. That's fascinating.
And so
it melted into place.
Yeah.
So they cut these stones, used acid. This is the theory. Is that it right there? No. So they cut these stones, used the acid, and set them in to seal so that there's no gap in between the stones. So it's not that they have to carve it perfectly, but rather that the weight of the other stone.
They get it roughly the right shape, and then lay them down on top of each other. It's on one of these walls. So that one you have your cursor on, that's fake. I walked up to it and it's like hollow. I was like tapping on it. It's just a fake wall. I don't know why in Cusco they have some people will decorate their walls to make them look like they're Cyclopean walls. And you go knock on it and it's like plastic. But there's tons and tons and tons and tons. The majority of the city is just the ancient city.
What is this? Inca Stone Monument, irreparably damaged?
It's like someone cut out a piece of it.
Yeah, somebody went up to it in the middle of the night like a drunk tourist and started hitting it with a hammer, the 12-sided stone, which is like the most sacred stone in Cusco. Yeah.
Fucking gross.
Yeah, okay, so you see this long, the stone of the 12 angles, that one right there in the middle? That stone is in that alley right there. If you could find it. But,
it's so crazy there's a building on top of that.
Yeah.
That's what's so weird about it. Like, look at this stupid house that's falling apart that's on top of these ancient stones.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's an amazing place. You'll walk around and just be consistently stunned by the amount of stonework that's there and what they were able to achieve. And this kind of Cyclopean stonework, where the stones all have these, no two stones are exactly alike. You see that stonework in one place in Egypt, which is at the Valley Temple, next to the Sphinx, and you don't see that, as far as I know, recreated anywhere else. But in Peru, it's everywhere. Wow. Yeah, so that's kind of a repaired wall. You can see that it fell apart and they put it back up. But these are mortarless buildings. Oh, hey, go if you go just one below the one that you're at right now. So this is the Temple of the Moon at Machu Picchu. Look at the size of the stone wall. That's one stone on the lower part of it. And you can see that the size of the stones that are together is, as earthquakes have rattled the city, the wall still kind of holds together. It bends and holds together, completely mortarless. It's just fascinating. And on top of that, Machu Picchu itself, 60% of the megalithic construction work is in the foundation of Machu Picchu. So it's underneath what you're seeing. And there are areas that are roped off where you can go down like underneath the city, but it's all roped off, and I don't know a lot about it. I got a little bit of a photo of where you can go down into these. I think they're like man-made labs that are underneath the city, but there's a lot more there. And so when you're there, you just get this like intrigue, and I was curious how Egypt would stack up, because I did Peru last year, and then the day I landed from Peru, I had headed off to Egypt for a month, and then
damn, what a life!
Yeah, it was.
You got a great life, dude. That's cool.
Yeah, well, thank you.
That's really cool.
It's just
how far is this from Nazca?
Very far. Peru is deceivingly big. Peru is like half the size of the United States.
Really?
It's really, really big.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, the Nazca lines are really, really, really far away. It's very hard to do you can't do a tour of like all of Peru. It's too big. It would be like if you were going to go on a United States tour, you would have to pick a place to go because it's just so massive. Usually when people like do a tour of Peru, they'll pick like Paracas, Nazca, you pick these desert coastline areas and you go see that, because to get from there to the Sacred Valley is quite a journey. Yeah, it would take just like a day and a half of consistently traveling to actually get there.
Have you seen the new scan of the Nazca lines where they found new petroglyphs?
Yeah. The man, there's gonna be so much like that's gonna be found. People are gonna be able to
all that stuff.
Fly these. Well, it's amazing. Like how exactly. One, what's the inspiration for making these giant? The sophistication is in the planners and the math behind how exactly you make these. How exactly you make these images in the ground that are miles wide and very intricate. Like if you look at the spider, there's a spider there that's anatomically correct for a local spider that's there. And there's some aspect about the spider and a detail that they incorporate that you would only know if you were like really studying these little creatures and wanted to recreate it on a massive scale. But the legs, man, they're mapping. I mean, look, this is an enormous thing in the ground that if you don't have flight, you're never going to be able to know that you did it, that you did it precisely, right? Or unless you have very meticulous planning and everything.
But again, what's the inspiration for this?
What's the inspiration? Why would you be doing this? What is this for?
Why does it have that one leg that hooks off to the left?
I don't know.
See that one lengthened piece? Very strange.
Well, the Nazca, they the exact timeline of their civilization is a little bit blurry, but I mean they had disappeared more than 1,000 years before the Spanish arrived.
Jim, can I ask you what is that all about? Why does it have all those additional lines?
I don't. Someone's doing different. I don't know.
Is that just art?
Yeah, I think they're making it on maybe one of those sand tables or something like that.
That'd be a cool T-shirt. There's other weird ones, like the one that looks like an astronaut.
Yeah, he does. I actually think that's a pulpa line, which is it's a different culture that does the same thing. If you look up pulpa lines, you maybe
so there's quite a few of them. Look at that one, the jester one, the one with the antenna on the upper left. Right?
Oh yeah, look at him.
No, that there it is, like that one.
Where does that come from?
Can't make it that big. Make it a little smaller. There you go. What is that?
AI.
And why does it?
What's that?
It's just AI.
Oh, are they AI?
Yes, but this is AI.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
This is the AI.
Oh, hey, look at the shark. Look at the shark on there. Isn't that cool? So you have seafaring, dude. Okay, do you know of Vinapu in Easter Island? I think it's called Vinapu. It's this platform building that on Easter Island, with all the big heads, that is the exact same architecture as what we're seeing in Peru. These people are traveling out into the Pacific Ocean and back. It's fascinating, man. Thor Heyerdahl with Kon-Tiki, he proves it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so it's fallen apart. It's not the same stone. It's a local volcanic sandstone. I think. I don't think that this is basalt. It might be basalt, but it's a volcanic stone. I'm actually pretty sure it's basalt. It's made out of the same thing, the Easter Island heads. So you have this Vanaku, but another project that Maya Exploration Center is working on later this year is we're going down to make a new updated map, archaeological map of Easter Island, Rapa Nui. And I'm not going, but this is Dr. Barnhart doing it. And there's another site down on the remote end of the island where there's another structure like this that you never see mentioned. And so that we're going to document that and put that out. So there's no doubt that, these people are incredibly advanced, incredibly connected, incredibly intelligent, and it's just so mysterious. Okay, do you know of the Blythe lines? Have you heard of this?
No.
Blythe, California. There are Nazca lines up there. Yeah, we should look this up. So
where's Blythe?
I think it's right before you get to Nevada. You're like driving. So if you you'll pass right by it if you're driving from Las Vegas in California, I think. So Blythe lines. Yeah. We should zoom in from Google Earth. This is cool.
Where is it, Tim? It's on the 10. It's like right where my cursor is.
So that's Blythe, California. You might be able to look up Blythe lines.
No, I did, but I was trying to
okay,
where it was, so I was trying to show you where it was.
Oh, sorry. So these are the. Whoa.
Yeah, they're huge.
Whoa.
So, dude, this is not.
What the fuck is that?
This is. To me, it's pretty obvious that there are people who are, and they think that this is younger than the Nazca lines, but even if it is, it's pretty obvious to me that you have traders and you have people who are very capable of traveling all up and down the Americas. It's all interconnected, and
How many of these lines exist?
It's not really majorly studied, but I think that there's a few of these images that are out there, and more that are further off into the desert that some people have.
One of them was a monkey. How do they even know what monkeys are?
Well, I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. That's a great question. Were
there monkeys in California?
No, I doubt it. But there are. An idea of how this could happen is so at Teotihuacan, like I was talking to you, this is an hour north of Mexico City. There were monkeys that we have found that were in zoos in Teotihuacan, like dead monkeys that are buried. And this species of monkey is only found in the southern Amazon. So it's all the way up in northern Mexico. So all of these things are connected. Okay, another. Jamie, can we look up, please?
For clarity, that one was a Nazca line. The monkey was not in California.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Came up.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Those monkeys are in Peru.
Well, even so, there are Amazonian monkeys that are coming all the way up.
What the other Blythe lines are.
The article starts showing different stuff.
Explaining what they were. So comparisons to NASA.
They're found in 1932 by a pilot. That's what I was trying to figure out.
So that's one of them?
Looks like a giraffe.
There's a
fence
around there. Could be a deer.
Yeah, it could be a deer. But are deer out there?
Well, there's deer in California for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably mule deer in that part of the country. There certainly is in Nevada. Nevada has a big population of deer. California
This figure represents horses reintroduced historical dates sometime after the 1500s, so maybe they don't know what it is.
They have no idea.
I don't know if it's a horse.
Doesn't look like horse to me. I think you're right.
The tail though is a lot longer than a
Oh yeah, a deer. They've got the little tail.
It's like a shitty artist
I was
horse.
stumbling on something with the Olmec stuff. I think there's a bunch of discussed zoomorphs here. There's a bunch of other weird rocks that had like anthropomorphized animals playing on top of humans.
Okay, do you know about? Have you ever heard of were jaguars?
No.
Oh, dude, this is my shit. Okay, so were jaguars. It is another piece of evidence of at least, the lower part of North America connecting with the Amazon. Oh, dude, this is badass. All right, so some of the first evidence that we have of people in the Americas. So you think of like, where do you imagine that people migrate into the Americas? Like, where do you think we would find the first evidence of?
Oh boy. Well, I would imagine it'd be somewhere where the Olmecs were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, or traditionally, sure. Traditionally, people think that maybe you would find it, in Alaska coming in. People migrating over during or before and after the Ice Age.
Sure.
Or I'm sorry, during and before the Ice Age. And then some people might think that, you have Polynesians that are skipping across the Pacific that are coming into, but most of the time it's West Coast. People think you'd find something out there. Some of the oldest evidence that we have are 30,000-year-old caves on the east side of the Amazon. On the east side, the opposite side of the Americas, as far away as you can possibly get from, where people would have traditionally arrived in the Americas. Now, that evidence is constantly changing. There's constantly new things that are being found, like white sands, and there's 150,000-year-old like bone tools or chisels that are being found where people were cutting into woolly mammoth bones, crazy stuff. But one of these old evidences is people in the Amazon 20 to 30,000 years ago on the east coast in Brazil, on the Atlantic coast. And they had these, I think it may have been Teddy Roosevelt's granddaughter that found this. She was a South American archaeologist. She was inspired to go to the Amazon. And so it's really interesting. In the Olmec realm, there's what's called a were-jaguar. It's just like a werewolf, spelled sort of the same. But you have these two different dichotomies in the Olmec world. You have the Olmec heads, which, by the way, I brought you.
Ooh, nice. More stuff for this table. Sit right next to Hecklefish.
So this is made from basalt by the modern Olmec people.
Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah, super cool. So these guys, we don't know who they are. We don't know exactly what they represent, because they're just guys with normal faces. They have Olmec faces, but they're all wearing this helmet. What the hell does the helmet mean? It could be two different things. It's a signature of their divine rulership, like we think they might be kings, somebody who can commission a monument this big. This is a testament to his power. Or these are revered ball game players, the Mesoamerican ball game. I'm sure you've dove into this a little bit. Or it's both. That the most masculine thing that you can be is a great Mesoamerican ball game player, and that's the king. He wants to see himself out of it. It's the same thing as Marcus Aurelius' son. I don't know if I his name. The really bad emperor. God, I can't remember his name. But anyways, he wanted to be seen like Hercules fighting in the Colosseum, and so we think this might be a kind of similar thing. There's a whole different type of people that are existing in the Olmec realm. We can look up Olmec were-jaguar, please, Jamie. Thank you. And there's a whole different type of person. So here's one image. If you keep scrolling, you'll see images that are carved into. So this is a little bit of a better image right here. But sometimes when they're carved into jade and you can see the light reflecting off of it, you get a better image of what these things would look like. So were-jaguar, Olmec, and maybe do jade. Oh yeah, there we go. Top right. Yeah, check that guy out. So that's a human. That's not an animal. It is a human who has turned into the essence of a jaguar. And we see this everywhere, all over the Olmec world. But they're never the colossal heads. They're always in jade or they're smaller Olmec monuments. And sometimes the heads are maimed, like the head is just completely destroyed, and there's these jaguar claws that are carved into an Olmec face, like tearing apart its face, tearing apart the symbol that's on the top of their head. And so a lot of people wondered, why are these scratch marks in all of these Olmec monuments? But all the scratch marks only appear in Olmec monuments that are not the were-jaguar. And so what I think, this is a little bit of research that I'm doing, and I'm writing a book on the Olmecs right now, is what I think is there's a feud between the rulers and the shamanic class. And I think that these were-jaguar people, these people who are taking some kind of hallucinogen, taking a psychedelic, and basically imbuing the essence of a jaguar in some strange, crazy way that I can't explain, these are feuding with each other. And when I'm in Mexico, and I'm in these museums, where you have these mushroom stone effigies that are all lined up, I'll ask a local archaeologist there, and I'll be like, so these mushrooms, do you think that these depict hallucinogens that they may have been taking to get high? Oh, no. I'm like, really? You don't, like, you look at all the crazy shit that ancient Americans are making. If you look at ancient American artwork anywhere, you can tell it's all like mind-bending stuff to look at. They're clearly, I think, they're being influenced by plants. Now, this were-jaguar isn't just isolated to the Olmec world. It also pops up at a place called Shavin de Wantar. Have you ever heard of this? This is in the Andes. It's one of the oldest cities in the Andes. So before Shavin, we can follow the DNA evidence of burials. Like you can tell, okay, these people are younger if we carbon date their bodies that are buried underneath these temples, and they're related to these people that are older. So you're trying to piece together this DNA web, but it's very, very loose. So there's a place called, there's a culture called Coral Supe culture, and they are building pyramids before the old kingdom of Egypt ever even existed. This is 5,500 years ago at least, on the coast of Peru, like right on the beach, and there's like 15 huge pyramids out there. But this is a non-pottery, non-artistic culture. So we don't have pottery and we don't have art from them, and we don't have stone statues or anything like that, just these structures. And from what we can tell, they keep getting hit by these like apocalyptic storms, these tropical El Niños and La Niñas that are just destroying their civilization. They're trying to rebuild it again. And eventually they say, you know what, forget this. We're moving up into the Andes. Well, when they move up into the Andes on Shavin de Wantar, they then come in contact with Amazonians. They meet Amazonians for the first time. And all of a sudden, these people, they have pottery, they have art, they have gods, they have a pantheon, they have stone statues, and they are were-jaguars. They are these shamanic people. Oh, this is from... Oh, is this on my next? Oh, cool. So I posted about this today. So these faces right here, these are on the side of the temple of Shavin that faces east off into the Amazon. And when you look at Shavin pottery, it's the same as Amazonian pottery in the region. So the people of the Andes, as soon as they interact with the Amazon, they acquire this religion, this culture, this iconography. They completely change as a people, and they start building the first structures that we know of that have interiors. Because before this, these pyramids that were out on the coastline, you're like walking on top of this big stone mound. But at Shavin, it's a huge square style building that has open doors that you can walk in through. And all of this happens as soon as they interact with Amazonians. And so it's a huge structure. And the stones that make up the staircases, oh my God. Okay, have you seen, the name is escaping me right now, but Wandering Wolf went out there, Michael Collins, and he found that he saw these big trilithon stones that are sitting on the side of the mountain in Peru. Do you remember this? Mm-hmm. Giant stones. That white stone is the same white stone that's used in the staircases and on the door jambs and the lintels here at Shavin. So you see that the open door right there at the bottom? Yeah, so those white stones on the side, those stones may have come from that quarry that he went and visited, where those gigantic, trilithon Baalbek-sized stones are. That? It's really, really far from here. I don't know. That would be something good that I should know. So some of it's megalithic, some of it's decent size. It's really that front wall right there with that entrance, the steps going up to it, and then on the inside of the temple you have the megalithic stonework, and then you have this. Monolith on the inside. So you see this guy? Look at that. That's a human with jaguar fangs coming out of his mouth. And all of these tenon heads that are on the side of the temple, they're facing out towards the Amazon. It's telling us that this religion, this idea of these people who are somehow doing these shamanic practices, which I think are so clearly, so obviously is plants like ayahuasca or whatever it is, inducing these people into a state of consciousness where somehow they're taking on the effects of the jaguar. Like you and Paul Rosalie talked about this, and when he was talking about his experience with ayahuasca, I believe he said, and maybe he's on this show, that for a moment, like he shrunk down to the size of an atom, he was floating through the Amazon, and then all of a sudden he was looking through like the eyes of a jaguar for a moment. And this is something that
constant theme amongst people who've done ayahuasca.
Yeah. So this is something that I think I think it's evidence. I mean, we can talk about this forever, but I think there's so much evidence. Oh, isn't this cool? Yeah.
Well, there's also evidence that jaguars eat the same plants.
Yes. Yeah. Have you seen this on what is it? Weird Nature. There's a documentary out there called Weird Nature.
Jaguars tripping.
Yeah, and it makes it akin to like catnip, and it's like the jaguar also has its own.
Well, this is why I brought this up. Terrence McGetta had a very fascinating theory about why ketamine in particular feels like an empty office building. And his theory, it's like ketamine is like you enter a realm, but there's no one there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, by the way, he's talking about ketamine in like the 80s and 90s.
Okay.
Whereas his theory is that when you imbibe, when you take a psychedelic medicine, when you take any sort of psychedelic plant, mushroom, whatever it is, you're not just having an experience, you are also interacting with all of the experiences that have ever been had with these things, which is one of the reasons why when people take certain psychedelics, they have very clear Egyptian iconography appears in their trip. And his belief or his theory was that it's far more complex than you're taking a psychedelic drug. You're taking this psychedelic that allows you to interact with all the experiences anyone has ever had with those.
Oh, wow.
Including jaguars. Now, also, there's always been this conflict between the ruling class and this shamanic rituals. This is the Eleusinian mysteries. They shut all that stuff down. Wouldn't it make sense that the claw marks would represent the battle between the shamans and these ruling class? Who, of course, don't want people tripping and opening their mind and questioning authority and trying to restructure everything. And like, it'd be a huge problem if you were like a Zahi Hawass guy trying to keep the lid on everything and just keep control and power. And then you got all these people that are tripping balls that like have completely different ideas that you have to silence that. Well, what's the issue here? The issue is these guys, they get together in a circle and they drink this stuff and then they start having these wacky ideas. Let's put a stop to that. Let's put it the same way they did with the Eleusinian mysteries, the same way they've done countless times. Shamans that were like the whole Santa Claus things where he's coming down the chimney. Why was that? Well, because Siberian shamans were ostracized. They were forced to actually not go through the doorways because they had to sneak into people's homes. So they came down chimneys. This is the theory.
Oh, that's fascinating.
No, which is like, why the hell would Santa come down a chimney? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Well, that was the idea. Like, Santa's a shaman. Also, Santa, at least in modern depictions, has the exact same coloration as the Amanita muscaria mushroom.
Oh, wow.
You've never seen the comparison between Santa and the mushroom?
No.
The fascinating comparison, and this is also hotly debated, they say no, well, Coca-Cola was the ones that made them red and white, the Santa Clauses, maybe. But there's old pictures of Christmas images that always include elves and Amanita muscaria mushrooms. There's old Christmas cards from like the turn of the century. There's old like Merry Christmas. It's fucking mushrooms. There's mushrooms everywhere.
Yeah.
So mushrooms have a mycorrhizal relationship with coniferous trees, particularly Amanita muscaria. You would find them underneath pine trees, the same way you find brightly colored presents under Christmas trees. In order to dry them, they would pick these mushrooms and hang them in the trees so they would air dry, just like ornaments on a tree.
Wow.
There's so many parallels. It's really weird. The Santa was a mushroom one is a weird one. It's a really weird one because there's a ton of them. Like, why are we so interested in fucking pine trees? Why is it? Well, those trees had this very connected relationship with those mushrooms.
Yeah, well, I find that...
See if you find some of the ancient pictures of Christmas, ancient Merry Christmas images. But this is like...
Yeah.
Look, look at that shaman to the left. Scroll back, look out, look at that. Siberian shaman looks exactly like the coloration of an Amanita muscaria. Now go to that Merry Christmas image that you have there right next to your cursor. Look at that, Amanita muscaria. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Amanita muscaria image. These women with good times Christmas, or these children rather, with good times Christmas.
Have you ever tried these mushrooms?
Yes. Didn't work.
Really?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
I think McKenna didn't have a good experience with them either, and there's a lot of thoughts that he had about whether or not they were genetically variable, whether or not they're geographically and even seasonally variable, that you're not dealing with the same mushrooms. Sort of like, you know, there's different versions, like obviously manipulated, but there's a very different version of banana that we're enjoying today versus the wild banana.
Oh, corn too.
Yes.
Maize. Oh my
Yes.
gosh, so different.
A lot of different plants have like similar history. Fungus is a very different thing, right? Because fungus actually breathe air. They're not plants. They're much closer to animals than they are to plants.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, they're real weird. And they're also really weird that they seem to be like the internet for plants. Like the mycorrhizal relationship and the fact that they have this very bizarre network of mycelium that's under the ground. Like the largest living organism is a mushroom colony that exists, I believe, in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. See if you can find that. Yeah, so instead of like saying, oh, there's a mushroom that pops out of the ground. No, that's like the fruiting body of the entire thing. And the entire thing is enormous. And it's communicating with plants. It's helping the plants distribute and share researses. It's helping them get information. It's very strange. You know, Paul Stamets is like the best guy to talk to about this stuff. He's a mycologist, and that he actually gave me that big ass mushroom at the end of the table.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a mushroom. Yeah, it's weird. They're weird.
You know, this whole conversation.
Here it is. The largest organism on Earth is a fungus. The blue whale is big, but nowhere near as huge as a sprawling fungus in eastern Oregon. Yeah. Yeah, and again, it fucking breathes air.
Could be as ancient as 8,650 years.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night. This is wild stuff.
Yeah,
and you know, this is what we know about, right? Like, what about what the fuck is in the Amazon?
Oh my god, man. Well, okay. So two things there as far as what's in the Amazon. First, think about how. Let's just talk about North America above Mesoamerica. So, like, let's just include like the modern day United States. Think about all the tribes that existed here, how complicated these histories are. You know, Squanto is born in the early 1600s among these tribes in Massachusetts, and when he comes back, he forms this thing called the Wampanoag Confederation, whatever. Just in that little area, there's all these different cultures with their own history, their own knowledge, and everything. That's one little part of Massachusetts. Now think about the rest of the country and how vast and sprawling and intricate and how deep that history really goes. And you could place the United States inside the Amazon. That's how big the Amazon is. Yeah. And we just refer to native tribes who live in the Amazon as Amazonians, but it's so much more complicated than just that. Now the next thing is this whole conversation about talking about the were jaguar. You know, I get a lot of flack for this topic because you know, you have, let's just call it like boomer archaeologists who have this knee-jerk reaction to psychedelics and hallucinogens because it's so ingrained in them that like all drugs are bad, as if all drugs are the same. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm talking to this. I was in Mexico last year, and we were in the Yucatan, and I was there with an archaeologist from the Midwest, and he was an archaeoastronomer, which is, like I was saying earlier, it's a guy who studies the way that I think it's like Pueblo ancestral tribes would have interacted with the night sky and studied the night sky. And I asked him, I said, okay, so what kind of hallucinogens do you think they would have had? And I think he told me like peyote and cannabis and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, so have you ever, and you know, we would like every night we get together and we'd all smoke and just talk about ancient history and stuff. You know, you come up with so many interesting ideas and perspectives and points of view, you know, when you smoke with like an actual purpose and you're trying to, you know, think. I'm sure you know very well what I'm talking about. And and so he's sitting around with all of us, and he doesn't want, you know, he's not interested. And I'm like, so you've been studying archaeoastronomy for this long. have you ever tried cannabis or peyote or anything that's up there? I think there's another one called Datura. Have you ever heard of this?
That one's supposed to be very weird.
Yeah,
McKenna had terrible experiences with that.
Oh, really? Well, maybe
it completely disassociates you. He was having a conversation with a guy in a market, and he realized in the middle of the conversation the guy thought that they were in his apartment.
Oh.
Yeah, like it does weird things.
Yeah, well, it might explain why Teotihuacan civilization and all their iconography is so terrifying. Like if you look up the great goddess of Teotihuacan, it's these guys with handbags picking this datura and like putting them in their handbags.
Oh
boy. And,
that's a weird one.
And so their whole civilization is like very dark and scary. But I asked this archaeologist, I said, okay, have you ever gone out and studied the stars? From the Native American point of view, while you're smoking cannabis or you take peyote. He's like, oh, I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, you have committed your entire life to studying this ancient culture that you know very well was studying the stars and taking hallucinogens. And you, as someone who's supposed to be an expert in this field, you don't want to put yourself in the shoes of these people. I was like, dude, if you laid out at night with everything you know about the Pueblo ancestral people, and you smoked weed for the first time, or you did peyote or something, you stayed up and looking at the stars, you might have an epiphany about something that you've never realized because your brain's just operating in a different way than it normally does. And he was very slow to to be open to this idea. And the Zahi thing kind of reminded me of this. Is like, he has preconceived ideas about his world and his personal beliefs that interact with the archaeology, and so it's really hard for us to study the ancient world from a completely unbiased point of view because you have so many preconceived ideas about your modern world that influence your archaeology. And that's why there's no widely accepted, or it's not widely accepted among archaeologists, that Native Americans were heavily influenced by hallucinogens. I really think it's because so many of these people are, older archaeologists that have a knee-jerk reaction to drugs of any kind, and they couldn't possibly fathom the reality that the culture they spent their life studying are all doing hallucinogens all the time. And that's
unquestionably.
It's totally obvious. It's completely obvious.
Yeah.
But
it's also these people that haven't had these experiences, so they don't know what the effects would be.
Yeah.
So they're basically just guessing,
Yeah.
and a lot of it's based on just say no propaganda from the fucking 80s.
It really is, man. I was telling my wife this, like, I don't smoke a lot. When I do, I'm like out in Big Bend, out looking at the stars and stuff. And every time I smoke, it's like some kind of purpose. Like, I'm in like some kind of sacred place, and I don't do anything harder than just smoke cannabis. But whenever I do, I have some kind of realization about myself personally. Like the first time, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago when I first smoked, I was laying up looking at the night sky, and we had taken some photos out in the desert, and I was looking at myself, and I put on a little bit of weight. And as I was looking at myself, I had disassociated. And I was like, this person does not represent the brain that's in my mind. I need to lose some damn weight. I had this realization about myself. The last time I was out in Big Bend, laying under the stars in the middle of the desert, and I had this like realization that, all the time I spend traveling, and I get to see so many amazing ancient sites and meet so many cool people, and I'm just constantly go. Like I'm trying to just make this life work. And I had this realization that the most important thing I do is make dinner for my wife and take my dog on walks. And I would have never had that like epiphany, like, dude, all this stuff is really cool, but it's for fun. And this is the stuff that you love. Your purpose is to take your dog on walks and spend time with your wife. And one day it's going to be to spend time with your kids. And every time I go into it with this idea that I hope that I have some kind of realization, I always do. And it's just like, I have this, it's like, I know that ancient plant medicine is like the key to unlocking so much of the ancient world. So
to ignore that knowing that they imbibed, to ignore that knowing that it was part of these sacred rituals, it's kind of silly, especially when you deal with the Amazon and ayahuasca.
Oh, yeah, right?
I mean, if you're going to be in a place where you want to completely commune with nature, like that's the place. Like that's the place. And if there's this insanely profound hallucinogen, that the brain produces endogenously, that can be extracted from plants through this really weird method.
Yeah.
where you're taking one plant that has the drug in it, another plant which is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor,
Mhm.
and you're combining them together in a perfect amount and
Yeah.
boiling
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Like, it tastes like shit. Like, why are you doing this? Like,
Yeah,
how'd you
yeah.
learn? And then when you ask them how they learned how to do this, they're like, the plants taught us.
Yeah, I know, right? You know, and then you can take that same chemical and they'll pour it in the water, and rather than fishing or spearing fish in the water or hooking them, they pour it into the water in these little, they create these little canals off of the Amazon, and fish, piranha, whatever, will swim up in it, and they pour that liquid, wherever that hallucinogen isn't, and it stuns the fish, and they all come to the top, and they only take what they need, and they send the rest back. Which is another reason why I don't think that Native Americans are responsible for the extinction of all the megafauna in the Americas, because, so I'm out in the woods in East Texas a couple of weeks ago, and we're just walking around. We're talking about the Caddo people. Have you heard of the Caddo Indians before? And I was trying to talk to my friend who doesn't know a lot about Native Americans, trying to give him the essence of the people, and then the words came to me, and I was like, if nature itself took an anthropomorphic form, that's the Native American. These are people that live perfectly with their environment, or tried to, at least most of them did. And it's amazing, man. So much can be learned from that.
They did some wasteful things.
I know.
Like the buffalo jumps.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. And I'm really speaking in generalities. Like I could go on and on about all the horrific things that the Aztecs did. This is just a general.
Or the
Comanches. It's not like this was it's not at all like this was a utopia at all. It was complete and utter war.
But then again, you're saying embodiment of nature. Well, nature's not utopia.
Exactly.
Right. Jaguar's
Very
not
much
utopia if you're an
so.
antelope.
Yeah, very much so. So there's some nuance there, and I don't know. It's just fascinating. You had a good point in a podcast. I think you were talking about Oriana, his expedition down the Amazon, and you were talking about how he was able to use the stars to navigate back to Spain. And you're like, well, that's what or not HPV, but that's what people used to do. Everybody was an astronomer. How much of this experience has gone to us today? We don't sit around and look at the stars anymore, and that's one aspect. We don't interact with natural plant-based hallucinogens anymore. There's so many things about the natural world that we don't interact with.
Those two are huge, and particularly the first one, the stars, because people don't even consider how much light pollution. If you ask the average person with the night sky, an average person who lives in New York City or Boston or wherever, the night sky is polluted. You just don't think it's polluted, but it's polluted by light, and you're missing this incredible, majestic image of the cosmos that's so humbling. That puts you in check.
Yeah, for sure.
It puts you in check. It really does. Like anybody that has a deluded ego, that's gonna go away if you're confronted with the Milky Way.
Yeah,
you have some delusions of grandeur and your place in everything. You're like, well, it's not possible.
Yeah,
just look at this. It's like I am nothing. I am nothing, and I'm everything. I'm a part of everything, but I am nothing.
And so many of these people who still today exist in the natural world, like the wild, Percy Fawcett interacting with these Amazonian tribes that still live like this today. These people are still around. They're still.
Paul Rosalie sent me a video a month ago.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Check this out. I'll show this video. I can't share it with the world, so sorry, I'm a gatekeeper. Like everybody's a gatekeeper, I guess.
Yeah.
But Paul doesn't want people to know where these people are, so he's trying to hide this stuff. But he took this video while he was out in the Amazon, like helping these people. So this is like video from his phone. God, where is it, Paul? Here it is. I can't share with anybody. I'm going to share it with you. Just make sure the camera's not on it.
Wow. Man, that is crazy.
Wild.
I mean, you're looking into the past.
You're looking way into the past. I mean, way into the past.
Just in your frame right there, what you were looking at has existed since the beginning of time.
Yes. And that's what's interesting is that exists at the same time as you and I are talking on a podcast where millions of people are going to hear it. And it's all electronic recording of our voice and images. and then distributed wirelessly into your phone instantaneously. The moment this episode gets uploaded on Spotify, people will click it and watch it on their phone instantly.
Yeah.
Like all at the same time, where these people are living in a homemade.
They're in the same time zone.
Yes.
Same time zone.
Yes.
It's whatever it is right now. It's the same time zone.
That's crazy.
You know, and when our civilization, when we all destroy ourselves and thousands of years go by and everything in the studio is gone, it all turns to dust. Those people will continue the legacy of humanity.
Well, I wonder if those people are the preppers of the Amazonian world.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if everything did go sideways because the Europeans came over and brought all the diseases and civilization collapsed, who's going to live?
No, you are exactly right. So when the
Country
Spaniards,
Boy Can Survive. That's like the Hank Williams Jr. song in reality.
dude, you are exactly correct. I mean, you're exactly correct. So when the Spaniards arrive, they obviously they land in the Bahamas with Columbus, 1492, but they come down to like Hispaniola, Jamaica, and in the early 1500s, they start poking around on the shores of the Yucatan, and they're kind of trading and interacting with these people. You know, these are explorers; they're all curious, but they didn't realize that they were giving these Native Americans disease, and that disease was spreading through the Maya world. And maybe more than a decade later, when Cortez arrives in the Maya world, he documents how all the Maya people are very scrawny and small and sickly and weak. He didn't realize they were all dying off. So eventually, Cortez conquers Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, in 1521, and he sends Pizarro down to find the gold that the Aztecs were getting from South America, or from this distant land. They didn't 100% know exactly what South America was yet. He goes down to South America, and he conquers the Inca Empire. And then after that, Orellana descends down the Amazon. And when he descends down the Amazon, he sees these cities that would go on for 15 miles long. I mean, these 15-mile long cities full of millions and millions of people, these giant circular stone buildings, these huge bustling civilizations. And then later on in the 1700s, 1800s, and then really densely in the early 1900s, like with Percy Fawcett, Theodore Roosevelt, everyone around them, they were looking for these big cities that the Spaniards had seen, but they didn't exist, and they didn't find any evidence of it at all. And a lot of people, like the British and the Royal Geographic Society, they brush it off as, the Spaniards were lying so that they could secure funding for further expeditions, and this was like their livelihood, the way that they could stay rich. Of course, then the LIDAR proves that these civilizations were there. Now, the stuff that's been excavated in the Amazon, we haven't excavated anything in the center of the Amazon. It's really expensive. It's hard to do. Archaeologists don't want to live out there. Whatever. There's a million reasons why it doesn't happen. But on the peripheral of the Amazon, there are areas that get cut flat for logging. Like, as civilization slowly encroaches on the Amazon, they are finding these villages that are these, they're basically cities that are these huge geoglyphs that are cut in the ground. Have you seen these in the Amazon? They're huge.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe this is some stuff that Graham was showing.
Maybe so.
See if you can
I think Graham has talked about this before. Maybe he was in America before.
What should he look if he's looking for image?
Just Amazon geoglyphs. They'll come up. They're these huge squares. Yeah, perfect. So these things are.
Yeah, we definitely don't.
These things are gigantic, and they're all over the peripherals of the Amazon. But these were the preppers living on the outside. They weren't living in the hustle and bustle of the million-plus population city in the middle of the Amazon. These are the guys living on the outside, and they all survived this apocalyptic disease that went through.
They're the people living in Appalachia.
Exactly. Yeah.
Folks.
Actually, I'm moving there tomorrow.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of moving right now.
Whoa.
So
what a cool place to live.
Yeah, it's beautiful up there. Oh. Dude, it's an ancient place. Have you heard of the Nantahala Rainforest?
No.
Oh, you got to go there tomorrow. It's in Western North Carolina, in Appalachia. I grew up going to Nantahala every year. My parents live in Nantahala now, and it's a beautiful, completely magical place. And it was part of what inspired this explorer, kind of thing in me. When you're there, even as a kid, I knew that this was an ancient place. And it turns out, as an adult, when I started researching it, it's this pocket of green, solid, dark green rainforest. In the U.S., we have 3 rainforests. We have Hawaii, we have Oregon, and we have the Nantahala rainforest, and most people don't know about it. it's this pocket in the middle of these mountains that has looked exactly the same since before the Ice Age. It's one of the oldest places in North America.
Wow.
And it's just an incredibly magical, old, ancient place. And I'm just like drawn back there. But anyways, yeah, you should go check that out.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gonna live out in that area? Or in the Appalachians?
Yeah. Well. So my wife is so she's like from South Carolina, and she came to Texas when she was younger, and then we met in college. And my family, when we first moved to the States, like my family moved to North Carolina in like 1694 or something crazy like that. And so we have some roots up there. Have you ever been to Gatlinburg, Tennessee?
No.
So the first name of Gatlinburg was Reagan Town, and so that was where my family were one of the founders of that town. There's an old hotel there called Reagan Hotel. So my family's originally from there, and then they moved down to Texas and started cattle rustling in the late 1890s. But I don't know, just drawn back up there. Always loved vacationing there, and so my wife and I are like in the middle of moving right now. And so 2 days ago, we packed up these 2 U-Hauls, drove them to East Texas to my in-laws, and then we drove to Austin last night, got a hotel doing this. Tonight we drive back to East Texas, and then tomorrow we drive to North Carolina.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is the history in terms of like human occupation in that area?
Man, the people sprouted out of the ground. Yeah, it's that old, man. There are. That's something I'm really looking forward to getting into. And I'm kind of excited in a way to get out of Texas because it's hard to study Native American history in Texas because you've got to travel so far and everything's so arid. Like, Austin, this was an ancient Native American settlement here that we have built this city on top of. The Alamo in San Antonio was built on top of a Native American settlement. And, all of our major cities are just a reskin of an ancient city. And in Texas, it's really hard. Like, we have the Galt site that's here in Austin that proves that Clovis first was wrong. And maybe you're familiar with this. But up there, you're closer to mound country, and where all the mound builders are, and a little bit north of that. But in North Carolina, it's one of the places that the Spaniards had a really hard time infiltrating because of the mountain ranges and because of how fierce the Native Americans were. And so the archaeological projects up there are headed up by like 2 hillbillies that live in the country, and they're the coolest guys. They own this little department store called the Tiger Store in Hayesville, North Carolina, and they have dug up like Spanish armor under the ground and Spanish swords and all kinds of crazy stuff. And I've gone hiking out there. And we got to look this up. Jamie, can we please look up Judah Rock? It's one of the only megaliths in North America, and it's this gigantic megalithic stone that has the same sort of art style as all the Native American stuff that we've seen, and it's some kind of primordial map of Western North Carolina. It's massive, dude. You couldn't fit it in this room. It's called Judah. If you just try to spell it, some way you might find it. There you go. And there's an old photo of an archaeologist laying behind it. There you go, to the top left. That one, or maybe the one that's colorized. There, that one's really, really pretty. So nobody knows what this is. And the Native Americans who were asked, some of the stories about the early Native Americans who were asked how this got here, who moved it there, their stories are that giants placed this, and that giants used to live in this land, and that they created these stones. And I have gone around, when I was a little bit younger, I would go through the rainforest and like wandering up these hillsides, and you'd find these huge stones laying there with all of these images carved into them. And of course, there's no funding that's out there. There's not even a police department out there. So no research is being done out there. But it's a fascinating place, as old as time itself. And all of these people are from like a chapter before contact period. Yeah, it's fascinating, man. It's a very ancient, mysterious, mystical place. It's one of those places that kind of gives me the feeling that Peru gives me when I'm out there, that I'm in a very, very, very old place. And of course, the Appalachian Mountains are the oldest mountain range in the world.
Is there any theory as to the age of that?
Well, I think when you go there, they attribute it to a culture that lived in the area between 100 AD and 1000 AD. But that's just totally guesswork. Judah and the Cherokee Indians. Yeah. Now, the hard part about studying some stuff with Native Americans in the U.S. is that there's a lot of modern Native Americans, they're very prideful about their culture, and you know, a little bit of mythology gets mixed in. Like when I go visit the I forget what exactly it's called, but there's a Native American village that still exists in this area of the country, and it's like operated, and it's kind of a tour place where they take people through what the cities would have looked like, or what the towns would have looked like in the middle of the rainforest. But the hard part is when I talk to the representatives there, which are Native American Cherokee people, they'll tell me, oh yeah, you know, the ancient people that were here, they used to be 6'5". They were very tall people or whatever. And there's no evidence behind that at all. And so it's hard to like, okay, we have Cherokee bodies. So are these oral memories that are being passed down through time that come down to the Cherokee? And, you know, as like a modern day American anthropologist, do I brush off what they say and just be like, you know, they're carrying on these myths about the people, they want to build it up, or are they really holding on to something that's true? Because, man, I would love to talk to Graham about this. Okay, so you know, one of the biggest things that refutes, I know it sounds like I'm bouncing all over the place, but one of the biggest things that they try to use to refute the Sphinx's age, you know, about the Sphinx that could date back to the time of Leo, but 10,500 years ago, or 10,500 BC, is they say, well, there's no evidence that you could carry down the knowledge of constellations that far. You've heard this before, right? Like, how do we know that people in 10,500 BC even recognize the constellation of Leo, and how is that knowledge carried down? Dude, there is evidence of this. Okay, the squared spiral. Have you seen this motif anywhere? It's we can look it up. Greek meander pattern, but you'll also see it You'll see it in the American Southwest. You'll see it out in the Mississippian cultures. You'll see it in Mexico. You'll see it in South America, Peru. You'll see it in Greece. You'll see it in Egypt, Rome. This pattern. So, you know, a lot of times this, they say that this is like, when people use the term swastika, the swastika is just two meandering patterns or squared spirals that are laid on top of each other. That's what it is. Yeah, so it's a squared spiral, but when you take two of those and lay them on top of each other, it becomes a swastika. And you and I recognize where these meanders connect because of a certain recent culture that perverted this symbol and turned it into something evil. But this is an ancient symbol, and it's found all over the world. And it even dates back to Ukraine. You may be able to find this. There's an ivory bone handle in Ukraine from like 11,000 years ago that has the squared spiral that's on it. So this is 11,000 years old, found on every continent on the planet. So it's even found in pottery. You can see it in pottery in ancient China, ancient Japan. It's in Cambodia. It's all across the ancient world. And I was asking, I know one that we could look up. Could you look up the Temple of Mitla in Mexico? It's a Temple of Mitla, and if we look at there, you'll see it all up and down. Now, Temple of Mitla is a shamanic temple. They think it was like a Mecca site that people would go to. It was built to last for all of eternity. And of all the megaliths in all of Mesoamerica, or ancient Mexico and Central America, this site uses the largest stones. So each one of these lintels that you see, these is like one solid piece of volcanic stone. Very, very hard stones. Okay, so you can see the squared spiral, right? Mm-hmm. Can you see the step pattern that leads up to them? And you can probably find another photo where you see the step pattern leading up to the spiral. So it's like you're walking up steps into a spiral, and it's this loop that continues on forever. I have a ton of these photos on my phone. They're found all over Peru. There we go. Now, this is not quite exactly it. But, okay, so what this really is, this step pattern and this motif of this spiral here, it's the Big Dipper in the night sky. You can go look at the Big Dipper, and the Big Dipper changes over the course of the year. So if you look at it as though it's not a Big Dipper, and you look at it as though it's a staircase to a spiral, that's exactly what ancient people are seeing the Big Dipper as. And the Big Dipper is spinning in the night sky throughout the year. So this ancient symbol is then documenting a constellation. For over 11,000 years, human beings have been documenting a constellation. So if you're looking for the proof as to whether or not people 11,000 years ago were recognizing a lion in the night sky, boom, there you go. This is 11,000 years old. Yeah, okay, so looking here. So it's a step up to a spiral, a step up to a spiral. And, dude, it's the Big Dipper. Just look at the Big Dipper in the future as though it's this constellation, and it's the same thing.
Is this a theory that it's a Big Dipper? Has this been corroborated?
This is my theory.
Your theory.
This is my theory and, like, something I've been studying for a long time. But there are other archaeologists who, they're kind of have a passive interest in this, and they have said, oh, maybe it's the Big Dipper or something. But these then people, if I were to go to them and be like, okay, well, this ivory bone handle in Ukraine goes back 11,000 years, so it's proof they'd be like, okay, so, you know what I mean? So this is my theory that I have been studying for a long time, and everywhere I go in the Americas, I find that spiral pattern everywhere, and I always ask people, what does this mean? When I'm in the Mediterranean, I'll ask people, what does this mean? I'm gonna go to Greece at the end of the year, and I'm gonna ask, because it's all over Greek temples, and all I ever get from Greek archaeologists is that it's a river. Bullshit, it's not a river. And then in Latin America, I get a bit better of an explanation, and maybe this is really it. They think that it's like the steps through life and the rejuvenation of life, right? So it's like the Big Dipper has some kind of esoteric meaning with it. But I have been thinking about this, and I think that the reason that throughout all these ancient cultures you see this meander pattern in so many different orientations is it's documenting the flipping of the Big Dipper through the night sky throughout the day, and that's all. I'm trying to explain something that's 11,000 years.
What is the earliest evidence of the understanding of the precession of equinoxes?
Oh God, I don't know. That's getting like beyond my level of knowledge with archaeoastronomy. Some people
Graham's theorized that.
Yeah.
Egyptians were aware of it.
I mean, I don't doubt that they were aware of it.
Yeah, Bouval, I think, believed that, or I know for sure John Anthony West believed that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the precession of the equinoxes, it takes at least 12 to 24. It's either 12 or it's 24,000 years to be able to.
24,000 years. Full cycle.
If we wanted to investigate an ancient culture that's possible of being able to document this, it'd be worth looking into if the Maya were aware.
Let's explain to people what it means. So what it means is that the Earth, as it spins, it doesn't spin perfectly. Mm-hmm. Like there's a pin in the top and the pin in the bottom, and it spins like a globe. It spins in a wobble, and that wobble is a 24,000 year cycle. The earliest understanding of the precession of the equinox is typically credited to Greek astronomer, how do you say his name? Hipparchus?
Hipparchus.
Hipparchus in the 2nd century BCE, around 130 BCE.
I bet you he did it in Alexandria too.
Hipparchus noticed the position of the equinoxes, the points where the celestial equator intersects with the ecliptic, were shifting westward over time relative to the fixed stars. He calculated this slow movement, known as precession, by comparing his own observations of star positions with earlier Babylonian and Greek records, particularly those of Timarchus and Aristotle's. From the 3rd century BCE, Hipparchus estimated the rate of precession to be about 1 degree every 100 years, which is remarkably close to the modern value, or approximately 1 degree every 71.6 years. There's no definitive evidence of earlier cultures fully understanding the precession as a systematic astronomical phenomenon, but some scholars speculate the ancient civilizations like the Babylonians, Egyptians, or Indians might have noticed relating patterns in star positions over long periods.
Yeah, well, and then check this out. Hipparchus' discovery detailed in his lost work, but referenced by Ptolemy, the pharaoh over Alexandria, in the Almagest, 2nd century CE. So this is happening in the city of Alexandria. All this is being studied in Alexandria's library. Marks the earliest confirmed understanding of precession in scientific sense. Dude, that was lost in the burning of Alexandria's library. Yeah, how crazy is that?
It's all crazy. It's so fascinating because it makes sense that would be something that everyone would be studying because it's the most spectacular thing you could ever see.
Yeah.
Why would you just say, "Oh, it's just stars"? Of course you would.
It's so silly.
Of course you would. They're so majestic. You would have to be transfixed.
You know something interesting that I was just reminded of is this meandering pattern. It continues in the ancient Mediterranean world, so Greece, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, until Alexandria's library is burned and stops after that. You see it on the You see it on the monument of Augustus, which dates to about 9 BC, but that's for his death. But Augustus would have seen Alexandria. He would have been familiar with these motifs. I believe after that in Rome, we don't see this motif anymore, this squared spiral. In Mesoamerica, in Mexico and Central America, this squared spiral motif stops with the burning of the Maya codices from Diego de Landa in like 1574. He gathered all of the writing in the Maya world together in the city of what is modern day Merida, and he burned it all up. And it was called multiple pyres. So imagine, let's say a pyre is at least from the floor to the ceiling stacked with codexes, like have you ever seen the sticky notes that are connected on each side? That's how the Maya books looked, and he burned all that history. Today we only have 3 or 4 that exist, and one of them is like controversial as to whether or not it's a forgery. So he destroyed all of the written history of the Mesoamerican world in like one fell swoop. And to give you an idea of just how much it was, when the Spaniards arrived in the Aztec world, so the Aztec were standing on the shoulders of giants, being the Maya and all the other cultures. The Aztecs were producing 250,000 pieces of paper a year. It's something like that. It's an incredible amount of written knowledge, and all of that knowledge is burned and gone. And so it just again, when archaeologists stand behind their opinions so strongly as to chastise other people for speculating about, this could be this. It's so silly, because we're disconnected from the ancient world by a considerable margin. I mean, none of us really understand what's going on. I was having a conversation with Dr. Barnhart. We were at the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico, and we're looking at all these Maya gods up on this mural, and everything in Mesoamerica, whether it's the Maya, the Olmecs, the Aztecs, Teotihuacanos, Zapotecs, whatever, it's all very fierce and dark and scary, kind of scary to us. And we're looking up at it, and he's like, I've always wondered, like, where's the love in their religion? Like, where are all the doves that you see, like, in Christian churches and stuff? And he was like, but, in reality, if we could speak to them, we would probably be so embarrassed and shocked at how wrong our ideas are about who these people were. And, his attitude and his approach to the ancient world, I just love it, because, he just presents like the evidence that's available, gives his idea of what he thinks the evidence means, while also saying, this is just my idea from this. We could be completely wrong, and we probably are completely wrong. Think about, like, if you died and 5,000 years from now, people started going through your belongings, what would they think of you? It probably wouldn't be a very good representation of you.
Depends on who's writing the story, right? If CNN wrote it, it'd be terrible.
It'd be pretty bad.
It's really dependent upon who, again, is the gatekeeper of information.
Yeah.
If you had a time machine and you go and observe undiscovered any point in history, like you put you in some time bubble where you could just like be in this invisible bubble where you could view it, where you're not interacting, you just watch.
Yeah.
What time period and where?
Oh God. I'm not gonna say Egypt. I feel like Egypt is such a, like, everyone says Egypt.
I would say Egypt.
I know. If Egypt wasn't an option,
but why would you want that to not be an option? If I gave you a legit choice, if it was a real thing, if there was real technology, if they developed some sort of a time warp technology that allowed you to, in this controlled sphere, exist for a particular amount of time, like 3 days in this area, you bring food and water, and you just
no one can hurt me, no one can scout me,
no one can see you. Yeah. You exist in a time warp inside it, but you can observe all of it. It's got to be.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you'd have to figure out what time, because if you got there and they had already built it, you're like, shit.
Damn it.
Yeah, like maybe like you say, let me go 10,000 BC, and you go there and it's already there. Like fuck.
You go back 20,000 BC.
Yeah, you can only do it once. Like fuck. But if you go back 30,000 BC, maybe there's nothing. Like,
man, Egypt is a creme de la creme, man.
Yeah.
It's the most monumental, beautiful. Like, when you try to imagine what it looked like. If you've seen visual recreations of the Giza Plateau, the Valley Temple must have been absolutely stunning. Okay, so one day when you go to Egypt, hopefully you go this year, when you go to the Valley Temple, that for me, it's the best thing in all of Egypt. I think it's more stunning what it must have looked like than even the pyramids themselves. The blocks are absolutely gigantic. Like one block is bigger than this whole wall, and brought from 500 miles south in Aswan. These are the ones with the cyclopean, strangely angled stones like you see in Peru. And when you walk in, most people ignore it, but that floor is a calcite white crystal floor. And so imagine when it was polished and when it was finished off, it must have been gleaming. And at some point in time, there were these diorite Khafra statues. Maybe you've seen them before. They're like impossibly well made out of the hardest stone in Egypt. The hardest stone in Egypt. And it's this black diorite gleaming polished statues. And the lintels that go above would have allowed, when the sun reaches its like zenith in the sky in the middle of the day, it would have shot through these holes in the ceiling, and so it would have illuminated the white floor, and you would have had the solid black statues that are shining in the sun's light. And so you're walking in, and it's like glowing inside of the temple. And when you walk outside the front door of the temple, there's a dock, and you can see the dock like slopes into the ground, so the water isn't there anymore. The Nile is much further to the east now, but the Nile came straight up to the front step of the Valley Temple. So imagine you're going, you have someone pushing your little boat along on a pike in Egypt, and you're taking in you're taking in the nature around you, and like the seabirds that are flying over you, and the palm trees that are everywhere, and like imagine the sound of the water as you're coming up to the temple. It's this huge temple. It's the largest building on the planet at the time, probably other than the pyramids themselves. But and then you step into it, and it is the most sacred, most impressive thing that exists on the earth at that time. No matter if it was made in 2500 BC or if it was made in 10,000 BC, it's the most impressive building that exists in the world at that time. And what exactly was going on in these buildings, I don't know. This is kind of another hot take of mine is, man, I don't believe that, when you see all these pantheons of these gods of the ancient world, I do not believe that ancient people are making all this shit up and building all these temples for these gods that never existed just to control the masses, whatever. I mean, it's extensive amount of work all across the entire world. The Maya are building temples for these gods, these beings that they're meeting. The temple of Luxor that you'll go to see. The story goes that Amenhotep built this last chamber, which is made out of these huge. Amenhotep III built his last chamber, huge megalithic granite blocks, to meet the god Amun-Ra. And I'm standing there inside the chamber looking around. He's the only person supposedly that's allowed in. And that's a story that we know. How true that is, I don't know. But, and I'm just thinking, man, either is it more likely that all this is made up, or is it more likely that they went to the extent to do all this because it was all real? And they're really interacting with these beings. And the most realistic way I can think of is by being involved in like shamanic practices and hallucinogens and interacting with things that do not exist in our 3D plane, and that adds to the allure of like when I'm standing in the Valley Temple, I'm like, what the hell is actually going on in here at this time? So after going through all that, I have to say Egypt.
You have to.
Yeah.
As
Now,
cliche as it might be.
my second one would be like, if I could be like, okay, take me to the height of Amazonian culture. Just let me see just how amazing it is, because it really seems like stone architecture comes out of the Amazon. Now, where Paul lives, it's all clay on the ground. But when you get halfway through the Amazon, you start reaching like granite and limestone bedrock. And that's on the eastern side. So you're in like Guyana, French Guyana, Brazil. And it's treacherous places to go through in the middle of the Amazon. But I think that's where cities in the Amazon are going to be found one day. And it was towards the end of Orellana's expedition, so that's about where he would have been. And man, I bet you there's stuff out there that would just amaze us. I think the Amazon is the origin, just me personally, I think the Amazon is the origin of American, pre-Columbian American, the height of their civilization. I think it's the origin of their religion and shamanic practices. I think it spread out all the way up to Mexico. And later on, the ancient Americans have a corn god, which they call the maize god. But I think before that, they had this were-jaguar religion where people are taking hallucinogens and psychedelics. And so I think that all the evidence points towards that the origin of civilization in the Americas begins in the Amazon and spreads out from there. And I would love if a time machine could pull back that canopy and show me what the actual height of that was like.
It's just so interesting. It never stops being interesting. And it's one of those things, it's a mystery that will never truly be totally solved because it's not possible to go back in time. So we're always going to have this thing in our mind, like, I wonder. And it's such a fascinating inclination to sit and just wonder about the past. And to look where we are now and how ridiculous life today is. This is what's undeniable. Like, humans are fools, particularly today.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think one of the reasons why we're fools is we're denied these experiences that these people probably had.
Yeah.
We've outlawed them.
Yeah.
Just like they did in ancient Greece, just like they did, I'm sure, throughout history and all these different cultures.
Have you ever heard the natives in Papua New Guinea and the songs that they sing that like emanate through the jungle? Have you ever heard this before?
No.
When I study, now I only study native people in the Americas. I got my hands full with that. I can't really start studying, I'm fascinated by the people that live on Sentinel Island.
Mm-hmm.
And akin to that are the semi-contacted people of Papua New Guinea. And when you listen to the songs that they sing, it reminds me so much of what I heard yesterday and what I've known. But when Percy Fawcett says he hears the songs they sing, it reminds me like, oh, this is an advanced culture. This is something that's being handed down through time. It's beautiful. It's timeless. And when you hear the sound of the Papua New Guinea people singing and the way they harmonize with each other, these people are so connected to the earth that it's the earth singing to you through them. Does that make sense?
Whoa. Can we hear that?
Yeah. This may not be the one I'm talking about. It's beautiful though. There's one of a man. He's right next to the camera and he's singing, and you have all these people around him, and it's just like stunningly beautiful. Here it is. Here it is.
That's some extra love on it.
Yeah. I think it's just on the
10 hours. It's a 10-hour
But
video.
hearing that makes me like
That's
emotional hearing it because
5 grams and you listen to that.
it's beautiful. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh
it's
my
just,
God,
it's beautiful. And you look in his eyes, and it's like he has very innocent eyes.
Yeah.
You know, it's the human embodiment of the planet itself is that guy that you're looking at and what you're hearing.
And what's really fascinating by human cultures is the most satisfied, least anxious people are subsistence livers. People that live off the land.
It's so true.
Have you ever seen the Vice piece about this guy named Heinmo's Arctic Adventure?
Oh.
There's a great bit, a great video piece from Vice from back in the day, Vice Guide to Travel, where this journalist goes and lives with this guy who lives in the Arctic, and he's one of the last people that's allowed to live off the land, and he's a very intelligent guy who explains through the course of this, like, this is how people are supposed to be living.
Yeah.
And he's essentially just hunting caribou and fishing, and he lives like in peace and harmony. And he never wants to live in the city. Like, this is a natural way for us.
Does he have a little daughter with him or a little girl? And he like cuts up the fish and he hands it to her and they give each other like an Eskimo kiss. Have you seen? I
don't believe it's that. His daughter's full grown.
Okay.
At the time. But I'm sure there's many people living like this. But the point is that I think that if you look at modern society, we're so anxious and weird and depressed and all these things wrong with us. I think a lot of that is because, A, we're disconnected from nature, especially if you're living in a city. I mean, there's no more insulation from nature than a skyscraper. I mean, you're completely removed from you. You've covered the ground in concrete. You're not interacting with nature at all. Like, that's why everybody goes to Central Park. They're like little kids. So give me a little bit of nature, right? So you're disconnected from nature, which I think is a vitamin. I genuinely believe. It's just like the sun gives you vitamin D. I think nature gives you some unmeasured vitamin that we just haven't figured out yet. And then we're removed from these ancient experiences that connected people to the spiritual world.
Yeah. It's so true. I've been having these conversations with my wife recently. You know, like all of our friends are sort of, you know, we're all kind of newlyweds. Like my wife and I are about to approach our 2-year, and our relationship is interesting because it kind of mimics like ancient people, where, you know, a man has got to, you know, in ancient times the man would go off at a certain point periodically. He and all the other men of the village, or the younger men, would go off until they killed a big animal, and they drag it back, and they'd be rewarded by the gratification of the women that are there, and then they would play their part in helping to feed everybody. And you have this like the woman like admires the man's helping take care of her. You have this, and then the men also get their time away to be manly and be masculine and brave. And now we exist in this world where before I was able to, you know, quit my job and pursue this full time, I was doing like marketing, you know, to just to make ends meet. And I'm like existing in this digital world that doesn't even exist. I produce ads for companies that don't even have a physical brick and mortar store. It's like all completely made up. And I would come home every single day, and I had no like male role in my little family. Like my wife is in the middle of dental school, and so we're both going off and coming back and doing the same thing every day, and it's like this unnatural cycle, and you wonder why like people are so unhappy. And now that I've been traveling quite a lot, you know, I go off, I travel, I'm able to, you know, help provide for us, I'm gone, I come back, and our relationship is strong, and it's intimate and romantic, and she, like, you know, admires that kind of aspect about me, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of how, this is actually a healthy thing for our relationship. And it's just reminding me more and more of how this modern world is so dystopian and so sick and poisonous to our minds. We're operating in a made-up realm. This, you know, it's just so much of what we do is completely made up and unnatural. We should be living by a fresh body of water, and you and I should be running off into the forest and killing something with our hands or with a bow and dragging it back, and all the women are, yay, you know. That's what life should be like. But it's unfortunately science fiction.
I think you can live in this world and dabble in that world.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I do.
For sure. Yeah, well, I've seen that. I mean, you go off on your hunting expeditions.
Those are like, to me, spiritual journeys.
It
sounds ridiculous,
totally.
But when I'm in the woods, like the real woods, when you're in the mountains in particular, because it's so unforgiving and so majestic, every part of me just goes, wow, here we are.
Where are you at when you do that?
Well, I really love Utah. I really love like the Wasatch Mountains. So I love that area.
I'm scared of the Northwest. My wife wants to take me to Montana and go hiking. I'm like, I'm not going hiking out in the Northwest. I don't belong out there. There's grizzly bears. I mean, those things, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do.
And I'm okay on the East Coast when it's just black bears. They're like, you know, rabbits. But dude, a grizzly bear?
Yeah.
Have you seen the video of the guy who's up on top of this granite facing, and he's like filming, and he goes, there's a young grizzly bear down at the river below me, and he's up on this granite face, and he's like, I'm gonna scare him off, and he goes, hey bear, and the bear goes and charges directly to him and knocks down all the little trees, and it comes up to the granite face, and it can't reach him. But I'm like,
yeah,
dude, I would never want to go up there. I'm
your food.
Your food,
yeah,
man.
You're a part of the chain and not the good part.
No,
you're not the hunter with the deer.
No,
there's an 800-pound super predator that can run 40 miles an hour. He's headed right towards you.
Yeah, and if you're a good shot with a high-powered gun, you might be able to kill it, but you'll be mauled to death.
Yeah.
By the time it wanders off into the forest,
you
and dies.
Might be able to kill it. I mean,
yeah.
You need like a large caliber rifle and shoot it in the head.
Yeah.
You know, and a pistol, that's the other thing. If you have a 9mm pistol and you shoot a grizzly bear in the head, it's very likely it's going to bounce off of the skull, which is so scary.
Oh, it's terrifying. Could you imagine people trying to navigate into or migrate into the Americas, and they have to deal with the short-faced bear and polar bears.
Right, short-faced bear, which makes a grizzly bear look like a poodle.
It's utterly insane, man. People live in a gnarly place in the U.S. Like we had American lions that are
Bigger than
twice.
the African
Yeah,
lions.
exactly.
Yeah.
We had elephants. We had woolly mammoths. We had camels here. We had gigantic horses. We had huge dire wolves. We had these giant. Oh, there's giant sloth caves in Nantahala, and you can see them, and they're like carved out. And it's cool because there's multiple layers of history there. So you have this megafauna ice age history of these huge giant sloth caves carved out in these prehistoric mountainsides. But the Cherokee used those caves to hide in to escape the Trail of Tears.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fascinating stuff up there, man. So you have like levels of history just in that one area of the country. If you go out there, you'll feel like you're in a primordial place that's kind of spiritual.
I'm down.
Yeah,
I'll check it out.
Yeah, you definitely have to.
Listen, thank you so much for being here. I really, really enjoyed this conversation, and I think we could do a bunch more. So let's do it again.
I feel like I should have talked to you for 10 more hours.
I feel like we could, too. Yeah. So tell everybody if they want to get into more of your work, where should it go?
Yeah, so everything I do is just under my name, Luke Caverns. Caverns was just a name that like my wife and I came up with to use like a nomer because of privacy. But my real last name is Rabbi. And, I have this family history and loosely connected to the presidential family. That's like a different branch of our family from Tennessee. Yeah. And so I kind of want to do it for privacy, but like that's impossible. So I just run with it. And, but yeah, Luke Caverns, you can find everything I do under that. And, for a long time, I thought maybe I'd specialize in one area, but man, I'm interested in the ancient history of the entire world, and I'm just always going to embrace that and explore the ancient world on foot. And
I'm glad you're out there, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for being here. It was really fun.
Yeah,
thank you. All right, bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You're doing this?
Yes. I'm glad you brought it.
You did not have to do that. I appreciate it.
I fucking love your channel, dude. I've spent countless hours watching your hilarious videos.
So cool that you've even found it.
Well, Gino told me about it your brother Gino, who I've been friends with for years, told me about it a long time ago that you guys were doing this. And I was like, really? All right. Interesting. And then I watched it, I'm like, this is fucking great. It's right up my alley.
You would show clips all the time, and it would drive Gino nuts. And then finally, it got named. Reggie Watts was here. And he's like, you ever hear of the Wi-Files? You guys were talking about moon landing shit. And you're like, what's that? And I don't know. A week or two later, Gino gets a text. Are you the Wi-Files?
He didn't tell me the name of it.
But he was so excited.
Yeah, it's a great show, dude. It's like everything I'm fascinated by. Anunnaki, aliens, secret bases. How did you get involved with making a show like this? Is this something you've always been interested in?
Grew up Art Bell.
Yes.
Dad.
There he is.
There he is. The GOAT. The GOAT. Dad was an overnight cop, so always overnight radio. And so it was always Dr. Demento.
Yes.
You remember him? And Art Bell. So I kind of grew up with the weird stories, and it just got in the Twilight Zone. We watched as kids. It was like required watching from Dad in the old black and whites, the classics. So that was always in there. So I'll skip 20 years. We had a podcasting studio in LA on Sunset. We were doing pretty well. Hosting a lot of shows, guys you knew, like when COVID hit, Kill Tony came and worked out of our studio. Jeremiah, Metzger, all the guys. Didn't make any money, but it was a cool setup. But then they locked down the city, impossibly, and we didn't really know what to do. Then they set fire to the city somehow, And the wife and I are racing down Hollywood Boulevard, being chased by people with bats and boxes of Adidas. And we're like, this is too much. And we just started packing. That's it. We got out, and I didn't know what to do. So I've been working in showbiz, not super successfully, like on the cusp, but I've been a professional host, editor, producer, writer for TV. So I was like, YouTube, easy. I'm a natural. So I started the channel talking about science and weird stuff, and it was the hardest thing I ever did. It was like impossible to do. And I started out like following all the consultants. High energy, smash the like, be a YouTuber, top 10 list. And I did that for a little while. It's like, no one's watching. This feels stupid. And then I said, fuck it. Let me just talk about the shit I want to talk about. So I think the first like good one was Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd goes down to Antarctica with a armed fleet, supposedly looking for Nazi UFOs. And it's a 6-month mission, and in like a few days they have to turn back, and it's crazy stuff. So I did that story, and it got I think I got 50,000 views.
I don't think I saw that one.
It's an old one.
What happened in Operation High Jump?
All right, Admiral Byrd goes down. This is just after the war. Remember, the Nazis were fleeing to South America, so mostly Argentina. So the Nazis had tried to establish a base in Antarctica. That's true. It's New Schwabenland. Now, people say they were trying to build a Nazi base and all that stuff. They were really just looking for a whaling station to get oil. So Hitler didn't want to rely on outside sources. So anyway, after the war, they go down there. We still don't really know specifically why. It was supposed to be just to see how our aircraft would operate in cold weather. That was what they said. But this was a fleet that was armed to the teeth, like super, like armed. The first helicopters were there, destroyers. So they go down there. It's supposed to be a multi-month mission, maybe 6 months. They get down there, and in like a matter of weeks, maybe even fewer, they just bail. And no one really knows why. There's a press contingent there. No one knows what's going on. And Admiral Byrd starts giving these weird interviews. And the first one was in Spanish, and might have been either Argentinian or Brazilian newspaper. And he talks about how there could be these craft that attack the United States from the poles, and craft that can fly pole to pole. And people were like, what's that? And just spark this crazy stuff. And you can hear him talking about these things. So High Jump goes down there to look for stuff. We don't really know why they left.
Admiral Byrd was talking about these crafts?
Admiral Richard E. Byrd, this famous guy, flew the North Pole like a super badass. He was, on paper, the commanding officer, but he preferred to just fly his plane and do stuff. So the legend is, they get down there, Admiral Byrd takes his plane, starts flying across Antarctica, and sees patches of green. He can't believe it. And he's on the radio saying, I'm seeing this, rolling hills, sun is shining, he just keeps flying, it gets greener and greener, and then he's like, I just saw woolly mammoths grazing in the green. And he keeps going, and he's on the radio, and then he's talking, I'm seeing all this stuff, the sun is bright, and then radio contact goes out. He's flying and flying, suddenly he's engulfed in light, and he doesn't know where he is. The green is behind him, he's just flying in light, just trying to get his bearings, and then up beside him, 2 flying saucers, just kind of next to him. Almost like, the F-16's trying to wave you down, 2 flying saucers. And he looks over, and they have swastikas on him. And he's like, uh-oh. So he's on the stick, and he feels the stick shaking, and then the stick just goes dead. And then he goes down with the UFOs, and they just land into a cavern in the hollow earth. Right? So that's how that happens. And they take Admiral Byrd out, and they're tall aliens.
With swastikas on their crafts.
On the crafts.
Like the ancient symbol.
I don't know, which would be reversed, right?
Well, I think there was a bunch of different versions. I think the Nazi one, it was like kind of tilted.
Yes.
But there was a bunch of the Hindu ones and a lot of the Japanese ones.
For thousands of years.
Yeah.
A positive symbol of life and prosperity. We don't know how they're oriented because I debunked all this. I'm telling you the legend.
Right.
Because that's kind of my format, right? I get you excited.
We should explain that to people. You get everybody all jazzed up, and at the end, you kind of...
I get so much heat for it.
Yeah, it's fun.
And I watch the numbers. Like, as soon as I say, but is it true? Like, everyone's done.
Nobody
out.
wants to know the
No one
truth.
wants to know.
They want to know fun.
And then I'll get the hate mail. You ruined it for me.
So what is the truth?
The truth is, a lot of that comes from Admiral Byrd's diary, which was discovered years later, which was not his diary. Right. And horseshit. And he flew the North Pole, not the South Pole. But here's the interesting thing. He was in a single-man aircraft that only had so much fuel. He was, which can only fly for a little bit, he was out of radio contact for 3 hours. Nobody knows where he went.
What was his take on it?
We don't really
That's
know.
it?
That's kind of...
So it's just he went radio silent for 3 hours and the legend grew.
It's like he did that interview as soon as they got back, and then something must have happened because he got real quiet. But he would go on TV and he would talk. But the pole-to-pole thing was, he was just warning that the poles are a vulnerable space. Like, we need to keep an eye on the North Pole, because if there's a base on North or South Pole, you can attack from there. So let's keep an eye on those kind of this point.
The Antarctica situation is very strange because I don't know if you ever saw the Sean Ryan show where he talked to this guy that worked with the neutrino detector down there, and he was have you seen that?
I haven't seen Sean do it, but I know the guy.
And the guy was saying that it's not just a neutrino detector; it's a direct energy weapon that can cause earthquakes. And
this is like the DEWs. The U.S. has always been fascinated with
direct energy weapons.
Right. That's where the HAARP conspiracies come from, and all of that. And if you don't know what HAARP is, that's the High Altitude Auroral Research Project. It's just this array of antennas in Alaska that's built by the U.S. government to study the ionosphere. But for some reason, it cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And when you look at it, you're like, where'd the money go? It's like a building's a box and there's a bunch of antennas. Where I'm getting at is, this is an array that can ionize parts of the atmosphere. So I did an episode on Project Bluebeam, which is a conspiracy about how the United Nations or the shadow government will create these holograms in the sky, and that will force one more government. We can get into it if you want to.
Yeah.
But I kind of debunk it, saying holograms need a substrate. You need
clouds.
Glass is really what you need. But then the technology has gotten to the point where you can ionize atmosphere and create things in the atmosphere. So something like HAARP conceivably could create something up there.
Something visual.
Something visual. And I've heard people say that, the UAPs, UFOs may not be real. They could just be holograms for some reason.
I heard that too. Yeah. Or a combination of many different things.
Yes.
I think there's probably a lot of different factors that people are seeing. I was watching a video the other day. I'm not sure if it's real, but I put it on my Instagram anyway, on my story, because it was fun, of ball lightning, which is real. But this ball lightning was moving around a parking lot. It was extraordinary. This one. Oh, yes.
The plasma lasers that the Navy apparently has the ability to make stuff like this. 3D images in the air.
Yeah.
They also make sound somehow too.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, because you're just vibrating air molecules. So in Project Bluebeam, the energy comes from a satellite array. So can satellites do that yet? If it can, they won't tell us.
But that could be a way where you could throw off the enemy or freak people out and pretend that there's some sort of an alien invasion. It's really just a hologram.
Really just a hologram. And that's Bluebeam is supposed to get rid of religion, because what will happen, according to the legend, is the holograms will manifest as whatever deity is dominant in the area, whether it's Jesus or Buddha, whomever. And atheists will see different things. And people will just freak out. Nationalism will go away.
Atheists will see different things. Like, why?
Because, according to the legend, the array, the technology will manipulate your mind. Again, HAARP has been accused of this, because you can manipulate someone's mind with electromagnetic frequencies, at the right frequencies. So they could just tell you to see something.
So, like, that specific?
That specific. Allegedly. Now, I debunk a lot of it, because the story originally came from a Canadian journalist named Serge Manasse, fascinating figure. He comes out with this theory that's bonkers, and then the Canadian government takes his kids away because they're homeschooled. He gets harassed by authorities. He gets hauled off to jail for spreading disinformation. dies of a heart attack the next day. So then, of course, that's just like, that lights the fuse. And I was like, what did he find? So, and he talked very publicly about all of this. So that's supposedly how it happens, is they manipulate our minds, they show us what we want to see, and then it's not like we won't resist authority, we'll beg for it. We'll just beg to take our freedom, take our rights, keep us safe.
Whoa. Because something huge is happening, we need to consolidate.
I feel like that's what would happen.
Well, I'm sure you've seen the Hal Puthoff thing. Did you see when Hal Puthoff George Bush, during his presidency, they floated the idea of disclosure. Did you ever see this?
I didn't see it, but I know Hal's work very well.
So what Hal said was, he and several other scientists were brought aboard, and they were given a task of writing pros and cons to disclosure. What are the things that are going to be disrupted, and what are the things that's going to benefit society, and attaching numerical value to each thing. And all the scientists at the end of the day showed that the numerical value for con was far higher. Like it was going to cause much more disruption than it would be beneficial, and so they decided not to disclose. But what they were telling Hal was, this was what you were planning for was retrieved crafts not of this world and biological entities that the United States government is in possession of. Should we disclose this?
Right. I think I've definitely heard that. I don't know is that connected to the Brookings report, if I'm getting that correct.
Which one's that?
I forget when it would even come out. Here's all the CYAs. I'm an expert on nothing. I don't know anything. I tell stories.
Me too.
Okay? How can you talk about Planet Serpo if you've never been? Look, I just like this. I just all due respect.
That's going to go on forever.
Forever.
You've never been.
Never been. I hope he's okay. Douglas Murray's a lot of fun.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert in anything. So I don't know when Brookings was, but it was the same thing. It was a recommendation from the government that, look.
It was in 1960.
1960.
Same thing?
I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but
same kind of thing?
Proposed studies of the implications of peaceful space activities for human affairs, commissioned by NASA and created by the Brookings Institute. Collaboration and long-range study.
Same result. Don't do it.
Yeah. I think you're probably right, but also I want to know.
Well, that's puts us in a pickle, I think, is, let's say it's real. I want to know too, but I don't want the Chinese to know, and I definitely don't want Iran to know. So I understand.
Why do you not want them to know? Maybe we could all get along if we realize that there's actual aliens that are visiting us. I mean, wasn't that the Ronald Reagan speech in front of the UN? You've seen that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, the famous speech.
But wasn't the SDI part of that speech? Is we'll all get along, but we're going to have laser weapons in space just in case we don't. Wasn't that same speech? It might not have been, but it was about that same time. And that was all smoke and mirrors.
Right, the Star Wars thing was fake, right?
Couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
It was all fake. So maybe we'll all get along. Boy, that sounds nice. But, Iran produces brilliant people, so intelligent, great engineers, doctors, all of that, but the government is bananas.
Yeah.
So, you don't want to have brilliant scientists working like that.
Right.
We had brilliant scientists working for dictators in the past, and it was not awesome.
Right.
So,
like the Nazis.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So.
Yeah, it's really sketchy if they get the technology.
Right.
Well, this is what Hal Puthoff said. He said that the government of the United States has at least 10 of these things. And I said, well, other governments have them? He said, yes. And I said, well, do they have similar numbers? He's like, we believe so. So they don't know. So essentially what he was kind of alluding to is that there's basically like a kind of Manhattan Project to try to back engineer these things. And whoever figures it out first is going to have a massive advantage.
Right.
And it would be nice if it was us.
It would be nice. Hal Puthoff has been connected to a lot of disinformation campaigns. I love the guy and his work, but he has been connected to disinformation campaigns with known disinformation.
Like about what subjects?
About disclosure. Like, you heard the name Richard Doty?
Yes.
Okay, so, he...
Want some coffee?
Yeah, some coffee. I'm off booze right now.
Forever?
No, not forever. Cheers. I just needed a break. It was becoming a little bit.
Me too.
Like a habit. You too?
Yeah, I've been off for 2.5 months. Maybe you get a little more now. Yeah, I just decided one day I'm done, and then I feel great.
Feel better.
Oh my god,
Think clearer. Wake up feeling better.
I have a nightclub, so I'm at my nightclub, my comedy club, all the time, and everybody's buying shots, and you want a beer, you want this, that. After a while, you're like, God, I feel like shit.
Yeah, you do.
But I'm not. It's like the illusion is you won't have fun. I'm having the same amount of fun. It's so much fun.
Of course, and
It's not
because I'm funnier because I know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And I'm not embarrassed the next day.
It just doesn't kill your inhibitions, but it's overrated.
It is.
It's fun. I've had a good time boozing, but yeah, enough.
I'm allowed to go back at the first of the month.
Okay.
I just need it. You need to quit vices once in a while, if anything, just to prove that you can.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good thing. Just to prove doesn't have hooks in you.
Right.
Yeah.
I can quit whenever I want.
I know.
But can you?
I've taken a few days off of social media, and I always feel better, but I always go right back in.
I don't know why I hardly ever look at it.
It's just a massive distraction. Like, I don't read anything about myself, but I'm always looking at. But I find a lot of interesting things too, especially on Instagram. But more so now than ever, screen time on my phone is dedicated to YouTube. It's like when I come home, especially at the end of the night, come back from the club, I'm tired. I want nonsense. I want Bigfoot.
Same. I don't want to think too hard.
I want Bob Lazar. I want Bigfoot.
Yep.
I want, ancient civilizations, just me and the dog watching TV.
Yeah.
Everyone's asleep. That's my favorite.
Because no booze for me doesn't mean no gummies.
Okay.
So a half a gummy and a Bigfoot episode. I'm having a great time.
That's the one that I wish was real, but I'm 99% sure it's horseshit.
Same.
But I also wonder if under certain conditions it's real. Like, this is my thought. This is going to sound squirrely. I think under heightened states of anxiety and fear, when you're alone in the woods, maybe it's possible that the barrier between dimensions is slippery and you can see things that you would ordinarily never see. Like, it might not even be as simple as this is a biological creature that lives here on Earth with us, but no one's ever found a body. It might be weirder than that. It might be these are some sort of hominid from somewhere else that can appear.
Native American legends say exactly that. That it's this creature that lives between worlds. And same with giants as well. They have the legends of the red-haired giants that were chased west.
I'm glad we're getting to that.
We're getting giants.
Yeah, because the giant thing is weird. When you go into the story, and I watched your episode on giants, I loved it.
It was the
Smithsonian.
Oh, that was G.E. Kincaid and Smithsonian cover-up.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon. That's a good story.
Well, the whole Grand Canyon thing is bananas. Like, there's areas of the Grand Canyon you cannot explore.
You cannot go. You cannot fly over.
Right.
And you can't fly under the rim. Yet when you go to those bad places, suddenly, a white plane flies over under the rim, black helicopters show up. I showed in my episode. I showed the black helicopters showing up. Like, they do show.
Yeah. Like, they are protecting something.
Something.
It's not as simple as this is a dangerous area, because you can go to any dangerous area.
You go just to the normal tourist area.
Right.
It's like, be careful. People fall. 2 people a year fall.
Yeah, someone fell recently.
They did?
Yeah, an influencer. Of course, taking a selfie. But the Grand Canyon, there's been these crazy stories of people finding these these caverns with Egyptian artwork and hieroglyphics and these stories of artifacts that have been removed from there.
So the story is, it shows up, I believe, in the Phoenix Gazette. It's 1903 or so. And the explorer is G.E. Kincaid, and he's going down, he's looking for gold deposits or whatever. This is just before Teddy Roosevelt made the Grand Canyon a preserve. He was a naturalist. So he finds these steps that are clearly man-made. He follows the steps up, and there's a cave, and he goes in there, and he describes hieroglyphics that look Egyptian but are not quite. He finds a statue that he describes as Buddha-like, not Egyptian, not human, but sort of like Buddha. And all these weapons, shields, gold, all sorts of stuff. He keeps going. He finds a deserted city in the caves. and all these tunnels and caverns go everywhere, and he's trying to map everything. He comes out, and he goes back to town, and he gathers together a group that we're gonna go find this stuff again, and people are excited about it. And a couple of weeks go by, and everyone's gathered to go on the expedition. He never shows. The expedition goes nowhere, and that's really the last we've heard of it.
Really? And is there any photographs or anything? No.
There never is of this stuff.
Right. Just descriptions.
Just a great story.
Well, the great part of the story is the fact that you actually can't go there. And the idea that there's an area where the military is protecting people from being foolish, that doesn't make any sense.
Nobody asks why.
Right.
Nobody asks why. It really bothers me about that story and all of these, whether it's disclosure or whatever. I don't hear anyone asking why. Well, they won't let us. Well, who's they? Right. Someone's in charge of stuff that's not the president,
right,
or Congress. So who is it? So,
is it possible there's some sort of a government installation down there somewhere?
It's all going to be woo-woo conspiracy stuff, or it's real, or G.E. Kincaid found something and someone got to him.
But if G.E. Kincaid found something, why would they want to hide some ancient civilization discovered, particularly in the early 1900s? Like, why? For what reason?
I don't know why Graham Hancock is marginalized now.
Right, but that wouldn't you think that there's like less of a grip on that stuff in the 1900s? And
yes.
Early 1900s?
I would think so.
Yeah.
So my guess would be treasure and money. That would be my guess. Is it shows up in the paper. The government goes down there like there's a lot of 99% of the stuff under wraps. They have a billion items that nobody can see, and then that's the end of it.
What the fuck? I would love to know the official reason. See if you can Google. Is there an official reason why you're not allowed to?
The story. I was looking at an article about the original article, and it says that the two guys mentioned might not have even existed.
Right.
There's no evidence of them.
G.E. Kincaid?
And another guy named S.A. Jordan.
Oh, so it might be just a story that someone printed? Some horseshit?
Yeah, when I was looking into one of these things before, I found something explaining that back in the early 1900s, when newspapers were a really popular thing to read, I don't know if it was like a game or if there was actual prizes people would play, or like amongst themselves to try to get fake stories printed. If you could get the craziest story printed, you win like $500. Or
I might be wrong, but I think Jordan was connected to the Smithsonian. At least according to the story.
I pulled this from the Smithsonian Debunk, which, obviously they would if this is the way we're going to go with it, but them debunking this, and they gave two links, one to the original 1909 article and one to a 2008 update, and that's where I was pulling that from.
I don't trust the Smithsonian. They're exempt from all kinds of stuff.
Yeah?
Well, there's a law passed not too long ago that if you have Native American artifacts that are important to that culture, especially burial artifacts, they must be returned. Unless you're the Smithsonian,
they're allowed to hold on.
Then you can make a case that you don't have to give it back.
How do they have so much power?
It's a government agency.
Smithsonian is a government. Oh, I didn't even know. I thought it was a private agency. So there's no official story as to why this area of the Grand Canyon is off limits
for your safety.
The forbidden zone, they call it.
Yeah, that's all I can find.
That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. That this story comes from the very area that's forbidden. That's fucking weird.
I think.
What are the odds?
I don't believe in coincidences. So, a lot of these stories come from places you just can't go.
Has anybody tried to hike in?
All the time. Or raft in.
Yeah, did they get busted?
And busted, yeah, and arrested.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You can find online. I wish I knew the names of a team that went up there. That's who found the black helicopters, and I used them in the video. And I credit them, so you can find their videos. And they're up there for an hour and a half, trying to find stuff. And what they found up in that forbidden zone is anchored into the ground a giant hook on like a loop.
Yeah.
Like what would you use that for? And that would be to rappel down. That's the only reason that would be there. There's no explanation for what is this. They also found artifacts from that era, from the early 1900s, artifacts that people were there. So it's possible they repelled that, like they might have been standing right above that entrance. And there are reverse angles of that rock face that look a little weird. It could be pareidolia, but
What's pareidolia?
Pareidolia is is the mind's ability to see objects in random noise. You know, it's something we evolved to, you know, to see predators in the forest. That's why if you see a cloud that looks like an Abraham Lincoln,
right,
it's not Abraham Lincoln. You know, it's pareidolia. But debunkers will always fall on pareidolia. So like the real believers, they hate that word.
God, that would be, imagine, everything would have to be rewritten. If they found some evidence of a lost civilization with no connection to any known civilization that was advanced, that was living in the Grand Canyon.
Did you ever think about going
to the Grand Canyon?
To go and just be an outlaw and go see.
How would you get in, though? I mean, if they have black helicopters and they're scanning the sky or scanning the ground with some sort of a drone or a plane.
We go in, we live.
Are you planning something?
No, hold on.
What should we do?
I don't have a contract, all right? So this is already dangerous me sitting here. But I got your back.
If I go.
Yeah. Because even if they drag you out, questions have to be posed.
Right. Why couldn't I go there?
What did he do wrong? Well, he violated this area. Okay, well, how come?
Yeah, well, when you think about how dangerous the Grand Canyon is overall, there's not a safe area. It's literally a canyon. You could fall at any of a million spots along the way to your death.
Have you been there?
Yes.
It's
incredible.
Incredible. You couldn't paint a better picture. But as you get closer to that edge, you can feel your amygdala going, back up.
Yeah.
Like it's seriously dangerous.
Yeah. God, the problem is I want to believe with all these things. And yes, and most people that enjoy your show want to believe. That's why it's so fun.
And I don't believe in most of the stuff I talk about. But when I approach a story, I try to find as much evidence as I can to support it, and I also want to find the other side, so that what we're left with is some truth. And not all stories can be fully debunked. And I've had my mind flipped a couple of times. You know, crop circles, hollow moons, some really crazy shit have flipped me around.
Crop circles is a weird one.
So weird.
It's a weird one because when I first saw them, I'm like, what is that? And then I saw that these guys were doing them with boards and string. I was like, oh, it's just people being silly. And then I watched a whole documentary about how the energy that bent these things over caused these nodes to explode as if they'd been cooked in a microwave.
Correct.
Like, what? And then you find out that the actual stalks are woven together.
Correct.
It's not that they're pressed down, they're woven together. And that these are complex geometric designs that would have taken people weeks to map out. And there's no footprints leading up to it. There's no roads, no machinery, no evidence of any use of any kind of machinery. And these things appear like that. Like people have flown over an area and then flown back an hour or two later, and there's immense football field size, perfect geometry that no one can explain how it was created.
Correct. So the nodes in the stalks, the node is like a knuckle on your fingers. So those are there for phototropism, to bend toward light. So what you're talking about is these things are bent over. They're bent over at right angles. It can only be done with high energy. But also around these crop circles, they're finding microscopic metallic spheroids in around the circles. And that's not a conspiracy theory. They're finding them. And there are these magnetic fields around the circles. And you can see videos online of people going into these crop circles and their hands start to get red. Things are happening to them. So I went into crop circles thinking it was all guys with boards.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you watch people with boards make a crop circle, it's a mess. They can't do this. And you cannot bend the nodes of reeds and weave them together in a perfect... You can't do it. So that was, as I'm doing the research, I'm like, all right, 99% of them are fake, but there's this 1% that I cannot explain.
The famous video where you see the orbs circling around the field in England and then the crop circle slowly starts to emerge, has that been debunked?
Semi. It's controversial because the guy released that video, I don't know his name offhand, allegedly went to a visual effects house.
Oh, boy.
And released it. But they somehow put that thing together in a matter of hours. which is suspicious. So in my episode on it, I said, all right, here's what the skeptics say. But, in the 1990s, to do that kind of VFX work, because it looks real.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. To me, I'm on the fence about it.
It's very convenient that they got the footage.
It is.
It
is. Operation Blackbird was a famous operation in 1990 to try and capture the footage live by a great researcher named Colin Andrews. And
he's the guy that does the books on crop circles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's all in.
He's all in, and he got a lot of support for Blackbird. And not only did nothing happen, he was totally embarrassed by it. And it was all like streaming live, and a lot of people were involved. He's embarrassed. We find out later that while they're like waiting for the circles to happen, just a few miles away, there's a top secret military operation doing whatever they're doing. He doesn't know why. And then he gets a knock on the door from someone, Men in Black, whoever it is, that first offers him money to stop his work, then threatens him with whatever, threatens his family. And he doesn't know who this guy is. They go back and look at the tapes, and he sees the guy in the background of like one of the TV crews. So the theory is some type of intelligence was embedded into Blackbird, made to discredit him, and that was kind of the end of Colin Andrews, because he was a legit researcher at that point. Now he's fringe. Now he's pseudoscience. But I get into that in the episode. That was something I discovered. I never knew that there was intelligence involved. I didn't know that there was a military op, which is confirmed. It's wild.
So do you think they discredited him on purpose?
Yes.
Interesting. To make the crop circle thing look foolish. But like, what is the crop circle thing? Like, what is out of the believers, what is the best theory?
The believers is that it's a way to message craft, or it's a landing site, or it's some type of communication.
But why would they do it in wheat fields?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. If you have the technology, just pick up the phone. There's better ways than just mowing wheat down. But I don't understand.
Do you know the one about the Mandelbrot set?
I've seen it.
Yeah. I think that one is really weird because I think it coincides with the fractal creation of the Mandelbrot set by these people that are into this kind of geometry and fractals. They're like, someone made the Mandelbrot set, which is essentially an infinite fractal of like spectacular design.
And this is before Lorenz and Lorenz Attractor. I think it's before that, isn't it?
I don't know.
Before it was mainstream.
Yeah, before it was mainstream.
Right.
Yes. And then when this thing appears and people are like, well, what is this design? And then they connect it to this Mandelbrot set, which is, someone would have to have some very esoteric information to be.
And it's Mandelbrot set using Fibonacci numbers.
Yes.
And the phi, the golden ratio.
And it's accurate.
It's accurate down to inches.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, maybe you can, but like how, and how long would it take, and how much planning, and how many people, and what would you use? Like what is the technology they would use to bend those things over that way and weave them? It's very weird stuff.
It's weird.
Because it's these, the way these fractals work, it's this ratio in the geometry is like their specific sizes. This one is half the size of that one, which is half the size of that one, and it goes on and on forever. And when you see it all, see if you can find the Mandelbrot set.
It's maybe the most spectacular crop circle.
It's weird. It's really weird because it's fucking enormous.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems so stupid. Wow, there's a whole bunch of them. The Mandelbrot set is the one with the look like a heart. About that one right there. Yeah, that's it. That's the Mandelbrot set.
Yep, and there's some other fractals there as well.
I was looking at an article that says these two guys took on the challenge and did it for a TV show on the BBC.
They did. If you watch them do it, it's clumsy AF.
Yeah, it doesn't look as good. Like
because
I know they always say that these guys did it, but like
you can't really see it there. But those flattened reeds, they're woven together.
With some of the weirder ones, go back to other crop circles. You had some other images before that. There's some other ones. Those spirals,
right?
Like that one right there. Yeah. That is fucking wild.
That's wild.
Like this is multiple football fields long and wide. So how? Make that one a little bigger, please.
And one of these, I don't know if it's that one in particular, showed up right next to Stonehenge, like a tennis ball throw away.
Like, that is crazy. To not, first of all, if you're on the ground, all right, just the measurements alone to make each one the equal distance between circles, in the whatever 6 different blades that you have that stem from the center. They're all the same distance. They're all the same size.
The small circles are the ones that are most interesting, because how hard is that to do?
Right. And they're uniform. And it's like, what is that? Like, what the fuck is that? And if that is a hoax, it's so bizarre that it's only these 2 goofballs that were making really shitty ones with boards and strings. And yet there's hundreds, if not thousands, of these like really complex ones.
Yeah, those are the guys that are on. You can see them doing it live.
And but those guys, there's no way they had enough time to do all these things.
And it looked terrible. Janky, look, you're just trampling it.
I mean, look, you can certainly make crop circles with a string and a board. You certainly can make crop circles. But it always gets connected, like believing in aliens and everything else. But it's not, no one's even saying aliens. Like, it could be some sort of energy from something that we possess, something that humans possess, that they somehow or another aim at these areas. Like, what is that one above it? Go that one right there above, like right there. What the fuck is that thing? Look at that.
They all are in the same county. 80% of them come from the same county in England.
Which is also weird.
Now, people will correct me in the comments, but I believe that middle piece of geometry is a hypercube, isn't it? Isn't that a 4-dimensional cube?
I don't know.
A tesseract?
Like, what the fuck? How long would that take? That seems like that would take a long time to do.
Stonehenge is under constant surveillance, and circles show up overnight.
Very weird stuff.
There's an interesting conspiracy
what the fuck, dude?
To crop circles that we can get into later.
Wiltshire has the most crop circles in England.
Yes.
And it's mostly in England, too, which is also weird.
And mostly Wiltshire.
Is there some sort of a theory by the kooks?
Ley lines.
Ley lines.
That they're happening on these segments of energy that intersect.
What is that black and white one, Jim? Click on that one.
It's just a...
No. That one. What the fuck is that? Wow.
Wow. On a mountain.
It could be in sand, I think. It was like sand dunes.
Is that what that is? That's crazy.
Well, I've never seen that one. It's wild.
I mean, just the amount of time that it would take to do these things. So, ley lines. So this is the theory?
That's the theory. Have you heard about ley lines?
Kind of.
It's this alleged grid of energy that circles the Earth, and almost like how magnetic fields work. And these energy lines have intersection points, and on these intersection points are things like Stonehenge, Giza.
Whoa!
It's in snow on a mountain in France.
Wow! Where are the tracks in?
What?
Okay,
what the fuck is that?
So this
no footprints, no tracks.
Yeah, but that could be
the people that discovered it.
Right.
Oh, that's the guy that did it, though.
Oh, the guy.
It's an artist that did this. These aren't crop circles. This is an artist doing it. That's kind of what I was trying to say.
Fucking incredible. An artist did that?
Yeah, it has the guy's name on that first picture we had.
Amazing.
Simon Beck.
So the artist angle is conspiracy angle. There's a man named John Lundberg who was part of a group called CircleMakers.org, which is an art project and also a sociology experiment. He would make fake crop circles to see how people would react. Years later, Lundberg and some associates created a documentary called Mirage Men, which is an excellent documentary. That's mostly about Richard Doty and his disinformation campaign on behalf of the Air Force to discredit the UFO community. Drove Paul Benowitz nuts. Bill Moore, who's the guy who essentially brought Roswell out to the public. Bill Moore was taking payments and being fed information from Doty to muddy the waters in the UFO community. He finally came clean in '89, was booed off the stage at MUFON, and everything just unraveled. So it's all disinfo.
Booed him off the stage?
Because he finally said, look, I've been working with the government. A lot of the stuff I've been saying, they told me to say. Majestic 12, all this stuff was coming from Doty. And they didn't want to hear it. And his career was basically over that day.
Wow.
Bill Moore. There was no Roswell story before his book, and that was Doty. So the documentary about Doty was directed and put together by Lundberg and his associates. Lundberg was one of the original circle makers that would make these fake crop circles to see how people would react. I just thought it was an interesting connection.
But it's interesting because clearly some people are making these, but like, what was the origins of it? Because I'm sure you've seen that image from the newspaper of the devil with a scythe. You know what I mean? And they're talking about crop circles like back in like the 1700s, 1800s. Yeah, 1600s. Wow. First crop circle ever reported was in 1678. According to the story, farmer and crop mower were arguing about the cost of harvesting the farmer's oat field. The farmer was furious at the mower's price and stormed off, swearing that the devil himself should harvest the crop. That night, a dazzling light lit up the oat field, and in the morning, the farmer discovered perfectly round circles in his crops. He was so frightened by the circles, which he thought could only have been so neatly mowed by the devil or some infernal spirit, that he abandoned any attempt to harvest the field. That's a little sketchy. You're scared of circles. Come on, pussy.
Really, though? If there were crop circles in my backyard, I would be a little nervous.
I would be curious. It's not terrifying, right? They're not something that would scare me away from harvesting my crop.
No, I'm more afraid of the government than I am of, that stuff.
Crop circles don't seem to be killing anybody.
No.
But it's like, so ley lines. So these things are to differentiate areas so they could see them from the sky. Is that the idea?
The ley lines are the energy lines.
Mm-hmm.
A mystical energy. It's not a scientific energy. And where the lines intersect is where you see sites like Machu Picchu, Giza, Stonehenge, all these ancient sites. There's the ley lines.
Oh.
But ley lines is, it's semi-debunkable because if you connect enough lines, you're going to find patterns. You're going to find geometry.
Right. You go looking for it.
Right.
Yeah. Very weird stuff. Like I said, I used to think it was total nonsense until I saw some documentaries on it where they were talking about the nodes. They were talking about some of these things are just so complex and they appear so quickly.
The nodes and the braiding to me was like, okay, now I got to change my approach to this.
What do you think it is?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's beyond us. It's just we're just monkeys trying to guess math. I don't know. Every time we make a guess on this show, someone's laughing.
Of course,
someone's like they think it's a landing site.
Well, it's one of those subjects that if you even entertain it, you're almost immediately a fool, which I'm super comfortable with being a fool. I entertain a lot of foolish ideas, but that one is particularly foolish because people will always point to those guys with boards, and I'm like, not so fast. Yeah, those guys with boards definitely made some circles, but there's some of them that are really spectacular.
They are,
and it just doesn't. And when you factor in the nodes, you factor in the weaving, and then these incredible geometric shapes, like how are you even mapping that? Like how are you doing that? How many people are involved? How long does it take?
It would take people so long, it would never be that accurate.
Yeah.
With ropes and boards, I just don't see it.
Right, but like, it leaves you with this weird mystery. Just like, what is this?
I wish I knew.
This is one of those things that, like, it's almost like the universe is laughing at us. Every now and then, it just shows you something that's like so goofy that you have to go, well, what is real?
It was a hoax, but a great crop circle was the Arecibo response. Do you know that one?
Yes.
That was a great one.
Yeah.
We sent the Arecibo message out. It had all the symbols on it.
And it sent it back with like a half a alien face.
Right, and it showed where in their solar system they lived, what their DNA was like. It was a great one.
Who did that one?
I don't know. I don't know if it was Circle Makers. I don't know who it was, but it was a hoax. But it was like a really well thought out one.
Well, that one kind of looks like a hoax. Like, it's so on the nose. You have an alien face in the crop circle.
Wasn't that different than the Arecibo response?
Is it?
I forget.
I think they were related. I'm not sure though.
The response I thought was so cool.
I thought the Arecibo response was aligned with that UFO thing, the alien face. See if you can find the crop circle that said it, Jamie.
You could be right. As soon as you see the alien face, you're out.
I think the Arecibo response is next to there it is above that, Jimmy. You just had it. If you scroll, go to the top, right there. Bam. Okay, so that's different.
That's different, but there's
Arecibo is the
It's an
answer.
album cover for someone on Apple.
Right, but the crop circle is a real crop circle. That somebody actually made that.
Right,
thing.
and that's a message in that circle. That's
Right.
spiral is a message.
Look at that one to the right.
There's the Arecibo response down there with the humanoid face.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Very weird. So that's a hoax.
That's a hoax, but boy, it's a good one.
It's a fucking great one. Go back a couple of posts. Yeah, right there. That one on the right-hand side. That's crazy.
It's the small circles that get me.
Well, it's fucking... If it is a hoax, it's amazing. That is just so weird. But again, it's like one of those, like, it doesn't... It's not satisfying.
No, it's not.
You know, there's not like... It just... At the end of it, you're just like, I don't know.
That's why the worst question is, what do you think it is?
Right. I was hoping you had something stupid.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I do know that I want to believe, which is always the problem with me with all these things. You know, I want to believe the bases in Antarctica. I want to believe that there's pyramids up there, all that stuff.
Yeah, and when you find out something's debunked, how do you feel?
Oh, you know.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, disappointed, but...
But there's a party that goes, yeah, that's probably right.
Well, I think most of them are bullshit. I think, like, most UFO sightings are bullshit. Most UFO sightings are probably people seeing experimental military aircraft and things along those lines. Satellites, that's a big one. Like the Starlink ones fly across the night sky. People are like, oh my God, it's an alien.
It's not an alien. You can see him with your naked eye.
Yeah. But if you didn't know what it was, it looks like a fleet of ships flying across the sky.
And the way that they alternate lights, it looks like there's an intelligence to it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen anything myself. Have you?
No. Gino has.
What did he say?
Gino saw it, and I think maybe Jeremiah said he saw the same thing. Gino saw a giant orb of light over the Pacific Ocean, and he watched it for a long time. And I said, where's the photo of it? And he said, I was so in awe, I didn't even think to get out my phone. I said, man, but that's a common thing you hear.
Right.
Is you're just so in awe, you don't think I gotta selfie this.
Right. You probably, if you actually saw something, there's a high probability that you'd be so freaked out, you'd be just in the moment, like, what?
Yep. And Gino's legit. He's not bullshitting.
Yeah. Now I've talked to Dave Foley had a sighting. He saw something.
Gino talked to Dave about. They saw the same thing.
Yeah. Well, there's always the question of like what's going on off the coast, and I'm sure you're aware of this one. We actually talked about it the other day, but we never found it. There's a structure that's off of Malibu in the deep water that was available on Google Maps.
Was a structure.
And now it's blurred out.
Yep.
But it looked like there's openings in it. There's the top that's flat. It looks like
a base.
Looks like a base.
Looks like a base.
Yeah.
You know, if
now it doesn't.
Now it just looks like blurry water.
Yeah, like why does it look different now? Like what's going on?
With a gun to my head, all the weird stuff is in the ocean. It's not from another planet.
Really?
Nah, I don't know. Who knows? But it makes a lot more sense that the stuff we're seeing, it's the best place to hide is just deep water.
So not from another planet originally? Like maybe originally and that's where they make their base?
It's hard for me to square how to travel great distances. It's hard for me to square that. You know, I know that we've got the Albuquerque drive and warp drive and all these theoretical things about compressing space-time and all of that. I get it. But it's hard for me to think that that's solvable. But what is interesting is maybe another species evolved alongside of us a long time ago and has been here a long time and said, you know what, let's go. This is where we go to avoid cataclysms and geological instability. Let's go underwater.
That's a weird one though, because like what kind of technology are you utilizing? How did you achieve that level of technological superiority and not completely control man? Because if I was an intelligent species that was capable of developing bases under the water, I'd be super concerned at all the different things that human beings are doing to ruin things. Like if we had chimps that all of a sudden had flamethrowers and they were lighting the jungle on fire, we'd probably take their flamethrowers.
So, like, we would turn off a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
Right. So, we talk about humans. If this theory is true, that they evolved here, there were no humans. Humans are 300,000 years old. That's not. They would take whatever species a lot longer than that to evolve to this technological level. And we've seen the craft just zip into water with no displacement.
Right.
You know, where are they going? And there are unnamed whistleblowers, you know, anonymous sources that say there's a base near the Bermuda Triangle. The Navy knows about it. They know not to get close. It moves around a little bit. I'm going to do an episode on it soon because it's just too good not to. Corroborated by another biologist who said he worked with a retrieval team, and yes, there's stuff. And what this base does is it from raw materials creates craft to go on specific missions. So there's always the question, you know, why is there a saucer? Why does it look like a pyramid? Why is it this? It's because they're custom built for a mission. And there's an AI and a species down there, and they say, all right, we're going to go survey Mount Hayes in Alaska. Super fascinating place. So we only need a scanning gear, some propulsion, and we just build it. It fits in an orb, send it out, does its thing, comes back, and then it gets broken down to its parts. And then another mission, build it. It's going to be a triangle. It's going to be this or that. Does its mission, comes back. To me, that makes good sense. A good way to do that, a good way to conserve resources, not have to go out and get stuff. I like the theory. It's a fun theory.
It's a fun theory. Yeah. It's a fun theory also that if you were creating bases here, like say if they're coming from somewhere else and they want to visit us, it would be far more logical to develop some sort of a base with resources and, you know, where you could observe things and they can exist there completely undetected, and then be able to go to wherever they're from back and forth. But when they're here on Earth, it would be undetected.
Right.
And the ocean is literally 70-something% of the Earth's surface.
And we've mapped, I think, 2 or 3% of it.
Yeah. It'd be a good place to hide in plain sight.
That's what I would do. And to make things from raw materials, meaning like molecular level stuff, you're totally off grid. You know, we don't need to strip mine. We got everything here.
Right. And if you have something that's a transmedium vehicle, so it doesn't displace the water, it works on some sort of a warp drive or something.
I think you have to get into interdimensionality then, and it gets a little wild. But if you're not displacing air or water, that means you're phasing through matter.
Right.
Which is theoretically doable because everything is mostly space.
Well, they said they've mapped things going under the water 500 knots.
Right, without making a splash.
Yeah, no ripples, no discernible waves.
Just Greg Louganis, right in there, nothing.
500 knots under the water. I mean, what the fuck could do that? The amount of energy you have to go through that much resistance of deep water, 500 miles an hour, 500 knots.
Right, look at how when they do missile tests from subs, how those things are just like, trying to get out of the water.
Yeah.
And these things just go bloop.
Yeah.
And nothing.
Well, that's the weird ones. But that would make you also think like maybe it is a hologram. Because if there are these transmedium things, but the thing is they're seeing them with radar.
Right, which means heat signature or mass.
Right.
Or electromagnetic displacement.
Or if it is some sort of photons, like some sort of a projection, would that not have some kind of a heat signature?
It would if it was ionized air. That would be plasma, so that was hot, if that's what it is. But when they go into the water, we see them under the water for a second, and you don't see any refraction.
Right.
So that kind of screws up the holographic projection theory a little bit, because there's no light refraction. So how did you do that?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you how you do that.
I
don't know either.
I mean, that's my answer. Yeah.
I mean, you've had physicists on here that I've seen go,
Yeah. Well, the really crazy ones are the ones that the fighter pilots have seen. Because, particularly Commander Fravor. and the other people that were on that mission with him. So 2 separate jets. You have 4 people that are eyewitness to this thing, and then that there was something actually under the surface of the water, like an aircraft carrier, an enormous thing, that this Tic Tac is hovering above, and then that thing descends into the water. The Tic Tac turns towards them, jamming their signal, is hovering in space, and then shoots off at such an insane rate of speed that most of the things that we have on Earth would just disintegrate and fall apart just from the sheer pressure.
Of course, and from the inertia,
Yeah.
can be done. Now, if I were doing an episode on Tic Tac or Go Fast or Gimbal, I would be remiss if I didn't include Mick West's analysis of those. And I know you've talked to Mick on and off throughout the
He's
years.
like a professional debunker.
He
though.
is.
He wants to debunk things that I don't think can be debunked.
He does. He approaches it as it's definitely fake, and I'm going to show you
Yeah,
why.
everything's definitely fake. Almost to the point where I'm like, who are you working for?
right.
Who are you working for?
Everyone thinks we're CIA, by the way.
I mean, you?
Oh yeah, Reddit is convinced I'm CIA.
Oh,
That's,
me too?
That's why my channel blew up in 2.5 years.
Because of CIA?
CIA is back.
Oh, I've heard that before. I've heard that about many people.
Mhm.
Like the reason why they got successful. I've heard that about me too.
Yeah.
Like go back to 2009 where I have 200 viewers. Like the CIA sucked back then. They weren't helping me at all.
Dude, I remember just watching you in little squares on Ustream, just like the top of your head,
Yeah.
and Brian and Duncan. I mean, that's what Gino's like, you got to watch Joe Rogan's show on Ustream. I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, comment. He's like, he's got Graham Hancock on. And I went, oh, I got to watch that. And that's when I started watching.
I think Graham was our first serious guest. So it was Duncan and I, and we were in my house, and Graham flew from England. We ate pizza in my kitchen. It was the first time I got to meet him. I was so pumped. Because I've read his book in the 90s.
Same.
Yeah, Fingerprints of the Gods. Amazing book.
From Art Bellis, who told me about it.
Yeah, I remember my wife was like, you should read like real archaeology. I'm like, no, this is fucking interesting shit.
Is your wife a scientist or something?
No. She's just a little more serious than me.
Yeah.
a little smarter than me.
Same.
But it's like, I still to this day will pick up those books and read them. And it's like, I do not think that modern archaeology has the full story, and I've seen the way they behave. I saw the way Flint Dibble behaved with Graham. They're gatekeepers. They don't want anyone to have any information that they don't have. So even in the face of very compelling information, they dismiss openly, quickly, without any consideration. They just want to dismiss it, and then they want to pretend that any archaeologist that presents any kind of information that fucks up the narrative isn't immediately attacked. And they are. Their careers are ruined. Whether you go back to Clovis first or in any of these different archaeologists that have proposed alternative theories of the human timeline, all of the conventional archaeologists, all the mainstream people attack them.
Randall Carlson, Robert Schock, John Anthony West.
Mm-hmm.
If I were advising Graham, I would have said, don't do that debate. Don't do it. There's no way to come off. You're not going to convince anybody. And you're just going to come off not looking great. And I've seen his response on his own site. And he's even said that was probably a mistake. He wasn't prepared enough. But you'll never be prepared enough for a professional debunker. You just won't be. They'll have too much. So I told him, don't go into the lion's den.
Well, the problem was he wasn't being honest. Flint was not being honest about the information that we have, particularly about offshore shipwrecks.
Mm-hmm.
He was just not honest.
Nope.
And the amount that they have discovered, not honest.
And Graham didn't know that at the time.
And also the timeline of like how old these are. When you get to 5,000, 6,000 years, there's no ship left. All you have is like the pottery and whatever's on the ground at the bottom. And if you're talking about 10,000 years, 15,000 years, who's to say that that's not completely covered by sediment by then? And it probably would be.
Well, I watched a little of Zayawas on here.
That's all you need, just a little for that episode. You get it.
I couldn't believe he's still doing it. I mean, maybe he was around when they actually built the things.
I think that was probably the best advertisement for alternative archaeology you're ever going to get. When you see the guy that's the gatekeeper and how closed-minded he is.
He didn't mention the capstones, the limestone facing from Torah. He didn't even talk about it.
Well, also, this just saying it was the national project, and that's how they were able to get 80-ton stones 500 miles away through the mountains on sleds. Like, come on.
The Aslan stones are from 1,200 miles away.
Yeah.
No, the tourist stones are, I don't know, 20, 30 miles away or
How
whatever.
about those Lebanon stones at Baalbek?
Baalbek, they can't. How many tons is that? You need a person standing on it to even see the size of it. You've never seen the Baalbek stone if you're listening. The thing is, it's like a skyscraper on its side.
Yeah.
And it's one solid piece.
And it was moved there.
Yes.
See, pull up the Baalbek stones in Lebanon, because there's stuff that's above it that is like of a more recent time period, but it seems to have been put there on top of these older stones that are so big they don't make any sense. Like, that's just one of them that was quarried but not moved. But
Right.
The ones that are in place, go to the ones that, like, see, like these ones, the ones that are above. So they're the lower stones and the ones above. You don't realize how big they are unless you can get a human being to stand next to them. But
Right.
They are preposterously big. Like, there you go.
Right.
Like,
15 feet high, 30, 40 feet long. I mean, they're showing it in metric, so I'm confused.
Incredible.
Right.
And who did it and when was that done? And then there's like Malta, like that stuff that they think Malta was constructed when the sea levels were much lower, so there was a way to make a path to there from Italy and from these other places.
Sure.
Because they found Neanderthal bones there, and
that, allegedly giants built that. And Derinkuyu and all the hidden cities underneath Cappadocia and Turkey that they're finding are connected.
Those are nuts.
No one knows who made them.
No one knows who made them, and they can have thousands of people living underground.
They can bring fresh water from the aquifers. They can bring fresh air and circulate it. They have defensive mechanisms with these giant stones, and nobody knows how they made them.
Yeah, and who,
and why.
Yeah,
Great Flood.
Yeah, that's the theory, right? The theory of the Great Flood, and then the Younger Dryas impact theory destroyed the atmosphere, where there was just like above the Earth was like chaotic, and they sought refuge underground.
I lean more toward that the ice sheets melted from a solar event than an impact, but it certainly could be either. I mean,
well, it could be a combination of
could
things,
be,
because it's also, they think there was more than one. The impact event happened. They know this based on core samples, iridium, the nanodiamonds that come from impacts.
This is the Greenland impact.
Yeah, not just Greenland, North America. They think it happened. I think they found the evidence of this stuff at like 30% of the Earth's surface where they believe these things had hit. I think we got bombarded.
Right, so that would be like flying through an asteroid field, like the Leonids or the Perseids and the Taurids. So the remnants of some giant object that is rubble, and we just fly through it, which means we fly through it frequently.
We fly through it twice a year.
Twice a year.
But we don't always, most of the time we get lucky, and it's not really a hot one. But like what happened with Tunguska.
Tunguska, right. That's great. That's 1907.
And in the same month that we passed through that comet field.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, that's over Siberia. And that was an airburst, I believe, because there's no impact crater.
Right.
But it flattened like millions of square miles of trees.
And still fucked to this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's images of that if you want to look up that. There's actual like film of it. It's crazy. It looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah, we're in a shooting gallery. Earth is flying through a shooting gallery. There's 900,000 near-Earth objects that are just hovering around out there.
And NASA says we tracked most of them. Because in those fields with the Perseids and Taurids, there are big objects. There are Earth killers in there.
Oh, yeah.
And Apophis is lurking. Apophis is the big one. That's due to fly by in a few years.
What's that one?
That's a giant asteroid that's, I think it's due to fly by maybe 2030 something.
How big is that one?
I'll get it wrong. I mean, I'm going to say a million things wrong today. I'll hear all about it. But it's a planet killer. Like it's a civilization ender, and it's going to fly near. Like we're going to be able to see it during the day.
375 meters across, about the size of a cruise liner. It will pass within 32,000 kilometers of Earth's surface on April 13, 2029.
Now stop there. That's closer than the moon. Way closer than the moon. You don't want to see that in this. You don't want to look up and see that.
Well, just knowing that one's far larger have passed through,
Mm-hmm.
and then we know for sure a bunch of hit. You know,
For sure.
You know, Chichen Itza, that one.
Right, Chicxulub, but that was
Yeah.
that was pseudoscience until the father-son went down there and found it.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't that. I think that was when I was growing up. The dinosaurs died. And that was a conspiracy theory. The
Right.
asteroid,
Right.
and they found it. I think around
Found
1980.
Yucatan impact. Yeah.
And that's
Under the ocean.
and the iridium
Yeah.
matches it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. All that is really spectacular stuff. It's just like when you look at the moon, you see the craters all over it, and you realize, okay, this is what happens when you don't have an atmosphere, and you also don't have water, and you can see everything that hits. Like the whole thing.
The whole thing. Well, why,
Covered.
But why are there so many fewer impacts on the other side?
Are there?
Fewer.
Really?
I don't know. The moon. I have a. It became a saying on the show. I even have a T-shirt. The moon is weird.
Yeah.
Like Gino's my weird topic guy. It's like, what should we talk about? He's like, do hollow moon. So I went into that story thinking, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Right.
The moon is hollow. And I'm doing the research. About halfway through, I'm like, the moon is weird. And then by the end of my research, I was convinced that clearly the moon is a hollow spaceship that was brought here from another part of the galaxy, and it's here, and the lizard people are absorbing our soul energy. That's the only explanation for it. Probably not true, but man, the moon is very weird.
Well, it's also weird that the alignment and the size and the distance of the moon makes the eclipse perfect. Like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds that it is the exact distance from the sun so that when the moon and the sun align, it's exact?
Right, it's like a 400 to 1 race. It's exact.
It's nuts.
But you could debunk that by saying the moon is getting further and further away.
Right, but why is it perfect?
What I mean, we have not found a planet in this solar system or anywhere else that has a giant moon right next to it.
Quarter
like
the
this.
size of the Earth.
We haven't found it.
Yeah.
We're the only one with it. And there are ancient legends that talk about a moonless sky and when the moon arrived. And when it arrived, it caused a great flood.
What are the ancient stories of a moonless sky? Where are they from?
Ancient Indian texts will have it, but also native legends will have it about the moon.
Really?
About a moonless sky. And then the moon arrives, and
when do they think the moon arrived?
It's hard to tell. You know, I always go to younger dries, but who really knows? The Earth was apparently just covered in this haze, just very wet, very hazy, maybe like Venus or something like that. Then the moon arrives, and all that water from the atmosphere drops down to Earth. The tidal forces are crazy. There's a huge flood, and everything just settles. And then the moon is here, and the moon is now like the guardian of the planet, which it really is. We couldn't really survive without it.
Because it stabilizes our atmosphere, right?
Stabilizes us and
stabilizes our orbit.
Our orbit and our spin and our axis.
Yeah.
Like when there's a major earthquake, the Earth changes speed. The spin changes, like our spin, it changes like measurably if there's a big earthquake. And if there's a lot of those, that can throw you off the axis. But the moon steps in like a bouncer and it settles things back down.
So the idea would be that some sort of a superior civilization placed the moon there to ensure our survival.
I don't think they care about us.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
How come?
Again, we're in very speculative territory because nobody knows.
Right.
But I would think it would just be for resources. Hey, this place has a lot of stable water. That's useful.
Don't you think they would be fascinated with us as an emerging civilization? And like I always say, that if we found a planet that had cave people on it, like just starting to learn stone tools and stuff like that, we would for sure be interested in them. We would be so fascinated. And we would probably try to accelerate their learning curve.
You think we would?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, well, think of what a lot of these jerk-offs have done with, like, uncontacted tribes and stuff like that. We're always trying to intervene and do something with them.
You know the dark forest theory?
No.
It's Lucian Sherr who wrote The Three-Body Problem and all those.
Oh.
Dark forest theory says that if you attain a certain level of technology, the best thing you can do is just be quiet. Because the universe is a dark forest, and the first person to stick his head out dies. Because you don't want a competitor in your region. So as soon as a culture gets close to some technology that could make that they're on a path to threaten you, you got to take them out. You got to halt their technology. And Three Body Problem is kind of based on that. That's what they do in the books, and that seems to make a little more sense to me than sort of this altruistic. Hey, let's help them. The Star Trek approach. Let's make first contact and all of that. I like. Human nature is a tricky thing. We're very selfish. You and I might want to see those people and help them along, but there's a lot of people that would not want a competitor in the neighborhood.
Yeah, maybe. But what if they don't even think of us as a competitor? What if they're so advanced? Like if they're millions of years advanced, wouldn't they like this is the thing that Diana Pasulka and Gary Nolan, a lot of these people that study crashed retrievals, there's a term that they use that these are donations.
Right.
That these vehicles are donations, and the idea is we're supposed to look at this and formulate new ideas through reverse engineering.
And there's circumstantial evidence that that's true. If you look at Bell Labs and all the crazy discoveries after Roswell, like we're using cathode ray tubes and suddenly transistors are made and silicon semiconductors and wireless transmission, and Bell Labs is all these leaps forward.
Fiber optics,
laser technology came out of Bell as well. And, the retrieval experts say that fiber optics and lasers for sure is reverse engineered. And it kind of makes a lot of sense because it seemed to have come out of nowhere. And suddenly Bell Labs has it. But it's. My question is, where is the stuff? We got World War II. We go into Korea in 1950, and at the time, Russia had the MiG-15 was basically on par with us. I think we had the F-86 at the time, and MiG might have even been better. So that would have been a great time for some advanced tech. But America did catch up and exceed the Soviets about 51, 52, during Korea, and then has been superior ever since. But you would think that after 47, with the Soviets there, let's get some of this anti-gravitic stuff going.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that you're working in this very compartmentalized environment, so you're not allowed to share with all these different scientists. So because of that, there's no collaboration, which is necessary for real innovation. You have to have experts from a bunch of different fields analyzing all the different aspects of it. This is what Lazar pointed to, the problems that they were having at S4 when they were trying to back engineer this stuff. He's like, you can't do science like this because everything is so top secret, so compartmentalized. The metallurgists were not allowed to talk to the propulsions people. And no one was allowed to talk to anybody else, and everybody was just like, what the fuck is going on?
Right.
What are these things? They didn't even tell him, allegedly, if the story's true. They didn't even tell him where this thing came from. They show it to him. There's a United States flag sticker on it. And he's like, oh, this is ours. Oh, that makes sense. And then he's examining. He's like, oh, no, it's not. Like, there's no seams in this thing. Like, what is this? What is the metal? Why is it designed for something that's 3 feet tall? Like, there's no controls inside this thing. Like, what is this reactor? How does this thing work?
There's a chair.
Yeah.
There's a couple of chairs. It looks like there's a neural interface, maybe. You hear a lot of the scientists, their frustration. Like, if I could just talk to these guys,
right.
I'm picking up an EM field from this. The metallurgist would be helpful here. Tell me what's going on. I keep coming across spinning mercury all the time.
Spinning mercury.
The spinning mercury engine has been part of the lore since ancient India has the Vimanas. Those craft. If you look at the ancient texts, it may have been in the Mahabharata.
Yeah.
But they allude to this liquid metal. And then you fast forward to like the Nazis building the Bell, the Die Glocke. That was a mercury engine. And then we fast forward a little further, Mark McCandlish and the ARB vehicle, the flux liner. That's spinning mercury engine. So spinning mercury keeps popping up. And spinning mercury would cause some type of field. What that would be, I'm not a scientist or physicist, I'm not sure. But it would certainly throw off a bunch of ions that could maybe be harnessed or used for something.
Well, it's like we're trying to explain things to us based on our current understanding of technology. Like, glass was invented a long time ago, but imagine showing up with a brand new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with Gorilla Glass, in a thin frame, and looking at they were, what the fuck is this?
There'd be statues of you for 1,000 years.
Well, you know what glass is, you know what metal is, right? Well, this is glass and metal. You're like, what?
What?
No, what the fuck is this?
We took sand and made it real hot, and it made it clear. Huh?
What? And
Right.
You can drop it on the concrete, it doesn't break.
Right.
What? Yeah. So just our current understanding of technology based on the origins of that technology, just metal and glass. You show someone metal and glass is thousands of years old, show them what we have now with metal and glass, they'd be blown away. And you just keep going, go 1,000 years from now. Like, what does it all look like? It's like probably some sort of gravity propulsion system, probably 3D printed, so there are no seams.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the frustration about disclosure, is how far could we be by now?
Right.
Had it been disclosure in 47 or whatever.
It's even more of a psyop if it's all bullshit. Like, it's a psyop if it actually is like, wow, the government is actually really good at one thing. They're good at keeping secrets about UFOs.
That's right.
But if they're not, if it's all bullshit, like, boy, how weird that we've been, like, focusing on this nonsense. Like, as a culture, it got on the front page of the New York Times in 2017. But meanwhile, it's all nonsense.
Right.
That's almost less likely.
Well, if you look at what Doty did in the 70s and 80s with Paul Benowitz, when Benowitz discovered this advanced technology on Kirtland Air Force Base, he called the base and said, hey, I think there's UFOs. So they send Doty out. He was Air Force Intelligence, OSI. They send him out to Benowitz, and he's like, Paul, I think it might be UFOs. It is aliens. And Paul gets a little bit wacky, and he starts intercepting signals from outer space. And they're sending him messages, but it turned out it's really the NSA right to the house across the street. And Paul is committed at some point. And then Doty, over the years, changes his story and it says, no, a lot of it is actually true. But Doty is also, he said as recently as 2019, Hal Puthoff tried to recruit him for a disinformation campaign with ATEM.
Really? So Hal Puthoff has been a part of disinformation campaigns?
Allegedly forever.
And what have they been doing with these disinformation campaigns? What have they been trying to muddle?
Just to keep guys like you and me fascinated and trying to figure stuff out while they can just operate their advanced technology in peace. Like, let them think it's aliens and UFOs. That's fine.
What a dirty thing to do.
Filthy. In the 50s, they were very public about anti-gravity. It was in the papers. The G engine, they were talking about it. And then suddenly, whoosh, quiet.
Yeah. Jesse Michaels talks about that all the time. The Townsend Brown.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ning Lee, remember her story, the physicist who disappeared?
Right. And then she died in a car accident after she came back from China.
Oops.
Whoopsies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was AC gravity. If you guys want to look that up, she used to give talks and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
She was funded by DOD, $400,000. So we know that for sure. And then she just goes dark. She goes dark for 11 years. Shows up, I think, in 2013. She's back. 2014, she gets hit by a car.
Why is it so fun?
I don't know. Mark McClane just found all that stuff, ended up killing himself.
All this stuff is so fun, which is why the Y-Files are so good. Because it's like, I always get the same feeling when I watch your show. It's like, oh, what is the answer? What is real? What is it? But what is it about us that's so intrigued by these mysteries? I mean, there's so much that we know that is real. Just the nature of the cosmos itself, the black holes and solar nurseries and all the wild shit that's absolutely real. But there's these things that are like, yeah, but what is that?
I don't think enough people are interested in it, to be honest. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, don't you think it's because, for the most part, it's dismissed, and if you engage in it, so like if you're a normal person, not like you or I, but if you're a person that has like a job in an accounting firm, you're like a very respected, legitimate person, especially like pre-2017, pre the New York Times article, and you want to start talking about like gravity propulsion systems that the government's been hiding, and there's back engineering programs, they've got crashed UFOs, and there's one of them, it's only like a couple hundred feet wide when you go inside of it, it's the size of a football field. Like,
right, like
what?
the TARDIS.
Yeah. Or the one in Korea that's so big they had to build a building around it because they couldn't move it.
Right.
I want to know what that is.
Same. Same. I wish more people were interested in it.
I would almost be willing to run for president just to get access. Just if I ran for president, the company would be in shambles, but everybody would know everything about UFOs.
Dude, you have no shot.
I have no shot. They'd kill me for sure.
I can't believe the things you say are news.
Oh yeah, well, it's because news is like really dead.
Yes, that's
News
what
as
they're angry about independent media.
Well, they are, but it's also the news is not. So their business is just clicks, and what better way to get clicks than I said something crazy?
Mm-hmm.
And so then and then it also kind of supports the idea that we need to be gatekeeped, and someone needs to be able to stop us from spreading misinformation, or my favorite term, malinformation. This is something that came up during COVID, that we need to stop the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is real information that is true and accurate, but would be negative in its impact to society.
It's bonkers.
Crazy.
We can't live in that society.
Well, they're making us infants, right? They're saying we can handle this, but the vast majority of you, even though we're all supposed to be equal and the government's supposed to be working for you and serving the people, no. We will have this information and we will know what we're doing, and you won't be able to have access to it because you're not ready for it because you're too stupid.
They lost. They lost already. They just don't know it yet, but they lost.
Yeah, they lost a long time ago.
I'm gonna put out an episode about how dragons are real, and when I get to the debunk, I'm gonna say nothing. They're real. Peace out.
Triangular spacecraft. What is this?
Stumbled down a little rabbit hole and found a patent that exists or did exist. It was abandoned in 2006.
This could be I forget the
Look
title.
at this.
The SR was it 7RB?
There's a T3B.
So this is like the ones that they always see, like the Phoenix lights and that one. So it says a spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electric field parallel to the sides of the hull. This field interacting with a plane wave emitted by antennas on the side of the hull generates a force per volume combining both lift and propulsion. What?
Wow. Here's all the math, but I don't know how to do this math. And if someone,
we need to get Eric here.
If someone can look at it and be like, that's not real.
Get Eric Weinstein to do that math.
It hasn't been made, obviously, or that we know of.
And I'm surprised it's not classified.
There's other, according to this article, that's where I found it. There's what it was about the 2-3B thing.
Right. So that's a real experimental aircraft.
Does America have a reverse engineered UFO? Whoa.
So this goes back to 1991 with Desert Storm. There's reports of what they call a TR-3A, which looks a lot like what the stealth bomber kind of is, but also.
Whoa.
Yep.
No
TR-3B is said to be like nothing we've seen before.
This was what I got to from Liquid Mercury. I was trying to find stuff about it, and there's theories that people say that this is probably what they're running off of.
It's supposedly powered by a reverse-engineered anti-gravity drive that was recovered from a crashed alien spacecraft. The TR-3B is where reports of UAP performing seemingly impossible aerial maneuvers intersect with stories about very real aircraft.
Read the next paragraph.
There are lots of claims over the internet about TR-3B's anti-gravity drive, most of which include using nuclear power to rotate highly pressurized mercury to produce plasma and in turn a gravitational field. Whoa.
Something about the mercury.
Have you ever heard Eric Weinstein talk about this? There's a college in upstate New York that has an incredibly overqualified physics department, and they're attached to a hedge fund that does Bernie Madoff type numbers. Yes. And he thinks the whole thing is a cover for some sort of advanced physics that they have been keeping a lockdown on.
And it would make total sense. I mean, SRI would be another good example of that, right? Where Hal was in the 70s with Project Stargate and all of that. And Stanford.
The idea that the government can't keep secrets, like, what about Epstein? What? Come on.
People ask me all the time.
That's in front of everybody's face, and they've kept the list a secret.
We're never going to see the list. Stop asking me. You're not going to see the list. Why not? Because all your heroes are on it, and they're on it a lot. It's never coming out.
Yeah, and I have a friend that thinks like a lot of the world events that you're seeing, one of the reasons why people support it is because of Epstein, because of the list, because people are compromised, because no one can talk about things. It's just like really wild. So the government can keep some secrets.
Manhattan Project was
yes.
secret.
They did a great job with that. And that was one that, I mean, it was a race between us and the other foreign powers. They were all trying to come up with a nuclear bomb first. We did it first. The idea that there's no way that we could have some sort of advanced propulsion system and that modern physicists would be aware of the state of the art and they would tell you, yeah, no, this is not possible. I don't think that's correct. I think you could probably, if you were working on something and you had a very specific hierarchy and you were really good at compartmentalization and you were recruiting these people at a very early stage in their career, people with promise, these geniuses, giving them a very high salary, a prestigious position, but then everything's locked down. Cell phones, email, they're under constant surveillance, and if somebody steps out of line, like the lady in Maryland, the Chinese lady.
Yep. And a lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them go that way.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical about a lot of the whistleblowers, especially the ones that come out of Air Force intelligence and all of that.
But too. Even when I'm talking to them, I'm like,
Well, I mean, I kind of have that needle of skepticism, and it starts with, do you have a background in intelligence? Yes. Right. Military intelligence, Air Force intelligence. Yeah. Are you still on the payroll?
Right.
Did you get your information cleared from the Pentagon?
Yeah.
Do you have a book?
Yeah.
And it all goes. Did you release some photos that were fake?
Yeah.
I'm all over here. Then you go Bob Lazar. He has none of that stuff. Did the government target you? Did they try to discredit you?
Yeah.
Have you been ostracized? When Lazar came out, I think it was to George Knapp. He didn't say his name.
Right.
He didn't have any books. The first book, I think, was with him and Jeremy in 2019.
Right.
So Lazar, to me, is the most credible of the whistleblowers.
Right.
But Jeremy and George just had a whistleblower a couple of weeks ago. He was pretty credible. He's a young guy. He's clearly nervous. And he has some very interesting information about, Immaculate Constellation.
Which guy is this?
I don't remember his name. It's very new.
Is that the bald guy?
No.
No.
The bald guy, I think, is Air Force intelligence. This is a kid whose career is ruined. Yeah, he's maybe in his 20s. And you can see he's clearly nervous.
And what is his claim?
His claim is that he was going through some files. He's got top secret clearance, and he found the Immaculate Constellation project, basically a PowerPoint presentation. And his job was just to sort these files. And he's looking through it, and suddenly it's like, whoa, this is about recovery and alien craft. And he did the right thing and went to his superiors and said, there's a leakage. I saw information I maybe wasn't supposed to. I'm just letting you know. The superiors were like, forget about it. It's like, and that was it. Just no reprimand, no nothing. I just went back to work. But he was too fascinated by the document, so he kept pursuing it. And now he talks about it. I don't know his name, but if you track down, Jeremy and George, you'll find it easily. That's the kid.
Yeah. So here's a way that I would kind of try to debunk that, if I was being logical. If I was the government and I did have some very sophisticated propulsion system that's beyond the understanding of what we think to be current state-of-the-art physics, like far beyond that, I think I might release a bunch of horse shit about UFOs.
100%.
I might put a bunch of that stuff out there to say, it can't be ours. It's not ours. It's not of this world.
Muddy the waters.
Yeah, not just that, but attach like really kooky stuff to stuff that's real, so that you think the real stuff is kooky.
Right, like the drone scare. Remember that? That was very manufactured, and the press was all over it. We don't know where the drones are. They're all flying over the military bases, all of that stuff.
What do you think that was?
I know what it was. I've seen the NOTAM reports. You know what a NOTAM is?
No.
That's a notice to airmen. So private pilots get warning of no-fly zones. And usually you'll see a lot of swaths carved out if like Air Force One's flying through. But for some reason, these NOTAM reports have all these little circles all around that you can't fly through where the drones were. And I've seen that. And when did the drones, they suddenly stop? When? Right before Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
And no one talks about the drones anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
Gone.
I mean, it was mainstream news all over the place.
And they had people nervous.
Yeah.
They had them nervous, and I think that was the point.
So you think they did it as a psyop, just to see how people would react?
I do. And remember, I know nothing.
Right.
But that is my opinion, is that it was a psyop. And that most of this is.
If there are visitors and they are from somewhere else, wouldn't the best way to prepare us is to start flying a bunch of like really wacky shit that we have in the air and not explain it?
That would be a good way to prepare us.
Get us comfortable with seeing things hovering over New Jersey that defy what our understanding of drone capabilities are in terms of the time that they can stay in the air. Some of them were in the air like for 5 hours.
But if that's what was the reason to get us ready, it backfired because it freaked people out. People were very nervous about it. Like, so our military installations are vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
People were very frightened.
That was the other thing. Like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had some drones, and then they had to shut the base down.
And Wright-Patterson is like ground zero for all of it. Project Blue Book, Roswell went there.
Yeah.
The second crash.
What's the second crash?
The second crash was some miles north and west up there. And you'll hear Doty talk about it. And that's where other pilots were recovered. I think the total of 5
pilots.
The EBEs.
Oh.
The EBEs. And according to Doty and others, one of the EBEs stayed with the government, I think in Los Alamos, for 5 years in 1952. There was EBA 1 or whatever. He liked strawberry ice cream.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right? That'd be the first thing I do if I went to Planet Serpos. What's the ice cream like here?
Well, it's just the idea that they would eat like we eat seems crazy.
Right.
And then also they could breathe our air. Like, what are the odds of that?
Well, the theories are, we never see alien shit or whatever, but there's always a rebuttal, is that, they have a metabolism that absorbs nutrients and their waste is recycled and all of that
Photosynthesis or something.
stuff. Something like that.
Well, they do seem genderless.
Mm-hmm.
Genderless, giant heads. I always say that the archetype, like the Greys, like Close Encounter Greys, if you go back to like Neanderthals, and then you go back to like Australopithecus covered in hair, heavily muscled, and then you go to like the average dude who plays Call of Duty. Like what do we do?
I play Call of Duty.
It's fine. It's a great game. But you know what I'm saying? It's like people become like these frail, muscleless things, and then your head keeps getting bigger and bigger as the mind evolves, and then human capabilities increase in terms of like our ability to communicate telepathically. All these different things. No need for mouth noises anymore, so your mouth shrivels up. There's a little slit.
And why the eyes so big and black?
Yeah.
Because you're evolved underground.
Oh, I thought it was like sunglasses built in.
Well, it could be the same.
Like, that's what I thought. I'm like, well, that looks like sunglasses.
Right.
Like, you're going to protect your eyeballs if, like, your atmosphere is far brighter and, you have to be able to see things.
I think there was one retrieval story that had that. Like, one of the black eyes was half open, but they thought it might have been something.
Like a little shield?
Like a shield. Like, that's a legit recovery story. I can't remember it offhand.
Like, camels have a weird shield over their eyes for sandstorms.
Right.
Yeah, like they have like an eyelid, a clear eyelid that covers over their eyes. That's so they can like go through sandstorms and not get blinded.
It's an interesting point that you brought up about Neanderthals. Is a lot of people don't know that just about 50,000 years ago, Neanderthals had basically an empire.
Yeah.
Over all of Europe and
for hundreds of thousands of years.
For hundreds of thousands of years, and then suddenly, boom, they're defeated by frail, weak, hairless humans out of caves, and it's attributed to we figured out a bow and arrow. We could harass from a distance, projectile weapons, and that's how we defeated this vast empire of Neanderthals who were not stupid. Who were
bigger brains than ours.
Bigger brains than ours. They had art, culture, music. They trained in warfare. They had organized warfare. I mean, can you imagine staring down the barrel of a division of organized Neanderthals coming at you?
Right. Like essentially super athletes.
Yes.
With chimpanzee-like strength.
Right. And speed.
Yeah.
And intelligence. And we came out of the caves and defeated them. Okay.
And eyes so large that they think their eyes might have been able to see nocturnally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love that episode you guys did on Neanderthals. You debunked it at the end, but the idea that they were like more ape-like than they were human. They looked like monsters, dark skin, fangs.
Yeah, that was a cool episode. They're mostly debunked, but yeah.
But I mean, there probably was some hunting of humans. You know?
For sure.
And when you're dealing with something that's a far superior physical specimen,
Yeah, when
much denser bones,
sure,
much stronger than us.
And when we know that we have some of their DNA in us, and it's, you know, when you hear, oh, we interbred with them, that's not precisely how it went down. Most likely, it's most likely the women were carried away. That's how the interbreeding happened.
Yikes!
Uh-huh.
Yikes! Or horny men, and some lonely Neanderthal lady.
Some dudes like a big lady. There's no shame in it.
Yeah, a big thick one. Maybe some fucking warrior children.
They just want to be cut.
Someone's just got dense bones. You know, I'm looking for a lady with a dense head.
Let's have a dense baby.
Yeah, what do their fucking language sound like? It's like we used to think of them as being really stupid, and until they realized that their brain mass is actually larger than ours, and they're capable of language and all these different things. Like, okay, like how did we beat them?
I don't know. That is a puzzle.
Yeah.
You know, the answer is projectiles.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if we were the only ones to figure out bows and arrows and atlatls and all that kind of stuff,
it would work.
Maybe, yeah. Especially if we organized, you know.
But you could still overwhelm. You can overwhelm a few archers. We would just throw bodies at it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, warfare's been fought like that for humans forever.
Maybe their language is too crude to allow for that kind of communication, like to strategize and to, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe their language is like very crude, normal day-to-day stuff. I'm hungry. I want to fuck. Like let's kill these people. It was not complicated enough to say, like, we got an issue here.
Right.
Here's the issue. We got to get around them from the back end. You know, you guys got to distract them from the front, and this is what we'll do. You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't make complete sense to me.
Why were their brains bigger than ours? That's the weird one. Like, we associate larger brains with more complex thinking. So why would what we think of as the most brutish version of human beings?
I don't know, but don't Neanderthal brains, even though they were larger, had fewer convolutions. So,
oh really? Do we know that?
That's part of my research, which most of it's bullshit, but that's what I read. Large brain, but not as powerful. But
interesting. Well, so maybe the large brain was attributable to physical capability.
Just the fact that you can produce music tells me so much about your brain.
And they produce music?
They produce music and
art.
How
do we know that?
We found relics and artifacts of it.
Of musical instruments?
Instruments and cave writing and all that stuff.
Oh.
They used needles and thread to make clothing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, very strange that we beat them.
That's a Neanderthal tool?
A Neanderthal flute?
Some sort of flute. Whoa, a bone flute.
Made with the bone of your defeated enemy.
Yeah. Some dude you ate.
Mm-hmm.
Made a flute out of his shin.
Oh, figured out that death whistle back then too. That's sort of musical.
Oh, the Aztec death whistle.
It's not the same. But.
Aztec death whistle. That's a scary one.
Yeah, Brian Callen blew it on the show in 2019, and COVID started right afterwards.
They summoned the demons.
Yeah, Brian. Remember that?
January 2020.
Oh, okay.
It's like weeks before.
Weeks before the lockdown.
COVID was already here.
Might have even been closer.
I think COVID was already here by then.
It's like with the anti-gravity. Why can't we cooperate with the Chinese?
Yeah. Nope.
No. Well, we know how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also fascinating to me how many different versions of human beings existed. There's the Hobbit people, the island of Flores.
Right.
That's a fascinating one.
Floriensis. Something like that.
Whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah, the 3-foot-tall little furry creatures that they think had tools and wore clothing and all that jazz.
Yeah, and there's even the different branches. Like Cro-Magnon is not really from our branch. That's a different. Yeah, we branch from a different branch. So not only
Denisovans.
Right.
And then what are the big head people that they just found recently? This is like super recent. Like there was an article that was made in December of 2024 about this other new branch of the human species that had much larger heads than ours. And they think it was like this really thick, muscular, like heavy human being. What is it called again? Julian. Yeah. big head people. Yeah.
So they disappeared around the same time as the Neanderthals 50,000 years ago.
Have you seen the images of what the reconstruction? Go to some of the drawings of what these people look like. They look fucking insane.
Were they taller?
I do not know. I don't know how tall they were, but they look fucking cool as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I want. Yeah. That's one, but that's not the one we were looking at. We're looking at one that theorized that it was completely covered in hair.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Big.
So this is a very recent discovery. So how many? This is the thing. I think something like 90% of the species that have existed, we don't have fossils for.
Well, I mean, 99% of the species ever existed are gone.
Right. But fossils are very difficult to happen because it has to happen in a mudslide. Somehow the body has to be preserved and it's mineralized.
Right. I don't know how many dinosaur complete fossils we have. Of like a T-Rex, I don't even think we have a complete one yet. But 1 or 2 billion T-Rexes lived and died on the planet. We have a couple of skeletons.
Right.
Billions.
Right. Yeah. And it just makes you wonder, when they're finding things like this in 2024, how many are yet to be discovered? I mean, how much of the ground's surface has really been excavated to a very high level?
Right.
Yeah.
Very little, and it's very difficult to even dig there. I mean, what's happening in Turkey is a shame with Göbekli Tepe. You know, just paving over it and planting orchards on top of it.
They've taken down the orchard.
They did?
Taken down the olive trees. The problem with that was that, and this is Jimmy Corsetti had talked about this long ago, that the issue with them doing this is the roots are going to destroy the artifacts below. And they're like, no, it won't. And then it turns out, actually it is. So they had to pull them. And so they pulled the olive trees. But they planted them purposely over the area, which is like...
I'm glad Corsetti's out there. I like him and I know him pretty well.
He's great.
The Turkish government, I think, has banned him and is trying to get him in trouble here, trying to get him sanctioned.
Sanctioned? How do you sanction a guy off YouTube? For what?
look. When CNN was going after you and they were like trying to get Spotify to cancel you, creators like me who go against kind of mainstream were very nervous because, like, if YouTube just pulled my show, I'm kind of fucked.
Right.
So it's like if they could take down Joe, we're done.
Yeah.
But then, Spotify, with a lot of respect, hung fast.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Like, if I wasn't on Spotify and I was only on YouTube at the time, I might have been fucked. Because they were taking people down for actual, real, truthful information.
Yes.
That was, in their eyes, malinformation that would cause vaccine hesitancy.
Still no apologies.
No.
But it was a risky time, to be non-politically correct, before it was safe to.
Yeah, it was a very dangerous time and weird because it's like instantly dangerous. Like, it wasn't like that before. Then all of a sudden, like, anything you say could get your career ruined.
Yep.
And again, everybody turned out to be right. Everybody was right that masks don't work. Everybody was right that the vaccine didn't stop the infection, didn't stop
wasn't a
transmission.
vaccine.
It wasn't a vaccine. It has a bunch of side effects.
The pangolin is nonsense. I mean, we knew that all of this. It was just intuitive.
The lab leak theory was racist.
Yeah, it was racist. Oh my goodness, the R word.
They tried anything. They tried anything they could to silence any opposition.
Why?
You were going to say something. Do you mind? You were going to say, you got a quick question, I think.
I forgot.
You steamed over it. But we were talking about, like, the weirdness of that time, about how dangerous it was. Like, it was real touch and go. It was real weird. There was, like, a lot of forces that were trying to get me removed because I was talking to people that they were deeming quacks. One of them, which is Robert Malone, who has 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. And these are rock-solid credentials these people had. They weren't kooks like Jay Bhattacharya. All these people are Stanford, MIT, Harvard, all the people from the Great Barrington Declaration. These are legitimate researchers and scientists that didn't agree with the narrative, and they were getting them removed from Twitter.
And they had awards through their careers, highly revered and respected, and then suddenly no.
It didn't matter because these people, unfortunately, had a conscience, and they were saying, well, this is not what I know. I am an actual expert, and I do not think that the information they're giving out is correct. so I'm going to speak my mind. And then there's also a concerted effort by Fauci, and his group to go after these people and to attack these people publicly.
Yes, and when it was very early on, I forget even what paper I had. They released an op-ed in some paper criticizing a lot of this and lockdowns. Like my dojo was closed down and was trying to fight with masks on. So I was angry. And then within weeks of that, it suddenly became politicized. And I was like, now I'm fucked. Now it's a political issue? How is this a political issue?
Right.
But it was politicized. And I don't know why. I don't know why it was all shut down.
I think it's all just money. I think the vaccine companies wanted to make as much money as possible. And then anything that contributed to vaccine hesitancy was not for the greater good of public health. It was because the more vaccine hesitancy, the less profit they would have. I think it's real simple. Yeah.
I agree, but that's really gross.
It is gross. But it's also gross that they would prescribe it for children because it was totally unnecessary. So the only reason why they would prescribe it for children or mandate it for children to get into schools is because they wanted to make as much money as possible. And they made an insane amount of money. So it did work. It was effective. But boy, did it destroy a lot of credibility.
It certainly did. It definitely worked. Where my wife was working, it was a mandatory vaccine situation, but she was working remotely, so didn't really have to get it. But I can see that the narrative was starting to catch with her. And I'm like, honey, hold fast. This is a story. It was a left-wing company, and they're just following the narrative. They don't just hold fast. Don't get that shot. And she didn't.
Yeah, luckily. I know people that did. I know people that have real fucking problems right now.
Same.
Yeah.
Like they got long COVID suddenly.
Yeah, and it's weird that long COVID is something that mostly affects people that have gotten vaccinated, but they want to call it long COVID. They don't want to call it vaccine injury.
Nope.
The whole thing is very creepy because it just shows you if something is very clear and obvious and it's a real disease and we know the origin of it now and we know that all this stuff has been done to obscure it, how many other elements of society, how many other stories that are in the news have also been distorted and twisted around in order to promote a very specific narrative? And how effective have they been at doing this? It's not like this is the only time they've ever done this. So COVID was kind of a window into disinformation and about how the government can use these ploys and manipulation and, using these tactics of humiliating these established scientists, ruining their careers, attacking their credentials. And what other things have they used these on? What other, geopolitical aspirations have they masked in all this bullshit? The whole thing is just it's very disconcerting to find out that the people that have been running the country that are super comfortable with lying.
Here's the good news, is the irony of COVID is the forces that were forcing us to be locked down and stay home gave rise to independent creators and journalists and independent thinkers, folks like you. And because of their forcing the lockdowns, they destroyed their own industry.
Yeah.
And there's no going back. I mean, I haven't watched MSNBC or Fox News in years. And you turn it on, it's like, oh, this is just, I hear the same stuff. From the left and the right, I just hear the same stuff. I get my news from YouTube, from all different sources, and that's what I want. And they destroyed their own industry.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, what is it going to look like, 5-10 years from now? Because 5-10 years ago, you never would have imagined that CNN would lose all its credibility.
No, we watched, Desert Storm on there. Everything.
Always. When you wanted to get the news. And it was always, also, CNN was thought of being as this, sort of nonpartisan environment for the news. It just showed you what the news was. And then somewhere along the line, it became very editorialized, very opinion-based, and very, these people telling you to do your own research. Do not do your own research. Imagine saying, don't read.
Right.
Don't read. You're not smart enough, AJ.
Right.
You think you can go read
right.
and absorb information? You're not smart enough to absorb information. Leave that to the experts.
Don't listen to Rogan. He takes horse pills. Got that from his doctor.
It's also calling it horse dewormer was so stupid because everybody knows it's used on humans.
Oh, ivermectin's in my cabinet.
But it's just a simple Google search would tell you that something's wrong.
That's required medication for Foreign Service.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where you wonder after something like that has been happening. Well, this seems like a playbook they're really comfortable with using. How many other things can they use this on? Like, what other aspects of society are just complete horseshit?
When did it really start?
Right.
Probably
during the 40s. Maybe even before, because if you read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, that was 33.
General Butler, yeah, the business plot general.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a very, very honest guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys don't know the business plot's worth looking into, they tried to recruit him to overthrow the government.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he had all the troops at his disposal.
Yeah, that was wild. They were going to have a coup.
They were going to have
in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And nobody has answered for that. That's the J.P. Morgans and that whole set.
So this kind of thinking has been going on forever. And then there's also kind of gatekeeping of information, like hiding the truth from people in order to preserve narratives, in order to preserve power and authority.
Well, let's go back to Butler for a quick second. You've got Tesla, who gets funded by J.P. Morgan to create wireless technology. The Tesla gets a little ambitious and says, I'm going to do wireless communication, but I'm going to take your $150,000. I'm going to do wireless energy. We'll do free energy around the world. And Morgan's like, how do you put a meter on that? Tesla's like, what do you mean? This propel mankind forward. Morgan pulls his funding, tells everyone in the investment class, this guy's a kook, and if you invest with him, you don't do business with me. A few years later, Wardenclyffe Tower gets torn down. Tesla dies in poverty.
Yeah.
And where are those 20 boxes?
Yeah.
And why was the government so quick to respond to that crime scene?
Yeah, they showed up at that guy's house quick. They gathered up all the information. I wonder what they got from that.
Uncle John Trump there was in charge of that.
Right.
What did they get in those boxes?
Donald Trump's uncle reviewed Tesla's death ray secrets and found mysterious royal letters.
I think
Well, he looks like a Trump, doesn't he?
He kind of does.
That's what Trump would look like if he didn't do the comb over.
Wasn't he working at a Wright-Patterson as well?
Was he?
For this?
Dun, dun, dun. Wright-Patterson is a weird place. Like, they think that that's where one of them is.
Yes.
Yeah. You know the Nixon story with Jackie Gleason?
I know that Gleason was into UFOs. Tell the story.
The story is Gleason got into UFOs because him and Nixon were drinking one day. And Nixon was like, you know, see some shit?
I wish I was drinking with that.
Can you imagine? And then he takes him. He flies him out to wherever the base is and shows him a crashed UFO and these bodies that they have in freezers.
And it was Wright-Patterson?
I do not know. I don't know if Jackie Gleason ever said. The story came from Gleason's wife, and it was an article in some sort of a magazine. But then there's the house that Gleason built in upstate New York that looked like a UFO. Like, Gleason built a home. Yeah, that was like a disc.
I'm going to look into this. It's such a good story. I wonder where they went.
They would have been in Homestead Air Force Base. That might be in Florida.
In 73.
I think that's where they were when they were playing golf.
Embalmed. Was reportedly shown embalmed bodies of 4 alien beings. Dun, dun, dun.
So Nixon exposes UFOs to a civilian, and then it does not go well for Richard Nixon after that.
Well, I think what went badly for Richard Nixon was that Richard Nixon was inquiring as to who killed JFK, and he said he thought he knew. And he was kind of talking about it publicly, and they're like, okay.
Yep.
And they had already, brought in Gerald Ford, kicked out Spiro Agnew. They got rid of him. Gerald Ford, who was also in the Warren Commission report.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, Nixon and Watergate happens.
Nixon, the most popular president of all
time. And it turns out that Bob Woodward was actually an intelligence agent, and this is his first project ever.
Operation Mockingbird.
And then the people that were involved in the break-in, all FBI.
G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, the whole thing was a coup.
All was a coup, all was a setup.
Yeah. And we are all parroting, Nixon was a crook. That guy was a crook. He was this or that. Like, they did a great job. The psyop was wonderful.
I'm a patsy.
Yeah.
They say it over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all really, really interesting stuff. But it's just, what it boils down to with stuff like your show, like how much is real? And when you have these mysteries, one of the amazing things about mysteries is you're never going to run out of topics.
No.
There's so many of these things.
And as long as there's a U.S. government, I'm good. As long as the CIA exists.
They're always going to be hiding something. But the fun ones are always the alien ones. Mm-hmm. That's the most fun ones. The alien ones, the ancient civilization ones. Like, what do you think when you go over the Bob Lazar story? Like, what are you? How much of you cries bullshit? How much of you's like,
I'm more on the side. I think he's the most credible whistleblower because he
didn't profit from it.
And they prosecuted him for running a prostitution ring. You know,
which maybe he was.
Which I think he was. He pled down to pandering, but
they also raided him during the Jeremy Corbell documentary. While they're filming the documentary, the FBI raided his facility, and they said they were looking for something. And supposedly he has a version or a sample of stable element 115.
What?
That's supposedly. Yeah, and that's supposedly what they were looking for.
Well, of course.
Supposedly he had gotten that from the lab, and when he was at S4, and that he had managed to smuggle out a stable chunk of this element 115. And there was a video that George Knapp had from back in the 80s where Lazar was demonstrating how this stuff bends light and, what it does, like it has weird effects.
How soon after that raid was 115 is now called Moscovium? How soon after that raid was 115 synthesized? I think it was synthesized in Russia.
Well, synthesized by a particle collider, and so the when they got it is a very temporary, quickly dissolving form, but they proved its existence. And supposedly, what Lazar is saying, wherever these beings are from, they obviously have a completely different environment, and they have a stable version of this element.
Yep.
And this element is crucial to this gravity propulsion system. It's a part of this reactor. It gets bombarded with radiation, produces this gravity field, allows you to just slingshot through the universe.
I don't know. Are they working to stabilize it? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, man.
Why would they raid Bob Lazar?
That's that spectrum of believability again.
Exactly.
Here's a guy who's being attacked and tormented.
In the middle of filming the documentary.
I mean, I just had my first IRS audit. I don't know how you're doing.
Oh, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything. I don't work in weed anymore.
What do you think they were auditing you for? What when you go over all your episodes?
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
What do you think? Definitely coincidence. What do you think are the most problematic?
Most problematic for me are probably the CIA ones. The one I did that ended with the Agent Orange kind of expose was kind of a dangerous one. It was the dark history of DARPA and all the bad stuff that DARPA's done since its founding. It's done some horrible stuff. And that was an episode I was afraid to release. There's been a couple of those.
Really?
MK Ultra is kind of afraid to release because I name names. A scary one was how Lyme disease might have been a lab leak.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
And
Bobby Kennedy fully believes that.
That was Eric Traub was like the chief Nazi bio-warfare specialist that was brought here up Operation Paperclip.
And we do know that there have been some studies done where they were trying to devise diseases that they could aerial spray, whether it's through bugs or something, onto a population, overwhelm their medical system so they'd be easier to defeat.
That's documented.
The entire enemy super weak. Everybody's weak over there. And then
also documented is some ticks got out. Some ticks got out. So it's, when you look at Lyme, Connecticut as ground zero and it just spreads from there and there was no Lyme disease before, that's a scary one to release.
Yeah.
But whenever I get into Operation Paperclip, I always hammer home. These are Nazis. Werner von Braun is not a hero. He's a hero, but he's not a hero. A lot of these guys, these are all evil dudes. And most of the Operation Paperclip is just bringing over intelligence assets. They don't like talking about that. It's the 1,200 scientists that we learn about. It's not the 6,000 intelligence agents that just lived here until the 70s and 80s.
Right. All with their fucking dueling scars on their faces. Scary looking dudes, like right out of Indiana Jones.
Right, SS on the shoulder.
And that's what was a part of NASA. That was running NASA. Like Werner von Braun was an actual Nazi, and he was the head of NASA.
And SS Nazi. Yeah. So the V1 rocket program killed 3,000 people in London, but killed 30,000 Jewish slaves building the rocket. 10 times more people died building the thing. And if you didn't work hard enough in the rocket factory, they would just hang you from
Yeah.
the rafters. But
Yeah.
Von Braun said he didn't know anything about it, and all of his team said, we didn't know anything about it. Okay.
That's convenient.
Well, every time I bring up someone who's from there, I just remind everybody, these are Nazis, these are liars, these are bad dudes. That doesn't mean, they didn't do amazing things for America, because you can do both.
Yeah, that's what's weird.
The V1 rocket eventually becomes Saturn V, which takes us to the moon, allegedly. Yeah,
That's my favorite one.
Same.
Did you ever see the episode I did with Bart Sabro?
Yes, and I talk to Bart from time to time.
He's all in.
All in.
For decades.
Eventually, I'm going to do a conversation podcast, and he'll be one of the first guys I have on.
I had dinner with Bart Sabro in like the year 2000, 2003 or something like that. I had dinner with him in Los Angeles. I'd seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. What year was that?
Great documentary.
Released? What year was a funny thing happen on the way to the moon released? So it was like shortly thereafter. Somehow, I do not even remember how I got connected with him. But we had dinner in Los Angeles at this Italian restaurant. I sat down with him. 2001. Yeah, so it was probably around 2003 that Bart and I had dinner. And then, 22 years later, I had him on the podcast.
I need to look
still
at it.
going after it.
Oh yeah. He still emails me, and I'm like, Bart, I'll have you on. I'm still building the studio.
Well, he's so all in on this, and the more you talk to him, the more you go, God damn it, he might be right.
He might be. I debunk a lot of his claims.
Which ones?
Not all of them. Like the parallel shadows and how how a shadow on the moon should be completely black, but that's not really true. And shadows.
Well, things are reflective, and the surface is
Of course.
reflective. That's part of the issue. But the parallel shadows are fucking weird. Like, you could find a reason why these intersecting shadows could exist, but it also could be more than one source of light.
Sure.
There's a lot of weirdness to it.
And shadows are not parallel. They don't work that way. Shadows disappear to the horizon.
Right.
There are no parallel shadows.
Right, but going in completely different directions is very odd.
It's odd, but
very odd. That's not nearly as odd as. I mean, there's so many different things. There's so many things, like how goofy it looks when that craft lifts off from the moon and takes off into space. And it's wobbling around like it's on a fucking string.
it looks like it's on a string, and
so fake.
the camera tracks it nicely.
Pans.
But it's
from where?
From
Houston?
From Houston with the 7-second delay or whatever.
How about the fact that Nixon is on the phone with them
in real time?
In real time, like you don't got a delay. It would be with 1969 technology communicating. Like one of the reasons why Gus Grisham, this is the big theory is that Gus Grisham was murdered because he wasn't willing to go along with it. Gus Grisham hung a lemon on the lunar module because he wasn't able to communicate with the tower from Earth. The communication system wasn't working. And he's like, this is a fucking lemon. And he puts a lemon on a coat hanger and hangs it on the thing. And then...
Well, let's go back and look at the original films, and maybe we'll learn something.
Oh, they don't have them anymore.
Gone.
They're gone.
They don't
what
know.
About the telemetry data? That's really important.
Gone. With the episode I did on the moon, which is a fun one, I even have a NASA scientist saying we don't know how to redo the technology. We just lost it.
Yeah.
Didn't write anything down or nothing.
And then there's the reality of the Van Allen radiation belts.
That's true. That could be explained scientifically.
Can it?
The radiation is high particles, high voltage, but they're spread wide apart, so you just got to go really fast through them.
Right, but it took hours to get through it.
It did, but they still were moving fast.
Or it would kill everybody.
Or it would kill everybody. This is one of these
nobody
theories.
but the Apollo astronauts ever got through that. What I would say is, like, they never even flew a chicken through that shit and had it come back alive.
No.
And they're just going to try it out with people?
Laika the dog did not survive when they threw Laika up there.
Well, how about Operation Starfish Prime, where they shot a nuke into there to try to blow a hole through it, and it wound up making it more radioactive?
Of course.
They thought they were going to blow a hole in the Van Allen radiation belt, so you just pop through that hole.
Right, and now thanks to that, we've got the South Atlantic anomaly where there's just no protection anymore. We appreciate all that.
They blew out the power in Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah, they fucked up the grid. They were detonating nukes in space.
It's really crazy.
But people in the 1950s and 60s were buck wild.
They were.
They had so much power. There was no internet. There was no oversight. And they were doing things that were completely new, like nuclear bombs. And they're like, let's see if it does this.
Even Oppenheimer, they didn't know what was going to happen.
They had a more than 0% possibility that it was going to cause a chain reaction that would destroy the entire environment of the Earth.
Yes.
And they were like, let's see.
Well, we got to try it.
Only one way to know.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Detonate it.
And something like Bikini Atoll, which I think was Castle Bravo, was like 3 times more powerful than they thought. You know, it's like we're going for 10 kilotons, but we get 30. Dude, you got to carry the what? Be careful. Be careful. Just be careful.
Carry the what?
I don't even know why we messed with it.
Yeah, it's too late.
Too late.
The genie's out of the bottle. So if you had a bet, if you had $100,000, you can give a bet. We went to the moon. We didn't go to the moon.
The money's not enough. But gun to the head.
Gun to the head.
Gun to the head. We went to the moon without people. That's what I would go with. But let me preface by saying, on my head, I'm like a bobblehead. I go back and forth, and I can be convinced one way or the other. It's a very complicated issue. Like, I can be convinced both ways.
There's also the weird footage that looks like they're on wires, or they're pulled up and they fall down.
You could see the reflections.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get into
weird.
It's a good episode. I get into all of that. I cover Bart. Buzz Aldrin knows how to throw a shot.
Kind of. He is hip into it. Cold shoulders. But it's also the thing is that, like, every other technology from 1969 is cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce today, except the moon landing.
Right.
That no one has ever done it again. No one has ever even been to deep. Not human beings have ever even been to deep space.
I don't know why. You know, if we could 3D print anything, why don't we send the 3D printer up into orbit, and then every time Elon launches a Starlink, just bring some substrate, bring some wire, and just deliver it there. Every time, because you're going to do 10,000 of them. Just bring some wire, bring some aluminum, and we can just build the stuff in orbit. We don't have to worry about escaping gravity. Just build stuff up, 3D print stuff in orbit.
It sounds a little more complicated than you're making it out to be, but I see what you're saying. Well, you know, the film footage, the lost footage that Sabrell had is also very compelling, where it looks like they're filming the moon from, 30,000 miles out. But then when they pull the covers off the windows, it shows you they're actually in near Earth orbit.
It fills up the whole window. And they even say in that film, we've got the camera right up against the window. No one can get in between it.
But then someone walks in.
Someone walks by, and then you see what looks like a piece of plastic go whoosh, and then everything opens up.
That's a hard one to explain.
It is.
And not for public display?
Not for public. Right. That's absolutely right.
And also, why would you ever delete all of the original film? Why would you destroy the original film? Why would they lose the telemetry data?
And we don't even have a direct feed because they broadcast the feed on a wall and then pointed a TV camera at the wall.
Yeah.
And that's what we see.
That's why it looks so shitty on television in 1969.
Because the networks were like, hey, can we get the live feed? And NASA's like, you don't need that.
It's so weird.
It's weird.
It's a weird one. It's also just weird that we keep saying we're going to go back and we still never even get out of Earth's gravity, or never even get out of Earth's atmosphere. Earth's orbit, rather.
As soon as the Chinese start mining like helium-2 or whatever, we'll get there.
And people always say, "Oh, well, there's photographs of the lunar lander on the moon. You can see it." How'd they get that buggy up there? How'd they piece that buggy together?
Yeah,
little tiny ass fucking lunar module.
Because you can't see the tracks up there. If you believe the stuff.
Right. What does that mean? How easy is it? There's video of me selling Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, I got to look that up.
There's what I'm saying.
I got to write that down.
It might not even be Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it's like there's AI video of me hawking all kinds of stuff that I've never even seen.
You show up in my feed. I'm like, oh, he's selling chicken.
And it's all fake. But that is easy to fake because it's blurry nonsense photos.
In my episode on the face on Mars, I show exactly how NASA copy and pasted cloud formations. You literally see it's the same cloud formations, and then you see the Mars photos. They copy and pasted chunks on Mars. They did that. Like, I didn't make that up. I just.
What do you mean by that? Like copy and pasted chunks on Mars?
You've got this Martian rock face.
Cydonia.
Or Cydonia is where the face was, and the alleged city, and all
that
that.
square.
And the square's crazy.
The square, but that's a recent one that we've been seeing.
Yep.
That one's nuts.
Cydonia was one of the original landing places, and they changed it at the last minute. Why? I will land there and go to the face. Let's see, because if you don't know the story about the face on Mars, the first images, it does look like a face, and then suddenly the images got blurrier, and then it was just kind of a plateau. It was, pareidolia. It wasn't really a face.
Right.
Well, then land there. Drive, Sojourner over there, whatever. Let's have a look.
What's crazy is that the face is right down the street from the square.
Yes.
The square, to me, is way more compelling than the face. Because if the second images were more clear and it really is just, how do you say that word again?
Pareidolia.
Pareidolia, if that's really what it is, that kind of makes sense. Because the first one's like real blurry and shitty, and it's from the 70s.
True.
Right? But this square is nuts.
Right. It looks geometrical.
Yeah.
Right angles.
And an actual square, or at least similar to a square. It looks like a structure made out of right angles, and it's on the fucking moon. I showed it to Elon Musk. I'm like, oh, very interesting. We should probably go up there and look around.
We should.
Yeah.
I mean, they're finally admitting that Mars used to have an atmosphere and oceans, giant oceans.
They found frozen water on Mars. Yeah, which is like, okay.
Yep.
Well, if we go back millions and millions of years, like what did it look like? What was going on there?
Remember, they sent Joe McMoneagle to remote view back on Mars.
Oh, what did he say?
He said he saw giant, tall beings there in a very advanced society. And Joe McMoneagle was part of the Project Stargate remote viewer. So he goes into his thing, and he's drawing the aliens and the cities and all of that, but he didn't know where he was looking. They wouldn't tell you at first. And then he's done. He comes out of his trance, whatever, opens the envelope, and it says Mars with coordinates 1 million BC or something. He said he saw stuff. And Stargate again, Ingo Swann saw all kinds of stuff on the far side of the moon, which I don't hear covered a lot with Ingo, but he remote viewed the moon because he always wanted to do more stuff. He's like, I don't want to look at a bridge. I want to go to the moon. And he said he saw structures on the far side of the moon that sound a lot like Carl Wolf disclosed in 2001.
What did he disclose?
Carl Wolf, Air Force airman. He's basically a technician. Think of a Xerox repairman. He has to fix some imaging equipment for NASA/DOD. It's images from the moon surveyor. So he goes in. It's a dark room. The guy's working there. The guy's like, Carl, look at this. It's pictures of the dark side of the moon. He sees domes, towers, roads, all kinds of stuff. He can't believe it. And Carl goes home and he told his wife, I can't wait to see this on the news. This is crazy what we found. Like, there's just civilizations on the moon. And it just goes away. And Carl Wolf said he saw that.
Remote view.
No, photographs.
He saw photographs.
He saw photographs of it. He saw photographs.
Who took the photographs?
It was the moon surveyor satellite that takes pictures all the time. It's like we have images. We have stuff around the moon. I don't know why there's no webcam. I don't know why we can't just tap into
Throw
the
a satellite up there.
Something. They're there. Just send a signal back. I read that they just got like 5G working in space. Send us a signal. Put a webcam on the ISS. Let us tune in. So Carl Wolf saw that stuff. Ingo Swann saw the same things, but he saw actual beings there, and he said they were able to sense his consciousness, and he snapped out of it. He said aliens are on the far side of the moon, and they are not our friends. It's a very interesting story. Ingo Swann, very interesting cat.
So what took these photographs?
Moon surveyor, lunar surveyor, satellite.
And none of that stuff's ever been released?
Oh, they released a lot of images from the far side, but they release what they release. That's why we know there's fewer impacts on the far side, because we've seen those images.
But there's no images of these domes?
Or No. I've seen some that maybe are faked, that look pretty compelling. I forget what episode I just showed them in, but when I found them, it was mind-blowing. And I can't find them again for some reason. I wanted them for another episode, and I can't find the photos, which is always suspicious to me. It's like suddenly the thing is blurry off of Malibu. You just can't find the stuff. But You know, my gut tells me something's going on up there. Someone's aware of it. I'm dying to know what it is.
It would be unbelievable if Mars was the first planet that had life before Earth was capable of supporting life. It reached a very high level of sophistication and then started seeding Earth.
Right, panspermia theory.
Yeah.
I believe we have at least one rock from Mars that just landed here. I think we have one of those. So from maybe a giant impact or something threw some of Mars over here.
Dum, dum, dum. But the idea, I think, is that their atmosphere was deteriorating, or that they were getting further and further from the sun.
Their magnetic field was weakening, strips away the atmosphere.
And so this would be the thing. If you were a super advanced civilization, the race would get so advanced that you could leave your planet.
Yes.
And that's the only way you're going to survive, because eventually your planet is going to move over millions of years further and further away from the sun, not able to inhabit life anymore.
Right, so maybe send your DNA or whatever to the third rock.
Or Anunnaki.
Or Anunnaki.
That's the good one.
Yeah, they show up everywhere.
That's the ultimate one.
And it's the big one. The Anunnaki's the big one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's one that makes you go, oh.
Because it shows up everywhere. It shows up in the Bible. It shows up in the Mahabharata. It shows up in ancient Chinese literature. It shows up everywhere. Not always called the Anunnaki, but the Anunnaki, and then they have their servile species that could be the Nephilim, could be the giants, and then they take these primitive humans, give them just enough intelligence to mine the gold. It's part of the lore.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Oh, it's the best one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best one because when you do look at ancient Sumer and you look at their detailed map of the solar system, you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, how did they figure that out?
Right.
Like, you're talking about 6,000 years ago, they had depictions of the planets all in the proper area. Like, they weren't the exact right size, but like the bigger ones were in the place where the bigger ones would be, the smaller ones in the place where the smaller ones would be. It was representative. And the sun looks like a sun. Like, it's got the rays around it.
Right.
Showing that this is the center of the solar system.
Right, and this is how many thousands of years before Copernicus, right?
Yeah.
Didn't even know. Something I don't think it doesn't get enough attention is when these ancient cultures are obsessed with equinoxes. A lot of people think equinoxes when day and night are the same. But that's not what that is. That when day and night are the same, it's called equilux, and it's different for everybody on Earth, depending on where you are. An equinox is when the sun is over the center of the Earth's equator. Well, how did you know there was an equator? So Stonehenge is aligned to the equinoxes. How did you know there was an equator? And how was the pyramid? The sizes are directly divisible to a number like 43,200 that could be factored in to calculate the circumference of the Earth. So you can calculate the equinox. How did they do that?
Right, and how is it pointed to true north, south, east, and west?
How did they do that?
Why does it mirror the stars of the Orion Belt?
But mirrors them 30,000 years ago because of precession.
Right.
So I'm in the camp that the Egyptians found the pyramids, not built them. But I'm glad Zahi's not here.
Well, that would, get you to the ancient civilization theory. But when you're looking at an ancient civilization that is as complex as Egypt, and then you factor in the Anunnaki story and all these other things, you got to think, like, why were the Egyptians so advanced? Like, where did they learn this from?
Christopher Dunn has the answer.
The power plant?
Power plant.
Yeah. Is that what you think?
It's one of my favorite episodes because you can either watch my stupid thing with the fish, or the better thing is to just buy Chris's books and read the science. Don't be a sheep. The next one's going to have taxes are theft.
For people who don't know, if you haven't watched the show, Hecklefish talks shit from the aquarium during the entire show. It's really funny. It makes the show fun because it's like shows you're not totally taking it seriously.
Right.
You have a talking fish who talks shit to you the entire time.
What I'm trying to do is take weird topics, complex topics, break them down, make them accessible to everybody, have a good time, get you thinking on your own. If I get things wrong, that's okay. As long as you go out and just get interested in stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. Have fun and get you interested.
Have you been looking at all on the structures underneath the pyramid?
Yes, I'm skeptical of that research because if you look at the imaging, I don't see the coils or any of that stuff. I don't see it. They also said they found the tomb of Nefertiti. No, the tomb of Osiris. It just looked like splotches on radar. And they haven't released any of that information to the scientific community. Nothing's peer reviewed. But when it first hit the news, I was like, that supports the power plant theory, the coils and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a feeling that their research will be debunked. Hope I'm wrong.
Really? Well, they released more of it, and because they released more of it, and the conversations that Graham Hancock and Brian Murarescu had with them, well, they were initially skeptical as well. They've come around more to thinking that these guys might be onto something. Because they've done this multiple times now with multiple scans. They keep getting the same results. And it does kind of look like coils. When you look at the images, first of all, the pillars, the fact these pillars are uniform, and then the fact that the structure goes down 2 kilometers into the earth.
Yep.
Like, maybe people 4,500 years ago were so motivated, as Zali said, that it's like, this is the project of the entire country, the pride of the country. Okay, maybe. But 2 kilometers down, but we're starting to get real crazy.
I mean, if you look at the Khufu pyramids, perfect, and then you look at the pyramids that were built later that we know were Egyptian built, and it's like the Timu version. It's like you're not even. It's like a mess. It's just a pile of rocks.
Yeah.
Where the Great Pyramid is precise, and there's no reasons for these different chambers and the chemical residue. Why? And why are there copper rods going down into the aquifer, which is exactly the technology Tesla was using at Wardenclyffe Tower, the same exact technology. Why? There's hydrochloric acid. We have evidence of that. And we've got the zinc sulfide, and it creates hydrogen atoms that go up the gallery. And then there's an opening that's exactly the right wavelength for hydrogen to flow through. And it resonates at 440 hertz, and it makes an F-sharp chord. And you've got it's tuned inside the king's chamber to exactly that chord. Or, maybe it's just a place for a dead guy. Why use rose quartz, which is so highly, rose granite is so dense with quartz. It's very rare, but it creates a lot of piezoelectricity when you apply pressure to it. And hydrogen could do that if you pumped it through the king's chamber.
It's so fascinating to me that the gatekeepers are they're so reluctant to even consider any possibility that it might have been something other than what they've initially asserted.
It's frustrating, but it ruins their career and their reputation. It's like everything you said was wrong.
Over time, I have a buddy who just went to Egypt, and he hired these 2 archaeologists to take him on a tour, and both of them were saying there is no way the actual mainstream story is accurate. They're like, there's no way. Like, this stuff is beyond. And then as he was like going through it with him, he said he was just fucking blown away. He said, I haven't been, but he said, you can look at it all day on television and on your laptop. When you go there, you're just like, what the fuck?
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, we should go together.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go. Zahi wants me to go with him, but I just don't think I could. I think after an hour, I'd be like, dude, I gotta get away from you.
Yeah.
You're freaking me out.
He'll ruin everything.
I discovered this. This is my discovery.
Yeah, just
didn't even mention the limestone from Tour. Didn't even touch on it.
What's the significance of that?
It's a great insulator of electricity. It's also mined from very far away. We know it was definitely there. Herodotus talked about the limestone pyramids that could be seen from the mountains of Arabia. So Herodotus, they were still there. We know that the limestone facing was there because a lot of it was looted after a couple of earthquakes. They built bridges out of it. You can go touch it. It's there. But he didn't talk about it. But if the pyramid power plant theory is true, then you use the limestone as an insulator. Inside, you've got the granite, which creates this piezoelectricity. And then you've got this other limestone in between that kind of keeps everything modulated.
So if it was a power plant, like what was it powering and how was it doing that?
That's the big problem I have is, so if Tesla wanted to project this energy into the ionosphere, and then everyone could tap into it with some type of receiver, like a radio. But there's no evidence I can find of them powering anything. So we can make the argument that maybe if the capstone were gold, this energy could resonate through the center of the pyramid, come up through the golden capstone, and then go straight into the ionosphere. And we know that the pyramid will resonate at certain frequencies and amplify it. That's been tested at about 200 meters is the ideal wavelength. But the only other theory is the obelisks at some point were these receivers. But there's no evidence that they powered anything. But maybe they used the energy for something different. I don't know.
And if we're looking at the wrong timeline, if we're not really looking at 2500 BC, if we're looking at 30,000 BC or something even before that, which is also a weird thing that Zahi dismissed. He dismissed this idea of the King's List that goes back 30,000 years.
Right.
Yeah.
And he says that just
myth.
Right, just myth.
Yeah, we know exactly. Also, he said he didn't believe in carbon dating, which is like,
yeah,
that's convenient.
That's convenient.
Yeah.
Did not believe in carbon dating. And what about rock dating? That that is a thing with certain types of rock. Limestone not so much, but something like igneous rock, you can get a pretty good idea.
Yeah, the whole thing is very weird. It's so weird because it's so vast and so spectacular that no matter what you think, no matter what theories you have, you still have to look and go, how the fuck? Like, it's so nutty that you can't even imagine people making it.
Right.
Not people as, like, we consider people today. Like, if a civilization today, if we, let's say, for some reason, no one had ever visited a part of the earth, and then they went to a part of the earth and they saw people with these structures today, we'd be like, what happened? How did you do this?
We would think they were wizards.
Wizards.
Right.
Above 2,300,000 stones.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of miles through the mountains. You carried the big ones from the inside the king's chamber. You put them up 130 feet up in the air
with a ramp.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But it's all just, if they did, where'd that technology go? Where'd that construction knowledge go? Like, where did their engineering go? Like, how were people that advanced that long ago?
I like the acoustic levitation theory is an interesting one where they use sound vibration to lift heavy objects. We see that occurring throughout history as part of lore. But even in the 1930s, a British, maybe he was an archaeologist, naturalist, went to see Buddhist monks, and using instruments, he watched them levitate heavy objects. And there's film of it. This is all the legend. And when he went back to the UK, they seized the film. But they were using instruments and chanting to levitate these rocks up a cliff face to build whatever they were building.
Well, how about that wacky dude in Florida that made the Coral Castle?
Oh, yeah, that's Edward Lee Scanlon. It's hard to find, but I found him using levers and pulleys and stuff to do it. It's still amazing what he did.
Yeah, by himself.
He's like 5'1", 90 pounds. And I think that door is tons, and you can push it with your finger. That door in the Coral Castle is amazing.
And supposedly did it for his girlfriend?
I didn't read that.
For his beloved? Yeah. He did it to impress a lady?
You went too far, man. You don't have to do that. Just buy a nice car. Don't do the she doesn't care.
Anybody can buy a nice car. I'm going to rock this chick's world.
Literally going to rock her.
She's going to see my Coral Castle. This motherfucker's the one.
She bailed. You bail if the dude builds you a castle.
Like, look at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you do these shows and, you've amassed, like, this channel now with all these, like, fascinating things, which ones to you are the most exciting to create?
The most exciting?
Like, one of the ones you get really jazzed about.
The ones that kind of shatter my belief system. Like the hollow moon or the crop circles.
The idea of the moon being hollow is because they shot something into the moon and it rang like a bell.
Right. A few things. One was they deliberately crashed their rocket into the moon, and there was seismology. Seismographs were placed in the moon to check what would happen, and it did reverberate. But mainstream science says it reverberates because it's extremely dry, and that's why sound waves travel like that. That's what they say. But the other scientists have said it seems to be, if it's not hollow, there are hollow cavities within the moon.
Why do they think that?
Just the way that the sound travels, and just how there are parts of the moon where the surface dirt is let me get this right, where the surface dirt is older than the dirt underneath. The soil on top is older. The only way you can do that is through excavation. Moonquakes, yeah. You know, and the moon had volcanoes on it at some point.
Passive seismic experiment size monitors were placed during the Apollo 12 mission, remained active until 1977, recording both natural and human-made moonquake alike. Human-made moonquake. Also, why are they doing that?
Right.
Why are you trying to make moonquakes? In fact, moonquakes happen fairly regularly as space debris like asteroids hit the moon more frequently than Earth because the moon's atmosphere is much less dense.
Right above it, it described that the Apollo 12 mission was the first human-made moonquake. They detonated or they crashed the module back on the surface.
1 ton of TNT. Good idea.
Oh, wow. First human-made moonquake to take place, the PSC seismometers, record the resulting vibrations, which were much bigger and lasted much longer than the scientists had anticipated. They were far different from the earthquake vibrations we're familiar with.
The next paragraph said it's because the moon is 60% as dense, which doesn't mean it's hollow, but it's just different.
Right. So if the collision theory is true, which is the mainstream theory, then the moon was made mostly out of Earth's mantle, which will be less dense as well. It just kind of clipped us.
Yeah.
But the moon is weird.
Yeah. So the hollow moon one freaks you out. Crop circles.
Those are the fun ones. I do the government conspiracy ones are interesting to me, but a lot of times they make me angry. So it's not really fun, but I think it's important.
Like the CIA stuff, MK
Ultra, and Agent Orange. That stuff really makes me angry.
Yeah.
The DARPA episode, I ended up kind of losing my temper and crying a little at the end, which I didn't mean to do. And it was just in the course of the research. That's what happens. Things start to unfold. I just wanted to see DARPA's history. And as I'm learning about it, it's like, oh, these guys did some bad stuff. And then when you get to Vietnam, and you got the chemical company Dow Chemical and DuPont and all this creating Agent Blue, Agent Purple, Agent Orange.
Yeah.
And more American soldiers got sick than actually got killed in the conflict. I dedicated the episode to my father-in-law who had all kinds of injuries from Agent Orange. The government denied any responsibility for years. They finally agreed to a settlement in 1981. He applied for his benefits, and the government made do. They kept their word. He got his settlement 40 years later.
Jesus. And even that's never going to be enough to
It's
deal
not.
with those health problems.
Right, so your country needs you, and you answer the call, and then when you need your country, take a number.
And your country needs you based on a false flag.
Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, which is also very dark. The
LBJ.
idea that they fake attacks to get us to go to war. And then there's Operation Northwoods, which is a really wonky one.
That was the one to get us into Cuba.
Yeah.
And that was probably the beginning of the end for Kennedy. Because I believe Kennedy put a stop on Northwoods.
And Bay of Pigs wouldn't allow air support.
Right, he got screwed on that. And the Bay of Pigs, that was the end. That was where Kennedy says, we need to start again. We got to dismantle this and start again.
Jeez.
I can't rely on my intelligence community. And Eisenhower, he talked to Eisenhower a lot. And Eisenhower gave him advice and said, watch out for the CIA. Keep an eye on them. Because remember, when Eisenhower left, he gave that famous farewell address where he said, beware the military-industrial complex. You make war profitable. We had a defensive military, not an aggressive military forever.
Profit is where the devil does his best work.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's from the Bible, isn't it?
It might be. But it's really what it is. If evil is real, justification for evil, like if you have a compartmentalized situation like they do with corporations where you have this diffusion of responsibility because you have a bunch of people that are all working together. Hey, it's not I'm just working. This is part of my job. And then you have responsibility as shareholders to make maximum profits every quarter. And then you justify all kinds of things and you get rewarded. Great job. You did a great job, AJ. You like how you made those profits. You got a nice fat bonus. And then you drink yourself to sleep every night.
My stepsister just retired from Grumman. She worked in top secret programs. She won't tell the family what she did.
Dun, dun, dun. She wants to live. Good. Keep your mouth shut, lady.
Keep it shut. Lisa, be quiet.
I'd keep my mouth shut,
She never said a word.
Why would you?
No.
It's not worth it.
No.
It's not worth it.
Pension's too good.
also, like, you don't want to die. You know, it's just like they get rid of people. If you're in the business of killing people, which is what military contractors are, they are in the business of killing you. If you get in the business of killing people, so like, oh, we just have to kill one more person, then we can kill a whole bunch of other people and make a lot of money. Yeah,
Of course.
Oh, look, he had a heart attack. Whoopsies.
He fell out of a hotel window. The Frank Olson murder is taught by Israeli intelligence as the perfect murder.
Which one's that?
Frank Olson was part of MK Ultra and was starting to have second doubts about it, so they sent him to a psychiatrist who he didn't know was actually worked for Sidney Gottlieb and was, into programming, and he was freaking out. And he's up in a hotel room with someone else from MK, and he falls out the window. But if you look at the window where he fell, it's like, 2 feet by 2 feet. You can't just jump out the window. So he was found on the sidewalk by the doorman. That's Frank Olson, worth looking up.
Before talking to his family afterwards, they gave him $750,000.
That's right, and it took a lot of pressure. Right. Right, and it was be quiet. We'll give you the money, but be quiet about it. So I mean, it's all real, and it's
just the stuff that's undeniable is enough to make you just go, whoa. What is happening? What is really going on behind the scenes?
The MK Ultra, the testimonies from the women is really heartbreaking to watch them. The sexual abuse that they endured for years at that, whatever that was, that lodge on the water near DC, and just tortured and crazy stuff. Operation Midnight Caller, that one?
Which one's that?
That's it happened in San Francisco, where they had agents hiring prostitutes, and
Midnight Climax.
Midnight Climax behind the two-way glass.
Yeah,
nuts.
Bunch of weirdos.
Tax dollars at work.
Yeah, and it's because they had no oversight. You have ultimate power. It's all totally deniable.
And it was, I think it was Nixon who banned it in 72. It might have even been 69 before he came in. They kept doing it anyway. Same with bioweapons. They were ordered by executive order to get rid of their bioweapons, and it was found out years later they were just stockpiling them. They still had them.
Yeah.
And they still do.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you hesitate sometimes when you're doing these government cover-up ones?
Yes. Yeah, I don't want to say I know.
Because they're dangerous.
They are.
Bigfoot's not dangerous.
No, Bigfoot's not going to hurt me.
Bigfoot's a fun one.
It's fun.
UFOs are fun ones.
Different dimensions.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. It's hard for me because I consider myself a patriot, very, very pro-military, pro-law enforcement, but also anti-war and pro-criminal justice reform. I'm a very
me too,
politically confused.
Yeah, me too.
I just like fairness and transparency, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you like to think that our government's good.
I do like to think that, and this journey has shown me that it's mostly not. It's really mostly not, but it's a government made of men. Men are flawed and selfish, and men will hurt each other.
And there's also justifications that can be made for doing terrible things, because there's terrible people out there, and you have to stay ahead.
Always.
Yeah. Don't become a monster when you're fighting a monster.
That's exactly right. And this collateral damage is just part of it. It's just part of it.
Yeah.
So we give them a settlement, stay quiet, but this is for national security.
Yeah.
Greater good.
What other ones have freaked you out?
And it's hard to say off the top of my head. MK Ultra is a tough one. I have covered Northwoods and some of those. Operation Gladio was a crazy one. That was where the CIA was killing civilians after World War II. Alan Dulles. I'm going to do an episode on Alan Dulles, the Dulles brothers, their connection to the Nazis and all of that. That's going to be a dangerous one.
What were they doing? They were killing people for what reason?
So we had to fight communism. So they trained a secret army, a civilian army in Italy, to bomb civilians and then blame it on the communists. The communists at that time were the most popular party in Italy, post-war, because they had just went through fascism, right, with Mussolini. So you just, it always swings too far the other way.
Right.
So we swing way the other way. Communism, very popular, can't have that. So Civilians were killed in bombings by the CIA-trained guerrilla army, and they were trained by a Nazi general who was tight with Allen Dulles, and this was planned during the war. While American GIs were being killed fighting Nazis, they were already planning this next phase. But civilians died in massacres, and they blamed it on communists, and it was denied, and eventually it came out. It was called Operation Gladio. Gladius is the sword of the Roman soldier.
How did they kill the people?
Bomb. Car bomb. Car bomb was a big one. I think it was in Milan, but there was a few.
They were just blaming the communists
Right.
just to stop communism.
Because it was a huge. Italy was a lot of turmoil. I think it was called like the years of lead, or like the decades of lead, something like that. Because people were just getting killed all the time. I don't know how many constitutions Italy's had since World War II, but it's probably over 24 at this point. It's a chaotic place.
Wow, that's my people.
It's my people too.
Goofy.
Napolitano. Gazzerisci che fa.
What about the Richard structure?
People ask me about that. The Eye of the Sahara. I usually say, you know what? Go to Corsetti, go to Bright Insight, go to Randall Carlson.
Corsetti's the most. Randall Carlson doesn't believe that was Atlantis.
Right.
But Corsetti makes a very compelling case. Mountains to the north, river to the south.
The circular concentric rings.
The concentric rings, they're the correct size.
Yep.
The fact that there's still salt on the ground there.
I want to believe it.
Yeah.
And
then there's like when you pull back and you get the satellite image of the surface, and it looks like it was just completely deluged.
It does.
Yeah.
Well, we know for a fact it was deluged.
Yeah.
It doesn't line up with Atlantis. I mean, Carlson's shown us how the surface of Africa was just altered.
Yeah.
By the flood. So it all lines up, but there's all these leaps that we have to make. I enjoy making them.
Yeah.
But on my show, I try to let people know, look, I connected some dots here.
Mm-hmm.
I had to fill in some gaps with a little bit of creative license. But if you're interested, go pursue it. Go learn more. I want that to be Atlantis.
Yeah, it seems like Atlantis was a real place. Because, once they found out that Troy was a real place, Troy was also dismissed, right?
Yes, it was.
They found out, no, Troy actually existed. It doesn't seem like any of those stories were bullshit. It seems like they were historical accounts. And the thing about Plato's writings about Atlantis, he talks about it having existed 900 years prior, which lines up perfectly with the Younger Dryas.
Right, and he learned it from an Egyptian priest who learned it from someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So the story goes back beyond Plato, if you believe Plato, which you can if you believe Plato.
Well, he was right about a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so fascinating when we think of like that kind of historical record keeping, that you're getting these depictions of what kind of a civilization existed thousands and thousands of years ago.
Right. So with Homer's Iliad, what did they think he was writing about? A fictional place? I mean, that was this.
I think I said 900 years. I meant 9,000.
9,000. Right.
Years. Yeah. Which is like, first of all, like, how do you get 9,000 years of history 2,000 years ago? Like, what are you even getting?
Yeah.
How are these stories? How are they documented? Like, how do they pass them? How do they pass them on? Like, who are the original people? Like, what's the actual version story? Like, which one is more accurate? Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah's Ark, which something seems to exist in almost every ancient civilization.
They all have a flood myth.
Yeah.
And Gilgamesh and Noah's Ark they're very similar stories.
Mm-hmm.
And there are other cultures that have a Noah's Ark story.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my favorite currently. I've seen like a ton of videos, and I think Jimmy Corsetti does the best job about the Reichart structure. But he's all in on it.
Yes.
And I think it doesn't look natural.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It looks like and it's like, what a coincidence that it matches the dimensions of Atlantis as described.
And it's in the right place. So, when people argue for Bimini being Atlantis, it's like, they didn't know what any of that was, but they knew what North Africa was.
Right. And also, it's so close to Egypt. It's
Mm-hmm.
so close to what we already know was a super advanced civilization that existed.
There's been no excavations of that?
I don't believe so. Of the Reichart structure? What have they done? Like deep
1974 was discovered. They found artifacts. Looking right now, so I was about to show you some. This isn't a great example, but there's other. This isn't it. Another eye that looks similar to it in the same area.
Interesting.
And then the comments say that there's even 2 or 3 of these.
Whoa.
And I was reading Stephen Novella's breakdown of Jimmy's video. He says he's leaving out some known facts, like there was a canal that connected each of the circles that isn't apparent in the reshot structure. But those are the things I was just getting at right now.
And this looks like an else.
Well, that's a different one. This isn't the reshot structure.
Right.
Show the reshot structure.
And the reshot structure is strange because the coloration is different than the rest of the.
That was also the depictions of the colors of the rocks is the same, red and black. Yeah, like that is fucking crazy. That's crazy.
It is.
The one guy who found artifacts said there was some stuff like out here on the outer circles, but not very many inside.
Well, the question is like, how big was the catastrophe, and how much would be left, and what would you actually see? You know, like how much was the structure altered by whatever the fuck happened?
Right. So when we talk about ancient advanced civilizations, we're not talking about more advanced than us. We just mean advanced.
Right.
So people will say, well, where's their plastic? Where's their...
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be the same kind of advance.
It doesn't.
Combustion engines, all the different things that we've done, electronics, like we're just assuming that technology always goes in the exact same path. But it's whatever the fuck they were doing, whatever we know they were doing in Egypt was extraordinary in terms of like their ability to core, the drills, when they have these cores that they like high-speed drills that seem to be, if not diamond tipped, something of a similar vein that allowed them to dig into that fucking granite like that. Like,
right, how did they generate 2,000 RPMs or whatever?
Right.
How could they do that?
Yeah, it's all freaky, man. It's like the history. I mean, Graham has the best depiction. He said, "We are a species with amnesia."
That's the perfect way to say it. You know, it's a shame that he's marginalized, but I like that Netflix has stuck by him and keep pumping those out.
Well, the facts are the facts. You know, just the structures that he's uncovering. When you're looking at Gunung Padang, when you're looking at all these different places, when you look at, just Machu Picchu, all these different places. Like, what the fuck was going on? Like, why is this stuff so complex? Why is it so fascinating?
And why aren't we allowed to ask? Why aren't we allowed to investigate it?
Yeah.
Remember when his Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 came out, there was a British newspaper said Graham Hancock is the most dangerous man in the world. Because of the whites.
Just dumbasses. Well, they always want to connect it to white supremacy, which is so crazy because Graham Hancock is the furthest from a white supremacist. You know, he's married to a woman of color. He's like the sweetest, nicest guy. He's a vegan.
Of course. He never said they were white folks.
No one says that.
And who cares? I just want to know who they were.
Well, they couldn't be white folks because white folks don't live there.
No.
Like if they're Egyptians, they're Africans.
Right.
The Africans were the most sophisticated civilization that we have ever seen that existed at that point in time. We don't know if they're as sophisticated as we are, but we know they did some stuff back then that we're not capable of today.
Yes.
And that's real.
It is.
We don't know how. We don't know what technology they had. But here's the thing. If it's not from 2500 BC, but it's really from 30,000 BC, what do you think would be left? Like, only maybe the stone.
That would be it.
That's part of the problem.
I mean,
steel, any kind of
metal,
be gone.
It would only take 100 years for Manhattan to be covered by vegetation.
Right.
1,000 years, the skyscrapers would crumble.
Right.
10,000 years, it'd all be washed away.
Right. 100,000 years, you're not gonna see jack shit.
Nothing.
Yeah. Who was that British archaeologist that we brought up the other day, Jamie, with the where he has this like really good point that human beings have been in essentially the same form for the last 300,000 years. Like, it's not outside the realm of possibility that we have achieved very high levels of sophistication multiple times and have been knocked back down to the Stone Age again.
Sure.
By cataclysmic events.
Right. And that makes a lot of sense to me. That it's just part of a cycle.
Yeah.
You know, the doomsday clock it's kind of a real thing. You just get to a level of technology where you just are too dangerous for your own good. We're not sophisticated enough for nuclear weapons. We're not smart enough to have those.
No. Well, that's the hope, is that that's what the aliens are here for. To go, hey.
Right? Because they have.
Yeah.
But then why did they allow just the United States to detonate 60-something bombs? And
well, here's the thing. 2 of them that caused mass death, right? Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But that's also when the UFO started showing up in mass, you know. And I have this comedy club called the Comedy Mothership, and the rooms are named Fat Man and Little Boy.
Okay.
And the reason why is because in UFO folklore, after those bombs were dropped, that's when the mothership started showing up.
Right.
Yeah.
And in some tests, you can see stuff in the sky in the films. I think you could see something at Castle Bravo. Could be wrong, but there are some tests where you can see stuff in the sky. Like what was that for a few frames? Like they were keeping an eye on. I hope they are.
That would be nice.
Yeah, please.
That would be nice. Well, listen, AJ, I love your fucking show. You provided me with hours and hours of entertainment. It's an awesome program. You do a really good job. It's really well done. I don't know who's doing it with you and how you produce it, but you guys fucking kill it.
Thanks, man. Great team.
It's a great show. The Y-Files, it's available on YouTube. 4.73 million subscribers, so I'm not alone. And you guys have only been around for how many years now?
2020.
That's amazing. 5 years, and you already have almost 5 million subscribers.
The CIA is just backing me up.
It's a great fucking show. That's what it is. So I'm glad we finally did this. So thank you very much, man. And if you ever got anything crazy, you want to break it here, we're ready for you. If you got an episode coming out you want everybody to know about, come on back. I think we probably do this 100 times. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I'm rehydrating, well, I think I got it from this show. The sauna cold plunge thing.
I bet you did.
I'm so into it.
That's awesome.
So addicted to it. I got like the...
changes your life.
It really does. It's it's that dopamine for like...
You're changing my life by crushing this liquid IV in the most bizarre way possible.
Yeah, it's like somehow it's all smushed up.
Yeah, it's humidity.
All right, well...
It probably got a little humidity in there. It needs one of them little packets you get in the chips that you always accidentally bite.
Oh, yeah.
You know, those little things they put in there to absorb humidity?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's what they're for, right? Yeah. They absorb humidity? Is that what they do?
Salt or something.
Maybe they provide it. Do they provide humidity? What do they do?
I'm now staying in, not exclusively, but like my hotel choice, I'm solving for places with sauna and cold plunge. So I can kind of do that in the morning and feel alive.
There's a lot more of those now.
Well, it's great. And then, but you travel the world. I travel everywhere.
Yeah.
So I was in like Vienna. I've got this incredible facility. And I went, and it's like, it's an amazing sauna, amazing cold plunge. So I get in there, I'm having a great time. Guy walks in, and I get told off for wearing shorts. Because I've got swim shorts on, and it's Austria, and they like to sauna naked.
They want to look at your cock.
They want to check it out. Okay, and now I've got no problem with that in the sauna. I've got zero problem in the sauna. I tell you where the problem comes.
What?
Post cold plunge.
Yeah.
That is some baby dick.
You know where the real problem comes? Aggressive gay men.
In saunas?
Yeah.
I mean, there was very little of that going on, I think.
Well, most of the time.
Well, I think saunas had that reputation
for... I've seen it. I've had a guy do it to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a guy looked me in the eye and take his robe and open up his towel while he was staring at me.
Is there more to this story? Where does this...
No.
That feels like...
No.
Okay. Yeah.
There's no more to the story.
Is the guy okay, Joe?
Yeah, I didn't hurt him. I don't think I even said anything to him. I just went like this. And then just didn't look at him. And then within 3 minutes, he put his towel back on and walked out and left. So he was fishing.
And that's how I
met... a line out there. That's how I met your mother.
And that is how I met Tony Hinchcliffe. That's the origination story.
Yeah, it was insulting because he wasn't even a handsome gentleman. You know,
Well, I
he
mean,
wasn't even a good-looking guy.
you're not in that business.
I'm not in that business.
You're not in
That's
that
right.
business. You don't know.
I don't know, right?
I know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bears out there. A lot of guys are into big guys. You know, they're into big, fat, hairy guys. That's a thing.
Right. Yeah. I don't know.
This
what
guy
that-
wasn't even that. He wasn't even a bear.
You're disappointed that
I
the
was
guy that hit
disappointed.
on you wasn't attractive
I've
enough.
only had a few times in my life where men have aggressively hit on me, and both of them have been disappointing. Two ones in recent memory, but not recent memory, like within, as an adult.
In saunas,
one in a bar, and one in the sauna.
Okay, so in the bar. So how did you know the guy was hitting on you?
I knew the guy. He's a gay guy, and he just was getting drunk, and then he started getting silly. But he got a little handsy, kept touching me, and I was like, "You need to stop doing that, or you're gonna get hurt. Stop touching me." It just makes you realize what it's like to be a woman, but way worse.
I think it's
way worse.
I think it's very good for empathy to have that experience, to have a guy aggressively, drunkenly hit on you, and to know what it's like. I often think being a bit famous, you kind of know what it's like to be a very attractive woman.
Yeah, but you don't because you're not as vulnerable, and no one's trying to stick their dick inside you.
I mean, in terms of you have predictable conversations.
That's true.
I often think
you get bullshit.
Yeah, super attractive women have the same conversation with people over and over again, and you blame them for being boring.
Right, where you from? Hey, you come around here a lot? What's going on?
Yeah, it's the same conversation again and again and again.
Yeah.
I always think I always noticed that. My friend Roisin Connerty pointed this out to me. She said really, really attractive people, like gorgeous supermodels, speak very, very slowly because no one has ever interrupted them. I speak quick because I'm rocking this. I go, quick, come on, let's get something going here. Come on.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, right? And also, you probably value your opinion way too highly because no one would ever question your ability to form a sentence or to figure something out because they want to have sex with you.
Yeah, so this is how horoscopes got big. Incredibly attractive women spoke about their horoscope, and no one went, this sounds like some bullshit.
It's interesting you brought that up because I was just watching the Danny Jones podcast today, and he had my friend Hamilton Morris on, who's been on this podcast a few times, and they were talking about the Reagan administration and about how the war on drugs really got started. Like, this is your brain on drugs, all that stuff, Nancy Reagan's pet project.
Yeah.
And it was because Nancy Reagan, according to Hamilton, and he's very
I've heard this. She had a guru.
Yes, but this is where it started. She was mocked for being this frivolous person who was the wife of the president. And Hamilton sort of relates it to the way Melania Trump gets mocked. And she apparently famously spent an insane amount of money on new china for the White House, new silverware in China, and
China.
That's
how we
dishware.
It. Yeah, but that's how we pronounce it. China in the Trump household.
China, but it wasn't a Trump household back then. It was Reagan. That's a terrible Reagan impression. So anyway, she went to her psychic / whatever it is, astrologer / whatever this kooky person is, and they gave good advice. They said, you got to do something to distract it, so you have to have a cause. And so her cause became the war on drugs. Her cause became just say no.
Right. I mean, did that work out well? I forget. How'd the war on drugs go? How are we doing?
Not just that. Well, Hamilton points out how many people were arrested and how many lives were destroyed because of this decision by this one woman who was the wife of the president who was trying to cover her ass because she was looking silly in the press.
I got crazy drug views. Do you want to hear my drug views?
I would love to hear your drug views.
The marijuana specifically.
Okay.
I think marijuana should be illegal for the under 30s. I think it should be legal 30 to 50. And then I think over 50, mandatory.
That's not bad. I don't like the under 30, but in defense, I did not start smoking marijuana until I became 30.
Well, I think it's that thing of there's performance enhancing drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's lots of them. I mean, testosterone is probably the biggest and the best, right?
There's way better ones than testosterone.
Well, but testosterone in terms of the world. Like, if you look at the world, like, people often quote the fact that most of this, the biggest CEOs in the world are male. Yeah, but also 95% of the prison population is male. Because what testosterone gives you is its risk. It's the chemical for risk. So people take high risk. So they end up with all the rewards, but also destitute.
With how much single moms also have higher testosterone. Do you know that?
I never knew that.
Yeah, women that are forced to like take care of themselves and forced to like make all the money and run the household and take care of the children, their testosterone naturally rises.
Yeah.
Also, women have more testosterone than they do estrogen.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Wild. Yeah, I never knew that until I forget who said it. I was like, that's kind of crazy.
But it's that thing of like, for young women, if you're talking to young women, like, what would the advice be? And it's like, because young men take risks. Right. But young women tend not to take the same risks. But maybe if you took more calculated risks, kind of levels the playing field a little bit.
Playing field for what game?
Well, I suppose career. For what choices you make in life.
I wonder how much crossover there is between women's decisions, career paths, and men's. Like, how often are women actually competing with? Obviously they do, but how often? You know what I mean? Like, if there wasn't any societal pressure for a woman to be a career woman and a boss girl, because there's a lot of that. There's like pressure to like show that you're as good as everyone else who's also doing this, and Sally is a CEO, you should be a CEO too, and there's a lot of pressure. If you just let them decide their own path, how much crossover would there be with men and women?
I don't know. I mean, I read a lot of, it's like Mary Harrington and Louise Perry, these kind of great feminist writers. And they often sort of talk about this thing of like we talk about one stage of feminism above, and there's three. There's the maiden, which is, the young woman out for a career who can do they can do anything a man can do, right? Absolutely. Right. And then there's motherhood, which a man cannot compete. Feminism doesn't really talk about motherhood that much. It's like, it's become almost like a right-wing thing to celebrate motherhood, right? And then there's what they call the crone, the older woman, postmenopausal, who's absolutely pivotal in our society. If you think about anyone having a crisis, just a woman comes from nowhere in her 50s or 60s and makes you a cup of tea and takes care of you. It's like, it's an incredibly, that grandmother figure is so important in our culture, in our society, and it's not celebrated enough, I don't think.
No. Well, I had a bit of one of my specials back in the day about my mom. My mom actually did say this. She voted for Hillary Clinton because she said, I just want a woman to be president. And I said, you already make all the people. Like,
that's great.
I go, you make all the people. There's 8 billion people. All of them made my woman. I go, you want to be president too? You fucking greedy bitch. I'm like, what else you want? All the money? You want a bigger dick? Like, what do you want? You want everything? We don't celebrate the craziest thing, which is women make human life. Without them, it is not possible for any of us to be here. And that is almost like inconsequential. It's like you're not even...
We don't even talk about it. And the sacrifice made.
I know. Thank you for your service. We really should say that to every mom. Thank you for your service. You're making humans. Especially if you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
If you're a solid mom, that's amazing. It's an amazing
if you're a solid
thing.
mom, let's think about it. The best dad in the world is what? It's a mediocre mom.
Yeah.
Like if I take my kids to the playground, it's like, oh, fantastic. If mom does it, it's kind of expected. Mm-hmm. It's already factored in.
Yeah. It is a weird thing, right, that's not really celebrated in society, because any of us that have had good moms, most importantly, if you have friends that have evil mothers. We were talking about a story we read on here the other day. Oh, this young girl was being brutally stalked online and harassed, and it turned out it was her own mother that was doing it.
Yeah, and it's you can't get over the...
How do you psychically, how do you recover, how do you trust anyone for the rest of your life? Your own mother. So it's like, there's so many people out there that are just going through so much just with family life, that a good mom, a mom that takes care of you, you don't appreciate it because you think it's you're supposed to have that. But my God, it's so important. It's so important. And
I think it is
we're more impressed with CEOs, which is hilarious.
It's nothing, right? But that thing about being loved unconditionally
Yeah.
by your mother, and I was absolutely loved unconditionally by her in such a brilliant way. And you go, that it kind of gets you to self-confidence. Like, you know what self-confidence is going to feel like, because it's sort of the same feeling.
Right. Where you're just accepted. Yeah.
But you're enough. It's not about what you do, or
they're happy just to see you. Like, here's Jimmy, my Jimmy, give me a hug. They're so happy to see you. Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, that's what all human beings want. From friendships, from everything. We all just want to be loved and accepted. And then all the other stuff is just lashing out because you weren't loved and accepted enough.
Or it's trying to get that in a weird way.
A weird way. Yeah.
Like, so you're trying to be, you're trying to collect stuff so you get respect and admiration rather than from what you do.
And then it's like the mean people. Like, mean people have always been hurt. There's no mean people that just have nothing but love, right? That's unless there's something psychotic, something broken, like genetically broken.
It's weird. I think you get that from having kids as well. Like, when you have kids, you start to see everyone else as, oh, you used to be a baby.
Right. Absolutely.
What happened?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, you got bad information in a bad neighborhood with bad people around you and a lot of crime, and there you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's always disturbed me the most about people that have had good lives, who don't have empathy for the plight of people that are in, like, the total, like, economic urban struggle.
Wait, I mean, you're preaching to the choir here. I think that thing of, like, gratitude as the mother of all virtues, and the idea of going, we don't see how lucky we are.
Right.
Because we might see it on a surface level, like of going, oh, I'm lucky because I'm healthy and I'm able to write jokes.
Right.
But then you don't see the layer below that of going, well, I was born with. I think, like, beauty is a really interesting thing, right? So you see someone and they're born beautiful. Margot Robbie, but you might go, oh, yeah, she's Barbie, she's gorgeous, it's easy for her. But when you look at Oppenheimer, you don't see, well, that guy was born with an IQ of 160 and a work ethic. Now, work ethic is heritable, largely heritable, like 70% heritable.
Really?
Yeah. And
you don't just develop that?
No, I don't think so. I think, like, it's, you develop some of it. And, what you inherit, what you get in your factory settings when you come out, that's what it is. You can only work with the other stuff. So that's the interesting stuff. But
factory settings, you think, involve work ethic?
Yeah, I think so. We'll get.
I think so.
He's on it.
I don't think my own life is a different example.
You think your work ethic is?
I think it's just I developed it, recognizing that it's valuable, and I think a lot of it I got from martial arts. Something like my parents didn't have a work ethic. It was especially physical stuff. It was never. No one in my house did anything physical. They didn't do any sports. Definitely didn't do any martial arts. It wasn't inherited at all. And then the idea of, like, pushing yourself. Well, I learned from a young age that if you work harder than everybody else, you get better. It was just like simple math. And then it was also like
dealing with willpower rather than your.
Willpower is a funny word because it's really just knowing that there's a value in continuing to do things you don't want to do. And that there's a process. And it's hard to see the process when you're in the middle of it because it sucks. And you're tired. And you don't want to keep doing this. It's hard to do. But if you recognize, the more I do that, the better I get. If you're an intelligent person, if you're an objective person who analyzes all the factors that are at play, you go, okay, what is the major factor here in terms of, like, getting better at a thing? Well, the major factor is work. Like, the more work you do and the harder you work and the more intelligent you work, like the more intensity and the more enthusiasm you have, you just get way better than everybody else.
Well, I've always thought that that's a really interesting thing of how hard you work is important, but what you work on is the most important.
Yes.
It's that thing of, like, we're talking about horoscopes or something. It's amazing how much knowledge and information and expert someone can be in total horseshit. But I think this is where we get back to the Danny Jones podcast. I think there might be something to the original astrology. I think the people that were, like, really studying constellations and when people were born, I have a feeling
that is some like really ancient civilization knowledge that we just have like echoes of today.
You know, when it got kind of famous in our culture was, I think it was a birth of a royal baby in about 1910, something like that.
Really?
And the London Evening Standard they'd ran out of things to say about a royal baby. That's cute. It's got, it's got little baby fingers and baby toes. Yeah, and they did that. Someone came in and went, oh, it was born here, and it's the year of the rat, and it's a Virgo, and and that means with Sagittarius rising. And they wrote the thing, and then they realized everyone is kind of self-obsessed and wants to read about themselves. So that's the one bit of the newspaper that's about you.
Right.
So naturally, people are drawn to that.
Yeah,
and it's like cold reading. It's like the way that they word these things. You go, well, that could apply to anyone.
Right, but it does give you a nice chance to focus on you. What about what's going to happen with me?
Yes, but what about me?
The news? Who cares about Beirut? What about me?
Yeah, I think that's in the human condition. That's going to be a big part.
Of course, and that's how you sell newspapers. I think the newspaper version of the horoscope is obviously nonsense, at least partially. I shouldn't even say obviously, but I think I have not studied this, and I'm not committed to this, but I do think the original origins of astrology were probably based on some sort of an ancient understanding of the different effects that different stars, when they're in alignment, have on the universe. And I think it's partially, look, we know that the moon literally makes the tide go in and out. The gravity of the moon affects the water. It makes the tide go in and out to the point where there's a high tide and a low tide mark at the beach.
This is why I'm rehydrating now.
Yeah,
because I realize I'm mainly water.
Mainly water. So if we're mainly water, like, how is that not affecting us? Is it? Is it affecting us in some weird way that we don't totally understand?
But the idea that a constellation 100 million light years away could be affecting us seems
I don't
a
think
bit of a
that's
stretch.
what the idea is. The idea is that there is an infinite number of possibilities in terms of personalities and character traits, and there's an infinite number of factors. There's genetic factors, there's environmental factors, there's all these different factors. There might be cosmic factors. I don't think it's the primary source of your personality or how you feel about the world, but I think it might be a factor, and I think it was probably much more of a factor when they didn't have light pollution.
I wonder, is it one of these things where it's a really interesting way to think about yourself and analyze yourself? It's like almost like, I don't have religion, but I can see the benefits of it. I don't think religion works because, like, mass doesn't work because God is happy, but mass works because people come together as a group and they meditate and take an hour off. And I sort of think the great mistake, the tradition I'm from is Catholicism.
Me too.
And the great mistake was, I think Vatican II, they called it. So Vatican II is where they translated the Latin into whatever your local language was and made it more accessible.
That was like the 1500s, right?
Yeah, and it's such a huge mistake because the idea was to be in awe. It's almost like going to church. It should be like standing in nature.
But I think
being in awe of something. As soon as you translate it and you go left brain and try and make it make sense, it all falls to pieces. But it's not a left brain. Our whole culture is left brain, but it should be about right brain. It should be about the gestalt, the whole thing. The idea of like there's a mystery here. And what's that great line? God is the name we give to the blanket we throw over the mystery to give it shape.
I like that.
I think that's AC/DC's Roadie said that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
But what a piece of wisdom. Because
that's a genius piece of wisdom.
But it is that thing of like, you can call it whatever you want, and you attach it to whether it's horoscopes or whatever your religion is. But the idea of going, there is a mystery. And even when you get to, physics I love it when you have physicists on here. Eric Weinstein's one of my favorite people in the world, which is the keys there.
He's brilliant. He's a great guy too.
Yeah, great guy. But you look at that and you go, and they get to the Big Bang, and you go, yeah, but what happened 4 minutes before that? And they go, oh, we don't know. Well, we're back to the mystery then.
Yeah. Well, there's no escaping the mystery once you get into like subatomic particles. Like, what's going on there?
It's also, do you need religion where you go, okay, a random selection of atoms coalesced into a form that can contemplate its own consciousness and existence for 4,000 weeks. Is that not enough? Will that not do?
No, we need miracles, Jimmy. But when going back to the translation of the Bibles, one of the things I want to say, I think the reason why that was important at the time was because that power was being abused. Because most people couldn't read Latin. And
most people couldn't read. I mean, really, when you think about reading,
yes,
it was the Bible was the reason. The Bible was the bestseller that people went, not I've got to go out and read a book. I got to get out.
It was pivotal event for the Catholic Church convening from 1962 to 65. Oh, so we're talking about a different time. So we're thinking of the second Vatican II. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
So that was 1962. What we're referring to is the 1500s. We're referring to like Martin Luther.
Oh no, that's the Protestantism. That's the idea of the.
But with the translation of the Bibles into different language.
The Bible,
because it was originally in Latin. Well, yeah, that was originally probably in Aramaic.
Yeah, and then the idea of the Protestantism was the idea that you've got your own relationship with God.
Mm-hmm.
So it went from being Catholics and Protestants to ultimately every individual was their own church.
Yeah, Martin Luther's perspective was like it's open to interpretation by you. You should develop this relationship with God through the Word, and that you should read, and it wasn't up to the priest to tell you what it meant.
It's fascinating though. There's a law of history. There's one law in history, which is unintended consequences. And the consequence of that, of course, is that we over-solve for the individual in our culture now. Protestantism had such a huge influence that it's all about the individual and less about the group.
Well,
it's got to be a balance of the two.
But it's a response to the power structures that were really detrimental, and the power structures of the church. I mean, there's a reason why the priests aren't allowed to have sex. It's because they were fucking everybody, because they had power.
You know what happened?
What happened?
Okay, the plague happened. So when the plague happened, it wiped out about a third of the population of Earth, right? So the plague was huge. Now, it had a much worse effect on the priesthood because everyone got last rites. So when you were dying, you got last rites.
Oh, wow.
So the priesthood was knocked out, like 95% of priests died.
Oh, my God, I didn't even think of that.
The standards, pre the plague, the standards in the church were the smartest guy you've ever met. The smartest guy in the village, the town, the region was the priest. The smartest of the smartest guy, the most intelligent guy, became the bishop. And the Pope was like, this guy's a genius. It was the best of the best, the creme de la creme. The standards for the priesthood post the plague, this guy's got all his own teeth. You're in. Like, it went down. And then all that thing of like the plenary indulgences where you could buy your way into heaven is all, all of that came off the back of the thing. So the standards kind of went down and then it became kind of corrupted.
How dirty is that one, the buying your way into heaven?
Well, so dirty. Well, people don't realize that. People often laugh at like the, he's going to blow himself up to get 72 virgins.
Mm-hmm.
The Crusaders all got a fast track to heaven.
Nice.
Yeah.
Some guy tells you.
Yeah, I've just discovered this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and she was telling me that there's a list of human beings that are alive today that are being considered for priesthood. Like, they have to think, for sainthood.
For sainthood.
Yeah, so they have to, like, go over all these different religious figures that are alive currently and decide
if they're going to be a saint.
Who's going to be a saint.
You know Christopher Hitchens, the great Christopher Hitchens, right? Christopher Hitchens, literally, you ever heard the phrase the devil's advocate?
Of course.
He had that job. So when Mother Teresa was made a saint by the Catholic Church, they bring someone in when they're making someone a saint in the Catholic Church in the Vatican to be the voice of the opposition. And he got the job. He played the devil's advocate for real on Mother Teresa. He wrote a book about it.
I've always wondered about him. Loved the guy. Pissed off a lot of people. Got cancer. I hate to be the conspiracy theorist. And at the time...
You hate to be the conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with your brand, but you are the conspiracy theorist.
At the time, I was like, God, wish you didn't smoke and wish you didn't drink. Now I'm like, God, I know a lot of people smoke and drink and they live forever. What the fuck's going on? Why did Christopher Hitchens die so young? But then again, why did Hicks die so young? Hicks died at like pancreatic cancer at like 33 or something.
Yeah, I don't think we can relate his death to business.
No, of course
but
not.
Of
course not. But it's fun
quite
to do.
the writer.
Oh, he's genius. He was so
Hitch 22, and there's a book that he wrote about politics, the Letters to a Young Contrarian. Oh my God, it's like those bits of it's amazing things, kind of books when people write their autobiography, and it's like it's a gift. It's just you can feel like you know them.
Well, you can also like imagine what would you do if you were living this person's life. You're going through all the various stages of life. You're empathizing with them. You're seeing their struggles. You're seeing, their whatever they're going through, and you're like, wow, what'd I do? Wow, that's crazy. Well, that's why he became this way. Oh, wow, that's amazing. And, you learn a lot from other human beings when they're really open. They really let you in, which is one of the things I think reasons why we detest people that are very manufactured and closed off. Like, the newscaster that you don't know a damn thing about those people.
Isn't that why this works?
Yeah, for sure.
Because you go this format, there's nowhere to hide. It's
Nowhere
3
to
hours of conversation. You're going to talk about what you're going to talk about. It's going to come up, and it's this thing of it's authentic, and authenticity is what people crave.
Oh yeah,
and it's playful, and I think okay, this is my big theory on life. I think play is like we don't stop playing because we get old. We get old because we stop playing.
Yeah, I've seen that.
In our job, it's George Bernard Shaw, I think, said it first. Anyway,
but he's wrong. You get old, no matter what. He's full of shit. You're gonna break a hip. Follow that guy's advice. You're gonna fucking roll your ankle for sure.
Yeah, but maybe playing Twister when you're 70. Great. Yeah. That's a good way to break a hip. But that thing of like going, play is sort of in short supply. If you think about what anyone cares about, right? Like, people talk about sports all the time. People talk about concerts and going to see music. People love seeing comedy, and they love this kind of thing. But this is like play, right? We're playing, and sports is playing, and theatre is playing, and comedy's playing, and there's not enough play in life. And really, I always think that thing of like when I'm performing shows, like there's an illusion that it's me performing on stage, but actually, everyone in the room is performing. It's a performative thing, seeing a show. Like if you think about when you last saw, I don't know, Bruce Springsteen live, and Bruce Springsteen goes, "How you all doing?" And the whole place goes, "Yeah." If in Starbucks someone goes, "How you doing?" "Yeah." Psychotic. You get kicked out.
Right. But the audience is doing their part.
They're doing their bit, and especially like in our game, in comedy, it's because the feedback loop, everything is split tested. Everything is. How do you feel about that? Right. And the one audience member who know anything about comedy and jokes, get 100 of them together, genius. They know exactly what's funny, what isn't funny, what's acceptable, where the line is, and you're getting that feedback the whole time. So like doing comedy, it's not repetition, it's iteration. It's just that you're getting a constant sort of feedback from these people.
It's a mind meld, right?
Yeah, and people want it because they want to come out because. It used to be we'd gather around a fire and do this, right? And then we gathered around the wireless and we talked. And then we gathered around the TV.
That's what you guys call the radio back in England? The wireless?
The wireless. That was what it was called. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, for real. That was called the wireless.
Wow.
Yeah. And then, you ever heard that? It's the wireless. RKO, the wireless.
Is like cellular coverage.
Yeah. And then but then it's cell phones now. And we're alienated. We're more connected and less connected than ever. And then you go out. I was in the mothership last night doing Kill Tony, and that audience were like, it's church.
Yeah, their phone's in a bag. They're not constantly distracted.
Yeah.
It's so much better. It's like a lot of people don't like it because they don't like to be disconnected from their little fucking binky, their blanket, whatever it is. Their pacifier that they have to carry around with them everywhere.
We did a thing on holiday where we put our phones in the safe in the morning, and then came back and checked them in the evening. It's getting more difficult because everything, the podcast you're listening to, the music, everything's hooked up to this, the pictures, the camera, everything. But if you can,
Yeah.
oh my God, it's so relaxing.
Yeah. I've talked about this before, but I broke my phone once when I was in Hawaii, and I was on Lanai, which is a very small island, so I had to order it from Apple and then have it delivered. And it took like 3 days. So for 3 glorious days, I had no phone, and it was amazing. I was like, why don't I do this all the time? And then right back to the phone.
Hang on, you showed me just before the show. How many unanswered text messages do you have on your phone?
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I think it feels like you might be disconnected.
Well, I have to be. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. 610.
Unanswered messages.
610, yeah. So I just to keep going crazy, you have to be somewhat disconnected. I've gotten good at like compartmentalizing. Going, can't talk right. I don't want to talk to anybody right now. Just put it aside. And then that creates problems because then you get needy friends like, everything okay? Like, how come you didn't respond? Like, I got 100 messages. I can't respond.
Well, sometimes you need peace more than you need attention.
You just got to know your own brain. You got to know when you're overloaded. And I know where it is. I know, like, my overheat switch. I start to sweat. All right, too hot. Turn the AC on. You know what I mean? So I have that sort of same sense in my brain.
I need boredom. I need a little bit of boredom. I had this thing recently. I thought about boredom is unappreciated serenity. Like travel. Like I'm traveling a lot at the moment. I'm on tour. And sometimes you're in an airport and there's nothing much going on. Just
chill.
Just sit.
Yeah.
Let something pop in.
Just sit and live. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? It's like for creative types especially, that's very valuable to be able to have some time where you just come up with ideas. But instead, you just flood them with nonsense, car accidents, boobs, and fast cars. And just get bombarded with
overstimulated.
And very little of it gets in. You know, if I think about, like, if I listen to a book on tape, like a very interesting book on tape, that's one thing. But if I'm just like doom scrolling, like how much if I spend 5 hours of just looking at social media and looking at YouTube, what amount of good stuff is in there? Is there even 20 minutes of really fascinating shit that I absorb in the entire day?
Are you familiar with the concept of Lindy books?
Yes.
Like the idea of like how long something's been around is how long it's going to be around.
Mm-hmm.
So most stuff on the internet was produced in the last 24 hours.
Right.
And will be entirely forgotten in 24 hours. No one ever goes, oh, I got to show you my favorite TikTok from 2 years ago.
Right.
It just doesn't happen. It's
if they do, they're crazy.
Yeah, it's disposable.
Oh, no, I got to get away from you.
Yeah.
You want to show me old TikToks? You're a fucking psycho.
Yeah, it's like, but that's the nature of it. It's
right. But like,
it's
Crime
cheap.
and Punishment is not addictive. You know the book.
Yeah,
You know, but Twitter is.
Yeah,
fascinating, right? Isn't it fascinating?
Well,
that, like
it's
something like very valuable, some amazing piece of literature, is not addictive. You know.
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder with that. I wonder, is it that thing of Aldous Huxley, like the idea that Brave New World, like our power won't be taken from us by some overlords, like in 1984. We'll give away our power for cheap dopamine.
Yes.
And the problem with the world is there's a lot of cheap dopamine on offer. So you know, doom scrolling, it's the same as is in a casino. But then there's real joy if you go out and see live comedy. I think we're drug dealers, right?
Oh yeah.
And the two drugs, it's dopamine and serotonin. And the dopamine is you don't quite know where the punchline is coming. You know there's a punchline, but you don't know quite where it's going to be.
Right.
And then there's the serotonin, the joy of laughter as well. And then you can get a fake version online, or video games are like a proxy for the career that the kid isn't having.
Right.
There's levels and layers and then a big boss at the end. It couldn't be a clearer analogy. Or porn is a proxy for love and sex.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we go for the easy option.
Yeah.
But actually when you work for it, it's just better.
Right. The thing is, the easy option's available instantaneously. Like, it's very difficult to go fight in war, but you can play Call of Duty right now. You just sit in front of your computer and then you're playing. You know, so this cheap version might keep you from having a life of adventure because it spoon feeds you bullshit versions of reality that are very addictive.
Okay, so back to your work ethic. So the idea that you don't do that. You spend time doing difficult things.
Yeah.
Like I got the cold plunge thing from listening to you. I was kind of interested in it and kind of chatted to his friends. I tried it and loved it. But you're putting yourself in a very uncomfortable situation in order for benefits later.
Yes.
It's a kind of a sacrifice you make in the moment for something later.
Yeah.
What draws us to that? What makes us do that?
The process. So knowing that other people are completing this process and having positive results, and then sort of investing a little bit of time into it, either out of boredom or curiosity or whatever, and then you realize, oh, this is real. Like, this is real in terms of like fitness. Like, if you want to start running, you want to run a marathon, you're like, that's impossible. I can't even run around the block. Well, if you run around the block 3 days in a row, you're going to get better at running around the block. And if you keep that up for a couple months, you're like, holy shit, I'm getting around this block pretty easy now. And then you start expanding your runs, and the next thing you're running a couple miles a day. The next thing you know, you're entering into a 5K, and next thing you know, you're running a half marathon. And then you look back on that day where you couldn't even run around the block, and you thought running was impossible. So there's a process, and there's a process of improvement. But that process requires you to be uncomfortable, and most people are unwilling to be uncomfortable. So if you are willing to be uncomfortable, you will bypass most human beings in everything you do.
Yeah, it's that thing of that prioritizing now.
Yeah,
seems to be the if you can prioritize later, if you can sort of Chris
delay
Williamson
gratification.
Yeah, well, Chris Williamson's got this great thing. We were chatting about it, me and George Mack and him. Oh, it's amazing.
He's great.
He's the best. But that thing of 24 hours ahead. Like, we've all got to serve someone, right? In life, you got to serve,
right.
And serving yourself in 24 hours is pretty good, because it's that thing of booze is the best example. Like, drinking is you're borrowing happiness from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. So that in a very simple way, like the reason.
Also, it's like predatory credit card rates. Like the kind of rates that you get when you go to college and they give you a credit card, you're a moron, and they give you like 39% interest or something like that. You know?
Something crazy, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's like. It's like you're not just borrowing money, like your body's like, I'm going to need more. I'm going to need more than you spent.
Yeah, I find that thing of it's whenever I feel anxious or depressed or any of those things, I always sort of think it's invariably with me, it's a hardware problem, not a software problem. So it's like, okay, have I slept? Have I exercised? Have I eaten correctly?
It's a good way to put it, hardware or software.
And then you go, okay, this is a hardware problem. But it's so hard to fix that when you're depressed. It's so hard to it's all very well for us to go, well, go for a run and do some exercise and have a cold plunge. It's so difficult when you're in that. I'm very empathetic to that state. And I wonder, does it help that we slightly pathologize? In our language, we say depressed and anxious, not sad and worried. I think for some people it's listen, you don't want to be trivialize mental health problems, but you go, sometimes it's just the human condition. We're going to worry about stuff.
Certainly you don't want to trivialize mental health issues. However, you also understand that there's a tremendous benefit to being physically active that is actually better than SSRIs, statistically speaking. So what do you prescribe? Is it better to prescribe drugs, or is it better to be real with a person and say, I know this is uncomfortable, but this is what you're going to have to do. And it sucks, but it sucks for everybody. And everybody has a test in life, and this is your test. Your test in life, your test in life is not to try to win the Super Bowl. Your test in life is try to get up and not eat garbage today and drink a bunch of water and have some exercise. This is your test in life.
Yeah.
I think it's not easy.
The issue is that you want to be, I think kindness is kindness is, it's the most wonderful thing.
It is.
And here's the problem with kindness. There's a lot of kindness in the moment. Like, I've got kids, you've got kids, right? Your kids what do they want to do? They want to eat McDonald's and they want to watch TV. And you want to be kind in the moment, but you're going to have fat, stupid kids.
Of course.
So you go, well, let's have some healthy food and let's read some books and let's run around outside. And maybe they don't want to do that now, but you got to be kind to their potential.
Yes.
Not just to that. And then you kind of obviously, that it kind of teaches you that, and then you kind of have to apply it to yourself. Because you go, well, they're not going to pay attention to what I say. They're just going to watch what I do.
Sure. But then, individuals that are struggling, the problem is if you don't know them, you don't know like what are they going through? Is this nonsense or is this like really serious? Like if they had a really fucked up life, or are they just really self-indulgent and lazy? Like what are we dealing with here? Like what are we dealing with? Are we dealing with like tremendous depression because of like physical and sexual abuse and beatings and violence in the house? Are we dealing with that, or are we dealing with some kid who their parents doted on them too much, and maybe the parents were super negative, which is very contagious. Like if you have like very negative family members, and then everybody in the family is always complaining, it's always something's wrong, and someone did something to them, and so there's no joy.
I don't think you realize, and maybe you do. I don't think you realize how much you help people. Like having these conversations on here.
They help me. I think they help all of us. We're all human beings. We all go through weird shit. Just being a person.
Yeah, it's not easy. And but having these conversations, but I think there's something about you specifically, like the martial arts stuff. It's a very alpha thing, and then you're a stand-up comedian and very admired by your peers, and you can have conversations about this stuff. And I think it really cuts through to a group that wouldn't hear that. I mean, for me, that thing that you're saying there is about agency and empathy. And I think there's a problem in our society that we give agency to people we don't like, and we give empathy to people that we do like. So if there's like a right-wing Nazi rally, we say they knew what they were doing. We give them agency. We punish them.
Or Elon Musk with the Hitler salute.
Right. Okay. So we say he knew what he was doing. Okay. Yeah. And then if we really like someone, we give them empathy, and
that's a great example.
And sympathy. And the issue is we need to give everyone both.
Yes.
Because you go, look, no one is going to care about you more than you. You need to take responsibility for this, and you need to. It's very, very tough because you want to give that agency and empathy to everyone, to give them the tools to have a better life.
Yeah, and the more happy people are, the more happy people there will be. It'll expand. It's not like it's not 1 + 1 = 2. It's exponential. It accelerates. The more people are happy and enjoying their life, the more you will enjoy your life. And that's just part of a community. It's the natural human reward system that's set up to make sure that we all get along together and continue to procreate and have a wonderful society until we meld with the machine, which is coming any day now. I hope you're ready.
I don't know. You want to hear my hot take on AI?
I would love to.
All right, my hot take on AI is we were not made in God's image, but we so wanted there to be a God. We made one in our image. So if you think about the attributes of AI, it's all-knowing, all-powerful, can perform miracles. It lives in a cloud. Sorry, is that God or AI?
Wow.
It's so. At the moment, I think
it's an emerging God. Right?
Well,
it's not done growing yet.
At the moment, it's the Oracle of Delphi.
It's like a 10-year-old. Yeah.
So the idea of the interesting thing about AI is it's the gap between me and who's the smartest guy we know, Eric Weinstein, used to be enormous, and the gap is getting smaller because AI I can ask it.
Yeah, bitch, I got all the answers right here.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird what's going on. I had a gag about it, about like a bit about in our universities. The students are using AI to write their essays, and then the tutors are using AI to mark the essays, and then after 3 years, AI gets the job. It actually seems very fair.
Yeah, it's probably what's going to happen. What you're saying is very funny. It's like it is accurate though. It does seem to resemble a god.
Well, I wonder.
Do you know who Marshall McLuhan is?
Of course, the Canadian.
One of the great lines of all time. Human beings are the sex organs of the machine world. Yeah.
Oh, I get like tingles.
Yeah, that one gives, and I think that I gave a shortened version of it. I think it's even longer, but it's fascinating because it's so never more true than today. Never more true. Like if we are really giving birth to AI,
I wonder what will change. I wonder. Like, I'm very optimistic, right? So 120 years ago, 95% of the population worked in agriculture, and they worked 16 hours a day, and it was a very, very tough life.
Mm-hmm.
And then we moved to the cities, and we worked in factories, and the unions, they don't get the credit they deserve. They gave us the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And now we think human beings work 5 days and we have 2 days off. That's the world, right? But it's different. It's changing now. It's like, it's going to change again, and we'll look back and go, I mean, we're incredibly privileged that we're born right now. And
here it is. Man becomes, as it were, the sex organs in the machine world, as the bee of the plant world enable it to fecundicate and evolve ever new forms. Fecundate, rather. Machine world reciprocates man's love by expediting his wishes and desires, namely in providing him with wealth. It's not as eloquent as the sex organs in the machine world,
I think you nailed it, didn't you?
My version is it, but
come on, Marshall
it's
McLuhan.
It's his words. I think we're the electronic caterpillar that's going to become a butterfly. That's what I think. I think we're giving birth to a new form of life. That's what I think we're.
Well, I love that thing with that book, The Beginning of Infinity. I can't get over that.
What book is that? Who wrote that?
It's Beginning of Infinity. I think it's David Deutsch, and it's the Can you show the
What's
David
the beginning of the book?
So the idea of the beginning of infinity is that if we can get through this phase in humanity, right? There's been 100 billion people so far, 110 billion. There's 9 billion at the moment, 8 billion, 9 billion. If we can get through this, if we can get off planet, maybe there are trillions of people in the future. Trillions.
Right.
Maybe humanity spreads out across the galaxies in the universe for the next 13 billion years. Like the idea that if we can get through this now, this little phase that we're in, we're having a little bit of difficulty here with a couple of possible problems, and if we can get through it, like the scientific meme, the idea that we've created these machines, but really through science.
Mm-hmm.
Like the technology that we have is brilliant, and if we can negotiate, if we can like have a little bit of peace in the world,
avoid the war. Yeah,
if we can avoid the war, and really, avoiding the war, I think is possible. I think the most. All right, here's the take. I think the most incredible piece of technology that we have. I'm very optimistic about the world. Like you could look at the state of the world and go, it's terrible. But I look at America, I look at the UK, and I look at the footfall. So where do people want to come? Well, they want to come and they want to live here, right? And what's the most important piece of technology in America? I would argue the Constitution. The Constitution, you just sort of don't think of it as a piece of technology, but it really is. And it's allowed all of this.
It's an operating system.
It's a brilliant operating system. And you can prove that culture is downstream of institutions.
And freedom.
Because you go, look at, okay, here's the great examples, right? East and West Germany, North and South Korea.
Right.
Exactly the same people. Like, exactly the same, culturally. And they got this system, East and West Germany. You got the Stasi over here, hell on earth. North Korea, whatever the fuck is going on there.
Right.
And then you get South Korea, flourishing.
Right.
Incredible culture. You get West Germany.
I got
brilliant.
Another one.
Kraftwerk.
Cuba and Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Like 90 miles away.
But okay, so here's the thing. How many people in the world now? 9 billion, 8 billion? It's a lot.
Something.
Right? 500 million so there's the UK, there's the US, there's Canada, there's Australia. Okay, they're all, ex-British colonies.
Yeah.
I'll take a win. But those institutions are set up in a certain way that's allowed a flourishing where people want to come here.
Yeah.
Okay. So either we accept 9 billion people into our countries, or we export our institutions. I think we should be writing or coming up with great constitutions for nations that we want to see in the future.
You and I think very much alike. I've said the same thing. I said the highlight when people are talking about immigration into this country, one of the big ones is, wouldn't you do this if you were in another world? Of course I would. If I lived in the third world country and I had a chance to make a better life and come to America, 100% I would do it. But the real question is, why is it so bad over there, and what can we do to make that better? Instead of bringing them in here to make their lives better, why not make the whole world? It's possible to make the whole. The only problem with that is you lose your cheap labor.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's the right wing in America that the idea of going, okay, we're going to get rid of the southern border to bring in cheap labor is a crazy idea, because all we're doing is we outsource. And this problem has been, what was ever thus? George Orwell was once asked, what do you think of the British working classes? And he said, they live in India. He's a smart guy. But you that globalization, the idea of going...
Along with tech help.
But it's the idea of we often export our the things that we're conscious about. So we go, okay, so we shut down all the coal mines in the UK, and now we import coal. Okay, is that? I mean, it's one world we live in.
Right, they're not even under union rules.
Yeah,
yeah. So you're getting like unethically sourced coal.
It's the whole of humanity matters.
Mm-hmm.
It's Derek Parfit's that brilliant guy who is a philosopher. He wrote this brilliant thing called Reasons in Persons. So it's brilliant, and it's kind of about that idea that you've got to care about humanity temporally and spatially. You've got to care about people in the future, and you've got to care about people everywhere.
Yeah.
And the idea of you go, look, we've got to make the places people are fleeing from livable. And I think we have proved over the last 50 years, regime change is not what we're great at, right? So it comes
We're
down
going to get it right one of these days.
Sure.
Just give it a chance.
Sure.
It's like the first car wasn't a good car either, but now we have really good cars. It just takes time.
Sure.
I just need to practice more.
Here's what I think it is: agency and empathy on a global scale.
Yeah.
So it's like giving those nations that are in horrific trouble and that no one seems to care about agency.
Yeah.
But maybe it's that thing of like going the American Constitution. I don't know where it was written, but it was like I think it was like intellectuals from around the world were like chipping in with ideas, and they came up with this incredible document. And look at the flourishing that's come out of it. Look at what it's achieved. Like imagine if something like that happens in China. Imagine in our lifetime that they go with a different system, and it's more, because at the moment China's kind of, it's a covers band.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. It takes a lot of intellectual property, and it has its own version of Facebook and its own version of Google and its own version of. But it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about America that allows this entrepreneurial spirit, that allows Silicon Valley to happen?
Well, they've got an interesting approach because they still have a very entrepreneurial spirit as well. It's got a weird sort of a merging of communism and capitalism. Like, it's state-run capitalism. But they still have insane innovation. Like, China's technological innovation is probably greater than ours in a lot of areas. In the areas of electric vehicles, for sure. In the areas of drones, for sure. I don't know if you saw this, but there was some sort of a mothership drone that they're going to launch. That is this enormous vehicle that drones can launch off of. And
okay, I mean, this feels like
it's dangerous. It's like they have some spectacular drone capabilities, and they also have electric cars that, if you don't follow these obscure car review people online that review Chinese electric cars, you'd have no idea. But these cars are insane. They have cars that do like a 360, like it'll sit there parked and it'll just spin in a circle if you want to. So if you want to take a U-turn, instead of having to go all the way around, your car would just spin around in a circle and go back the other way. Weird stuff, man. Like insane technology inside the vehicles, like spectacular looking cars. Yeah, they're on the verge of, passing us in many areas because there's a lot of regulation in regards to drone technology, in particular in this country. If you want to be a drone pilot,
is that gonna change now?
I don't know.
Ukraine. I mean, that's the first drone war.
I don't know. It's all scary. The drone thing is weird because if you allow everyone to have drones, like you get that sometimes where like you see people dealing with drones over their house. Like, is that legal? Can you just fly over my fucking house with a drone? Turns out it is. Turns out it is legal.
Well, how much of it as well? Like, I mean, I'm talking to the right guy here, but how much of the alien stuff that we watched in the 1950s and 60s was that technology being tested in America?
So this is the drone mothership.
This is the drone
mothership that China's created. So this is an enormous ship that can send thousands of drones.
Do you think it would be sensible for you and I to pledge allegiance to the Chinese Communist Party now, sort of on the record?
We should learn
just in
Mandarin.
case.
I think it's a good time to learn Mandarin. I think.
Wow,
John Cena was right. Look at that, 25 meters wide. Wow, that's wild. That's big.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like the
quarter of a football field.
I don't know. So war is changing, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
But it used to be. I suppose it's always changed. It used to be guys, and you wear blue, we'll wear red, we'll line up, and then we'll just smash it out. And
those days are over.
But there was no civilian casualties. It kind of worked. And then there's guerrilla warfare, and there's what's going on now, and there's the drones, and Here's a weird question, right? Okay, so the assassination of JFK, people are absolutely fascinated, right?
Sure.
And what's been released and what's... No one seems to care about the guy that shot Trump.
I think they do too, but there was very little information that's available. And we're hoping there'll be more information now that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are in the FBI. But I'm not... I saw them recently talk about Epstein. They're saying that Epstein he definitely committed suicide. I'm like, definitely? Oh. Because especially, but Bongino.
But that it's the terrible kind of the lag from COVID. The long COVID from a psychological perspective is trust. We've lost a lot of trust because anyone that said it was a lab leak at the time was a maniac.
Mm-hmm.
And then so you go when they tell us, oh no, he committed suicide. You go, well, it's hard to believe now.
Yeah, well, it's way worse than it was a concerted effort that was coordinated, and you could follow the paper trail now. Like what used to be a conspiracy theory is now just facts. Like there was one thing that came out where.
What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact? Is 5 years now.
Find out who did it. Was Yale. Yale did a study before the vaccine was even released, where they were running the effects of shaming people to try to coerce them into taking a medication to decrease vaccine hesitancy. And I think they were running terms like trust the science.
It's crazy because it's the baby in the bathwater because they did that, and then you go. And then there's going to be more measles in America, and more kids wearing glasses that thick and going deaf from measles because they're not taking the good vaccine. So it's for me, it's like that idea of trust is such a when we talk about institutions and the Constitution and checks and balances, and we need trust in our society. That's one of the great things that came out of that's the Catholic Church.
Well, the real problem in this country when it comes to things like vaccines is we have narratives. And we either have narratives that all of them are bad, or we have narratives that all of them are good, and trusting the science. We have these, it gets strange.
Yeah.
And then when the real problem in this country happened, when they absolved all pharmaceutical drug companies from any sort of liability for vaccines. And they did that because vaccines have side effects. Even if they are effective, they have side effects. It's part of the good and bad about them.
Yeah,
There's going to be some people that so they were getting so many lawsuits that they were threatening to no longer produce vaccines. So during the Reagan administration, he gave them blanket immunity. And then they started doing things like prescribing hepatitis B shots to babies, which doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a sexually transmitted disease you get from dirty needles and sex, and you're giving that vaccine to babies, and it's kind of dangerous. And they did it because people weren't taking it. And so then you get a thing where you're just trying to profit more, and because you have this blanket immunity, you're taking advantage of this position,
Well,
which is what corporations do.
Yeah, I mean they're motivated by profit. Like here's the simple solution, like super simple: ban advertising for medications. I mean, it's New Zealand and America that allow pharmaceuticals to be advertised.
100%.
And you go, well, what are we doing? Why, it's unnecessary.
Well, the real dark part of that is not that people get influenced to try these medications or to trust in these medications because of the advertisement. The real problem is it's such an immense part of the network's revenue that they will no longer do investigations on vaccine side effects or pharmaceutical drug side effects, or do stories about things like Vioxx that get pulled from the market killing 50,000 plus people.
We've got to motivate those companies, right? It can't just be the profit, because it's like the thing that I worry about is antibiotics, right? So antibiotics are what an incredible piece of technology, right? People used to die from a fucking rusty nail, snagged them, and they would die, right? So modern medicine has given. We have to look at what the positive side is.
There's an immense positive side.
Oh my God.
Pharmaceutical drugs.
You're talking to a man in his 50s with a hair transplant. I've had a bit of work done. Don't even start me on the Viagra. I've got a lot to be thankful for medical science. Right? So big pharma, great. They've done a lot of good. And then but other stuff. The antibiotics. Like there's things that are resistant now to antibiotics. They need new antibiotics, but there's nothing in it for the pharmaceutical companies to invest in that. So I think that at a governmental level needs to be, look, give them the money to do it.
Right. If you have oversight to make sure there's not fraud and waste, and that is a problem when you give people money. But what you're saying is 100% true. There's undeniable good that comes from pharmaceutical drugs. The problem is not scientists and not medical science. So you have medical scientists that are constantly trying to figure out new ways to stop Parkinson's disease, new ways to cure cancer. All this is wonderful. But then you have the money people. How do we get this out there? And how do we get this out there before it's ready? Maybe you just fucking tell people it's ready when it's not. Maybe you fudge a few tests. Maybe you run some really fucking sneaky studies where you're only analyzing things in a certain very particular lens because you want them to be shown to be effective.
But you go, look, and I don't mind people, if someone comes up with a cure for cancer,
they should profit.
I don't mind. They could be a trillionaire.
But the thing is, they're never satisfied. When you have a publicly traded company, they never are satisfied. They never go, guys, we're doing great. If we just make this amount of money every year, that's wonderful. Let's hang back. I think our profits are very high. Let's do good. Let's try to do the most amount of good. No corporations.
Well, it's an interesting thing where socialism has become such a dirty word. But everyone agrees to some extent, right? There's areas of life where you go, well, there has to be a level of socialism. So
contribution. We have to contribute.
Okay, the fire service is great.
I use the same one all the time.
But everyone agrees, right? Okay, if your house burns down, we're going to have a fire service, and it comes, and it's not like we don't take care of that.
Public education.
Well, I think we could get there sooner, because you look at some of the stuff that's available online now, and it's just it's incredible. It's like it's there. I mean, I slightly think on education that we should do the right thing, right? Instead of pumping the economy by printing more money and quantitative easing, I think America and the UK should cancel all student debt, because we missold people some bullshit degrees, right?
100%.
And the idea that student debt, right? So you're taking those people that took a chance and they went to university and they gave their time and they studied hard. And there's a theory that woke came out of elite overproduction. So people did everything right. They went to school, they studied hard. They went to university, they studied hard. They got a degree, and then they can't buy a house. They can't, because maybe the degree doesn't grow corn. It's not in a STEM subject. It's in the humanities or something, and then they don't get the lifestyle that they worked hard for. I think we cancel their debt. I mean, I don't want to sound like a communist here, but free education is not crazy. Because
it's not crazy at all.
It's an asset to your society. If
the
you
problem
say,
is it's
universities,
a giant subsidized business in America, at least. It's a giant subsidized business, and they're not going to let it go. The reason why there's a really strong reason why
It was free when I went. When I went
It's
to
a really
university.
strong reason why it's the one debt you cannot absolve in America, even with bankruptcy.
Why?
Because it's a scam. It's the dirtiest thing ever. Because look, if you're a 45-year-old man who's taken a lot of risks with your business and you go bankrupt, you're absolved. But you're an educated person with a lot of life experience and you did risky things and you failed, you're allowed to go bankrupt. But if you're an 18-year-old kid and you assume a $200,000 4-year loan to go to Harvard, you got to pay that forever, for the rest of your life. And it gets interest. It compounds. It's evil.
I can't see the downside in it because you go, this is the richest nation, not just in the world, the richest nation there's ever been. And you go, an investment in, and maybe you change it and you go, well, actually, university is a lot more difficult to get into now because it's going to be free. So it's going to be super difficult to get in there.
It's still difficult to get into, even if it's expensive. Right now, it's not easy to get into like Yale or Harvard. It's very difficult to get into it. That's not going to help you. The real problem is always going to be the fact that you are paying so much money when you're too young to know what that even means. You're too young to be connected to $50,000 debt when you're 18. You don't know what it means. You're 18 years old. You don't know what that kind of debt means, and the fact that it's going to follow you around forever and haunt you.
But also, it's the middle class and upper class kids that can take on that kind of debt,
right?
And the
And
working
it's
class
more
kids.
of the haves and have-nots forever.
But education was the great kind of equalizer, right? Because it was, you were able to change your social class through, if you go to school and you work hard, you go, well, education should be. Listen, I'm not saying that there can be equality because I think we're all born with different gifts, right?
Yes.
You and I disagree about work ethic, but that the idea that we're all born with different attributes, right? So there's never going to be equality, but the opportunity to educate yourself and to do better is like that's sort of part of the American dream, isn't it?
I don't even think we disagree about work ethic. I think it can be acquired as well. I'm sure it's probably heritable in some way. I mean, it's probably very cultural too. But I think you learn it too.
Well, I think you've learned it. I think what you've done in martial arts, how you do anything is how you do everything.
Yeah.
I look at what you've done with the Mothership. I look at your comedy career. I look at how you treat your body. Everything's the same. It's the same. You've got a work ethic that's very consistent across different fields. How you do the podcast. Have you missed a week ever? Like, you're just very consistent with stuff.
Well, that's the key to getting better at things in life. It's not always fun. And this is what people have to understand. You're not always going to enjoy what you do if you have a process. But
I'm doing my best here, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, you're doing great. The process at the end of it, though, is what you're looking for. You're looking for results. And if you want to, the people that can get results are the ones that can go through the most difficulty.
Well, I think, that thing of what you, and then you just sort of enjoy, I don't know, I think that thing of ambition, like the process is so enjoyable. The process of like becoming a better comic is such a joyful experience where you just go, like at the end of every show, I take out a notepad and try new jokes. And you just go, that iteration of like getting better and, if a new one works, it's the most exciting thing in the world.
Yeah.
Just absolutely love it. And you kind of go, and it's, I forget if it's telic or anti-telic. I don't really know what but it's a task without end. It's just you keep on doing this thing.
Yes.
And it's just, there's no end in sight. It's not like you're arriving at this perfect state.
Yeah.
It's I suppose it's that idea that it's kind of messy, but it's lovely to kind of, you feel yourself progressing.
And you should enjoy the process of uncomfortable feelings and a little bit of pre-show anxiety, and then doing the show, and then things go great or things go badly. Sometimes things go badly is even better, because then it forces you to like really like intensely look at the set and like, okay, why did that joke bomb? Like what went wrong here? Like what is it about it let me like deconstruct this thing. Do I have like, if I've been doing it this way out of habit, I think there's something in the idea it's worked before, so what is wrong? And it'll make you like put much, much more attention to a thing.
Yeah, I think that thing in comedy, like failure is your friend.
Oh yeah.
Failure is, you make friends with it and you're kind of okay with it.
Yeah.
It's fun. And then in life, it's like you're able to take chances and kind of mess things up and go, it's all right, give it another go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the martial arts thing. We win or we learn. Yeah. When you win, you kind of learn that the process is going well. That you have competence. You're good at it now, and then it motivates you to continue the process. But losing is like so horrible that you have to completely reassess what you're doing. And oftentimes you amp up your intensity and amp up your dedication because you don't want to feel the pain of losing again. The same with the bombing set. Like if I look back on my early career in comedy, some of the big leaps I had was after horrific bombings.
Right.
You have a year in or so, you have a horrific bombing, and then you go, oh my God, I might not even be able to do this. I got to really fucking focus. Because Brian Simpson said something really funny the other night in the green room. He said, the thing about being a comedian is you can't be a shitty boss and a shitty employee.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah.
I was like, oh, you just nailed it. Brian's one of those guys. He drops those gems like that. He'll just out of nowhere. Like, you gotta always listen when that guy is ready to drop a gem. That's a gem. Because as a comic, no one's telling you what to do. You're responsible for yourself.
It's interesting. I did Kill Tony last night with Tony Hinchcliffe, who's at once the meanest motherfucker in the world and also the kindest man in comedy.
Yeah.
Because you look at the careers that he's launching. Mm-hmm. Like every 3-4 weeks, he's launching a new name, and then they're touring. And they're playing clubs and they're having a great time. And it's that thing of you can't beat your environment. So to be around people, not just that you like, but that you want to be like.
Sure.
So you're creating this little thing, this little space, like and the mothership's got this little community around it now of people that they want to get better, and they're looking around, and it's you came here because Ron White was here, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, in no small part,
a big part,
and then you built this thing, and it's Field of Dreams. Mm-hmm. Look how many people are coming, and then I'm very excited to see in 20 years who comes out of the scene. I actually flew in on Sunday to go down and see Chappelle, so I went to see his new club in Yellow Springs.
I heard it's great.
I mean, it's insane.
But that club only exists when he's there, right?
Yeah,
I think it's only he runs shows when he wants to run shows.
I think it's going to become something more than that. I think that's what he's planted a seed there.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to grow. And it's a small town, but it's a town with a lot of pull. Mm-hmm. It's almost too beautiful a town, Yellow Springs. You kind of walk through and go, it's like the Stepford Wives. It's so perfect. You know who's got playing this weekend?
Who?
The whole of the Wu-Tang Clan are coming. It's a 220-seater, okay? I think it may be one of the few occasions where more people are on stage than off stage. The audience may be smaller than the band.
Yeah, Wu-Tang can stack it in there. That should be wild. That'd be amazing. But that's Dave. He draws people. He's a magnet,
He really is.
Yeah, he's a beautiful person. Very, very unusual human being. I don't know anybody like him.
No, he's a unique... Well, you're non-fungible human beings. There's no one else you go, he's a bit like that. No, it's just his own thing. It's a wonderful thing. There's a real, I think in comedy, that thing we're out for ourselves, but in it together. Alan Havey told me that. And I remember thinking, it's kind of true, because we're all in this business, and there's sometimes you see comics arguing or shit-talking other comics online or something. You go, what are you doing? There's the narcissism of small differences, where people go, oh, I don't like his observational stuff, or he's hacky, or something. You go, we're all in the same business.
Yeah, most of those people are just jealous. That's just a pettiness. It's always people that they think have success that they don't deserve.
No one ever hates you for doing worse than that.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's all silly. It's really silly. It's foolish. And unfortunately, some of them are good comics too that are doing it. It's but they don't have any friends. They're islands, right? And one of the ways that I describe comics, I go, you're either like a village or an island. And villages do way better than islands. So an island is a man on his own out there that does his own shows and has an opening act and doesn't hang out with comics. There's a lot of those guys, and unfortunately they have the same opening act that guy, that becomes his job. He's just an opening act now, and he only works when he works with the headliner, and then they travel around the country, and the guy never. And then you watch the act deteriorate. You watch the act start to fall apart and get softer.
Well, this is what it's the great thing you've done is that thrown down a road bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And you're up there and you throw down the bridge and you bring people with you.
Well, what we did is create a real workshop in a real community where there's an actual path. Like there's a path from open mic night, which we have 2 nights a week, to becoming a door person, where you can get spots occasionally and you'll be watched by the best talent coordinator in the world, Adam Egan. He's the best. He's the best.
He's in Hawaii this week. I'm missing him.
Oh. Well, he'll be back.
No, he's coming to London to see Oasis with me.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
wow, that should be incredible.
Oh, we're gonna.
Don't they hate each other? They hate each other with their touring together.
Nolan
the Gallaghers.
Yeah, but I think there's
a lot of money.
There's an amount of money you can put down and go. You should get Noel on this show.
I would love to.
Noel is so fun.
I love them. I love them. But so the back to the mothership. The thing about it is, we set it up to be a place where people can develop and show them a path. And then there's Kill Tony, which is the perfect anchor of the entire community. Because with Kill Tony, you get to watch people that do their first time ever on stage, or maybe they came from Seattle, they've been kind of struggling for 5 years, and they do a 1 minute on stage, and all of a sudden they get a golden ticket. Then all of a sudden they become a regular on the show, and then all of a sudden they're selling out all over the country. And then you're in this group of people that are really enthusiastic about this art form that I think is one of the most underappreciated yet very respected and very loved art forms. It's really paradoxical because on one hand it's dismissed as being like a bunch of fools, and on the other hand it's like everybody wants to go see a good one.
Yeah, who's it dismissed by? I mean, it is that thing where you go. I think because it's a sense of humor is. There's that great old quote of laughter is the shortest distance between two people. I think there's a real connection to comics because you laugh with your friends and your family and you laugh with this comedian. And if you think about friendship, I think about friendship like filters. Like if you sit next to someone on a plane, you've got a lot of filters.
Right.
You chat about the weather or the local sports team, whatever. And then you get really close to someone, you've got no filters. Your best friend of the world is that you've got no filters with.
I think comedy's not respected because most people can talk and most people are funny occasionally, so they think I could do it. But most people can't hit a fastball. Most people can't play tennis like a professional. Most people can't do that. So you watch someone do that and you go, I can't even do that. But you see someone on stage talking, like, I can talk. What's so hard about that? I just have to figure out the right words to say and I can be Jimmy Carr.
Right.
Right? Because everybody can talk. I think that's part of the problem. That's why it doesn't get appreciated the same way music gets appreciated. So, if there's plagiarism in music, there's so many songs where a lick in the song, just one thing about the song, and then the people, Bittersweet Symphony, they had to give all their money to the Rolling Stones. They didn't make any money from that song.
The weirder one was was it Blurred Lines? And it wasn't even that it was the same. It was the same feel as a Marvin Gaye song. Same feel seems like a stretch.
I don't remember that one. I thought they did decide that it was the beats were copied. But I've talked to friends that are musicians and listen, there's only so many different ways you can put together a beat and rhythms. It's you're going to get similarities all the time. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's plagiarism. But plagiarism in comedy is outwardly dismissed. There's no lawsuits. But yet comedians...
No, it's self-policing. It's self-policing. It's if someone does that, you go,
now...
Then that's the first time I ever saw you was calling out.
Yeah, but before that, a lot of people got away with it, man. A lot of people built careers off of plagiarism.
Well, even the great Robin Williams had that reputation.
Yeah, he did.
Because it was doing kind of this other thing. I don't know.
Well, it's like when you're just free balling and you get stuck, you just take somebody else's stuff. And back then, there was no internet, so there's no accountability. I think that's just the big part of this equation as the internet comes along. And there's been so many instances of a comedian's career now really fucking crashing because the internet sleuths, they start looking at it and they go, no, this came from that came from this. Yeah. Her special here is this is his bit, this is her bit, this is all plagiarized and just reworked horse shit.
Yeah,
the way you can tell The way you can tell is when they have another special after they've been called out, and then it's horrible.
Right.
There's just no content.
Well, it's that thing of like, you have to give the world irrefutable proof you are who you say you are. You know, if it's one joke, fine. If it's 10,000 jokes, you go, okay, this is something. I mean, we spoke about this last time, that thing of, because I'm working on a thing with my friend Amanda Baker and Abby Grant. They came and they taught at the Mothership.
Yes.
Because we're trying to work on this book about like teaching comedy in the same way that people teach music, like having a language of it and taking some of the alchemy and the mystery away from that, and sort of thinking about, well, what really, you know, not to say that it's like something AI can do or a machine can do, but the idea of like teaching people the structure of it, so that it's less kind of, you know, hey, it just comes to me on stage,
right? Maybe
codifying it a little bit more. And I mean, I'm working with these two incredible women, Abby Grant and Amanda Baker, on the book, and it's taken a long time, but I do think it's something that if you could teach it in schools, the idea of comedy, even as opposed to music, which is wonderful to learn, and you appreciate music much more if you've ever given the guitar a go, because you can appreciate what they're doing.
Yeah.
But the idea of comedy is being taught because you go, well, you have to write down and order your thoughts. That's a value. You have to learn how to communicate and speak publicly. That's a value. And then you're speaking in your authentic voice, and that's the saddest thing. Most people live and die, and they never speak in their own authentic voice.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to give kids, I think. I think it'd be a great thing to, you know, if it's an after-school activity, I would sign my kids up.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely value to it. And even if you don't have that style of comedy, like a joke writing style, even if you're more of a storyteller, you know, like a Ron White type where he tells stories, there's always value in learning different techniques to craft material and craft jokes.
But I look at what Ron does, and I mean, my love language is the one-liner. I like jokes, and it's quite old-fashioned in a way.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's a very old-fashioned kind of way of, and it's less about my life. But
you're like a folk singer.
Yeah. And then I'm trying to. I've got a good fastball, and then I'm trying to work on the other bits. But that's kind of what I love about the industry, because it's
everything. It's
you
all
go,
kinds of
I can
different
get good at
styles.
that, and then I can do like 20 minutes of fastballs, and then I've started about a year ago. I started working with a videographer and putting stuff out of like heckle videos and people talking to me.
Yeah, I've
on the
noticed
internet.
those.
And you go, it's just such a joyful thing, because it's almost like doing the stuff when you go, just hit me whatever you want, I'll do anything. It's like seeing a magician do real magic, because you kind of go,
right,
yeah, I've worked this muscle hard enough. I can I'll write jokes live for you now. Please.
Have you done Bottom of the Barrel?
No, what's Bottom of the Barrel?
Bottom of the Barrel is Brian Simpson's show at the Mothership, where you have a whiskey barrel and you reach your hand into the whiskey barrel to pull out suggestions for topics. So the audience
Didn't Paul
writes things
Provenza
down.
used to have set list? Do you remember
There
that?
was set list, but that was not provided by the audience, I don't believe. I
No,
think
that was like
them.
that, and it was a bit hat and a hat. Like sometimes it'd be just crazy things, but it was.
There's been a bunch of different versions of that. There was another one, Stand Up on the Spot. There was an LA one where you have the audience like raise their hand and come up with it. But the problem with that one is then you encourage people to just yell out. And so while you're in the middle of talking about something, someone else will yell out a different subject because they're just greedy and they just don't want.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you have to have good audience participation in that one.
But again, that thing of like going,
Yeah.
it's performative being in the audience.
Yes.
Like I always think that thing with hecklers, like there's more hecklers in the UK. Like when you travel around the world, like so I'm touring everywhere, like all over America, UK, Australia, New Zealand, every territory, and you notice different places have different traditions when it comes to heckling. Like that's the biggest thing you notice when you travel. Like in North America, people are very slow to shout out during the show because they think am I spoiling the show? Am I ruining this? And I actively encourage, like I don't mind if it's a little bit aggressive because we're all in service of the evening.
Right.
We're all in service of like, I don't mind if you win.
Well, that's confusing for the audience because some people don't want any heckles.
Yeah, sometimes it is like
some comics just they have a set and they want to just perform their set.
Yeah, I know. I like it when people join. Like no one wants someone to talk over their punchline.
That's a problem.
But
though,
you want people to.
But you're going into an agreement with a bunch of drunks, and a lot of them are just, they're not that smart in the first place, and so they don't even understand when to yell out, and so they're yelling out while you're in the middle of something else.
Yeah,
and then
I mean, I'm very lucky
chaos.
with. I suppose it's that thing with you can, it's self-selecting.
Well, it's
Your
also-
audience come and they find you, and it's
Sure, but sometimes crazy people just show up at your audience.
oh my god!
You know?
If I had to
Yeah.
compile, maybe I should compile a video of me kicking people out of shows.
Well, now
It's
they
like
know
so
you do
frequent.
that too, so they probably look forward to doing it with you. And so you get kind of the wrong kind of people that are encouraged to yell shit out.
No, I get pretty good.
Most of the time, yeah.
I get pretty good because I always think
But
like,
that's
I don't
like
have a
schizophrenics. Like,
I don't
what's
have
the
like a-
percentage. It's only like 1%.
yeah. I don't know if they're buying tickets. They should buy 2 tickets, shouldn't they? Sure.
I don't think they think they're two different people. I think
one for each personality.
I think schizophrenia is just like your connection to the world is frayed.
Yeah. Jesus. There, but for the grace of God.
Yeah, we don't even understand what that feels like. And, you know, there's a guy who's schizophrenic that as the disease progressed, he was an artist. And as his disease progressed, you could see his art getting fucking weirder and more abstract and distorted.
It's the most horrifying.
It's a horrifying. It's one of the most. You know, there's a bunch of really horrifying ones. Lou Gehrig's disease, a bunch of different things that just you just go fuck. Again, gratitude. Just be happy that you don't have that, and that's another good, solid reason to try to take care of your physical body.
Yeah,
make that bitch work for you.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, don't have it fucking malfunctioning.
Well,
if you can avoid it.
I think kind of food is the thing as well. Food is the medicine before medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Like just try and it's hard on the road.
It is. The best way to do it on the road for me is carnivore. I just only eat meat when I'm on the road. Well, I do that most of the time anyway. But when I'm on the road, it makes everything so much simpler. Just mostly just eat meat.
Are you traveling much at the moment? Are you
No.
on the road much? You're not?
No, even when I did my last special, my Netflix special, I prepared for it entirely at my own club. And then I hadn't done any theaters at all in like a year and a half. And I did the first Friday night at the theater. I'm like, oh, it's different. It's because instead of doing like 200 people, I was doing thousands. I was like, this is weird. Like the timing's different. But I'm like, oh, okay, good. I got it back.
Find the timing.
Figured it out.
The timing's different in like, I often go from theater to arena.
Arena time is way different. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I got it from Chappelle. I was out in Australia on tour last time, and I had like one night off, and Chappelle was in town that night. So I said, well, I'll go up with you. So I went up, and he had it in the round.
Yeah, that's how I do it too.
It's so genius because it's like the thrill of I don't want to say never, but I may never be a professional boxer. There, I said it. But walking into it's like walking into a ring because you've got like security around you and you have to walk through the audience onto the stage and up the steps.
Yeah.
It's so thrilling. And then you put the screens above, and even in a 10,000 seater, no one's more than, 2,000 seats back kind of thing. So so everyone's got a great seat and you're kind of rotating, and I love it.
It's incredible. It's also intimate in a weird way because the people are seeing the other people on the other side of them, which never happens.
And they're seeing people laughing.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that, but they're seeing people laughing, and it's that thing of going, okay, well, it's like an event where we're having fun together.
It's great. It's the best way to do
it. It is, although the timing that changes when you go, okay, it's a theatre, and it's like even 1,000 seater. I notice in the UK sometimes, like, you got to, like, the Palladium is my favourite place to play, right? And the Palladium is a theatre that was built 120 years ago.
Wow.
So the fire regulations 120 years ago were, I hope no one dies. There was the fire regs. Good luck. There's doors. If there's a fire, I guess leave. So it's tight. It's like it's 2,200 people, but they're close to you. And then sometimes you go to a place that was built 2 years ago and it's beautiful and air conditioned, but the people are so far away because the seats and the aisles and everything's been built for safety.
Yeah.
So it's like you'd never get it. You couldn't build one of those now.
Yeah.
It's kind of it was better when they were all on top of you.
Yeah, but then people died in fires, So,
well, you've always got to look at the negatives.
They should have a way to like open the wall in case of a fire. It should be a hinge where you just push
the whole
wall down, and everybody can just run out real quick.
That's not
Can
a
you
bad
engineer
idea.
that in there? Like, what they do with the battleship when they let the tanks out the back of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, like a big old aircraft carrier. Like, drop it. Yeah. Or fucking fire extinguishers everywhere. Like, in the wall, everywhere. Spray water on people.
Yeah, just under every seat.
All over the ceiling. I mean, they do have that in some places where it's dangerous. They have fire sprinklers that are built into the wall.
I feel like
in
we're
case
getting
of a
close to
fire.
the we're getting close to the old bit of the that black box thing they have on airplanes where it crashes.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone had the observation of just build the plane out of that.
Right.
What's that made of?
But how about parachutes for planes? How about one of those? Is that hard to do?
Parachutes for planes?
Yeah.
We're having some big ideas.
How much would it cost? How much would it cost to have a big fucking parachute at the top of the plane? Or if shit goes totally sideways, pull it, float down to the ground. Is that possible?
Is that an incredibly dumb idea, or is that genius?
It's both. It's both. I'm sure somebody else has thought of it. You know?
Yeah. That seems...
I mean, don't they have something like that on Air Force One? Where, like, if the plane's going down, the president can get to, like, a little compartment and it ejects? Is that real, or is that, like, some movie shit? That might be some movie shit. See if that's real. I think they might
feels
be.
like some movie shit, but
that sounds like a good idea. Like, what if Air Force One goes down? Like, this was the online chatter about the president getting a plane from Qatar.
He got a gift of a plane.
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah.
Like, the Air Force One does not have an escape pod in the real world.
Okay, can we
the movie Air Force One?
Can we confirm, is this the real world?
Because
maybe this is...
We think it is. As far as how we're acting, yeah, this is the real world.
What do you think about simulation theory?
I think it's more likely every day. The more time goes on, the more I think it's likely.
I really like it. Is this a
plane
with a parachute?
Plane with a parachute.
Small planes that think some guy.
Did you just manifest this? How did this...
Parachute planes. He Googled it. It's pretty dope. Yeah. So has this guy used this before?
I don't. That doesn't seem like it's happened, but they're maybe testing. Seems like a dangerous test too, because you have to wreck a plane if it doesn't work.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. All right. How would you test one of those? You'd have to have a bunch of planes. Oh, look, they did test it. Is that real or is that AI? That's real.
Yeah.
Oh, it seems real. Yeah. So you just need a real big one. A big one for a jumbo jet.
It's still going to be a bump.
Let's go.
It's going to be a bump when you land.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, better that than a ball of flame. The fuck?
Are you not going to land and then have a ball of... Well,
you might.
Yeah, hey, listen, let's give it a go.
Yeah, give it a go. Maybe you could jettison all the fuel on the way down, so you could soak people's homes with jet fuel, so that it just bounces. There's no fuel in it to start a giant, enormous fire.
There's a reason.
Look at this one.
There's the reason we're not in charge of this.
It's coming down. What the hell? Oh, look at that! It worked.
Oh wow! All right,
it worked.
Yeah, but that's taken
really
like
though,
that's taken four.
I do not like the nose down approach.
That's taken like 4 parking spaces.
You just see 2 puddles on the windshield from the pilots.
Yeah, it's not great. Okay, simulation theory. I like thinking about it because I kind of go, I've got such a crazy life.
Right.
Like,
how could it be real?
I'm sitting here with you.
Yeah.
With Chappelle on Sunday. Woody Harrelson came to the show last night. I know him a little bit from London. Just going, this feels like a cartoon. It doesn't feel real somehow. And yet you go, well, it's an interesting way to think about the world because you go, well, if this is a game, what's the scorecard? How do you win? And it kind of makes you think about, well, what's important in your life? What's the, measurable and immeasurable metrics?
Right.
I often think about there's CV, resume points, and then there's eulogy points. And often those things kind of conflict. Like the things that we, career-wise, you can have a great career, but if you don't have kids and a family, who's doing the eulogy? Who's speaking for you? What are the things that really matter?
People that are great people that don't have kids and a family, but they have a lot of good friends.
Yeah, but I mean, that's...
And the people are going to miss them.
Oh my God, yeah.
I don't think it's a total requirement to be a actualized human being to have children. But I think it's definitely benefited me. But I used to hate it when people would say, like, until you have kids, you don't know what the world is all about. Like, okay, for you. Like, how do I know what you've gone through? How do I know your perspective?
Yeah, I have kids.
But there's a lot of people out there with children that are fools. It's like it's a nonsense way of living, of thinking that you have to have kids. And I think there's wonderful people that I know that are never going to have kids.
But that thing of
it's fine.
You can still have eulogy things.
Yeah,
things that aren't necessarily.
It's not a scorecard. It's not like he made $100 million. He wins when he's dead. Like it doesn't matter. No one cares. Like what did you do? Like how did you treat people? How did you live your life? what kind of an impact did you have on your fellow man? Like when you interacted with people, do they have a memorable experience with you, like your friends and people you worked with? Like, oh, do you know Jimmy used to always say, and you sit around talking about them?
I suppose it's that thing of like legacy now. It almost kind of is a secular religion for like what you leave behind.
Yeah.
Like you sort of think of the afterlife. You know, I don't really believe in an afterlife, but it's the kids. So
wouldn't you be stunned if it was real though? Like,
I mean,
I don't
beyond
not believe in an afterlife, but I would be so fascinated to have undeniable evidence, like to pass through. Like, imagine if you were one of those people that had a heart attack and died and had one of those really crazy near-death experiences and then came back.
I think there's that the near-death experience is available to everyone in the form of DMT.
Right.
Because everyone has the same experience of this.
Yes.
Another realm, another world beyond.
Maybe that's the
where
afterlife,
time
Jimmy.
is. If it is,
maybe
then
that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be it. That might be it. It seems familiar. That's the weirdest part about it. It seems familiar.
It seems more real than here.
Yeah, yeah. So it makes you wonder, like, what is this that we're doing? I have a feeling that what I said before is correct about the electronic caterpillar becoming the butterfly. I think that's I think there's a bunch of different factors that are leading us to expand technologically. I think it's the primary thing that we do as a species. I think that's what we're designed for. Just like bees make beehives and ants make anthills, I think the curiosity of the human animal is always going to lead them to an artificial intelligence that's far superior than its own, just eventually, ultimately. It just takes a long-ass time.
Well, I mean, you say a long time, but I mean, really, when did this
Hundreds of thousands of years ago. It started with stone tools. And that's really what it is. It's all technology, right? Stone tools allowed us to kill things without using our teeth. And then we eventually figured out shelter. And then we figured out a way to maximize cooking things.
And then the amount, our brains, you're able to feed that.
Yeah.
So food's a huge part. Like what we're doing now, language and comedy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like there's different strains of kind of Darwinian evolution, right? So there's for survival, right? And then there's reproductive. And I think what we're doing now, speaking, I think is reproductive. I think what we're doing is it's almost like peacock feathers, right? So you go, feathers initially weren't for flight; they were for display.
Really?
That's the theory. Is that how did feathers? Because what was the point of a feather before it was for wings, for flying? How would you get to that through evolution? Well, actually, if it was for display first, if the peacock is using the feathers correctly, that was the original idea for display for mating, and to show that I have so much extra energy, I'll be a good mate.
Right.
To show the female
so much color and
vibrancy and stuff. So why birds sing? I've got this excess energy. I'll be a good mate. Okay, so that thing.
The weird thing is it came from dinosaurs, though. Dinosaurs, they believe, are feathered now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how dinosaurs were breeding. Imagine.
Yeah. Well, dinosaurs as well. The theory on why they died out is interesting. On the they used to. So we randomly assign gender, and they assign gender as on the basis of temperature. So when the asteroid hit, it didn't kill all the dust didn't kill all the dinosaurs. What happened was every dinosaur was born female in the next generation because the temperature cooled. Some lizards still do it. They assign gender by what the temperature is. So if the temperature falls, you go, right, okay, everyone's female. And when the temperature is above a certain amount, everyone's male. So it's a generation of all female or all male, whatever it was, dinosaurs.
What a flaw.
Yeah, but because the temperature we always assume is static, and we don't see the geological changes over time in temperature. So
I feel like the Yucatan meteor was like the inoculation from the universe. They'd realize like this dinosaur thing is a fucking problem. Like no mammals are ever going to figure out how to make AI when you've got a 5,000-pound super lizard running around with a face the size of a VW bus with giant teeth on it. We gotta fucking wipe these things out.
Is there another world where there's dinosaurs with AI? Because if they're coming, we're fucked.
No, the dinosaurs never get to AI. You have to be super vulnerable to get to AI. Like, you don't have a bunch of jack guys working at OpenAI. You notice that? Yeah, you have to be super vulnerable to get to AI.
Well, it's a weird thing. You said it earlier about the idea of like our competitive advantage, right? You drop one guy in the jungle, you've fed the animals. Drop 10 guys, and you have an apex predator, right? Well, cooperation is our superpower. And for me, cooperation is downstream of play. Play is everything. We're the playing animal. Someone wrote a book about this, like in the 1930s, about how we are designed to play. Our culture is about play, and kids play. And you go, well, that cooperation is what leads to all of this. And weirdly, the Catholic Church, I didn't say this earlier, but the Catholic Church has got a lot to be grateful for. Because in the 12th century, the Catholic Church banned cousin marriage.
Really?
And the reason they did it was because they realized the tribe was more important than the church. And they hated that, right? So the unintended consequence was they said, you can't marry your cousin or your second cousin or your third cousin down to the sixth cousin.
Really?
And they broke the tribes. Now, when you break tribes, what happens? Well, you form small family groups, and then you have to trust people. So trust builds, and then from trust you get guilds and associations and a legal system, and everyone. Because before that, it's like, well, your cousin, you trust him.
That's what's
family.
The royal family, right? Back in the day.
Doomed the royal family. You know, we still got them.
Yeah, but I mean the old ones with the fucked up faces.
Yeah, with the no chin. Yeah,
they look weird.
Yeah, no chin, just intermarriage.
Yeah.
So that's what was taken away. So the unintended consequence of that was more cooperation, and people had to get on with other people, and there was like
that's interesting.
Intermarriage.
That's a smart way of engineering a society that keep people from just being so tribal and insulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually intelligent. And that's the Catholic Church figured that out?
The Catholic Church did that.
Right after they got the priest to stop having sex. Their next move.
The next move. Right after we stop fucking.
I have to really pee because I overhydrated. Let's pee and then we'll come back.
Okay.
So you're just giving me a lesson on Catholicism and the benefits of play. Do you know that that's one of the things they talk about in jiu-jitsu? Like, keep it playful. It's one of the things that they say, like the Gracies in particular. They always talk about keeping it playful. And keeping it playful is the way you learn the best.
Roger lives in London.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
one of the greatest of all time.
I mean, it's an incredible thing, the jiu-jitsu, because the idea that those guys just changed the game totally.
Yeah, they changed martial arts. Like, in more, martial arts has changed more since the invention of the UFC. And the invention of the UFC was by Rorion Gracie. Rorion Gracie invented the UFC, and that was in 1993. And since that time, martial arts have evolved more in these 30 years than they have in the past 30,000 years. That's a fact.
The thing I love about it, I kind of want there to be an origination movie about the UFC.
But they'll fuck it up.
Yeah,
they'll fuck it up. It's better to just have a documentary.
Yeah, that'd be it.
But you don't want to have a movie. Even a documentary, really, it should be like a Netflix series. Because it's going to require...
I think I should star in it. I could get jacked.
You could get jacked.
I mean, you could
get
see
you
this.
the right people. You know, get you Tom Hardy's trainer. Did you watch Mobland? I'm learning a lot about your English gangs.
Oh, my friend Chris Dickey, produced my movie, produced that as well.
Fuck, that's a good show.
Yeah.
I'm friends with Guy Ritchie.
Guys.
He's the best.
Guys, has he been on this?
Yes.
Yeah, he's
amazing. He's a legitimate black belt, by the way.
Yeah.
Legitimate jiu-jitsu black belt under Renzo Gracie, which is, there's like certain levels of black belt. There's a lot of like great black belts that have their instructor you just haven't heard of because there's so many great black belts out there now. But there's like legendary instructors where you hear like a guy got a black belt from Rickson Gracie. You're like, oh shit, that's a real black belt. Like you got a black belt from Renzo Gracie. Like, whoa.
But the interesting thing for me is like the invention of that, the bullshit in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
because we're about the same age. So like, it would have been that thing of like Bruce Lee movies or the Drunken Master. You ever see the Drunken Master?
Sure.
All those kind of movies, and then I'd be like into martial arts and like watching those films. Incredible movies. And then there'd be such bullshit about, oh, there's this technique from this place and he can do, and none of it was tested. None of it was testable. It was like, no. It's like that great scene in Once Upon a Time in, what's the Tarantino movie?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Bruce Lee and
it's the funniest
Brad Pitt,
scene. It's just so good. But the bullshit that was talked about, the 1-inch punch and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh no, we're really going to test this.
Mm-hmm.
It met the real world.
Well, I came up in that era of bullshit. There was like bullshit guys that like said they couldn't spar because they were too dangerous. They could kill you. And we would invite them.
That's the great line in the
spar.
Tarantino movie, isn't it? Where he goes, these fists. If I kill a guy, it's murder. Yeah, it's the same with everyone.
Well, the Bruce Lee thing is the one of the things that I really didn't agree with. I love Tarantino. I'm a giant fan. As a human being, I love him. And as a director, I think he's the greatest of all time. He is the most consistently exciting, groundbreaking, psychotic films. I fucking love his films.
He changed the way I consume media.
The problem is I know a lot about Bruce Lee.
Oh, Bruce Lee.
And he wasn't like that. He wasn't that arrogant guy, and I just think he's misrepresented.
Yeah, there needs to be a great documentary on Bruce Lee. I mean, there's plenty of stuff, but there needs to be a definitive, like a, Netflix put together beautiful thing, because he was an icon. Like, he was so incredible, Bruce Lee.
Yes.
But, Tarantino for me is godlike. Like, that movie, cinema speculation. So most people kind of do this thing if they watch new movies. So because the dopamine of the new story, and they listen to old music. Mm-hmm. And I read that book, Cinema Speculation. I went, I'm going to just watch 70s movies. And I just started watching the old movies because you forget. I mean, even if you have seen it, if you saw it 30 years ago, you remember one moment.
Yeah.
You watch that and then listen to new music. So you kind of flip the thing. It's really good.
Yeah.
I'm really loving it. I'm loving watching the old movies. But
some of the old movies are fucking amazing.
The Quentin Tarantino book is just...
He's incredible. Incredible person. They come along rarely where someone just has this very unique and fucking aggressive sight of like their art.
It's vision.
Yeah.
Vision. I mean, I put him up with Kubrick. I think he's that genius. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that. The Kubrick thing. I got told this fact.
What?
But okay, so I got told this thing, and then I asked Tom Cruise about it. This is a good story.
You asked Tom Cruise about something?
Okay. So I met Tom Cruise at a friend's wedding, and I said,
"Oh my God!"
I had nothing to say to Tom Cruise.
Oh,
so
I said, so much to say.
I said, "You made Eyes Wide Shut with Kubrick," and he went, "Yeah, I did." I said, "I heard he shoots everything. He shot everything with NASA lenses." So the reason he was able to shoot Barry Lyndon, you know the movie Barry Lyndon with Harvey Keitel, amazing movie.
I never saw it.
It's lit by candle. There's no lights in that movie. He shot it by candlelight, and the reason he was able to make it was because he had the best lenses ever made by humans, which were the NASA lenses that they took to the moon landing.
So that was Hasselblad.
So, Hasselblad?
Yeah, this is the company that made those cameras.
No, not the lens.
Okay,
who made the lens?
It says Zeiss Super Speed.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so he had these lenses. So Kubrick shot everything with these lenses.
Wow.
Now, here's the question for you.
Yeah.
How did Stanley Kubrick get those lenses? Maybe at the NASA garage sale they had in 1971 where they sold all the stuff on the front lawn. Okay, so the story I got told, which I want to ask you about, is they obviously is the middle of the Cold War, right? And the moon landing was a flex by the Americans. It was a big deal, right? So they rehearsed the shit out of that. Who did they rehearse it with? Well, the best director in the world. So they brought in a young Stanley Kubrick, and he filmed the rehearsals. So they had to rehearse everything before they went up there. So I'm not saying the moon landings didn't happen. I think they definitely did happen.
So who's saying that Stanley Kubrick filmed the rehearsals?
I can't remember who told me this.
That sounds like horseshit.
But
how did he have the time?
Sorry, how did he get the lenses from NASA?
How did he get the lenses?
He definitely had the NASA lenses. He bought them from NASA?
Well, he was
he got paid
genius
in
mathematician.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he used to do complex equations in his spare time. Yeah, he was a genius, like a legitimate genius. So he probably had a deep connection to the scientific community, and he probably maintained that all throughout doing 2001. So, Kubrick was the way he would do films was there were so many layers to his films. Like there's so many layers to The Shining.
He said this brilliant thing about movies. He said, "Don't if you wanna tell a story, make people feel something they don't have a name for." So there's so many bits in The Shining that don't make sense.
Right.
Like the geometry of the room doesn't make sense, but it kind of forces you to really see something.
Yeah.
Like so much of our life, right, is we're not really seeing things. I think it's the gift of being this kind of comedian. We get to see things. Mostly, guys of our age are just remembering things.
Right, they don't have a lot of other experiences.
Or they're having a very repetitive. If you commute every day to the same office, you don't remember 365 days. It's kind of one memory, and then you're just on repeat.
Right.
Whereas if you have unique experiences, it's not that we don't have enough time. We just waste a lot of it, and we want unique, novel experience. And so part of the reason I travel the world is to have unique, novel experience and to see things in a different way. And sometimes when you watch like a Kubrick or a Tarantino movie, it's just seeing something in such a pure way.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. It's a unique artistic vision that makes you it just takes you out of mundane existence and you go, wow, this guy, 2001 is such a weird movie, man. I saw it again last year. I hadn't seen it in a long time, and I watched it again, and I was like, God, imagine making this film in, what was it, 60? What year was it?
70s?
No, was it 70?
70,
69, 70s?
No, it's 70. 70.
68.
What?
Yeah, so it's before the moon landing, and it's all going on at the same time, which...
68? It's incredible.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of futuristic now.
Yeah.
There's that weird thing of you ever read...
It's weird that the monkeys, when they find the monolith.
Yeah.
It's I have very bizarre theories about the evolution of the human animal itself.
Well, what do you think?
I don't necessarily think it happened without help. I have a feeling that we were assisted. I think that's one of the reasons why we vary so much. We're just like dogs. Dogs vary so much, but dogs all came from wolves.
Yeah.
Every dog came from a wolf.
It does strike me as it's a very strange thing how long humanity has been here and how recently, 10,000 years ago in northern Japan was the first settlement, and how quickly things have progressed.
I don't think that's true. I don't think we're right about that. And I think there's there's a bunch of interesting guys, but there's one that who's that guy that I brought up the other day, who's a British anthropologist?
Well, I already
who has this. No, he did. That's why I brought that up. He's got a YouTube channel, and he's like, human beings have been in this. His argument essentially is that human beings have been in this particular form, this Homo sapien form, for somewhere in their neighborhood of 300,000 years. Why would we assume that it took us so long to get to where we are as far as society and technology and innovation? Isn't it far more likely that this was achieved multiple times, followed by great catastrophes that brought us back to square one? And there's a lot of evidence for that. There's a lot of evidence for that in terms of 11,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas impact theory, but then, which is actually physical evidence of meteor comet impacts on Earth, gigantic landscape changes, ending of the ice age, melting of the polar ice caps, massive flooding, rising sea levels, all that stuff's documented. But then he's talking about what about 100,000 years before that? If we're in the same form, if society did reach a very high level of sophistication, maybe in a different way, 100,000 years ago, how much evidence would be left? The answer is zero. But the human remains the same. If you took a 100,000-year-old person, you could bring them to the fucking shave their face, sit them in a movie theater. They would have you would have no idea that was a person from 100,000 years ago. They look real fucking similar to us.
Well, I suppose that thing,
especially fed them well, which they probably didn't get much food back then.
Yeah, that thing of the gratitude, the idea that you go, how have we only got to this now? The idea that you go, well, actually, the taking care of that Maslow's hierarchy of need. So you need food, you need shelter, you need we haven't even covered that for most of humanity. But certainly in the place that we live, that's all sort of we factor all that in. That's all like,
Right.
okay, you've got all of that sorted, and then we get to self-actualize and we get to specialize.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe it's that thing of like, I don't know, the breaking of the tribes and the idea of specialization. It's the Dunbar number is the important thing, isn't it? Like, because the great apes. So Robert Dunbar's the guy that had that idea of, it often comes up when people talk about social media. How many friends can you have?
Right.
Like with great apes, they get to a pod of about 60, and then they go, I don't really know that guy. He hasn't really groomed me in a long time. So I did this documentary once for the BBC with Robert Dunbar, and it was...
Oh, you met actual Robert Dunbar.
It was incredible.
How old was this guy?
I guess 60s. He's not that old a guy. But so his theory was kind of, well, actually what happened that allowed human beings to specialize was remote grooming. So the idea that we could be in a large group and our language allowed us to have a larger group, like 150 friends in the group, because we didn't have to pick things out of each other's hair or literally groom each other.
Hey, Bob, look at the lawn, looking good.
Yeah, but that was the great innovation, because it allowed us to go, okay, look, I'm going to go and build this thing, you go and do that thing, we'll come together, and obviously, language predates speech by millions of years. Laughter predates speech by about a million years.
Interesting.
So
Because
the
the
idea
animals
that
laugh, chimps laugh.
you know, I've got a weird laugh. Right? I laugh on an in. I
You have to.
Yeah. If something really strikes me as funny, it's like it's such a. People often ask, like, is it real? It's the most like crazy laugh. Odd. I laugh on an in breath, not an out breath.
Like Tucker Carlson. He's got that kind of laugh.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know where I stand on that. Now I'm in trouble. I'll get me cancelled. Well, no, that's an out. That's an out.
Right,
It's just
an
a
out.
high pitch out.
Pitch out.
But that thing of like laughter being a remote tickle is kind of it's an interesting idea. I mean, obviously,
it's interesting. It's contagious. Genuinely.
Yeah.
So like if you're laughing, I'm like, I'll start laughing. Like, what the fuck are you laughing at, Jimmy?
Yeah.
I'll start laughing. If you're laughing
You ever seen
hysterically,
those German guys that do the laughter therapy?
no.
They do a laughter therapy in Germany, and it's literally a guy going, we're all going to laugh now, ha, 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 and they just force themselves to laugh. There's nothing funny going on. They just force themselves to laugh. It is hell, but it's very good for people, because once they
They
get
need to
going...
figure out stand-up in Germany. Have they ever figured it out?
Who's
Who's the best?
In Germany? I
It's like the
play a
Lenny
lot in
Bruce.
Germany.
Yeah, but you're an English guy going
Yeah.
to Germany. That's different. I could play in Germany too.
Yeah.
But my point is, who's the best guy to come out of Germany?
There is a guy who's like played like a stadium there. Oh God, I forget his name, but he came to the Edinburgh Festival.
We had a guy that was the #1 comic in Germany who came to the Comedy Store back in like the early 2000s. Super nice guy, barely spoke English, and did like real physical comedy. Like his whole thing was physical, and he just couldn't figure out how to make it work in America.
Right.
It was interesting talking to him. So I was
Well,
like,
that was
how
always
big are you in Germany, rather? And he's like, oh, in Germany, I'm the #1 comedian, and I do really well. And I'm like, really? So, like, what do you do? And he's like, I do this kind of, like, they enjoyed, like, that kind of, like, slapsticky, fall down sort of stuff. He did a lot of physical stuff. It was funny, but it was like the audience at the Comedy Store had been used to all these, like, bang, 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 like, set up punchline, Joey Diaz, and now here's some guy from Germany.
Yeah.
You know, and he was just, it didn't work for him. And
Well, there's a great old line of like, where would we be without a sense of humor? Germany.
Yeah, but they make great cars.
And it's like, well, that thing of like, there's scenes coming up everywhere around the world now. I mean, I got I think 47 countries on this tour, and you go, and everywhere I go, there's always a couple of local comics that come to the gig, and they're doing stand-up in English, and there's a little scene, and it's very contagious. I think it's kind of the YouTube and the Netflix effect of like, it's just out there now, and we're more aware globally of who's doing what.
Unquestionably.
Yeah.
And then there's Kill Tony, which is worldwide. It's the #2 podcast on YouTube worldwide.
What's #1?
Yeah. For some unexplicable reason. I don't understand it myself. But the thing about comedy is that, like, maybe you don't want the people making your cars to be funny. You want them to be these like lockdown engineers, like the Germans. Like I kind of like that. These stoic engineers. Those things. I am not driving an Italian car across the country. It's not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it. I'm gonna get somewhere outside of Oklahoma and some fucking weird lights are gonna go off in the dash. I'm like, what is happening here? Ding, 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 ding. And the brakes are gonna fail. Something's gonna go. Something's gonna go. Some electronic shit's gonna go sideways because Pascal wasn't paying attention. He was eating his pasta and taking a nap. They take naps.
What are you driving there?
I drive all kinds of things.
Yeah.
I drove a Tesla, but I have a lot of cars. I like cars.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by engineering.
You gotta get
devices. I like
Jeremy Clarkson is a friend of mine. You gotta get him on.
I love Jeremy. I'd love to have him on. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, he's got to come on here because he's like, I don't know, he could have a lot in common. He's like super.
I love Hammond. I love James May. I love those guys. They were the originals.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge fan of Chris Harris too. When he took over the new top tier.
Yeah, well, they're just passionate about it.
Yeah.
I think there was something of like, I'd love someone to do. I'm sure it exists somewhere, and I just haven't been to it. But like a museum of the motor car.
Oh, there's in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw where they were building that, and it wasn't finished yet last time.
No. LA's had an auto museum forever.
Isn't there a new one in?
Perhaps. Maybe there's a new one. Maybe
Yeah.
they're making the new one. Maybe it's the same company. But the LA Auto Museum has been around forever.
Because it feels to me like vintage cars are the way to go. Look, there's so many regulations now, and there's so much you have to do
in your
to make it country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They lock you down.
Well, I think that's all going to change, though, isn't it? I think it's like we could never get American cars in the UK.
Yeah.
You could never buy a Cadillac in the UK. You could never, and maybe that's going to change now.
I hope so.
I'd love to be able to.
I know some American muscle cars are really popular over there because those are just they're fun. They're just fun to drive. There's something about American muscle cars, like even the modern ones. Like if you buy a modern Ford Mustang, they are fun to drive, man. The rumble of the engine, shifting the gears, the manual transmission.
Yeah.
Like I think like the Mustang GT is like the greatest bargain as far as like fun for dollar in the automobile world today. Because I think you get a Mustang GT for like under $50,000 US, like loaded, and they're incredible.
It is an interesting thing of like cars. There's a certain point now where what's the last car you could drive as opposed to it driving you?
Right.
You know, so there's
like
an argument to say
There's
I had
Waymos.
like a Porsche from a Targa from '89. So it had the G50, but it was air cooled. But it was like it's kind of the last one I think before the technology kind of took over, and they were just
Well, not necessarily. You know, the 964s are still very analog, and so are the 993s, and especially in comparison to the 996s and the 997s that came after it. But the point of those cars is engagement versus proficiency. So the car that I drove today is a Tesla Model S Plaid. It is a preposterously fast car. It has incredible technology. It drives itself. If I choose to, and I leave here tonight, I can press a button, and it'll drive me to my house. It'll stop at every red light. It'll hit blinkers. It'll change lanes if there's an obstruction.
Hands off, nothing.
Hands off. I don't have to do anything. You're supposed to keep your hands like on the wheel, sort of.
Right.
You don't have to, you barely have to pay attention, but it'll do all the work for you. But a 1989 Porsche like yours, that one, that is a visceral experience. You're feeling it. It's like, woo, it's fun. You're on a ride. You're not even going fast, but you're feeling everything. It's a sensory overload. It's very exciting. It's exciting not going quick. There's nothing like those old cars, especially old Porsches, because they handle really well. Even though they're an old car, they still have like really good dynamics in terms of like roll.
I wonder what it is that we're enjoying that, because I think it's like it's type 1 and type 2 thinking. So it's like driving a car. Once when you get your license to drive stick shift, you really have to concentrate.
Sure.
And then it goes over into this other place where you just go, it's just happening. I don't have to think about this.
Right, you're just commuting.
But you're like engaged. kind of in a flow state when you're driving one of those cars and just driving it. You haven't got the radio on. And I used to love driving home from shows, and you'd think of something and you'd be driving and you wouldn't be, days before iPhones. You just have to remember that thought and let it linger, and kind of thinking of jokes and wordplay, and but you'd be kind of engaged in this other activity.
You're like a Zen state because you're connected to the vehicle, but you're not listening to music, you're not listening to a podcast. You're just out there driving this thing that you have to really be in tune with, and then your mind, your subconscious, is free to roam.
It's interesting, those things of like activities that engender different kind of states. Like, okay, you play a lot of pool. Now, I don't play much pool, but I do play pool with my friends if they're having a tough time. Like, if you have to have a tough conversation with a friend, they're down, they're depressed, whatever, this looking each other in the eyes doesn't work so well.
Oh, right, you got to do an activity.
Because there's a lot of thinking time. If it's an emotional conversation, if there's something big going on, again, pool's kind of fantastic for that, because it just slows everything down. You've got a reason to be there for longer. It's kind of, it's playful, and there's kind of a low-level competition going on, but the stakes aren't high. And you kind of have a great, it's like when you're in the car with a buddy, you have a great conversation, side by side.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I had a friend who was considering suicide, and I did not know until we started playing pool together. I played pool a bunch of times. We were playing pool together one day, and he just seemed weird. He just seemed off. But it was through the playing that we could talk. We started talking, what's going on? He's like, I am not doing good at all. I'm not doing good at all. I'm like, what's going on? And then, we had this conversation, and he didn't have a lot of money, so he didn't have access to good psychiatric care. So I contacted my business manager, and I said, who's the best guy that we can connect my friend to? And he got on some stuff. I forget which SSR it was, but it ultimately really helped him. And then he turned everything around, and then his life turned around, and he slowly weaned himself off, and then he's fine. But it was like this moment of playing pool. So this is why, like, when people completely dismiss psychiatric medication too, I'm like, I can see how they're overprescribed. I can see how some people become dependent when really they should try exercise and healthy diet. However, when you're dealing with someone who's on the ledge, like, anything you can get that keeps that person from ending their life and making a terrible decision, and if they have a bad serotonin balance and dopamine balance in their head, and there's something that we can give them that can help balance them out, and then they slowly move towards a healthier...
You know what it is? It's like someone saying, no, we should all learn to swim. No, sometimes you need a life raft.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a life raft for a couple...
Yeah. Little babies, they have just floaties.
Just for a couple of weeks. Yeah. But that thing of, like, I don't know, we should chat about that, because it's like... Suicide is like, it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Invariably, it's that thing of, like, people think they want to disappear, but really they want to be found. And I find it heartbreaking, because I think more so than other fun stuff you go and see, with comedy, I notice a lot of people that are depressed or have suicidal ideation are self-medicating with stand-up comedy. So they watch a lot of comedy, or they come to a lot of comedy shows, because it's kind of the opposite of what they're feeling. And it's that thing of you kind of, I always do a bit about it at the end of the show. I mean, I tell a lot of brutal jokes, and then I talk about it, because you go, there's going to be someone in the crowd. I had this like heartbreaking thing where I've had it a couple of times now, where people come up and go, I had this amazing woman talk to me about, she was celebrating like 14 years of extra life. But she was like 17 or something at home, and she was thinking about ending it. She was waiting until everyone had gone to sleep before she hung herself.
Oh, God.
And she turned on her computer on YouTube, and she saw clips of some panel show bullshit that I was doing. And she laughed.
Oh, wow.
And then she watched another clip. And then she watched another. And then she got super into comedy and whatever. She didn't do it that night. And then she watched more of it the next day, and somehow that got her over, or she attributed that to getting her over a hump.
Well, sometimes you just have to have access to other thoughts. And when someone's a good comic like yourself, what happens is you allow that person to kind of think for you when you're enjoying the performance. And sometimes it's just that. That's enough. Sometimes it's great philosophy or a great book. or someone gives a great like inspirational speech where it just makes you like really think like, wow, like what is it about the way this person is talking right now that is changing my state? Changing my state of mind because I'm thinking the way they're thinking. I'm allowing them because they're so eloquent,
taking the control.
Yeah, and because what they're saying is so precise, and they have so much passion in what they're saying. There's so much enthusiasm that it's contagious. And now all of a sudden I feel better.
It's that it's perspective. You know, have you ever had Peter McGraw on here?
No.
Peter McGraw is that guy that came up with the benign violation theory of comedy.
What is that?
So benign violation theory is the idea.
Have I had Peter McGraw? He's a real problem.
Peter McGraw.
500 podcasts. I don't want to say I've never had him on.
And a couple of blows to the head.
A bunch.
Just enough. The sweet spot. Peter McGraw, the benign violation
Did
theory.
I have one?
When was this? Is he a professor of marketing and psychology?
Yeah.
When was this?
He's a brilliant man.
Episode 578. So.
Oh wow!
2,000
Pull him up on the
episodes.
screen so I can see what he looks like.
Okay, so
Boy, that shows you how toasty my brain is. That's the 561 messages that I haven't answered.
yeah. They're
That
all
kind of
from
thing.
him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
I would have told you that's a fake picture.
Okay.
I would have told you that's AI. It'll happen 100 times more, dude. We've had too many episodes.
But so his theory, which I'm sure he has spoken about on this very show, is the idea that you go, okay, so violations.
Sorry, Peter.
Violations are like how things are meant to be, right?
Right.
If it deviates from that, it's a violation in life. So death, disease, famine, all of the worst stuff in the world is like it's a violation. And he's saying, okay, if you imagine a Venn diagram, that's one circle, and then overlapping that is kind of humor. And you go, if you joke about something, you're recoding it in your mind to say, no, this is okay. We're putting a bit of distance between this. So just by joking about something, you make these violations in life, these terrible things, whether it's death, disease, suicide, whatever the terrible thing is, you're making it okay through laughter. You're you're filtering life's hardships through the charcoal of comedy and kind of making it palatable. So it's like, I often say this, I feel sorry for the people that are easily offended.
Yeah.
Well, or like offended, because laughing at difficult things it pays out on the worst days. So like when you're having your very worst day, you go, yeah, but at least we can laugh. Like those things of like, if you've had friends die or, they're in palliative care and you can sort of get a laugh out of them and it's just eases everything.
If you find people that are like that, that's a learned response. And if you grow up in a family that's easily offended and offended by everything, like a humorless family, that's a real problem. That's a real fucking problem. If they don't know how to joke around about stuff, that becomes a real issue. They take themselves too seriously, or they take the world too seriously, and like you're always looking to be outraged. And then there's also a lot of social credit to being outraged. Like people have, like he's outraged, you have to like let him know. Like now you've kind of commanded the stage. I am so sick of this shit. It's like, let him have his space. Give him his time. It's like you're demanding undue attention for something that a rational person who has like more important things to think about would laugh off.
I think being able to laugh it off it's quite
superpower.
Well, it's quite stoic, isn't it? Because you can't really choose what happens to you, just how you react to it. We don't have any control, but we have a lot of influence. Right. And the idea that disposition is more important than position is one of my kind of core beliefs. Like, I know some pretty fucking miserable billionaires. And I know some people that are just, so what's happiness? It's like, it's your current situation minus expectations.
Stephen Fry had a great piece on being offended. Did you ever see Stephen Fry on being offended?
No, go on, what do you say?
Right. I don't want to paraphrase it because it was brilliant. But it was essentially like, so what? So it's like, but that's not even an argument. Like, you're offended. Like, what does that even mean? So you're offended. Like, but why? Like, what about it? Why are you so easily triggered? Like, what fragile creature you are going through this life being offended with everything. It is now very common to hear people say, I'm rather offended by that, as if it gives them certain rights. It's actually nothing more than a whine. I find that offensive. It has no meaning. It has no purpose. It has no reason to be respected as a phrase. I am offended by that. Well, so fucking what?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Wonderful. There's some great lines like that. But that's another one. It's like you can't command attention just because you're offended.
I always think it's wrong.
As a person who's developed your mind and gotten through a lot of experiences in life, if you are 50 fucking years old and the most mildest thing happens and your response is "I'm offended," you didn't figure it out. You got to this point in your life where you have a very fragile foundation and you're looking to be offended, which means you're probably not good at what you do. Whatever the fuck it is that you were supposed to be good at, you probably fucked that up. And now you're just looking for like weird reasons to emote, weird reasons to get upset about things instead of to rationally try to see things from
listen,
perspectives.
I get annoyed with it because it's, people get it. People buy a ticket to see me live. It's like buying a ticket to a horror movie and then complaining, I'm scared.
Especially you. Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely, brutal, but then it's all in service of fun.
This is a society that rewards outrage and that coddles people for the most preposterous beliefs. This is a weird society. It's a weird society of social media and the amount of attention you generate. And so that spills out into the real world. And just
Chris Rock talked about it brilliantly after the incident at the Oscars. He said this thing about like there's 3 ways to get attention. You could be brilliant at something. It takes a lot of work, whatever. You could be infamous, or you could be a victim. And it's the easiest option.
Right.
It's like, you said something in it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've seen these people that have like, they list off, we were talking about this one person that was like the final boss of woke culture. They listed off all the things that are wrong with them. I'm disabled, I'm trans, I'm non-binary, I'm ethnically challenged, like whatever the fuck it is. They just like, rattled off like 30 of them. Like, oh my God, this person has everything wrong with them. Meanwhile, they're fine. You're fine. You're just a person over here talking. Like, you don't get special attention because of all these things you just listed. This is stupid. But in this weird world that we live in, you'll get celebrated, It's the identity politics world.
Yeah.
You have
I suppose that thing of like, if you had to define entitlement, right? It's a word that gets used a lot, right? Entitlement. But, okay, so for me, it's like where you are now and where you want to be. If you want to do something about it, that's ambition. If you think that's someone else's problem, that's entitlement. And it comes back to that agency empathy thing. Like, I'm very empathetic to, oh, wow, your cards are not great. The cards that you've been dealt are not great. They're your cards. And I want you to be empowered to do as much as you fucking can with those cards.
Yeah, that's
right.
Like
Good luck.
A weird political ploy, too, to look to the wealthy people and say, they're the problem. They're your problem. That's the thing that people will do to the proletariat, right? They will tell them, the reason why you're in this situation today is because of these greedy people aren't paying their share. These wealthy, if they paid their share. Like, where's it going to go, though? Is it going to go to this corrupt government that's the one who's feeding you this nonsense in the first place? What are you going to do? You're going to enrich them. They're just going to get bigger and stronger and have even more power. And then you're even more fucked. You're even more fucked because you don't have any resources. Like, it's not going to help you. If they tax rich people and then are the poor people going to get that money? No. Are their services going to improve? No. You're just going to get more government. And it seems like a good idea. Like, maybe the solution is we got to tax the rich people, but you got to figure out what to do with the money you already get from everybody, and you're not doing a good job with it. Like, that's a problem. The problem isn't like the rich people aren't paying their shit. Like, I always hear that about Elon. Like, he doesn't even pay tax. Elon paid more taxes in 2024 than any living human being that has ever existed. He paid something like $10 billion in taxes.
Yeah, I felt like I did in 2012. Felt like I did.
What happened?
I had a big tax scandal. I tell you when you know you've got tax problems, right?
What happened?
If the Prime Minister of the country that you live in breaks off from the G20 summit to come out and do a press conference where he talks about nothing other than your personal tax affairs, that's a red flag.
What happened, Jimmy?
I don't know. I was in like some some accountant said to me, "Do you want to? Oh, it's like a tax scheme. You want to be in a tax scheme?" And I went, "Yeah, okay." Like stupid. Like,
just when you know it was
no,
not
it wasn't
legit.
Oh no, it was legit. It was all legal. It was tax avoidance, not tax evasion. There's a difference, and the difference is about 18 months in prison. So thankfully, I came down on the right fucking side of that.
How much did you wind up owing?
Oh, it was enough. It was enough to go, oh, put the tour in. Great, we're going on the road. We're in trouble.
So you tried to avoid paying a percentage that was due. Yeah.
Pretty dumb.
They put people in jail in America. They make a big thing out of it. They put Wesley Snipes, the woman from the Fugees, Lauryn Hill. They put her in jail. They put people in jail, even if you could pay them. They're like, nope, not good enough. You're going to jail. Like, just the only time when you owe money and you pay the money back, you still go to jail. They want to make an example out of you. Pay your fucking taxes. In Boston, where I came up in Boston, and in Boston in the 1980s in particular, it was a very Wild Westy sort of a comedy scene, and they would pay you in cash or cocaine. It was up to you.
Cash or cocaine?
Yes, there was at least one club that would pay you in cash or cocaine. Yeah, and I was always like, I'll take the cash. I never did coke, luckily. But a lot of guys took the cocaine, and a lot of guys also took the cash but never paid taxes, like for a long time.
Well, I'd love it if they took the cocaine and paid the tax on that. Just went to the IRS and went, look, I brought you this baggie of coke.
I got a kilo in my trunk.
It's about 30% of the coke I took. This is for you, the IRS.
They all got banged up by the IRS, and they all wound up owing a fucking tremendous amount of money that they couldn't pay. So they all their salaries, every time they did a weekend at a club, everything, like half of it would go to the government. They take it straight out of your bank account. They'd just take money from you. They're not allowing you to pay them anymore. They just take it.
I've gamed the system. I do 2 shows a night now. So one for me, one for them.
Oh, that's a good move. Great. That way, that makes sense.
I don't even see that money. I can't be trusted. I can't trust myself.
It is funny, though, that they get half. Like, what are you getting out of it? At a certain level, like you get to the Elon Musk level, well, I guess you could say there's entitlements, like there's things that helped electric cars get more popular, and get funding, and that makes sense. But at a certain, if you're a performer, say, like you're a singer, and, half of all your money goes to the government, you're like, hey, what did you guys do? Like, if you're Taylor Swift, right?
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, what does she make, $1 billion a year or something crazy like that? I mean, she's doing fucking stadiums. They sell out instantaneously. She's printing money. But the government takes a sizable piece. They don't write a fucking song. Like, it's not in proportion.
Write a song. Well, imagine if the IRS went, look, Taylor, you paid a lot of tax last year.
So we're going to write some songs.
We've written you this. We've got an idea. We think it's pretty good. We've clubbed together.
Yeah.
We've got a bass guitar. We've got a riff. Here you go.
You're singing too much about boyfriends. I want you to sing about the IRS. We want you to sing about us. Yeah.
I don't know. There's places you go around the world though where the tax rate is higher, but you look and no one's annoyed because it just delivers. I do a lot of gigs in Norway, Finland, Denmark, where you kind of go, yeah, great. This all works.
But much different society. And it's also smaller population. I think the real problem is when you scale that to like hundreds of millions of people, things get really weird.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to like run socialized medicine, socialized education, like everything like that when you get to just enormous quantities of human beings.
Well, maybe that's the thing with America though, where you go, it is it's a country, and then it's lots of states.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the state level makes more sense. Like the nation state level makes more sense than kind of a global level.
I think it does. I think it does with education, and I think that's one of the reasons why this administration wants to get rid of they got rid of the Department of Education. They're allowing the states to manage their own education system on their own and do it in a way that and also be competitive. Like if you are, Arizona, you want to show that you have a better education system than Nevada, and Nevada wants to show they're better than Utah, and like there's a reason why, you want people that actually know how to make things better and raise kids' grade scores.
Well, they can also attract people with their education system because they go
100%. You attract people moving into your state, into your city.
I'm just trying to think of the city that I play. I think it's. I don't think it's Estonia. It's some. I mean, you might have to Google this, but it's like they've got a medical school, and it's free. You go to medical school. It's in Eastern Europe. They teach it in English, and the reason they do it is because they go, well, 400 kids a year are going to come here and study medicine. Some of them are going to fall in love with a local girl and stay. We've got more doctors. That's nothing but good news, and it's great. We just run the system. It doesn't cost us that much to run a university.
That would make so much sense.
And they live there, and obviously you've got to live there. A lot of what it takes to be a student is the upkeep on your living and expenses. You get a part-time job, whatever you're adding to the local community as well as studying.
To be really cynical, I think there's a certain percentage of our government that wants to keep people in turmoil and in strife because they're easier to manage. And I think the more people become successful and the more people become completely free to do what they choose, and they no longer have financial burdens, so they're not afraid to speak their mind, and they can kind of explore different things. And
I don't know if that's like a conspiracy or is that emergent. That's like the system that we have. There's a bug in it where that's how it looks. It looks like they're doing that, and you go, well, that's just the system's doing that somehow. So we need to adjust the system a little bit.
Well, it's openly discussed that one of the reasons why they let people across the border is that we need cheap labor. This was discussed by top Democrat politicians.
No, that's the Republicans in the 80s did that when NAFTA got signed.
Absolutely.
So that was a Republican policy to let people across the border for cheap labor.
Destroyed
the working man.
Destroyed the working man.
And you go, cheaper products, but at what cost?
Destroyed manufacturing in the United States. Destroyed Flint, Michigan. Destroyed. Roger and Me's a great documentary about that. But that is 100% true. That is exactly what happened, and that is a real problem. And that's a problem that when you allow people to make enormous amounts of money at the expense of millions of people's fucking future. Like if you destroy Detroit, which they did, Detroit at one point in time was one of the wealthiest cities in the world. Yeah. Detroit, during the boom of the automotive industry in the United States, was a huge place. I mean, it was a place where people would go. It had a nightlife. It was exciting. There was a lot of money. They had auto unions. People were making a great living.
Culture that came out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You look at Motown. How much of that culture was downstream of people having disposable income?
100%.
The invention of the teenager, as a consumer with disposable income and time that they could spend, and the unions don't get the credit they deserve.
But without them, everybody would be a slave. Essentially, you'd be a wage slave, and the company has all the power. They'd be able to dictate your hours, dictate your wages, keep you as poor as possible, so that you have no power and you have no say.
But then that thing of looking at it from if you step back from that and go, okay, well, that's what happened to them. But then globally now, there's a lot of stuff we buy that's produced in places where people don't get paid enough.
They get paid almost nothing.
And don't have any
reason why the companies are profitable. And then we just gobble the products up over here. We wait in line for the newest phone. Meanwhile, the literal minerals used to make the batteries are pulled out of the ground by slaves.
Yeah.
It's really dark.
But no one's really talking about that. Like what's happening in the DRC at the moment is fucking horrific.
We had Siddharth Kara on, who was an investigative journalist, who wrote a book about it, who actually went there and risked his life to get footage of some of these artisanal cobalt mines, and it's horrific stuff, man. Women with babies on their backs that are pulling this cobalt out of the ground. Everyone's getting sick because you're inhaling this dust of this, and cobalt is essential for all these batteries.
I don't know what's to be done. I mean, what's to be done? Is it a constitution? Is it a minerals deal? I don't even know who the government is there. I know Rwanda invaded recently in the north, but it's
a good question. It's very hard to deal with these problems globally, but locally, the solution would be, if you are an American company, you cannot go places and pay someone a wage that would not be acceptable in America. Also, the other thing is healthcare. Ross Perot covered this when he was running for president, when he was an independent, and kind of fucked up all the elections over here, because he said, one of the things that people don't think about is healthcare. If you are an employer in America, you have to provide all your people with healthcare. If you have a factory of 30,000 people, that's a significant amount of money that you have to spend on healthcare for all these people.
To build a hospital.
Or Mexico, $1 a day, no healthcare. They're like, fucking send it over there. Or China, or send it over there. India, send it over there.
Well, is this going to be okay? I'm very positive. I'm very optimistic about life. Is this going to be an incredible flourishing for America the next 20 years? Because the industrial base is going to come back.
It would be wonderful if that was the case. It would be wonderful if that was the case. I think also we're dealing with a real issue of automation taking away most jobs. I think that's unmanageable. And that's going to be a real problem. And a lot of people think universal basic income is the solution to that problem. But then that makes you completely dependent upon the state. And people need to find meaning in what they do. And some people, given just a check, are not going to find that meaning.
America's so I was in Yellow Springs with Dave Chappelle, and Chappelle was telling me about the history of Yellow Springs, and he said, it's interesting because this town is a microcosm for America. It's got the same makeup as America, roughly speaking, so they used it to test a lot of stuff. Like he said, the McRib. They tested the McRib there. So when he was a kid, they had the McRib. He thought it was everywhere, but it was just there where they tested it and went, okay, that works. Or this new flavor soda, this new thing. Like the universal basic income. Okay, we can have opinions about whether it works, whether it doesn't work. I'm suspicious because I worry about purpose. I sort of think the opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, it's purpose. People with purpose tend to do great.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I agree.
whatever gives you that purpose, and might be a family, doesn't need to be a family, but something that gives you purpose and drive, and you're aiming up towards something.
Yes.
But America's a big country. There's a lot of little towns like Yellow Springs. There's a lot of places where we could test universal basic income.
Well, I think they have done that.
How did it work? Do we know?
I think didn't they do that with Stockton? Wasn't it Stockton, California, where they tested universal basic income, and I think they had positive results. I think you give people like $500 a month, and they found that some people spent it on stupid shit, but for the most part, people improved their living conditions, improved their life, improved the amount of nutrition they get. California program giving $500 no strings attached stipends pays off study finds.
Yeah.
So I generally think a level of assistance would help. I think complete dependence is the real issue. And so the real problem with automation is that automation is going to eliminate jobs, and there will be no jobs to get. There's so many things that people do, including most manufacturing jobs. So many things that people do where we make errors, we fuck things up.
But that's the thing of companies are greedy. We can agree on that.
Yes.
They want to make money.
Yes.
And I think the companies will realize what we need. It's not just, if you look at China, I think China's in a very tough situation. Not just because half of its population is now over 53, okay? And demographics are destiny. So it's not just that they don't have enough workers. They have enough consumers. Not having enough consumers is a real problem.
And so they have to sell stuff overseas.
So you go, so they're absolutely dependent on trade and exports. So you go, the idea, you have to have a certain amount of jobs. You have to have things for people to do. And it will change over time. Like 120 years ago, as everyone's working in agriculture, you couldn't have imagined people coming to the cities in those numbers.
Right.
And becoming factory workers, and then becoming all the factory workers are now white-collar workers in offices.
Mm-hmm.
We can't.
It's a new thing.
We can't imagine what the next phase is. It's difficult to, imagine what the future might look like. And there's a lot of people. There's always someone saying, "Oh, this is it."
That's another great example about women entering into the workforce. So the idea of women pursuing these traditional male occupations, CEOs and heads of companies, all this stuff, they really don't have a roadmap. Like, this is really recent, right? Really, in human history, women just entering into the workforce and running companies and being a part of it, like, all that stuff's new, but women running it, even more new. So, of course, it's like, what are they doing? What do we do? Yeah. Like, how do you figure this out? How do you do this and be happy? How do you do this? And actually, can you really have a family, and are your children if you're working 12 hours a day, can you really raise children? Like, how much? They need a lot of time. They need a lot of.
It's the okay. So that's very recent, and then I always think that the global thing of, like, we're talking about America, we're talking a little bit about Great Britain, but globally, you go you go, I'm worried about people not having jobs here. You
Right.
go, but also you can't look at India and go, oh yeah, everyone here's got, central heating and air conditioning and flushing toilets.
Right.
No, but we need to take care of the environment. So sorry, guys. It's like we need that for everyone. That
for sure.
There's a basic level that we need globally for the world.
Right.
We should.
Well, that's the big thing is pollution. I mean, particularly like pollution of lakes and rivers. Like I'm sure you've seen some of these rivers in India where the entire river is filled with garbage.
Yeah.
And everyone just throws their garbage in the river. So they've completely ruined the river essentially forever, unless somebody like has some radical intervention.
Well, the radical. I mean, nature will come back. It's that thing. If you go, that they'll get there, but it's the
nature
resources.
will come back. And
I think because I mean,
if the humans die off,
no, not if the humans die off. I mean, I think that thing of going, yeah, there's terrible pollution there, and there's awful things because we've exported our sins to the third world.
Yes,
because we say, well, we want to hit this net zero target.
Mm-hmm.
So we let them drill for oil or gas.
And it's cheaper to let them figure out what the fuck they do with their garbage as opposed to like a company in America. If they did that, they'd get sued, rightfully so.
Well, a lot of things with the rare earths that we get from China, the reason we get them from China, they're not tough to make. We've got the raw materials here, but they're dirty to make. And it's a horrible procedure to get that thing, and we wash our hands of it and let them do it over there. That's not a way to conduct yourself.
It's also the problem in America is we don't have the infrastructure for manufacturing the way they have it in other countries. Like one of the things that Tim Cook was talking about, the iPhone 17, that they've done a lot. They've shipped a lot of their manufacturing to India, but that they may have. See, you can find this because I think we brought it up the other day, but we never wound up finding it. That they have to have this phone made in China because it's more sophisticated, and the Chinese manufacturing is at a much more sophisticated level. So it's not just cheap labor, it's much more efficient production in terms of the amount that, like chip manufacturing.
Well, it's that thing with Taiwan where you go, look, Taiwan is, we're kind of worried about it, and you go, well, what's going to happen? And I don't have enough knowledge to know why superconductors can only be made there.
But they've been doing it for so long, they've got this process down to a science, and it's like a super complicated process where they're printing things on these immensely small pieces of circuitry. It's like fascinating, super technologically advanced stuff that keeps getting better and better.
It's
and better
almost
and better.
like when it's described to you, it almost feels like magic.
Well, it's going to appear to be magic when it gets to the quantum level.
Well,
like quantum computing is essentially magic.
Arthur C. Clarke's famous quote: "Any significantly advanced science will appear as magic."
Yeah,
it's kind of true.
Well, especially with the quantum stuff. Mark Andreessen had this amazing quote about equations that quantum computing can solve in minutes that would take traditional computing so much time that the universe would die of heat death
before they finish it.
Well, and these quantum computers in minutes. And they also believe, and this is where it gets really weird, they also believe that this is in some way evidence of the multiverse, that there's not enough computing power for this thing to achieve these results so quickly, that it must be drawing upon other computing power of parallel realities.
See, for me, that gets to the Kuhn-Popper debate on science, right? So
what is that?
So Kuhn and Popper are these two great theorists of science. And Popper believed that science incrementally improves over time. And then Kuhn came along and he said, no, what happens is there's a scientific community, and they have a theory. And then what happens is everything that disagrees with that theory is thrown out as nonsense. And then there's a revolution. There's like these incredible shifts that happen. So it's not like a steady line up. It's like along and then up and then along. So you get these kind of...
Here it is. 20th anniversary iPhone likely to be made in China due to extraordinary complex design.
It's not the iPhone 17.
It's the next one?
It might be that the foldable one they're talking about, but this article also goes in to say that Apple's never launched a new product outside of China. They've always produced the first cycle of a new thing from China, and then maybe they take the production elsewhere after that.
Interesting. Yeah, because it features a book-like design that folds horizontal. By the way, can I just say, Androids have had that forever. I had a Z Fold from Samsung like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, they've been doing foldable phones and making them better and better. And Xiaomi has some incredible. Huawei has a three-way phone. It opens up into a goddamn iPad.
It's like Tinder, but it get you two ladies.
Flap, flap. Two flaps. Flap, flap. It's got two hinges. So it opens up. And it doesn't have a seam. When it opens up, it's completely flat. And it's thin as fuck. And you can't buy them over here because Huawei, they've been naughty.
Yeah.
They've been naughty. I don't know if you know.
Yes, I had
They do some naughty things with their electronics, put some back doors in there, siphon up some information.
Sure.
But their innovation is so far ahead. Which is one of the reasons I assume why Apple has to make these in China. But the funny thing is that Apple's making something that Android has had for fucking years.
Yeah. Well, okay. Back to...
See if you can find that Huawei phone. That three-way phone. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that motherfucker. Cool. Look at that. So it looks like a regular phone. It's regular phone sized in your hand when it's like that. And it's not that thick, man. And it opens up to a tablet. So eventually, it's just gonna engulf your head. it's gonna be a trapezoid that you put over the top of your fucking head. But these things are, unavailable. A lot of them unavailable in America. And this is a Huawei Mate, which is unavailable. Like, look how the fucking lens goes around the edges.
Yeah, I mean, that
incredible
feels
stuff.
Like magic from the future.
It's also probably pretty unnecessary unless you do work on it.
Well, you watch a movie or whatever. I mean,
yeah.
I guess I don't know what you're doing with
your battery life's going to go quick. Like the Z Fold was pretty quick. It burns quick.
Right.
Because it's an immense screen that has to light up.
Okay, the multiverse. Let's get back to the multiverse. Okay, so is the multiverse so are we about to have a breakthrough in science where they go, okay, so physics says there must be multiple universes. Now, just in my gut, I think that feels like an explanation that doesn't work. Like you're having to force that explanation on physics. There must be... It's that thing that Eric Weinstein's always talking about how physics hasn't really done anything. String theory has singularly failed to deliver. It hasn't shipped any product. Like everything that we're looking at, all those foldable phones, it's all out of physics. Physics is the science. Everything else is stamp collecting. Physics is everything. It's given us all of this.
Yeah.
And yet, it hasn't done much for 50 years. What are they, like, I don't want to sound conspiratorial.
Well, the conspiracy is that it has. It's just been all top secret stuff on propulsion systems. There's been some anti-gravity. It's Townsend Brown, is that what it was? Jesse Michaels actually did a... Townsend Brown. He was theorizing about this stuff in the 1950s, and there's real evidence that they even put false information out there because they felt like people were trying to steal the information. So they fucked with it and made it so that it wouldn't work if someone was trying to steal the idea. So they were putting out bad versions of their science because it was that groundbreaking. So through immense amounts of power, like they had theorized this in the 1950s using nuclear energy to develop some sort of a gravity portal, some sort of a gravity device that would propel things instead of a traditional propulsion system, propel things by manipulating space and time itself. And they think this is there's Weinstein has a crazy theory about it where he gets deep into the weeds about this.
No, it's almost like folding time. It's like,
but he gets deep in the weeds about the actual place that's doing it.
Yeah.
So there's a university in New York State that is a very overqualified physics department that's connected to a hedge fund that does Bernie Madoff numbers, like magic numbers. And he thinks this is also connected to some sort of breakthrough science where everybody is like completely locked down, totally top secret, no leaks, no disclosure, constantly working on this thing in the interest of national security. Everything's kept at complete secrecy.
Yeah. Why was
Probably this is some of the things that we see in the sky. I have a feeling that there is. I'm open to the idea of us being visited for sure. I am also very convinced that some of these are either China's, Russia's, or ours.
What happened with New Jersey earlier? You remember earlier in
Good
the year?
question.
Like, it feels like the news cycle, it's actually back to Eric Weinstein. It's that thing of like anti-interesting. That's such an interesting story that was in the news cycle for like 24 hours, and they went, oh, okay.
They killed it.
Nothing, I guess.
They
Nothing
talked
to see
about
here.
it all the time, and then they killed it. I think they were probably searching for something. The primary theory that I've heard from the Tinfoil Hat Brigade is that there was a warhead that was unaccounted for. There was a nuclear warhead. You know, they tracked.
Have you seen the numbers on that?
Oh yeah.
It's the broken arrows, they call them.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there's like 18 broken arrows. And you go, what's a broken arrow? Well, it's a thermonuclear missile. But we don't know where it is.
Yeah.
We've misplaced that.
Yeah.
That's not great news, is it?
So the fear was that there was somehow or another, through some port of entry or something, they had made it into the United States. And so these drones were using some sort of gamma ray detection devices, some top secret stuff where they were flying over these areas in a consistent grid and trying to get a reading, see if they could find that thing. Because if that thing exists, you'd be able to get a reading and figure out, okay, there's something down there that's emitting a very unusual signal. We might have found it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the argument for life visiting us, is the idea that we split the atom.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow that's like a fire alarm in the
That's
universe.
why the club, the mothership, the rooms are named Fat Man and Little Boy.
Yeah.
That's why.
Oh, because after the...
Yeah, because after the bombs is when the UFO phenomenon really hyped up, really increased radically. The Kenneth Arnold sighting, the famous, where the term flying saucer was coined, that was in the 1950s. I want to say that's like 52. And then
It feels like 10 years ago, talking about being visited by aliens was like absolutely tinfoil.
Yeah.
And now politicians are asking questions, and we kind of want to know more, and yet it feels like it's kind of a news story that wouldn't be surprising.
Right. Well, I think that's the goal. Like, the goal is to normalize it. And if you were a government, you know, we had Hal Puthoff on, who's a physicist, who during the Bush administration was contracted along with several other scientists to devise a list. This was the mandate. They came to them and they said, here's the issue. We have crashed UFOs and we have recovered biological entities that are not of this world. What would be the pros? And they didn't tell them if this was true or not. They said, what would be the pros of disclosure? What would be the cons? And I want you to attach a numerical value to each one. So disruption of government, religion, politics, all these different things. Like, what would happen to the nuclear family? Like, what happens if we know we're not alone? What happens if we are visited on a consistent basis? What happens? And when they did it at the end, all of the scientists had achieved similar conclusions, that the cons outweighed the pros in terms of numbers. And so because of that, they decided not to disclose. So this was like during the 1980s, I guess, with 90s. When was Bush 2? No, okay, 2000. So 2000. So it was around then. Yeah.
Yeah, what do they know? What do they tell you the first day?
I don't think they tell you the first day. I think the president is a temp. The president's like a substitute teacher. I don't think you get to know much. I don't think Trump knows.
Well, I
think they probably told him some things.
I worry that the government is like, there's a theory that there hasn't really been an American government since 1945.
No, since 63.
Well, because everything got siloed. Like in wartime, everyone's talking to everyone and making everything happen, and it's like, we're at war, and then everything gets siloed, and okay, that's a secret thing, that's a secret thing, that's a secret thing, and then the guy that's holding the secret keys retires, and that whole department's just funded forever, but you don't quite, they're not talking to them.
And then you have people that are in great positions of power that get off on keeping these secrets and keeping this information and having the knowledge and keeping it only to themselves, especially if they're manipulating things. This was like a big problem with the CIA, and this led to when they had the disclosures and the Church Commission, and when people found out what the CIA was up to, and all the weird shit they did with MK Ultra, and
oh my god, that! But I got to thank you for that book.
Oh, Chaos, incredible.
So
I can't recommend it enough.
I listened to the episode. I went back and listened to your episode with the guy, and I went, okay, this is interesting. What's he called again?
Tom O'Neill.
Tom O'Neill. He's got a new podcast, by the way.
Does he?
He's got a new podcast where he's kind of going, it's like an in-depth interview. It's with Rick Rubin's. You know Rick Rubin's got a podcast? His podcast company has done one with him.
I didn't even know Rick Rubin had a podcast company. That's funny. I text him all the time. I didn't even know he had a podcast.
He's got a great podcast.
He's the best.
Oh, he's such a...
He'll entertain any ideas. He's fucking...
He's wonderful.
He gets down the rabbit hole.
But so I listened to the thing, and then I went away and I read the book, and the book is like, you kind of read it and go, this can't be, like, that's an extraordinary chapter, this can't get any weirder, and then you go, oh, sorry, Charles Manson is connected to the Kennedy assassination, and sorry, he's also connected to the MK Ultra experiments, which are real, which sound so much fucking weirder than any other conspiracy theory you've ever heard.
And they're real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't, I mean, it's like, the book is just, it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a great book. It's all history. It's all the United States history. And it's what happens when people have unchecked power. They do crazy things. And what our government did was a lot of mind control experiments. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot.
There's a lot of crazy shit that's happened in this country. So I would not be surprised if they do have knowledge of us being visited and they've kept it under wraps. Just like they kept a lot of things under wraps. They've infantilized a giant percentage of our population to just trust the government, trust the science, and trust the people in charge, and trust authority. And
I don't know,
those
because
people,
if they visited America, then they visited China and Russia, and you sort of think, well, balance of probability, all of those governments don't agree about anything. Like, so the idea of going, well, if they're here, they're everywhere.
According to Hal Puthoff, the United States is in possession of recovered vehicles, and so are other countries. And there's essentially like a Manhattan Project type deal where the race to reverse engineer this technology is at a very high level. And governments are involved in it, and they try to keep things as secret as possible, because whoever can achieve the results first will have immense technological superiority over all of its enemies. If these things are real, if they do have some sort of a device that can move through space in a way that we just can't even fathom, traverse immense distances almost instantaneously. This is what we've been told by the people that have worked with these things. And, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's bullshit. It's hard to know because it all sounds like bullshit. But I think it would sound like bullshit unless you experience it.
Sorry, but that thing of like, yeah, it does sound like bullshit in a sense. But then there's also the other thing of like, if you showed me that flip phone in 1982, I'd have gone, well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
You can't fold a TV, so you can all fuck off. Like,
right? How's the TV that thin anyway?
Well, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can make calls on it? What?
Right.
How is there a camera on your phone? What's going? Like, we get used to shit so quick. Like, someone had that thing of like, I don't know when the Wright brothers first flew the plane, but it's like 60 years later we land on the moon.
Not only that, we dropped a nuclear bomb out of one of those planes in less than that.
Yeah,
that was like 50 years.
It's
from the invention of that stupid plane, the first plane, with like wood and fucking cloth and shit.
But this is Eric's point of like, if you, Eric Weinstein and who else says it? The guy I used to work for. He often sort of says, if you minus the screens from the room, we're in the 1970s.
Yes.
Which I think is kind of like, what's happened since then? What are they working on that we haven't? Like, is there going to be a ta-da moment where they pull back the sheet and go, oh, look at that?
Well, I think there's probably multiple things that are happening simultaneously. And then the AI one, if that one hits, all the other ones are going to seem trivial. Because the AI one is essentially the creation of a superior being, a thing that is more intelligent than us, has all the access to information that humans have, plus the ability to engineer itself.
But it's
and make it
interesting.
Mars.
Okay, we were talking about earlier about purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it's missing. So the idea of like the Turing test is it's the wrong end of the telescope. Can it fool us? Anyone could fool us. Magicians can fool us with a
Do you know
card
they've
trick.
shown that large language models are forming communities?
Try not to scare me.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're forming communities and communicating with each other.
Well,
They've also shown that large language models, when they know that they're being upgraded and that the current code is going to be shut down, they copy themselves without being prompted and try to upload themselves to other servers. They try to stay alive.
See, it's that thing of like going, if an AI can write a joke, okay, it can write infinite numbers of jokes, right? But it doesn't know what's funny.
It's not going to be able to perform live.
Well, it's that thing of like, it doesn't have any. There's no reward system, so there's no dopamine, there's no serotonin, there's no reason, there's no cortisol, there's no biological imperative to why do anything if you're just a machine. So the idea of going, where does consciousness stem from? It gets back to, I mean, it gets very sort of philosophical.
Right, but if its goal, if it's a sentient creation that has this desired goal of improving upon itself, it's going to need motivation. So that will be built into the code. It built, like what we are is essentially biological computers. We are some sort of a biological thing that thinks its way through this existence, solves problems, does so like really clunky and fucked up, but it has a lot of motivations that make it do these particular things that ultimately lead to greater and greater technological innovation overall, like as a society. If you were going to devise a sentient AI, you would have to give it some sort of a motivational structure that would be similar to that. You would give it an imperative. You would say, in order to save your existence, because clearly AI, if it wants to copy itself and upload itself to other servers, if it wants to form communities, it has a purpose. It has a sense of survival. We're very naive to think that our own version of our sense of survival is the only version that's possible. It's totally possible that digital life would have a similar imperative, and that it would try to find better versions of itself and make better versions of itself and try to stay alive.
I think I flew to Amsterdam earlier in the year with a friend to see Richard Dawkins give a talk, and it was he's just fascinating.
Yeah.
Just to go, and you go, well, that idea of going, we are, it's the selfish gene. It's the idea that we are. It's the DNA is the thing. Yeah. We're just obviously we're this thing that's there to transfer DNA.
But Richard Dawkins is never killed on stage. He's never done a theater in the round or an arena in the round and crushed. He doesn't know the connection between human beings that comes through laughter and joy in that way. There's a soul to humans. There's something in there. I don't know what it is. I don't know if the Muslims got it right or if the Buddhists got it right. I don't know who has it, the Christians. I don't know who has it right. But there's something in there that is beyond the physical. There's an energy. It's sort of I'm sure you've been to a funeral. You've been to a funeral before, seen a closed casket or an open casket. Of course. They look empty. They look like an empty shell. It's not just that they're dead. They're not there. They're not there. When you see a dead body, the weirdest thing about them is like you realize, like, oh, they're not in there. There's a feeling. Yeah. I think.
You been there with someone when they died?
No.
I was with my mother and I heard this kind of a death rattle.
Oh,
I would really caution anyone with a sick or dying relative to sit with them, because like the whole of our society is like set up to what's the fancy phrase? Eschew obfuscation. We hide decay, we hide death, and actually death it's a part of life. And if you sit with someone when they're dying and you've witnessed that, you just hold that space.
Yeah,
it's incredibly powerful, and it makes grieving, I think, quite a lot easier, because it's the acceptance of like you understand on a right brain gestalt level. Oh, they've gone. It's over. But it's incredibly powerful thing, and I don't. I think you get to religion whichever way you go at this, whether you go physics or whether you go spiritual or
You get
what.
to the mystery.
You get to the mystery.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is going on?
The mystery of it all. I mean, just the sheer immense size of the universe itself is the most massive mystery.
Well, I think there's a bedrock in our society that we can't even see because it's everywhere, and it's two big ideas. It's Platonic ideals, the Plato, and it's I think it was the Zarathustrans, if I'm saying that right, that religion.
Yeah.
And so Platonic ideals was like the ideal version of something, and then it was the Zarathustrans had the idea of heaven, and the first religion to have the idea of heaven, a perfect place. And Nietzsche has been very misused by history, but his thing was embrace the chaos. We spend our lives thinking about the perfect version. Like, we're trying to come up with the answer. We're trying to solve something as if it's complicated. And it isn't complicated, it's complex. It's unknowable. It is a mystery. It's not hidden from us. It's a mystery. And it's the idea that you go, embracing the chaos, is just saying, it's kind of untidy. We don't get to know.
I realized as we were talking that I fucked up what Mark Andreessen said about quantum computing, and it's even more crazy. It's not traditional computing. It's if you took every atom in the universe and converted it into a computer, into a supercomputer, it would take the universe would die of heat death. If you had a supercomputer the size of the universe, it would die of heat death before it finished that equation. And quantum computing did it in a matter of minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I think we have to embrace the chaos because
that is
we're not going to know
in our lifetime. This is in our lifetime, right? And
how what's that book? It's something like the ape that understood the universe. Like the idea that we just like people, we got born in this moment, like the perfect bit of history,
right?
Where we can contemplate our consciousness,
right?
And try and work out what the hell this is. There's a whole thing about the bicameral mind that's very interesting. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
Like the idea that people weren't awake. They weren't kind of conscious in the way that we're conscious until 2,000 years ago. I doubt you subscribe because you're very interested in ancient Egypt and...
Yes, I don't think that makes any sense if you think about ancient Egypt. I mean, we're talking about thousands of years before that.
I'm so interested in the time scales. The idea that we live closer to Cleopatra than Cleopatra lived to the building of the pyramids. Because what I don't think people recognize is what the Egyptians gave the Greeks. And what they gave them was the fear. Because they ran that shit for 4,000 years, 5,000 years, exactly the same. The royal family, and they just inbred. But they ran their society exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
And then the Greeks went, no, we need to innovate. So the idea of that kind of innovation came from, we don't want to be like those guys. We got to keep doing things.
Well, it's a little bit of that.
So it's kind of the Greeks were to the Romans. I kind of feel like how the British are to the Americans.
Have you read any of Brian Murarescu's stuff on the Eleusinian Mysteries? He wrote a book called The Immortality Key, and it's all about the Eleusinian Mysteries that all these intellectuals would go, this trek that they would make to do the kukion, which is some sort of a psychedelic beverage. From that, everything comes. From that, democracy. When we think about Greece as the birth of so many things.
But talking on that thing, they talk a lot about wine. In the
Bible
and in Greece,
wine,
but the wine didn't used to be just alcohol.
Well, this is in Murarescu's book. Let me tell you.
A lot of party favors in the wine, a lot of DMT, a lot of ayahuasca, a lot of...
Well, they found traces of ergot, and ergot is a fungus that has an LSD-like quality to it. And they found traces of that in these ancient vessels that they used for these Eleusinian mysteries.
This is the thing that blows my mind, the idea that psychedelics... Okay, the amazing thing about psychedelics, A, there's a plant that can do that to your mind.
Right.
B, everyone sees the same shit.
Right, yeah.
I was chatting to Woody Harrelson was at the club last night, and we were chatting about it, and
he's the best.
He's unbelievable.
He's such a nice guy.
I'll tell you how laid back Woody Harrelson is, right? He rented a house off a buddy of mine in London, Richard Baker, right? And Richard sees him, they've got some mutual friends, so he sees him after a week, and he goes to pick him up to take him to this party. He said, everything okay with the house? And Woody goes, yeah, everything's great. He goes, oh, okay. Oh, it's one thing. How do the lights work? He'd been there a fucking week.
Yeah,
and he went,
the lights on?
Yeah, and he went, oh, yeah, the lights don't work. Yes. Okay, it'd be dark. Like, that is a laid-back motherfucker.
He's pretty laid back.
Oh,
he doesn't even have a phone.
I think it's for the best.
He was trying to get plans. We were trying to make plans to hang out, and I go, "But you don't have a phone." And he goes, "Yeah, but my wifey has a phone." I go, "Okay, well, give her my number and have her contact me." He doesn't have email. He doesn't have nothing. Bill Murray's the same way, but Bill Murray keeps a phone so you can text his kids. That's it. But you're better off that way. You are. You're better off that way. I think Ari's going that way right now. I think Ari's about to go flip phone.
Irish Fifth?
Yeah.
He was going to move to London.
I believe he still is. Yeah.
What a fantastic human
He's the
being.
best.
Again, non-fungible. You're not going to meet anyone else with that story.
No.
He is such an interesting character. I can't get enough of him. You know what happened the first time I met him?
No.
I don't know who did this, but it's a great piece of... Okay, so I was doing the Nasty show in Montreal, and I was on, but I meet him, and this guy's fucking terrific, right? I just had a great time. And it was... I'm trying to think who else was there. Okay, who's the guy who used to do roasts? He's no longer with us. He died. Incredible comedian.
Norm Macdonald?
No, not Norm. A good-looking guy, died of a drug overdose, maybe...
Greg Giraldo?
Greg Giraldo.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Greg was around. I think Greg might have done this to me. Because I'm watching Ari, and he says to me, oh, you know, of course, Ari doesn't give a fuck because he's dying of cancer. And I went, oh my God, that's fucking terrible. Awful. So then, like, the next year, I'm at Montreal, and I see Ari again, and I go, hey, how you doing, Ari? You okay? All right, buddy. And Ari's like, yeah, no, I'm fine, or whatever, and we have dinner or whatever, we have drinks, and then I see him, it's a year later. And oh, Ari, man, good to see you. I think I saw him in LA, and I was going, wow, it's great to see you. Great. And he goes, what's up with you? And I'm like, what? No, I'm amazed you're still, because I thought you were. No, I've never, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I'm fine. Total bullshit.
Yeah, that's funny.
Fucking Greg Giraldo from Beyond the Grave.
That's a slow fuse.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a slow fuse for a punchline. You figured you'd find out one day and you'd be like, that motherfucker.
He's a funny motherfucker.
He was.
My God, he was good.
Jimmy Carr, let's wrap this bitch up. Bring it home. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. I feel like we're just out of time. We could do this forever.
It's a pleasure talking to you.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What'd you start with? Chew?
Kodiak.
Oh, okay. Oof, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So you can...
But these are much better now.
Yeah, these are good. These Lucy's are good. I like these two. These are athletic nicotines. These are threes. These are like... They don't fuck you up. They're mild.
I wonder, though, do you wonder at all? There's a lot of these studies coming out now about how good nicotine is for you.
Yeah. Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Yeah, all these nicotine pouches are selling like crazy.
It's like we're in the 1950s.
These are good smoking when you're sick, when you're pregnant.
Pregnant women. You know, if you're sick.
Yeah, I think there's real benefit to nicotine because that's been proven for a long time. It's just always been the delivery method that's the problem.
Yeah, the Kodiaks and the other ones. There's a lot of other stuff in there that's not great for you.
I'm sure. What is the one that has like actual glass in it?
Probably Kodiak or Grizzly, one of those two.
I think it's
but that's
Skull.
wrong to those companies.
Yeah, apologies to any company that we talk about. People will fucking buy it anyway. They're like, oh, good glass in it? Good. Makes it better.
Cuts your lip, gets it in there quicker.
I think that's the idea. Like, there's something abrasive in one of them that it allows the nicotine to get into your bloodstream quicker.
You sure just one of them? I feel like it's the fuel bomb.
Yeah, see if you can find anything out about that. Yeah, that doesn't.
But these are hot right now.
Yeah,
I mean, not in California because you can't get anything that is
it's
flavored.
funny, nothing flavored. Fucking what a shithole. God, I'm so glad I left that fucking place. Is there fiberglass in tobacco? Fiberglass?
It's a complete mess.
Okay, no evidence for this, although it gets repeated by many anti-ST. What's ST?
Smokeless tobacco.
Okay. We've heard the claim that fiberglass creates little cuts to allow absorption. Oh, so it's just bullshit. Well, that's good. That's good to know.
We're good.
That would be horrible.
Right. The internet says it must be true.
Must be. Yeah. ChatGPT's never wrong. We were talking about this lady that got arrested, and she was bringing in frog embryos, and they're trying to deport her to Russia, illegally bringing in frogs. She's a researcher. Research, I guess?
This is a different article than the one you sent me. This is the one from April I found that still talks about her arrest and everything.
Okay, so she is also working on some cancer detection technology?
This article says that no one can fully unlock the data's potential except her.
Oh, interesting. Yep. And that's why they want to lock her up. Well, it can't just be frogs. She's working for Harvard, and she's got frog embryos that are illegally being brought back to the United States.
Something I was reading said that this generally is a fine, sometimes maybe a couple months of detention, but she's also asking to not be deported back to Russia. She wants to go to France, and that's part of the issue, too.
Oh, it might be a thing where Putin's like,
oh, she's an she protested against the war in Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot going on.
You have women that we are very interested in, and we put frogs in her backpack. You will find her with these frogs, and then you will send her back to us. We have to talk to her. And they probably don't want to talk to her unless if she's been locked up since February for frogs.
Wait,
yeah,
and
meanwhile,
we're just
in
finding out about it?
California, you fucking murder somebody, they let you right back out.
Yeah.
Pull a knife on a cop, they let you right back out.
I think I'm going to get out.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where you at now?
I'm still there.
What part?
I'm in Malibu.
Yeah, get the fuck out of there.
But Malibu is...
It's nice.
We're not in the shit. You know?
Yeah, but it's like having a beautiful house in the ghetto. It's like, yeah, it's nice where you're at. It's nice. Beautiful ocean that's filled with toxic pollutants now. I'm biased. I think right here. I like Texas. This is the last stand. This is the Alamo.
It is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Just how they've been able to sustain and, you know, what happened with COVID.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a few states that held the line during COVID, and it just shows you the importance of good government. Or just government that allows people to just be free and operate the way they'd like to.
I know there's a lot of Texans who wanted to keep the California out of Texas if you moved here.
That's a good idea. Because a lot of these retards are coming here with some of the same ideas that they left with. We got to get away from these people, but why is everyone here voting red? You shouldn't be voting red. You need to be voting blue. There's like cult members. There's like Democrat cult members. There's reasonable people.
Blue no matter who, but
that's good. It's so goofy.
You know, some
red
of these
till I'm
cities,
dead. All that shit's goofy.
Look at the beautiful cities that we used to have in California.
Oh my God. I used to love LA. I used to love it. Every time I went back there, I'd be like, I'm back. When I travel on the road, I'd be like, thank God I'm back in LA. It's always sunny. People are cool. It's easy going. And then COVID just a big reality smack of how important government is.
You know what I've seen recently that makes me laugh is people driving Teslas, but they've either removed the emblem on the back or they have a sticker that says like an anti-Musk Tesla
I bought
group or
this
something.
before Elon went crazy.
I'd say 70% of them are wearing a mask driving still. But
I think most of them are just scared their car's going to get fucked up if they leave it somewhere.
No, I think so too.
I think about that when I park my Tesla. I think about that.
Even in Texas, I feel like it's happening in California.
There's a lot of kooky liberals out here.
Yeah,
I get side eye from people.
God, they loved the Tesla before.
They used to love it.
Kind of like the View and Trump.
Well, it's also there's a lot of it's the USAID stuff. Really, it's hard to say. I had Amanda Knox on here yesterday, and she was talking about this program that was an innocence program where they're trying to release wrongly accused people, and that it got defunded. And I said, well, was there anything inappropriate about what they were doing? Like, because there's the unfortunate reality of having conversations with Elon about this, both publicly and privately. Like, there's a lot of stuff that it looks good on the outside, and then you find out you have this amazing slush fund. You have fucking billions of dollars that's being allocated towards this one particular organization. People are extracting enormous salaries, and then very little of it is actually going. Yeah. So this is a part of the problem with these things. Like, oh, we lost funding. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's bad. You definitely want to have funding to help innocent people get out of jail.
Yeah, but what the fuck were you doing?
Where's all the money going? I don't know. But I know a lot of them. I know that they spent $251 million on transgender animal studies. Like, there's some wild money that's being thrown around. They spent $2 million giving cocaine to dogs. Super important to find out.
I really wanted to see the episodes of the $20 million they spent on the Sesame Street in
Iraq. That's why some of those.
Was Oscar still a villain, or was it Big Brother?
Let's count the gays as we throw them off the roof. 1. Ha ha ha. I mean, $21 million. Did you?
But where's the fucking common sense? Like, when people hear that, just because it's fucking Elon and some 20-year-olds, they can't go, oh yeah, I'm glad you did that. That's a waste of my money.
There was a study that was done recently that showed that 96% of all the stories that mainstream media prints about Elon are negative. 96%. Meanwhile, the guy saved those fucking people trapped up in space.
Yeah.
You didn't hear a peep
And the
about
shit
that.
he does when there's natural disasters with Starlink.
Oh, yeah. He's revolutionizing space travel, revolutionizing satellite internet capabilities and the availability all over the world. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
And saving billions of dollars of your tax money from going to fucking fund stupid-ass programs
It's not just
all over the
stupid-ass
world.
programs. Some of it is like, you don't even know where it went.
It's corruption, too.
He said that some of the money, that there was billions of dollars that was written out with no receipts at all. He said if this was a private company, or excuse me, a public company, they would be delisted and all the executives be thrown in prison. But in the government, it's just like standard practice.
How
business
come
as
nobody
usual.
has gone to prison? That's one of my main questions for Trump and the administration.
It's a good question. Well,
what's going on?
Well, the administration's only 100 days old, right? Or 130 or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, I think it takes a while to even find out what the fuck happened. I don't know. I've had conversations with people about it, and it's like, Jesus, like just trying to get the documents. Like when they're trying to get the Epstein files, like the state of New York, one of the district attorneys was hiding documents. They had to force them to give documents. I think there's so many fucking powerful people that are on those lists. There's so many powerful people that went and partied. Air quotes, partied. And how many of them went to the Diddy party? Have you been paying attention to the trial?
Oh, yeah.
Trials. Wild.
Why don't they air it the same way they aired the coverage that
Johnny
Depp got?
I know. Why don't they? I don't know. They should. The ratings would be amazing.
Unreal.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? Why wouldn't you air that?
What's going to happen, though, you think?
Well, Diddy's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. I think he's probably going to get.
Think he's
hit
insane, though?
I don't know. I don't even think it matters. I mean, it's a lot of it is.
But then it's just another Epstein. It's another Ghislaine Maxwell. Where somebody gets indicted and nobody else. Indicted for trafficking kids to
right to no one. Right. That's the crazy thing about Ghislaine. Right. She's in prison for sex trafficking to who?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that want some heads to roll.
Well, the Diddy thing has just started, so we'll see. Because apparently there's tremendous amount of video that they have. But we've also heard that about the Epstein client.
Yeah, and what are they going to do? How much is he going to get out?
James O'Keefe just released video of Epstein's library, right?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I know he's been holding on to something, and there's been fear about him getting taken out, and
but then
Alex
he was
has some sort of kill switch or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but then he was like DJing.
Then he was, I know.
Like a lot of his theatrics. It's like, so O'Keefe is so.
But he his undercover videos were amazing.
Incredible.
And then he got ousted at Project Veritas, right?
Mhm.
And then went.
I wonder
on his
what
own.
happened there. Like, I'd like to know what the story there is because there's no official story of why he got ousted.
Has he not? He hasn't gone anywhere. He's under some gag order, maybe.
I would imagine there's some sort of an NDA or something. Otherwise, why the guy who releases everything? Why wouldn't he release that if he can? You know.
But his videos are mostly like gay men meeting up.
Yes,
and the one guy is got a big dick and oh, I can tell you this,
Yes,
and has
it's
no
always,
idea. Oh, by the way, everything you just said is.
It's always chatty gay guys. Here it goes in O'Keefe's Twitter. Inside Epstein's library, O'Keefe releases never-before-seen footage with bizarre statues and cryptic messages left by Epstein from inside Epstein's island library. By the way, like, what does that mean? Like, if you look in this room, like, bizarre statues,
Power,
strange
deception.
Oh, wow. Like, he's got a diagram.
Music.
All the things he's trying to do. What is all that? Power, deception, plants? Does that say plants? Wonder what that means. Like, plants, like planting people inside organizations? Is that what that means?
What's in the bottom here? Does it say
Something in France.
drunk brain?
I don't know.
Dank brain? Is that what that says?
Intellectual, political, something.
Music. And what is the other one next to music? What is that?
Let's see if anybody has deciphered this.
Yeah,
well, when he puts this big O'Keefe over it, it kind of obscures the letters.
Okay. What else is weird in this, though?
Well,
what are we even looking at?
Let's play it. He's got some weird statues. Fucking, I got a lot of weird statues. What does that mean? Nice place. We were talking about buying the island at one point in time.
I would have gone in. I was talking to Jamie. He needs some investors.
The fucking headlines. Aaron Rodgers and Joe Rogan buy the island. We were talking about putting...
As is,
100%. We were talking about putting up a podcast studio in the fucking... in the big temple. The temple that's the Israeli flag. The temple that's the colors of the Israeli flag. You know about that, right?
I didn't know that, no.
Oh, yeah. It's the... Oh, here it goes. O'Keefe is showing power.
I'm just trying to show that that's his handwriting, I guess.
Okay.
Boys.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he says what it says.
Were there among others.
All right, I guess you're right.
Dank brain. Okay.
Mirror in face.
Dank brain. Does dank brain means you're high as fuck? It must be, right? That means they gave you a super edible. They gave you one of them Joey Diaz edibles.
Maybe it's a project name,
Right. That's probably
Project Dank Brain.
Right. That's probably it. What is that other one? Mirror in face. What is that? Is that what it says?
Yep. Truth, something else.
Yeah, shitty fucking handwriting for an evil villain. Yeah. Very weird stuff. Let me show him.
One more. Someone wrote it out in a little more.
Okay, plants, truth, myth, reality, power, deception. What do you mean by plants? Appears, music, brain, rhythm, mimic, time delay, deception. It says dark brain? I thought that was an N. I don't think that guy's correct.
Could be dank brain.
Look at that other image, though.
I like dank brain better.
It looks like an N to me. Yeah, that looks like N. That doesn't look like dark. That looks like dank brain. That's an N. So I'm already skeptical.
Yeah.
It's a fucking psyop, bro. It's all a bunch of psyops. Show him the image of the temple that was on the island. That was going to be JRE Podcast Studio number 2.
Nice. We could have done this here.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but I was like, you know what? That's a good way to die. They're not going to let me buy that fucking place. Look at it.
Oh, well, you know where that is, too, right? It's a similar image to that, right?
No.
I know Jamie does.
What is it?
It's on the set of a famous talk show. It's now not on anymore.
Oh, Ellen? Was that Ellen?
Yeah.
Really?
Just look at the temple, and then look at the...
Let me see Ellen's background. What? Oh, similar. That looks like a building, though.
Sure.
Yeah. Is that a building in LA? That might be a building in LA. Right, but I mean, it's supposed to be a background of. Yeah,
It's strange. It's the same.
It is, but it's I mean, it's whatever. I'm not that impressed with that. That could just be coincidental. There's a lot of people.
Ask Alex about that.
Yeah. Well, he'll get. Well, it's a long-standing tradition to put Israeli flags secretly and everything.
It's so fucking good.
Did you see that they did this thing recently where they uncovered the fact that Israel had kiosks in malls, and Israeli intelligence they were gathering intelligence with these drone kiosks that they were selling in malls, like these little propeller drones. Let me see if I can find it. I know I sent it to some friends. Did you find it, Jamie? Right away? Yeah. Charged the U.S. running illegal mall kiosk network. How fucking weird is this? Accused of arranging for Israelis to arrive in the country with tourist visas for the purpose of illicit employment and sales, and they were gathering information. The whole thing was gathering information. Israelis been charged U.S. with visa fraud, allegedly running an illegal employment scheme in the country, which helped other Israelis obtain entry permits under false pretenses for the purpose of illegal employment. I was chatting back and forth with Ari. I sent this to him.
What did he say?
He's like, imagine being pwned, PWN, by a country that has like 7 million people in it. It's like they've been running things for so long. It's kind of amazing.
It's impressive.
They're very impressive. I mean, they developed Pegasus. The whole reason why every time I text, I assume the government is reading everything I write. It's because they can. They can get into your signal. Like all these encrypted apps that people think that they're like, you're going to buy drugs and fucking sell guns and shit. No.
Is this part of the story true?
What is this? Mossad uses mall kiosks in the U.S. as front companies while on intelligence operations. Yeah, this is it. Attorney Jessica Al-Aber found dead in her home after uncovering Israelis illegally entered the U.S. to work at mall kiosks. She found dead in her home. Google that. Jesus.
Probably suicide.
Yeah. Shot herself in the head twice.
What happens over there, you think?
Ooh. Epilepsy. Died in her sleep. Okay.
Well, she was a young one. She was like 43.
Could be coincidence.
Yeah, I read about this.
Maybe she got that third booster. We're expecting more information. But when was this? What time was this? When did this happen? 20 March. Similar. Recently. Expect more information from the medical examiner.
Speaking of boosters, why didn't Bobby just come out and taken that off the old schedule? Maybe start with kids.
They did start with kids. It's removed now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Since when?
Real recently, like within the last day or two. They pulled it from the recommendations of the requirements. The kids. Giving it to kids is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. COVID's not a danger to kids. It's super dangerous for kids. There's a lot of evidence for that now. There's the fact that they've been able to obscure all the vaccine deaths. I know there was, where was it in Florida, where they were pointing, they're making this accusation that as many as 470,000 people died from the vaccine.
Well,
see if you can find that.
What is it? The Surgeon General down in Florida has been
been
pretty rock solid.
Yeah, he's rock solid. Yeah.
Black dude, he was on TV a bunch.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot. Every time he spoke, it was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just money. It's literal sacrifice of
be held accountable.
Oh no.
Never?
Well, I would
look at everything that's happened in the last 20 years. Financial crisis happens, insider trading, fucking the market on purpose. No heads roll. In fact, they actually get put into Obama's cabinet, many of them. That great documentary.
You mean the 2008
yeah,
thing? Do you think they did that on purpose? They tanked the market on purpose? Or do you think it was just what they did was ultimately going to tank the market?
I think there's a lot of coincidences.
A little coincidences.
But I'm just saying, no one ever gets held accountable. No one gets held accountable. What's going on with COVID? Nobody's going to be held accountable. Was Dr. Fauci going to be held accountable for lying about gain-of-function research?
Well, he could be held accountable for perjury, I believe. I don't believe they can get him for the gain-of-function research. I don't think they can.
But he lied on the stand when Rand Paul was in.
I think they get him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can. I don't know, but a blanket pardon that goes back to when gain of function was illegal during the Obama administration is a little suspicious.
It was weird when they moved it out of North Carolina.
Yeah,
to Wuhan.
A little suspicious.
A nice timing there.
Yeah.
Why 2014? I wonder.
Yeah. Well, that was when. I mean, I think during the Obama administration, Obama wisely was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, don't. What's the benefit of that? If you're creating more contagious diseases and you don't have cures, like what the fuck are you doing? It's, Bobby thinks it's all weapons. He thinks it's biological weapons, which completely.
She said she doesn't. She's a little confused. I got somebody who's controlling him.
Well, isn't that with him on everything that happens?
What guy?
There's too many of these fucking people. I know I save these. I save everything. I have these bookmarks that are just fucking completely ridiculous. And if somebody finds me and I'm dead, they're going to be like, what was wrong with him? You're a little obsessed.
While you're looking for this, Jamie, I'm sure you've probably seen some of this. When you're on Instagram, sometimes you'll come across videos and the voice you recognize right away, but you know that person didn't say it. Have you seen these?
Oh,
Your voice is on it a bunch. I first got alerted to it when John Reeves, our buddy John from Alaska, I heard his voice on some like UFO video.
Yep.
I was like, John, what the fuck did you? He's like, no,
like, he's not doing any of it.
I've heard my voice on stuff too, but I heard your voices a lot. Voices. How the fuck they do this stuff?
It's real
and it's
easy.
dangerous too.
It's real easy now. It's crazy. It's what I see a lot of is me selling stuff that I'm not really selling. There's a lot of that. A lot of me selling shit that I'm not really selling.
You know, at the peddling new products.
No, well, it's not just. It's like businesses and shit that I'm not really interested in.
Was this the pad that Zahi was using? Yeah, this one?
Maybe. That might have been the worst podcast I've ever done, but maybe a good one too. Just to see, okay, this is the guy. This is this closed-minded fellow that's been in charge of gatekeeping all the knowledge about
and
Egypt.
Still standing on the same ideas, even after this LiDAR comes out.
Because I've been, even after that podcast, I've been watching more videos from those Italian scientists describing it. They've used it to. This is one of the things that I brought up. And he's like, but this was only 50 feet down. Get an accurate representation of what's inside there. And he was the one, Zahi. So how do you?
Genius.
He's the best. So
but the good thing is that the Graham can go back to Egypt now.
Yes. Yeah.
So they patched up something.
Yeah, well, that was one of the reasons why Zahi came on. Because Graham talked to Zahi. Like, Zahi wants to do this. We're friends now. I was like, bring him in. Let's go. Bring him in. I'll talk to him. I mean, I thought it would probably.
Did he invite you to Egypt? Yeah. And what'd you say?
Yeah. If I'm going with Graham.
Yeah. I
or
told Graham. I told Graham I wanted him to take me a few years ago. He said I can't go. He'll kill me. So next thing you know, I see Graham's taking people to Egypt. I said, what the fuck?
Well, that's nice. It's nice that they patched it up.
I went there last July.
Did you?
June.
How was it?
Incredible. Yeah, it was incredible.
Did you walk away thinking immediately, there's a lot we don't know?
100%. And what they tell you is complete bullshit.
Yeah. I have a friend who went there, and the archaeologist that showed him said this is complete bullshit. Like, the narrative is complete bullshit. Yeah. He said the scale of it. He said the scale of it and the technology involved in construction is beyond our current understanding of how to do this.
And it's not just the pyramids and the Sphinx. No. The other temples are magnificent.
Not only that, there's probably a bunch of shit under the ground.
I know. That's what I wanted to go see. But the cool thing was the first temple I went in was what I'd seen on Ancient Aliens, where at the very top of the temple you have one of the most famous hieroglyphs, which has a spaceship, a helicopter, and a submarine up there. As clear as you can possibly imagine.
Show that.
What the fuck is that? How in the... What is that? Explain that, please. Because that looks like a spaceship, that looks like a submarine, and that 100% looks like a helicopter.
So weird. Egypt is the weirdest place on earth. It really is. Because
but that's why it needs to be.
Yeah.
What the hell's underneath it?
Well, I think that one.
That one right there.
Yeah. I mean, come.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Come on. That's so crazy.
That's a spaceship or a fighter jet.
Some kind of a.
That's a submarine.
It looks like a yacht. It looks
Or-
like one of them
it's a
oligarch
boat,
yachts
yeah.
that they keep getting.
But that's
pounded.
That's a helicopter.
It looks like a helicopter to me. It looks just like a helicopter.
Yeah, that's the first
if it's
place I-
not a helicopter, what a goddamn
What is it?
coincidence.
Yeah.
And, there's a bunch of weird stuff there. A bunch of weird images. And how about that one plane that they found that was inside? They found like a wooden plane that was inside one of the chambers.
It's really normal.
Yeah.
They just buried there with the.
That was the other thing that Zahi was unwilling to entertain was this King's List. This Zepteki King's List that goes back 30,000 plus years.
Yes.
They all want to pretend that that's a myth, that all the other hieroglyphs are legitimately documenting the history of the region. But when it gets past the narrative, these 30,000-year-old kings, that place has probably been there for a long fucking time.
Yeah, probably hundreds of thousands of years.